451, the girl whose name is Momo Kashiwabara. After Rui and Hina returned, only Shishio and Momo were in the car. Shishio. Can I kiss you? Shishio was silent and subconsciously looked at Momo, who smiled at him. He only looked at her for a moment before he looked at the road again. It's dangerous. We're on the road. Well, that's true. Momo nodded, and she wanted to ask about the answer to her confession, but then Shishio said, by the way, Momo-senpai, can I ask you something? Momo opened her mouth, and then she closed it again before she asked, what's wrong? Do you feel happy today? Shishio asked. Momo unexpectedly showed a bright smile and nodded. Yes. She told Shishio what made her happy and how she loved to be with everyone. Listening to her words, Shishio thought that Momo was really a lonely girl. The bright smile she often showed everyone was just a facade to hide what she truly felt. He wasn't sure how she could become like this since he didn't know much about her, but if he had to guess, it might have something to do with her family. After all, it wasn't uncommon to see one's personality grow because of their surroundings. Still, Shishio must admit Momo was strong since even if she was alone, she could still smile. It might also be the reason why she often changed from one boyfriend to another. It wasn't that she was a bitch or something. Instead, she just needed someone. She just needed someone by her side, so they could accompany her. While Momo told her experience at the party before, she suddenly felt a warm and big hand gently rubbing her head. She was dumbfounded and asked, Shishio. Sorry. Shishio pulled his hand and said awkwardly, I did something rude to you. He only realized Momo was a year older than him and what he was doing was rude since he touched her head like that. No, it's all right. I like it. Momo said shyly with a bashful face. Do you like it? Shishio asked. Momo nodded. Do you want me to do it again? Yes. Then, excuse me. While driving, Shishio used his other hand to reach Momo's head. Her reddish-brown hair was so soft, and it smelled so sweet. It might be because there were only two of them here that her scent became more intense. However, Momo only purred and tried to move closer to him, trying to rub her head against him. Shishio was in silence and wondered why something so simple could make her so happy. Has she never experienced something like this? However, Shishio thought he might think too much since he knew most of his girlfriends loved being rubbed like this. He just wasn't sure why they loved it, but he didn't think too much and thought it had something to do with the patting mastery he had received in the past. Still, when they were like this, they felt like they were lovers. Momo glanced at him, who seemed unfazed by what they were doing, and confessed once again, Shishio, I like you. Okay. Momo was lost for words for a moment before she pouted. Answer me seriously. Is it hard? Shishio asked. Of course. Unlike before, her body trembled slightly, and she said, you might think I confess to you with an easy feeling, but that isn't the truth. Her eyes were reddened, and tears brimmed her eyes. She recalled the first time they met and how she confessed to him for the first time. The first time they met was when she was almost drenched with the dirty water from cleaning the floors. Shishio pulled her and saved her from being drenched. He even told her he had evidence who wanted to bully her and told her she could sue them if she wanted. It was at that time that she knew she was in love with him. It might be something simple, but she never had someone to do something so simple for her since everyone around her just took what she gave and expected her to do something for granted. It was her first time receiving such a simple kindness, and she couldn't forget it. However, Momo didn't say anything and kept that feeling bottled up inside her since she knew she might not have a chance, especially when she thought of many girls around him. Still, everything changed when she met her ex-boyfriend at karaoke. Momo had many ex-boyfriends since she was lonely and alone, and many girls were envious of her good figure and beauty, so they usually isolated her. The fact that she also often transferred schools was also one part of the reason why she didn't have many friends. However, she was beautiful without a doubt, and many people confessed to her. Momo was lonely at that time, and there were many troubles in her family. She had lost her warm family, and as long as there was a chance for her to gain her happiness, she wouldn't let it go, no matter how horrible it might turn out to be in the future. Still, Momo didn't expect the happiness she sought really turn into a horrible experience. She was constantly betrayed, left, and wounded, but even so, she kept her smile. Momo almost gave up, but Shishio appeared and gave her hope once again. She was alright as long as she could be by his side, but everything changed when she went to karaoke before Golden Week. She was almost insulted, and she was told that she was a bitch that would open her legs to everyone. When she was almost drowned and almost pulled into hell, her hero came and hugged her body, pulling her away from hell. Shishio. Momo couldn't control her emotion and just confessed to him right away. However, she felt regret since she could tell that Shishio didn't like her. It was also the reason why she didn't mind becoming his sex friend as long as she could stay with him. However, Shishio didn't seem to show much interest in her, and it made her sad. Sometimes, Momo was jealous of Rui. She knew she shouldn't have this feeling, considering they were friends and she was the only one who talked with her during school, especially in class. However, she just couldn't help it since she could feel how Rui was treated differently from her even if they were quite similar. However, Momo had never thought too much of it and just thought the reason might have something to do with herself. Still, Momo waited for Shishio's answer for her answer, and she knew she was going to hear her answer. However. Sorry. Momo. While I know it is unfair for me to say this, can you let me know first? I don't know much about you, Momo-senpai, Shishio said. Momo was dumbfounded and asked, know about me? Yet. Shishio nodded and said, I don't know much about you, and you don't know much about me. Let's get to know each other first. While I am not sure how our relationship will develop if you're okay with. I am okay with that. Momo quickly said. Shishio hadn't finished his words, but this girl was so excited and even laughed. Why do you laugh? It's okay. It's my first time for someone to ask me if they want to know about me. Momo felt her heart flutter, and her heart could jump out at any time. However, if that happened, Shishio would panic since if her heart jumped out, she would die, right? Never? Really? You have had many boyfriends before, right? Shishio asked. Momo pouted and said, Shishio-kun, you shouldn't ask something like that, you know. What's wrong with it? Shishio asked. I mean, don't you feel anything if I tell you my previous boyfriends? Momo asked. Not really. Shishio shook his head and said, if you want our relationship to develop, I think we need to be truthful to each other. After all, we can't erase our past, and if you don't say it, it'll linger in your mind becoming a bad memory, nightmare, or something else, especially when we might encounter a similar situation in the karaoke. Momo was silent, especially when she thought about her situation in the karaoke before. If something similar happened again, what would she do? When Momo was in deep thought, her head was patted again. You don't need to worry. You won't encounter something like that again, Shishio said. How can you be so sure, Shishio-kun? Momo asked. Shishio only smiled and didn't say much, but then, he wanted to know what made her sense that the value of sex was different from other people. What broke her? Shishio wanted to know all of that before he could advance to the next relationship since he knew her value of sex was different from other girls, and if something similar happened to Momo like she was forced, she might not fight back and just hoped her nightmare to end as soon as possible. However, Shishio didn't want that, and he wanted her to fight back. It was also the reason why Shishio couldn't accept Momo since she didn't think of sex as something special, something sacred since she had done it many times with her ex-boyfriends in the past. While his skill could make her crazy for him and could only be with him, the human mind was irrational, and there were many things we couldn't control. In case something similar to karaoke happened once again, Shishio didn't want Momo to become like a lifeless doll in the past. Shishio didn't care even if Momo had many experiences or wasn't a virgin, but if they were to forge a relationship, he wanted her to be exclusively for him, not for someone else, only him, so when someone tried to force her again in the future, she would fight back and tell them her body was his, and there was no other people could use it, and not by letting those bastards did what they wanted, so it could end as soon as possible. It was also the reason why Shishio could accept the other women easily, yet he couldn't accept Momo easily since their value over sex was different. So about my confession? Momo asked again. Let's talk again after I get to know you better. Then, what do you want to know? Momo asked curiously. What about your childhood? I wonder how you, as a child, can turn into someone who doesn't have a sense of shame by asking me to become your sex friend. How cruel. They bickered with each other, laughed, and talked to each other. Even if their conversations were something that would cause people to frown at them, neither of them thought much since they could feel the distance between them slowly shortened. Momo was pleased with this fact, but she didn't give up on bringing him to bed. Do you want to stay at my house tonight? Shishio thought he needed to talk to this girl more. 452, Hakigaya's Peaceful Life. Leaving the matter of Momo aside, Shishio talked with USA about their plan to go to the theme park. USA had asked Shishio to create a chance for him, so he could show his best side to Ritsu. Shishio thought the best place to do this was at the theme park, so in the morning, they walked to the vending machine located on the edge of the school, talking to each other about their plan in a straightforward way. Did you bring the money? Yes. USA took out his money and respectively gave it to Shishio. Please check the amount, Oga-kun. Shishio took the money from USA, checking the amount of it while sitting on the bench. After he confirmed the amount, he knew this money wasn't enough to treat everyone, but it didn't really matter since he wasn't that cruel. Is it enough? Shishio looked at USA, and somehow he could see this guy was slightly thinner. What's wrong? You seem to be so exhausted. Well. USA yawned as he sat on Shishio's side. I have been working for many days in a row, but don't worry. Even if my body collapses, my spirit won't. His eyes were burning, showing his passion for getting the heart of the woman he loved. Shishio was in silence for a moment before he patted USA's shoulder gently. Good. I receive your spirit. For now, go and take a rest. I'll take care of the rest. Oh Oga-kun. USA wiped the tears from his eyes, looking at Shishio as if he was his long-lost brother. Stop it. Don't look at me like that. I just created a chance for you. If you fall, then that is. Shishio quickly stood up and dodged when USA wanted to hug him. Bulletin, but even so. USA felt Shishio was his best friend since Shishio had helped him so much. Enough. Don't say more. Shishio shook his head and said, let me remind you of something, USA. Yes. USA looked at Shishio in confusion. If you fail, it doesn't mean everything is over, alright. Shishio said since he didn't want USA to get all moppy and depressed. USA was surprised and asked, so if I fail, I can confess to her again? No. Shishio shook his head and said, if you fail, it is better for you not to talk with her for a while. Why? USA was confused. The feeling of rejection is harder than you imagine. If you keep looking at her, you'll act irrationally, and you won't know what you'll do. It's better if you calm yourself for a while or just search for a new woman, Shishio said calmly. He thought for a moment and said, you remember about Tegami, right? Yeah, what's wrong with Tegami? USA didn't know what it felt like to be rejected, but he was confused when Shishio suddenly mentioned Tegami in their conversation. He had told us before that he had been rejected by the manager of the soccer club, right? You still remember how depressed he was at that time, right? Shishio said. Yeah. USA sighed when he thought about Tegami since that guy was all depressed and moppy for a week, but Tegami quickly recovered since the girl Tegami confessed wasn't everything to him. Tegami only thought the manager of the soccer club was cute, so he tried his luck, but he was rejected. That's all. However, Tegami didn't let that rejection make him all depressed. Instead, he quickly found a new girl and went on a gukon, group date, with his friends. Shishio knew USA understood how Tegami was, so he didn't bother to say anything. He just patted USA's shoulder and said, then, I'll prepare the rest. You should prepare your heart. Thanks, Oga-kun. USA nodded, but then he started to think, what if he was rejected? Could he act like Tegami? Could he search for another girl? USA wasn't sure, but for now, he felt he should have a chance with Ritsu, right? USA thought positively and thought he should be able to do it. Watching USA's back from the corner of the wall, Shishio could read USA like an open book. However, he didn't intend to say anything since he knew when someone was in love, they had become blind. Therefore, it was impossible to say anything to that person. If USA could gain his happiness, that might be the best, but what if he didn't? The only thing Shishio could do was to stop USA from becoming a criminal or a stalker. After all, the world was big, there were many women in this world, and there were also many beautiful women who didn't trigger his system. Instead of focusing on one woman, it was better to search for others. However, sometimes, many people thought that woman was the only one for them, and they didn't want to give up even if they failed in their confession. In such a case, one needed to calm themselves by distancing themselves from the women they loved with. They shouldn't talk with the women when they were still preoccupied with the feelings of rejection from the women since even if we seemed alright and might seem unfazed, without a doubt, the feeling of rejection would cause an irrational act whenever we were around the women we confessed to. It was better to expand our world by talking to different women and doing other activities, so we could think clearly about whether we really love the women that we confess to or not. One might give up and choose other girls, but it was normal since our time was precious, and it was too wasteful to chase after one girl that we didn't know would give us an answer that we wanted to hear. So instead of trying to get this girl to fall for us, it was better to search for others. However, one could also not give up and continue to love the girls that made our hearts fall. Still, no matter what choice we had made, there was no right or wrong. The only thing that Shishio hoped was that USA wouldn't make a choice that would make him regret it. Shishio suddenly thought about Ritsuo and couldn't help but let out a sigh, wondering what was so good about her except for her beautiful face. However, he also couldn't deny Ritsuo was a charming girl, and without a doubt, her personality was suitable to become his wife too. Still, he had too many women, and he had passed the age of being active. Instead, he was passive, and unless the girls made a move, he wouldn't move. It wasn't that he had given up on his path to becoming a scumbag. Instead, he had changed his method or how he acted now. Shishio had decided to become current, letting the girl become the ship, following him subconsciously, and made them make the first move. Still, this wasn't the time to talk about this. Shishio was going to talk about the matter of the theme park in the club room later when everyone had gathered together, but before that, he needed to go to Saki's class since there was something he needed to talk about with her about, so after the break, he left from his class to her class. During the break, the cloud turned dark, and the drizzle turned into heavy rain after a while. The students that usually ate outside decided to stay in the class to eat their lunches. Hikigaya was also one of them. As a loner, it was impossible for Hikigaya to eat in class since it would appear unnatural to eat alone, and he also didn't want to become a topic of conversation among the group who stayed in the class. It was also the reason why Hikigaya often walked out of the class and ate outside, watching the scenery of the school in a peaceful manner until the break ended. However, with the rain, it was impossible for him to go out. Still, it didn't matter since he knew he wouldn't attract much attention and just ate quietly while listening to non-existent music on his earphones. The book and earphones were something essential for him since they would make him appear busy among all the students in the class. Hikigaya would also show everyone not to bother him, but during his stay in the high school, there weren't many people who bothered him either, except for the time they needed to collect homework and other tasks. Still, this time, there were few people that caught on to his observation. Hikigaya might not tell anyone, but he had a hobby of observing people. The reason why he didn't tell anyone about this hobby was that it wasn't a respectable hobby, and he also didn't have anyone to talk to either, so he just kept silent about it. The first person who caught his eye was Kawasaki Saki. While Saki might not talk much, she started to get the attention of other people, but she was too cold, and except for Ebina Hiba, who often pestered her, she glared at everyone, causing them to fear her. Still, what made Saki interesting was Shishio's girlfriend. Hikigaya couldn't imagine how Saki could show a loving expression or something, but when he thought about Shishio, he felt it was possible for him to draw Saki's cute side. However, Hikigaya didn't observe Saki too long. Instead, he observed Yui and her clique. Hearing their conversation and how Yui kept praising Yumiko Miura, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed since it felt like he came to a feudal society, where the people below had to bootlick the people above. If it's like this, it's better to be alone. Hikigaya thought, but then Saki attracted his attention again since she didn't seem to walk out of the classroom. After all, usually, Saki was the first person who walked out of the class without hesitation, but this time, she didn't, which made him curious. Has he fought with his girlfriend? Still, it had nothing to do with him, and the world of Scumbag wasn't something he could understand. Hikigaya thought to eat his lunch in silence, but who would expect his acquaintance would get into trouble? Well, before that. Hikigaya ate all the bread in his mouth before he walked in the direction of the teacher's office, considering he was called by Hiratsuka. Hopefully, nothing will happen, but frankly, 100% something really happened. 453, Solace. You sure do admire bears. Hiratsuka let out a sigh while tapping her finger on the table. Still, she knew Shishio loved this type of writing, and she decided to keep it. While she must admit Hikigaya's personality was quite rotten, his writing was lively. I thought you were a teacher of the modern Japanese teacher, Hiratsuka-sensei. Hikigaya stood in a place with both of his hands behind his back nervously, afraid of being punched. Still, he must admit, somehow, Hiratsuka became more beautiful. Well, it might be my imagination. I'm a guidance counselor. Hiratsuka put the writing on the table and said, so your biology teacher passed this on to me. And how is this about the ecology of wild animals? It's a strong antithesis against wild animals that live in a group society, Hikigaya said smoothly. Quit with your excuses. Hiratsuka let out a tired sigh, wondering whether it was better to become a housewife. You make it seem like you are saying being social is a crime. Speaking of being alone, you being single is also one, right? Hikigaya quickly realized what he was saying, and he hurriedly closed his eyes, waiting for the punch that would come to his stomach, but after a while, he didn't feel anything. Finally, he opened his eyes nervously and asked, You're not going to punch me? Hiratsuka's lips twitched, and she said, What kind of teacher do you think I am? I am not a cruel teacher who will lay my fist on a cheeky student like you. Hikigaya wondered whether Hiratsuka had short-term memory loss, amnesia, or even worse, Alzheimer's since he recalled he was punched several times in the past. Still, he was smart, and he naturally understood the cause. However, it also brought him a shock that couldn't be concealed on his face. Don't tell me, you have a boyfriend now. Cough. Hiratsuka blushed and coughed shyly. Damn it, what is this teacher? Cute. Hikigaya suddenly wanted to punch her boyfriend of Hiratsuka since that guy could get such a lovely woman as Hiratsuka. Still, Hiratsuka's expression was slightly cloudy, especially when she thought about last night's conversation with Chihiro. She glanced in the direction of Chihiro, whose desk was empty since she might have had lunch in the art classroom, considering Chihiro was an art teacher and all. The food, the noisy night, and the happy atmosphere of the party last night became complicated when Hiratsuka recalled Chihiro's words. After the party, Hiratsuka decided to stay with Chihiro for a night. The two shared a room together. It wasn't their first time doing this since they also had often slept together during university time and even when they were working in the same school. They also slept when they were attacked by a group of people when they went out on a drink. Still, this time, Hiratsuka felt something strange. You have something to tell me, Shizuka? Chihiro suddenly asked. The two were lying on the bed together with the light in the room turned off. The sound of the air conditioner and the chirping of the insects from the outside could be heard. However, for the two, no one said anything, and the sound of each other's breathing was the only thing they could hear. Why do you think so? Hiratsuka was so nervous at that moment. Well, you have always been isn't good with lying, and your emotions show on your face all the time. You even help glance at me from time to time. Chihiro looked at Hiratsuka speechlessly and said, if you keep doing that, you think I don't notice you have something to talk about with me. Hiratsuka was silent and felt awkward somehow. However, she was also annoyed since she felt she was being treated as a simple guy. While she was a woman, she felt like she was a little boy who brought a porn book for the first time nervously, so no one would notice her. Well, Chihiro, you date Shishio? Chihiro asked. Hiratsuka opened her mouth wide and was dumbfounded. Chihiro let out a sigh and said, before, I was joking when I told you to date him when you were drunk before. In the earlier chapters, when the two went on a drink with their friends, drunk, and being attacked by Yakuza, Chihiro was joking with Shishio, telling him to marry her and Hiratsuka, considering they were single and all. Still, Chihiro also understood how ridiculous her thought was, and she was joking around. However, she fell for him, she had fallen for someone she shouldn't be with, and without a doubt, once her big sister and family knew what they were doing, there would be a consequence they had to pay. As for Hiratsuka's case, frankly, Chihiro didn't think too much since she knew it was already impossible to stop Shishio. She also didn't feel that surprised since she also saw an attraction from Hiratsuka toward Shishio. However, she must admit it took quite a while since usually, his speed to get a girl was as fast as warming up food in the microwave. Shishio just needed to smile, and he could bring a girl to the hotel. Chihiro knew how dangerous his charm was since she was tempted by him even if she knew their relationship was taboo. Hey? Is it okay? Hiratsuka asked. Chihiro looked at Hiratsuka helplessly and said, you have dated him. What's the point of me saying anything now? Even if I tell you not to, will you listen to me? Hiratsuka was silent since she knew even if Chihiro forbid their relationship, she wouldn't listen to her words at all since she knew she had fallen too deeply with that bastard. See? Chihiro felt helpless and thought the boy in the disguise of the beautiful woman had really fallen for her nephew. I won't say much about your relationship, but you need to be careful. You're a student and a teacher. If a stranger, the people from the school, or the other people know about your relationship, it's okay. Hiratsuka cut Chihirio's words and said, Shishio will take care of it. Chihiro was silent since she knew Hiratsuka was right since she knew if there was a problem, Shishio could handle it. She wasn't sure where her confidence came from, but she had that feeling. Then, in my case. However, she shook her head, showing a bitter smile since her case was different from Hiratsuka and she also knew this was the feeling that she shouldn't have, especially toward her nephew. If the society know. Chihiro knew she might throw mud on Shishio's future, but then she was hugged by Hiratsuka so suddenly. She was in a daze before she asked, Shizuka. Sorry, I just want to sleep like this. Is that okay? Well, it's okay. Chihiro didn't fight back and just lay there, letting Hiratsuka hug her. Hiratsuka looked at Chihiro, and suddenly a strange thought appeared on her mind, but before she questioned her, she was asked. By the way, have you done it with him? Chihiro looked up and asked. What the hell were you saying? Hiratsuka blushed and showed a shy girl expression. Chihiro rolled her eyes, but she curiously asked, so how is it? Did it feel good? It's amazing. What? Unlike what Hiratsuka thought, the confrontation between them suddenly turned into girls' talk. As for the content of the conversation, Shishio could only give a thumbs up since their conversation was too hot. By the way, did things go well with the previous request? Hiratsuka asked with a smile. Ugh. Hakigeya felt awkward and asked, Sensei, did you deliberately send that girl to the service club? If so, he must admit this teacher was craftier than he had thought. Also, Shishio might be her accomplice, but he didn't have proof, so he couldn't do anything, nor did he plan to do anything. After all, he must admit, even if he didn't want to say it, he felt there was a color in his world. While it wasn't a rose-colored high school life, it wasn't grey anymore. Well, enough of that. Hiratsuka crossed her arms and asked, what do you think of Yuki Nashida? Yuki Nashida? Hikigaya was confused, but he answered honestly, quite unpleasant. Is that so? Hiratsuka sighed. But she isn't a bad girl, Hikigaya said while looking away. Hirotsuka also smiled when she heard Hakigaya's words and said, well, that's true. She isn't a bad girl. She is just someone who doesn't know how to bend straight. I know I should praise her honesty, but the world isn't as kind as she is after all. She must admit, she was quite worried about Yuki Nashida. You don't really need to worry about her, right? After all, there's him by her side, Hikigaya said with a sigh. Hirotsuka laughed and said, that's true. There's him. She smiled and asked, so what do you think of him? That scumbag. Well, that scumbag. Hikigaya thought for a moment and said, I hope he explodes. Hirotsuka laughed heartily and said, well, that's true. He should explode. But you know. I just can't hate him. Without a doubt, it was hard to hate Shishio unless Hikigaya was Shishio's enemy. However, the thought of becoming Shishio's enemy didn't please him. Instead, it scared him since he knew his defeat was 100%. Therefore, there was no chance of winning, and it was better to either become his friend or just become an extra character who was too lazy to be drawn by the mangaka, so Shishio wouldn't remember him. However, it was already impossible since his face was already remembered by Shishio. Well, it seems it isn't a wrong decision to send you to the service club. Hikigaya couldn't say anything since he knew he didn't regret joining the service club. Well, enough of my talk. Next time, don't write this type of nonsense again. Yes, yes. Hikigaya perfunctorily answered and agreed since he didn't want to be punched. However, how could he change so easily? This personality had been rooted into his body, and it was impossible to change. Still, no one asked him to change anyway, so Hikigaya didn't change, but he might try to become his better self. As he walked out of the teacher's office, there was a slight curve in his mouth, and he thought his school life wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. Well, as long as he didn't have an interest in a woman, he knew he would be alright. Hikigaya walked back to his class and thought the matter had ended. Finally, he could return to his solace. Who would have thought trouble was waiting in his class? 454, Saki's Journey. When Hikigaya left, Saki sat on her seat, waiting for Shishio to come. However, who would have thought something happened before her? Ui Uegahama and Miura Yumiko seemed to be in the argument. However, even though it was an argument, it was a one-sided argument with Yumiko, that seemed quite displeased toward Ui. On the other hand, Ui could only smile awkwardly, trying to say something, but the words that came out of her mouth seemed feeble, and nothing seemed to be heard by Yumiko. She could only apologize, hoping it would reduce Yumiko's anger. However, Yumiko became even more annoyed by Ui since she didn't ask for her apology. Instead, she asked her why Ui hadn't been hanging out with her group anymore, causing her to feel annoyed. Still, even if Yumiko's voice became louder and the argument between them became intense, no one said anything as if they were afraid to be burnt by Yumiko's anger. Even Hayato Hayama, the most popular guy in the class, couldn't say anything and just stayed on the side, without saying anything, waiting for the argument to end. However, was it a good thing to do that? Of course not, right? With the argument between Yumiko and Ui, it wouldn't be weird if they stopped becoming friends, yet no one said anything and stayed in silence, afraid to be noticed. If it was before, Saki would also be the same. Even now, she would also do the same since it had nothing to do with her, and she could just ignore them. She didn't know them well, so it had nothing to do with her, and even if she ignored them, she felt okay and felt calm, considering the people she had seen in her life were even bigger than Yumiko. Yumiko's presence in the class might be similar to a queen, yet outside of the school, what was she? Nothing. Yumiko was just an ordinary beautiful girl. However, Saki could only laugh inwardly since she was also the same and might be worse, especially if she didn't know Shishio. She let out a sigh and thought to stop them, but as if a shark smelled of blood, this guy came to like it was nothing. Saki-senpai. I am here. His voice was clear and heard by everyone. Also, it made Ui and Yumiko stunned for a moment. Shishio was there, calling Saki there before he looked at Ui and Yumiko, who seemed to talk to each other. While his relationship with Ui and Yumiko was okay, it was quite different from Yumiko since he hadn't spoken with Yumiko after he was known to become a scumbag. What's wrong? Shishio asked bluntly while looking at Ui and Yumiko. No, nothing. Ui subconsciously said with an awkward expression. Yumiko also didn't say anything and turned her head away. Well, it might have nothing to do with me, but I can hear your voice from the outside, though. Ui and Yumiko. They felt this guy was a bully since he clearly knew what had happened, yet he asked them. If it was someone else, Yumiko would get aggressive and tell them to be quiet, but it was hard to do it with Shishio since his face was handsome, and he was clearly her type. On the other hand, his aura was also quite different. If Yumiko had to give an example, it was like meeting an adult. She couldn't help but feel slightly inferior and respectful even if she knew this guy was a scumbag. I know that I might be meddlesome, and I am sure you won't be happy if I say this, but Uegama-senpai, you should talk clearly about what you want to do, and Miura-senpai, you should listen to what Uegama-senpai wants to say. After all, it will be horrible if your relationship is ruined because of a small thing, right? Shishio said softly, then looked at Saki, who walked toward him and took her hand without hesitation. Well, goodbye, everyone. Still, the students who weren't related to Yumiko's clique also walked away since Shishio gave them a chance to escape. Also, the girls couldn't help but look at Saki, and somehow they understood why Saki had become more beautiful, and they felt quite envious for some reason. As for Ui and Yumiko, the two looked at each other for a moment. Ui knew she had always been afraid to talk about what was on her mind since she didn't want an argument, but this time, she was going to say it. Yumiko. While Yumiko didn't feel good, she listened to what Ui wanted to say. Still, when Ui and Yumiko talked to each other, Shishio and Saki didn't walk away since they happened to meet Yuki Nashida, who seemed about to stop the argument between Ui and Yumiko. Senpai. Shishio greeted Yuki Nashida with a smile. Yuki Nashida opened her mouth, but she closed it again before she nodded. She had a feeling that if she had come to stop Ui and Yumiko before, she might have picked a fight with Yumiko. While what she did wasn't wrong, it would cause Ui's position in the class to become awkward, considering Ui was part of Yumiko's clique. In other words, not only the workplace but even a class also had politics. It might seem strange, but this was how society was. Still, of course, there was also a sincere, honest, genuine relationship without such a complicated relationship. However, such a thing is rare, and when you meet them, please treasure them. Uegama-senpai seems busy. You should wait for a while, Shishio said. I know. Yuki Nashida nodded, then said in a low voice, thanks. What? Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida in confusion. Yuki Nashida felt quite embarrassed, but she still said, if it's me, I might cause trouble. She had always said something on her mind, and while it was something good, there was something known as a time and occasion. She might have said something on her mind, but it didn't mean they were all good to the ears of the people. In other words, she was like picking a fight. If Hikigaya wasn't slime, he might slam Yuki Nashida without hesitation in the past. After all, being mocked badly wasn't something good. Yuki Nashida also knew her problem, but she didn't bother to change it since, in her mind, this was her armor. This was how she protected herself, especially with the experience she had during her childhood time. Yuki Nashida didn't know what to change, and she didn't want to change. However, if someone could pass through that armor and see her kindness, without a doubt, they would see how wonderful this girl was. Still, Shishio held Yuki Nashida's forehead and showed confusion. Yuki Nashida was stunned, and her face turned red before she swept his hand away. What are you doing? I thought you were sick for suddenly thanking me like that, Shishio said in a murmur. If a look could kill someone, without a doubt, this was how Yuki Nashida's gaze would appear. Still, it is rare for you two to appear together. What are you doing? She was curious since usually, Shishio would be with his harem instead of Saki. Well, we have something to do. I'll go out first. See you tomorrow at the club, senpai. Saki gave Yuki Nashida a nod and left with Shishio. Yuki Nashida also nodded and looked at their backs before Yui's voice woke her up. Yukinon, did you wait? Yuki Nashida looked at Ui and shook her head. No, I didn't wait too long. Is your matter done? Ui could only smile at Yuki Nashida's straightforward personality, but she nodded and said, yes, it's done. That's good. Yuki Nashida nodded and said, should we go out and have lunch? Yes. The two were about to go to the clubroom of the service club, but they happened to meet Hikigaya. Hiki. Ui greeted Hikigaya with a smile. Yuki Nashida only nodded. On the other hand, Hikigaya also could only nod awkwardly. It seemed there was still a long way to go before he could get used to the life of a normie. While Hikigaya could only give an awkward response, Shishio and Saki walked next to each other while talking to each other. So tonight? Saki asked. Is it a problem? Shishio asked. No, it's all right. I'll wait at my house. Tell me if you come, Saki said. Is that okay? Won't your parents give you trouble? Shishio asked. It's all right. My father is working. As for my mother, she knows my situation, Saki said plainly. Shishio could only smile bitterly at the unfriendly working time of this country. Still, won't they worry if their daughter is taken out by her boyfriend in the middle of the night? Well, it should be okay. Saki looked at Shishio and said, you should know I worked at the bar before, right? I haven't told my mother that I have stopped working. Shishio. Okay. I plan to go with you, so where are we going tonight? Saki asked. Shishio thought he might need to visit Saki's house in the future, but let's discuss this matter aside. I plan to visit El Amant. El Amant. Shishio told Shishio about the cafe where he met Sheena's editor in the past, and the owner of the cafe was a transvestite. He thought to ask the owner about his experience with his book. You're really going to write a book about a transvestite? Saki asked speechlessly. It's not about a transvestite, but one of the characters happens to be a ladyboy. There's someone I know who happens to be a woman in the body of a man, so I want to interview him a bit, Shishio said with a serious expression since he wanted his works to be perfect. Saki also knew how serious he was when he wanted to do something, so she nodded. Don't worry. I'll be by your side all the time. She was afraid he might be attacked by a group of transvestites when he came to the cafe where he talked about it. As for him to swing that way, she didn't think so since she knew how lively he was when they were together. Thanks. Shishio was glad that Saki was there. There was a reason why Shishio brought Saki out of all of the girls. First, she was the most courageous and the one who would protect him in case he was attacked. Also, he wanted to spend more time with her since it had been a while since the two were alone together, so this time, it was a perfect chance for them to go on a date. Anyway, tonight, they had made their destination, and without hesitation, they visited the El Amant to listen to the story of the master. 455, we're all going nuts. After their activity in the club room, Shishio and Saki returned home to change their attires. They had planned to go out to research his novel. Somehow when Shishio thought of his novel, he understood why Shiro-san often walked out to go on the research. After all, it was different when one wrote without information and when one wrote with knowledge of the information. The smoothness of the words and the flow of the story would be more believable when one had the information of the necessary knowledge. While it was quite strange why he had decided to visit Masaki Kobayashi, it was quite necessary for his story. Still, before he went on his journey with Saki, he told everyone in the clubroom whether they wanted to visit the theme park next Saturday, especially when he had gotten the free ticket. USA could only cry and smile helplessly when he heard about a free ticket. However, he also knew his money wasn't enough, and Shishio also helped him with buying the ticket. Still, under Shishio's invitation, everyone agreed without hesitation to go out to the theme park. However, they didn't visit Disney Park, considering they were from Tokyo and often visited it in the past. It was also the reason why they decided to visit Fuji-Q Highland, the theme park that was located at the base of Mount Fuji. Let's go. Let's go there. Nana said without hesitation. Maya and Mako also agreed. After all, they didn't have to pay since they got a free ticket, so why shouldn't they go? Mai looked at USA and Shishio and knew they were the ones who bought the ticket, but she knew since they had money, she didn't say anything. However, she wondered why they did this. What were they planning? Still, Mai was quite curious about going to the theme park together with everyone. After all, it would be her first experience doing so. She had been busy with her work as a child actress, and she didn't have time to play. However, it was something normal since when one wanted to achieve something, they usually had to sacrifice something. Though some people didn't need to sacrifice anything, such people were only a small number, and it was better not to think too much about them, considering you might feel jealous or envious, wasting your time, doing something useless when you could use your time to improve yourself. Still, what are you planning? Why did you invite us so suddenly? However, Ritsuo seemed unfazed and asked Shishio and USA with doubt. Gulp. USA became nervous and could only look at Shishio, hoping he would be able to smooth this situation out. Frankly, there's no deep meaning. We just got lucky by getting tickets for the theme park. If you don't want to go, we won't force you, Shishio said calmly. Oi! Shishio! What are you doing? USA sent out a message to Shishio through his eyes since if Ritsuo didn't come, what was the point he went to the theme park? While USA must admit, going out and playing in the theme park was fun, his purpose in coming was to make his relationship with Ritsuo become closer, and if possible, he wanted to confess, then the two would fall for each other and become lovers. However, if Ritsuo didn't come, all of that plan would turn into failure. Just leave it to me. Shishio sent a message to USA through his eyes. USA was in doubt, but before he was able to say his doubt, Ritsuo said, I have never said I won't go. She pouted and looked away, wondering whether Shishio had forgotten his promise to bring her to Jimboko. However, even if he might have forgotten about it, it was quite hard to remind him, considering she had a problem with the communication, and she also knew it was quite wrong to ask someone who had a girlfriend to go out with her. Well, he has many girlfriends. Ritsuo thought for a moment and felt it might be better to remind him later. Of course, Shishio remembered his promise, but he didn't intend to go out now. Still, he must admit, even though he helped USA out at the theme park, he knew USA's chances of success in his confession were close to zero, or rather, it was zero. However, Shishio didn't say anything and just kept silent. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be futile. It would be useless since when one had fallen in love, they would be blind. In other words, they would be full of obsession. It might seem you or something, but Shishio felt it was something natural since that was what love did to someone. If the love was accepted, it was okay, but if it was rejected. Anyway, Shishio decided to wait until the storm ended and waited until everything had ended before he settled everything. So it has been decided, right? Shishio said while looking at everyone. They nodded and agreed to go to the theme park together on Saturday. Ritsu could only sigh, but she also agreed to go with everyone. On the other hand, USA thought Ritsu was so cute, and somehow his heart was pounding when he thought of confessing his love to her during their trip to the theme park. By the way, I know that many of you, it'll be their first time going there, and it is also my first time there, so who hasn't been there? Shishio asked. Unexpectedly, Saki, Shina, Mai, Ritsu, USA, and even Maya hadn't been there. Nana, Meiko, Miu, have you been there before? Shishio asked. Miu nodded and said, I have been with my family before. Where to? 2x. The three of them had visited Fuji-Q in the past with their families, so it wouldn't be their first time going there. So, what's the popular attraction there? Shishio was also quite curious since he had never visited Fuji-Q. Well, he also hadn't visited Disneyland, but he knew this wasn't the time to talk about this matter. If I have to say, there are many attractions for families, Miu said. Like what? Mai asked curiously. It's like a spinning teacup, Ferris wheel, mirror house, merry-go-round. Miu listened to the attraction one by one, causing the girls like Shina, Saki, Mai, Ritsu, and Maya to become excited. Still, Shishio looked at Maya Uchifuji and thought it was quite unexpected she had never come to Fuji-Q, but he didn't say anything. It might seem weird for him to think so, but unlike Shina, who came from England, Saki, who was poor, Ritsu, who had been an indoor child, and Mai, who had been working as a child actress until high school, Maya was like Nana and Meiko. Maya had a happy family and would also have fun like Nana and Meiko, but it seemed her family might be unexpectedly similar to Saki. Still, while everyone listened to Miu's fairy tale-like story, Nana and Meiko seemed dissatisfied and shook their heads while making a tisk, tisk, tisk sound. What's wrong? Miu was speechless and looked at the two with a pout. Miu-senpai, how old are you? Meiko shook her head. Yeah, those types of attractions are for children. Nana shrugged her shoulders. Children. Miu looked at the chest of Meiko and Nana before she looked at her chest. Miu plopped on the ground and oozed out a gloomy aura. There. Shishio patted Miu's shoulder gently. Shishio-kun. Miu cried and hugged him tightly. After confirming Miu, Shishio looked at Meiko and Nana helplessly. Nana and Meiko could only stick out their tongues cutely. So if you say the attractions that are told by Miu are childish, is there an adult-like attraction there? Mai asked curiously. On the other hand, Shina seemed to be very excited. Her eyes shone brightly, thinking it would be fun to play at the theme park on Saturday. Of course. 2x. Meiko and Nana looked at each other, then asked, who is going to explain? 2x. 2x. I'll take the lead, Nana said. Please. Meiko nodded and agreed. The first is a terrifying coaster with a maximum falling angle of 121 degrees. It can be enjoyed with two types of acceleration, linear launch acceleration and vertical roll down. It is also recorded on the world record. Nana explained fully of tension. Not only that. Meiko suddenly joined in and said, there's also the longest and the most feared horror attraction in history. With a total length of 900 m, an attraction can make us experience the fear human beings feel. Isn't that exciting to you? 2x. Everyone. While they must admit that the two attractions could excite them, they excited them for different reasons. Shishio thought he should bring Roberto with him, too, since he knew he needed someone to help take care of the people around him, but then his sleeve was pulled. What's wrong, Mashiro? Shishio, let's ride on the coaster in the horror house. Shina's eyes shone brightly, showing how excited she was. Shishio looked at Shina for a moment and patted her head. Okay. He knew this girl loved a challenge and something dangerous, especially when they were on the view of hell in the past. She could even stand on the edge without blinking her eyes, so he knew the coaster in the horror house also excited her. Still, this not only burnt the spirit of Shina since the others also seemed to be in an excited state too. Phew. I guess this is the best time to see who is the best among us, Nana said while holding her fists and moving her neck without creating a creak sound. Yeah, I must agree. It's time to end this struggle. Maya nodded as she crossed her arms. Our long-last battle is going to end soon. Meiko sounded full of melancholy, but her eyes were burning with spirit. The spirit of the three girls seemed to unite and fuse with each other, creating a chain of reactions among the people inside the room. Without a doubt, they were going to decide who was the strongest among them on their trip to Fuji-Q this Saturday. Still, among them, There were still many people who had common sense, and they could only sigh helplessly, but without a doubt, they were also excited about this trip. However, was it his imagination, but could Saki seem to be quite nervous? Anyway, Shishio could talk with Saki later since they would go out together later and talk about this matter since the battle spirit among the girls had reached its peak, and he was afraid they were all going nuts. 456, let's talk about something. Is this the cafe? Saki looked at the modest cafe in front of her and put a cautious expression on her face. She took a deep breath and prepared herself since she knew the moment they entered this face, they might enter a different world. The world that she had never thought she would ever think of entering in the past. However, she was about to enter it now. While Saki was quite curious, she knew she needed to protect him. I have to protect him. Saki made up her mind. Shishio didn't know what Saki was thinking about, but one thing was for sure, this girl might be overthinking. Let's go. Okay. By holding hands, they entered the cafe together. The sound of a chime sounded in the cafe, and they were greeted by several people, but before they finished their greeting, they were stunned. WEL. 3x. Whether it was Masaki Kobayashi, Fumi Yakurimoto, or Ayano-san, a female waitress in the cafe, they looked at Shishio speechlessly. They still remembered how Shishio proclaimed he only loved Shina, yet he came to the cafe again, but with a different girl. While Fumiya bit a towel in jealousy, Masaki welcomed the two of them with a smile and asked, "Where's Mashiro-chan, Shishio-kun?" Fumiya and Ayano quickly shut their mouths and waited for the exciting drama in front of them to unfold. They knew Masaki decided to reveal Shishio, who was known as a scumbag, and they were curious how Shishio and Saki were going to handle this situation. However, Shishio and Saki just sat on the counter seat relaxedly before he said, "She's at home. She should be drawing a manga now." Fumiya and Ayano. Masaki looked at Saki and didn't see much of a change in her expression. He then looked at Shishio thoughtfully and asked, "What do you want to order?" "Iced coffee." "Me too." Saki didn't really want to order something heavy, and iced coffee was enough for her. "You don't want to eat?" Masaki asked. Shishio touched his stomach and said, "It's been a while since I've eaten your Napolitan. I'll get that one too." "Okay." Masaki nodded, then asked with his girly gesture. "What about you?" Saki's lips twitched, and she could tell instantly that this man should be the one that Shishio talked about. Still, Masaki was better than she had imagined since she had thought he would be wearing lipstick and wore a lady dress. However, Masaki only wore a bartender-like uniform with long hair. If Masaki didn't act ladylike, Saki wouldn't think he was a woman in a man's body. "If you have eaten, then you don't need to force yourself. Still, if you're curious, I can share my Napolitan with you later. It has a huge portion after all." Shishio must admit the portion that was given by Masaki for the Napolitan was huge. Last time Shina couldn't finish her Napolitan, and it was he who had to eat the rest. "Okay." Saki nodded and agreed. She had eaten many things with him, whether it was his food or his white liquid, so just sharing food with him was nothing. "Okay, wait for a moment. Masaki walked to the kitchen with a girlish voice before he said, "Oh, right. Did you come because you miss me, Shishio-kun?" "No." Shishio was speechless, but then he asked, "But can I ask you something, Masaki-san?" "Geez. Call me, Marie." Masaki pouted, but then he said, "Okay, but you have to answer my question too, all right?" "Okay." Shishio wasn't sure what kind of question Masaki wanted to ask, but it might be related to Shina, so he didn't really mind. He didn't really hide the fact he was a scumbag, and it didn't really matter even if the whole world knew about it since even if they knew, there was nothing they could do anyway. However, Shishio still wanted to keep the identity of his women secret since he didn't want them to be troubled by his reputation, and he hoped their daily life wouldn't be interrupted by annoying flies. Still, such a problem hadn't appeared and might be impossible to happen since he had mostly controlled the whole school. Anyway, Shishio wasn't going to come to think about this matter. Instead, he came to ask Masaki for a ladyboy since he needed it for his book. As for Fumiya and Ayako-san, the two weren't exactly close with Shishio, so they just greeted him politely like how the other guest was. They had been working at the cafe for a while, and they had met many types of people. While Shishio might be a scumbag, they had seen something worse than him, so they didn't have many expressions besides curiosity. Still, Fumiya was jealous to death. On the other hand, Ayako-san sighed and thought the handsome guy was all a scumbag. However, she must admit his face was really her type. Unfortunately, she had a husband and a boy already, so it was impossible for a relationship to unfold between them. Unless Ayako-san dared to embark on the path without a return. However, it was impossible since Ayako-san didn't have such a deep feeling towards Shishio. Still, if Shishio tried to chase Ayako-san seriously, it might be possible, though. However, it was better to talk about this matter later. Fumiya and Ayako-san didn't say much and waited for Masaki to return since they could eavesdrop on their conversation at that time. While Masaki prepared their order, Saki and Shishio talked to each other. Also, Saki must admit while the owner of this cafe was quite doubtful, this place was quite comfortable, and many people seemed happy to stay in this place. By the way, did you invite everyone to the theme park because of USA? Can you see it? Shishio asked. Isn't it obvious? Saki sighed and asked, he really likes Ritsu, hey. You can see it too. Isn't it obvious? Saki rolled her eyes and sighed again. The only one who hasn't noticed is probably Ritsu herself. She must admit Ritsu was pretty much clueless about romance. Instead of clueless, I think she doesn't care about romance, Shishio said after hearing Saki's words. I don't think so. She's very interested in romance, right? Saki said while looking at Shishio with a thoughtful expression. Cough. Cough. Shishio coughed hard, but then he asked, by the way, don't you want to bring your little sister to the theme park on Saturday? Saki knew Shishio tried to change the topic of the conversation, but she didn't think too much and asked, is that okay? Miu is probably going to bring her little sister without a doubt. When Shishio thought about Miu's little sister's personality, he knew that the little devil would beg Miu while crying to bring her with them. Well, I'll talk with my little sister then. Saki's expression was softened when Shishio told her she could bring her little sister. Shishio looked at Saki and kissed her cheek. Saki was stunned, and with a bright crimson face, she asked, why did you kiss me so suddenly? Sorry, it's just you're so cute before, Shishio said since he must admit that this girl's expression was quite unfriendly. However, when she smiled, she was so cute that he couldn't help but want to tease her. Saki snorted, but she leaned her head on his shoulder. Let's stay together tonight. Okay. Saki smiled when Shishio agreed without hesitation and rubbed her face slightly on his shoulder. Can I ask you something? Unexpectedly, Ayako-san couldn't handle it anymore and came to them while looking at Shishio. Yes. Ayako-san wanted to say something, but no words came out of her mouth, especially when she realized how rude her action was. Luckily, Masaki came and patted her shoulder gently. Let me handle this. You should go to that guest since it seems she needs more water. Ah, yes. Ayako quickly excused herself and walked toward the guest who needed her help. Geez, she's sure impatient. Masaki let out a helpless sigh before he served 2 iced coffees ordered by Shishio and Saki. Here you go. 2 iced coffees. Thanks. 2x. By the way, Shishio-kun, why did you cheat on Mashiro-chan? How can you be such a cute girl? Masaki asked without hesitation, which caused Fumiya and Ayako-san to almost stagger. While the two must admit they were also quite curious, they weren't as rude as Masaki since this guy was blatantly asking Shishio why Shishio became a scumbag. I don't cheat on her, Shishio said calmly. Hey. 3x. Not only was Masaki dumbfounded, but Fumiya and Ayako-san were dumbfounded. But what about this girl? Masaki turned his gaze at Saki. She's also my girlfriend. I date them together with their consent, Shishio said. Fumiya felt the universe spin in his head. He had never encountered this situation and felt his common sense crumble. However, more than anything, he was so jelly. Oh, if you get their consent, then it is all right. Masaki nodded. Fumiya. Is that okay with you? Shishio asked curiously. Masaki smiled and said, don't underestimate me. I have lived longer than you, and I have many experienced, so it isn't my first time seeing a scumbag. However, most of them are harming the women, and they just want the body of the woman, but I hope you don't do something like that since I can see whether it is this girl or Mashiro-chan, they're all good girls, so don't betray their trust, alright. Saki and Shishio looked at Masaki for a moment, and for the first time, they thought this guy was kind of handsome. Without a doubt, if Masaki was a normal guy, this guy would be popular with women. Still, even if this guy was gay, without a doubt, this guy was still popular. Wait a moment here. I'll take out your Napolitan since it is almost ready. Let's continue our talk after that, Masaki said and left for the kitchen. When Masaki left, Saki whispered, he isn't that bad. Right? So just don't judge something by the appearance, Shishio said. Saki nodded and took his words to her heart. However, I must admit everyone also needs to just do something by appearance, Shishio said. Saki was lost for words and asked, just what do you mean? I mean, it just depends on the situation. Also, while we know we shouldn't judge people for their appearance can tell everything about them, so be careful. You're a beautiful girl after all, Shishio said and caressed her back gently. While people often say one shouldn't judge someone by their appearance, it is impossible for one not to do so, especially when you face someone who is holding a gun or knife. When you meet such people, you should run to a safe place instead of trying to get to know them, especially when they are full of anxiety, anger, and other negative emotions. If you don't want to die, just stay away from someone like that. Yeah, I'll be careful, but even if I encounter a dangerous situation again, you'll save me, right? Saki asked with a smile. Of course, Shishio said and kissed Saki's forehead gently. Saki smiled and thought her days were wonderful when Shishio came into her life, and she wanted to be with him from now on, even in the future. 457. Embark your true self. When Masaki was in the kitchen preparing the Napolitan, Fumiya couldn't handle it anymore and approached him. Master, is it really all right? What do you mean? Masaki asked with doubt. I mean, are you not going to say anything about how he has become a scumbag, dating two girls at the same time and hurting them? Fumiya didn't understand why Masaki didn't say anything and just surprisingly accepted the fact that Shishio had become a scumbag. If it was him, he would say 2 or 3 sentences, telling the girl besides Shishio that it was better to date him since he would be loyal and take care of her dearly. After all, Fumiya must admit, even if Saki's expression was quite fierce, she was so beautiful that it caused his heart to skip a beat, especially when her expression was softened. Unfortunately, Fumiya could only look from a distance, and Saki would never be his. He also didn't have the guts to say anything and could only watch Shishio in jealousy. Still, without a doubt, Fumiya felt unacceptable, wondering why Masaki didn't say anything. Is it because he's his type? Fumiya suddenly thought and could only sigh since a handsome guy was really unfair. After all, he also knew Masaki was gay and thought Masaki was quite lenient toward Shishio because Shishio was his type, which was quite understandable in his head. However, Masaki could only laugh. While he didn't know what Fumiya was thinking, he also understood why Fumiya was jealous. Well, Fumiya, you think he's wrong? Of course. Fumiya nodded without hesitation. By the way, I am gay. I like men. Do you think it is wrong? Masaki asked with a smile. Of CO. Fumiya stopped, talking since he knew he had almost said something wrong. You don't need to deny it. It's normal for someone to think that I am wrong since, normally, a couple should be a pair of a man and a woman. The opposite gender loves each other. However, I like a similar gender. Masaki smiled and patted Fumiya's chubby stomach. On the other hand, while Shishio-kun is a scumbag, I can see her girlfriends are happy with him. I think that's the most important thing about love. As long as everyone is happy, it's all right. Whether it is wrong or right, it doesn't really matter when you love someone. It was normal to label something in this country. Everyone had to do something similar to each other, following order, without causing trouble. If there was someone who broke that order, the group would try to isolate that person, turning that person into a loner, or worse, being bullied. Masaki was like that, and it was also the reason why he was being disowned by his family. When he decided to embark on his true self, while he was happy, it was impossible for society to accept it. He could only group up with the people who were being isolated by society, work in the gay bar, and slowly build this cafe. It was also the reason why Masaki didn't want to judge Shishio's way of life, and as long as that person was happy, it was enough. However, Masaki also understood that Fumiya didn't understand, and it was okay since no one asked them to understand. It's okay if you don't understand. He patted Fumiya's shoulder gently and said, after all, even if they break up, that girl won't glance in your direction. He then walked out of the kitchen and brought the Napolitan that Shishio ordered. I'll go out and give him his order first. However, Fumiya didn't hear Masaki's words, and his body petrified, turning grey, before vanishing into ashes since Masaki's words were hurt him so much. Here you go. It's your Napolitan. Thanks. Shishio and Saki ate Napolitan together. Still, it was Saki, who was being fed by Shishio, and she was quite shy and blushing. Is it good? Shishio asked. Saki nodded shyly. Masaki, Ayako-san, and all the female guests could only stare at them enviously. Even if they knew Shishio was a scumbag, they were okay with it since they were happy being fooled by him. Masaki was on the side, biting his handkerchief in tears. However, Shishio decided to ignore Masaki since his presence would lower his appetite. While pouring some Tabasco and Parmesan cheese, Shishio asked, Masaki-san. However, his words were cut by Masaki. Marie. Masaki glared at Shishio. Okay, Marie. Shishio nodded helplessly and asked, can I interview you? Oh. Masaki was surprised and asked, what do you want to interview me for? I want to write a book, and one of the characters is someone like you, Shishio said honestly. What? You want to put a ladyboy as a character in your book? Masaki was even more surprised, but then he frowned and asked, will you put this character in a good light or bad light? The image of the ladyboy in the society wasn't good, so even if he had a good impression of Shishio, he didn't want him to write something bad about a ladyboy, so in case, he wanted to know what kind of character Shishio was going to write this ladyboy character was. As a parent, Shishio didn't dodge Masaki's gaze and said, I want to picture this character as a mother and a father figure. 2 in 1. Saki, who was eating Shishio's Napolitan since it was more delicious than she had thought, was quite dumbfounded. Masaki was also quite surprised, but then he smiled gently. I agree. What are you going to ask? Being a ladyboy in this country wasn't easy, not only because everyone had to be the same and follow the order, so they wouldn't be isolated. However, if they become a ladyboy, without a doubt, they would be isolated and be seen in a strange light from time to time. Then what if the ladyboy became a parent? Would their children be okay? What would they be? A father? A mother? Or both? There were many things that one wanted to ask, but without a doubt, it would be challenging to raise a child when one was a ladyboy. When Shishio said he was going to make the character of the ladyboy a parent, Masaki agreed without hesitation. It might also be because he knew he wouldn't have a family in the future. He opened this cafe and got to know many customers, and they even talked about their problems to him. It might seem like he was kind and gentle, but the truth was, he was also quite lonely. If Masaki could lie to himself, he might not lose his family, and he might even have his family, whether it was a wife or children. However, he couldn't lie, and he had to live alone in loneliness. It was also the reason why he treated everyone kindly, so they would also treat him kindly, so he wouldn't feel lonely. It might seem absurd, but this was how he was, and this was how he lived. Some people might say it was wrong, some people ignore it, and some people might support him. However, it didn't really matter since Masaki didn't ask anything, and he just wanted to live like he wanted to, following his heart. Everyone has their own way. Whether it is Masaki or Shishio, they have their own way. As for the right way, the correct way, and the only way, it does not exist. Still, Masaki was interested in Shishio's interview since Shishio asked him about the experience of a ladyboy when they became parents. He had many friends, and many of them were also ladyboys. Of course, many of them were single without children, but some had children. How can they have a child? Saki asked curiously. There's a sauce on your mouth. Shishio chuckled and wiped the sauce on Saki's lips. Saki was embarrassed, but she obediently let Shishio wipe her lips. While Masaki was jealous of Saki, he answered her question. Well, some of them are being adopted, but many of them are normal, so they have married and even have children. It isn't until later that they try to be true to themselves and become a ladyboy. Is that okay? Is it worth it to abandon a family so they can become themselves? Saki was confused, wondering whether it was worth it to abandon a family so they could be themselves. Masaki became awkward in this situation since it was normal to think it wasn't worth it to become true to themselves with the price of abandoning their family. Even now, he also felt regret that he couldn't visit his father's funeral and could only come to his graveyard when everything ended in silence, alone, without anyone. Still, before Masaki answered, Shishio said, Don't say that, Saki. Not being able to be true to themselves is a scary thing, you know. Scary thing? Saki looked at Shishio in confusion. If I have to say, it's like you're living, yet you're dead. You have to act, you have to lie, and you feel you might feel better to die, Shishio said. Is it so serious? Saki was surprised. It's that serious. 2x. Shishio and Masaki said at the same time. Shishio didn't say much and looked at Masaki, who answered Saki's question. It's like your eyes are blindfolded, your ears are plugged, your nose is pinched, and your mouth is closed. You'll be blind, deaf, mute, and drown. It's a scary feeling that it feels better to die. Masaki must admit that he was glad to embark on his true self, but he would lie if he didn't have regrets. Still, not everyone is strong, and they can't follow you, Marie. Not everyone had the courage to embrace themselves since the price they had to pay expensive. That's true. Masaki nodded and said, it's also the reason why there are many of the ladyboys who become one when they have married. In other words, a middle-aged crisis. Well, there were many reasons why everyone decided to become true to themselves, but let's discuss that matter aside. Saki nodded, and the story she learned was deeper than she had thought. The three talked to each other before Saki asked, what about the job? Isn't it hard to get you to become a ladyboy? Shishio looked at Saki speechlessly. He was the one who wanted to interview Masaki, yet this girl became more curious about the life of the ladyboy. Of course, it's hard. The majority of ladyboys are in poverty, and they can only work in the service industry. If they're lucky, they might receive an inheritance from their parents. If they're talented, they might become an artist or fashion designer. If they're beautiful or handsome, they can work as a model. However, it is impossible for them to get a normal job like in the office or a civil servant. It was important to keep the image of the company and the country. Therefore, it was impossible to hire a ladyboy. Saki nodded and could see how hard the ladyboy was. While her family was hard, she realized there were many people who were living even harder than her. Masaki thought of something, then suddenly smiled. If you're curious, how about you two follow me later after my cafe closes? Where? 2x. The place where the ladyboys are working. Are you not curious? Masaki asked with a mischievous smile. 2x. Shishio and Saki looked at each other, and they made up their minds at the same time. 458, are we at a Halloween party? When the cafe closed, Shishio and Saki were waiting for Masaki to come out. They sat on the motorcycle, waiting for them. Still, Fumiya and Ayako-san looked at Shishio and Saki, who were on their motorcycle, and must admit that they were quite jealous. Sorry to make you wait. Masaki walked out of the alley while pushing his motorcycle. His motorcycle had a black color with a manly design. However, what attracted them the most was his attire, since his clothes were full-body leather tight, which made them quite speechless. You have a nice motorcycle there, Marie. Shishio decided to ignore Masaki's attire and whistled on his motorcycle. You too. I don't expect you to like a cafe racer. Where did you modify it? Masaki asked curiously, since he had a hobby of collecting motorcycles. A deep yet bright yellow color with a tinge of black color around it, giving it a manly yet approachable feeling. I modified it myself. Shishio didn't talk about the details and asked, more importantly, you're not going to take us to a dangerous place, right? Dangerous? Masaki thought for a moment and said, it might be dangerous for you, Shishio-kun, but it should be safe for Saki-chan. Shishio and Saki looked at each other and somehow became even curious. You don't need to worry about him. He has mastered boxing, taekwondo, judo, aikido, and many other martial arts. He has also won many fights, so there shouldn't be anyone who can harm him, Saki said confidently, since she knew how powerful Shishio was. Even Wakatsuki Takeshi, who was known as the Wild Tiger, became a tiger cub in front of him. The champion of the Kengan could only bow his head to him. In other words, Shishio was Saki's Superman. Saki didn't think Shishio would lose to a random thug. She even wanted to tell them he had joined an underground fight, but she kept silent about it since she could see how stupefied they were. Fumiya was silent and thought he was glad that he didn't provoke Shishio. He was glad that he was a pacifist, or else he might be in the world of sorry. Still, even if Fumiya didn't say anything, Shishio noticed everything, but Shishio was too lazy to do anything since he didn't even think of Fumiya as a character that could affect his life. While Masaki was surprised, he said, then, it is good. Let's go to that place now. Where? Saki asked curiously. Ginza. Ginza. 2x. Saki and Shishio looked at each other, and they couldn't hide the shock on their faces. Luckily, they wore face masks, but then again, Masaki told them to follow him since it might take a while to go to Ginza. After the three talked to each other for a while, they said goodbye to Ayako-san and Fumiya before they left. Strangely, watching their backs, Fumiya and Ayako-san somehow wanted to follow the three of them, but it was impossible, especially for Ayako-san, who had a family. I'll go back first. Bye, Fumiya-kun. Fumiya nodded, and said, goodbye Ayako-san. Ayako-san bowed her head and left quietly. Still, Fumiya looked at the night sky illuminated with bright neon lights. The scenery was quite amazing, but even so, he felt lonely since he was alone. He took a deep breath and then shouted, ah! I want a girlfriend. When they arrived at the location, Shishio and Saki looked at the shop in front of them in doubt. The location of the shop was located at the corner of Ginza. However, as a shop that was located in Ginza, it had an elegant and beautiful design as one expected from an upscale shopping area. The name of the shop was Fantasia, and it was written in beautiful Latin. Without a doubt, even if they hadn't entered the shop, they could tell the items sold in the shop would be expensive. You seem to be surprised. Masaki smiled when he looked at their reaction. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, I thought you would bring us to Kabukicho. Kabukicho is a famous entertainment district best known for its adult-oriented nightlife. More importantly, it is located in Shinjuku, which is nearby. On the other hand, Ginza was a famous upscale shopping area. In other words, everything in this place was expensive. It was surprising for Masaki to bring the two of them to Ginza. However, Shishio was alright with it since when he had learned everything, he could go back with Saki to his apartment in Minato, doing something fun together. Well, Kabukicho is a good place too, but it is cheap. There aren't many rich customers there. If I work there, it's impossible for me to build my own cafe, Masaki said with a sigh. What is your job? Saki asked curiously since she knew building a cafe wasn't cheap. She could see Masaki wasn't that old, and with his status as a ladyboy, it was impossible for him to work in the office, so she was quite curious about what kind of job could bring him so much money. Even her father, who was working for the company, was unable to build a cafe. I have brought you here. Can you guess what kind of job I worked before? Masaki asked with a smile. Saki hesitated for a moment and answered, hostess. Bingo. That's right. I was a hostess before, Masaki said with a smile. While Saki was surprised, Shishio didn't feel that much surprised since he knew how profitable the nightlife industry was, especially in the cabaret club. Masaki's job was to accompany people to drink and talk with them. While they may not have had intercourse, his body was touched regardless. However, it was part of his job, and there was nothing he could do, even if he wanted to give his body to someone he loved. Still, Shishio hid behind Saki when Masaki looked at him with a dangerous light. The three hadn't entered. Instead, they talked to each other outside of the shop. There were many people outside, and they attracted attention since their attires were different from the rest, especially when most of the people that walked around in this place were men with business suits. Still, the one who attracted the attention wasn't Shishio or Saki since the two were wearing face masks. The one who attracted the most attention was Masaki, and those men seemed to leer at him from time to time. Shishio shuddered and realized what kind of dangerous place he had come to. He was quite scared and whispered to Saki, Saki, let's go back. He might have realized it before, but he didn't think too much since he thought this was a normal place. However, who would have thought the gazes of the people would be so scary? It gave him a shudder, and he wanted to hug Saki to tend to his fragile heart. But Saki wanted to learn more about this place since she was quite curious, but she also realized the strange atmosphere around this area, and she could also see Shishio was quite frightened. She gulped and asked, Marie, what kind of place is this? She had almost forgotten to ask what kind of place this was, especially after she asked how the hostess was paid. Masaki chuckled and said, you don't need to worry. This place is safe. He then explained their questions and answered them one by one since he could see how they were interested in the side they had never thought of before. The hourly wages of the hostess were extremely low, and it was better to work as a waitress or a cashier in the convenience store instead of a hostess because of low hourly wages. However, unlike the cashier or the waitress, the hostess had a commission. The more their customers bought alcohol and other expensive things in the store, the bigger their commission was. At his peak, Masaki could even get 30 million yen a month. It was an amazing amount of money, especially when the majority of people in this country could only get that amount of money for many years. Still, Saki also knew the potential of being a hostess since she had received an offer in the past when she was working as a bartender. However, she rejected it and ignored those people since it wouldn't be a joke if her school knew what she did. In the worst case, she would be kicked out of the school if the school knew she was working as a hostess in the club. Well, even though Saki also knew the fact that she worked as a bartender, without a doubt, she could be kicked out of her family. It was also the reason why she was glad and loved Shishio so much. However, the fact that she had been troubled with money didn't change, and she was interested in talking about how people could get money. Still, Saki also knew how weird the gaze of the people around, and she could imagine what kind of trouble it would bring if Shishio took off his face mask, so she held his hand and said, don't worry, I'll protect you. Shishio. Shishio wondered why Saki was so handsome today, but he could only nod helplessly. Okay, let's just play here for a while. Great. 2x. Saki and Masaki were happy. While Shishio understood why Saki was happy since he knew she was quite curious about this place, he didn't understand why Masaki was happy. Still, he had learned a lot of Masaki, but then he asked, you know, this place seems expensive. Do we need to pay if we enter? It's okay. You're still underage after all, and everyone here is my friend, so they'll understand, but I hope you can write something good, alright? Make the image of the ladyboy become good. The image of the ladyboy had always been negative in society, and Masaki hoped Shishio could write something that would erase that stigma. I can't give you a promise, but I'll try, Shishio said calmly. That's good. That's what I want to hear. Alright, let's come in. I am sure you have goosebumps when you stand here. Masaki laughed. Shishio stared at Masaki in silence and knew this guy had teased him. However, his heart was well endowed, so he decided to forgive this guy, especially when he heard Masaki's sincere wish. The three entered the shop together, and Masaki greeted everyone excitedly. Girls, I am here. Marie. Why are you here? It's been so long. Your biceps are as good as ever. Shishio couldn't take a single step forward and asked nervously, are we at a Halloween party? 459, haunted house, or another world? Shishio thought he had entered a haunted house. However, he couldn't be blamed since even if this place might not be a haunted house, this place might be even scarier than the haunted house. Even if Masaki hadn't said anything before, Shishio knew this place must be a gay bar, and this was the reason why he had always wanted to go back. While he had imagined what kind of place it was, he must admit while the place was amiable and seemed cozy, the people inside were more like it he had watched them in the past. Even if it came, the people inside this place might even scare the it. Shishio didn't have a doubt about it since he just wasn't sure where to put his eyes. The shop was filled with men only, but some men were wearing business suits, drinking until drunk, and talking happily with the other men who wore beautiful dresses. The man who wore the dress was obviously the ladyboy who worked as a hostess in this shop. Still, if one expected the ladyboy would be beautiful and wasn't that much different from a normal beautiful woman, they had made a big mistake since they weren't beautiful. Instead, they were all manly with muscular bodies, trained after years of going to the gym. If that was the case, one would expect those ladyboys to be manly. However, they made a big mistake again since they weren't manly since they wore thick makeup with lipsticks and a sexy dress, showing the contour of their bodies. While the minority of people loved it, the majority of people thought otherwise. This time, Shishio joined the majority of people, and he was so timid at this moment, afraid of being noticed by a group of savages. While many people could be fooled by their disguises, they couldn't fool him. He knew once he showed his face and smiled at them, he knew he would be raped mercilessly. Shishio knew he was like a poor antelope in front of a group of hungry hyenas. There were only 2 doors that led to the exit. One was at the back door, which was impossible to enter since it was used for the employee. The other was for the customers, but it was surrounded by a group of hyenas. Saki might say she would protect him. However, Shishio doubted whether Saki could really protect him. It wasn't that he doubted her feelings, but in front of overwhelming power, all the resistance was futile. Saki's limbs were thin and soft. Her breasts were also soft and bountiful. However, the hyenas in front of him had thick and muscular limbs. The size of their breasts might not have been lost to Saki, but their breasts weren't soft, and they were like a thick metal plate, firm and rigid. The minority of people might love such breasts, but this time, Shishio was going to stick to the majority. Even Saki was at a loss when she entered the shop for the first time, and she couldn't react, only watching the group of it chatting with Masaki happily, showing how good the relationship between them was. Still, it wasn't surprising. The circle of the ladyboy was small. If they didn't group together, they would be isolated, and they would have a hard time eating. The reason why they could smile and laugh right now was that they were together, but if they were alone, it was hard to say what kind of emotions they would show on their faces right now. After all, before they were ladyboys, they were human. They had various emotions, and of course, they had many negative emotions. Still, even among groups of hyenas, there were groups of flowers too. Unlike the muscular group, there were a group of ladyboys with slender and white skin with a beauty that wasn't much different from a beautiful girl. In terms of beauty, many girls were beaten mercilessly by this group of ladyboys. Shishio somehow realized this place might not be a haunted world. Instead, it might be another world. He was like those RPG-like main characters who were transferred or reincarnated to another world, but he was forced to face an orc and demi-human at the same time. Still, while he might have a lance on his pants, he didn't dare to wield it since he was afraid of the consequences once he dared to trigger the anger of those monsters. Well, Shishio knew he might sound mocking them if he described them as monsters, then this time, he should describe them as fairies, especially when the name of the shop was Fantasia, so this place should be a miracle place where one could live their dreams. Still, for the minority, they might have a good dream in this place. However, Shishio was going to stick with the majority again this time. Masaki talked happily with the girls, showing coquettish gestures while laughing, but their laughs were like a man's, which showed while they might have a heart of a girl, their bodies were still a man's. "Oh my, are you coming here to see me, Marie?" Everyone was attracted by this voice. They quickly turned and saw someone as tall as Masaki, with a rolled French-like princess hairstyle, a beautiful gothic Lolita dress, and a gorgeous fan. However, this person had a stubble, muscular body and manly contour. "Geez. Erika, you're still the same." Masaki sighed as he put his pinky in his mouth. "Who? 2x. Saki and Shishio thought on their minds. "This is Erika. His real name is Kikuchi Etsuo. During my work here, he made me his rival out of nowhere," Masaki explained. Saki and Shishio didn't say anything. While they didn't need Masaki's explanation, they were speechless when Erika only maintained E from his real name. "So, what are you doing here? Is your cafe bankrupt? Do you want to work here again?" Everyone knew Masaki had owned his cafe, and it was impossible for him to work in this place again unless his cafe was bankrupt, so they wondered whether his cafe was bankrupt, and he decided to return. "Hey, if you're going to return, I'll order more." "Yes, take out Dom Perignon to celebrate Marie's return." "Isn't that a bit too cheap? How about we order the champagne tower?" The shop became even more excited and became wilder, with the customers screaming one by one to order more expensive drinks since they could celebrate Masaki's return. Saki was stupefied when she heard how expensive the Dom Perignon and the champagne tower were since she worked in the bar in the past, so she whispered to Shishio and asked, "Are those people rich?" "Well, they should be well off, but even so, it is still expensive to order those types of alcohol," Shishio answered. "So how can they? Is that okay?" Saki asked with doubt. "It should be okay. They usually put a tab for this type of consumption in their companies, and their companies will pay for them," Shishio whispered. "Hey? Is that okay? Isn't that embezzlement?" Saki was dumbfounded. While Saki was surprised, Shishio answered her calmly. He knew from his business mastery how many people in this country would use the money of their companies to enjoy this kind of treatment in the name of entertaining the clients. It was something common, and it was impossible to erase. However, as long as one could bring enough benefit to the company and this much consumption was nothing. The company could even buy them houses, cars, and many others. Still, if they couldn't bring enough benefit and they were found out doing this kind of thing blatantly, without a doubt, they would be fired and put into prison, losing everything, whether it was their social life, wealth, or any others. Some of them might even commit suicide, but this wasn't the time to discuss this matter. While Masaki was happy that they were happy with his visit, he explained he didn't come to return, and everything was alright with his cafe. However, since the customers had ordered, they couldn't take back their order. "So, what's wrong?" Erika asked. "I want to bring my friends since they're curious about this place," Masaki said. "Friends?" Then they quickly noticed Saki and Shishio. While they wore face masks, they could tell the two should be beautiful and handsome. They ignored Saki, and their eyes turned bright red when they saw Shishio. Shishio shuddered, and Saki quickly stood in front of Shishio, raising both of her arms like a hen protecting her chick from the wolf. "Oh, little girl, we're not interested in you. We're just curious about your boyfriend. Yeah, it's your first time to come here, right? Why don't we get to know each other better? Let's become friends." Shishio might have known this place was dangerous, but this place was more dangerous than he had thought. They didn't do anything illegal, and they didn't harm his body, so it was impossible to beat them up. However, his mind was on the verge of breaking, and he wanted to beat everyone in this place somehow. "Hey, don't tease him." Masaki also tried to stop everyone from going berserk and said, "He's coming to ask us about our life and write them into a story." "What?" Everyone was surprised and looked at Shishio. Shishio nodded, then calmly told everyone about his intention. He didn't come with bad intentions. He came with good intentions, trying to erase the stigma of the ladyboys, so he hoped they wouldn't attack him. Everyone was surprised and moved by Shishio. They brought him to the side, and they talked to each other about their lives. Shishio and Saki didn't take off their face masks since they were still underage, and they were afraid the school might trouble them if they knew they had come to this place. Everyone believed in them, and they also didn't mind, showing an amiable attitude from the beginning to the end. Still, even if Shishio didn't take off his face mask, they were all in a daze, and they wanted to rush to attack him. However, Masaki had become his bodyguard, protecting himself from any harm while hoping he could make him fall in love. Unfortunately, Shishio was normal, and that fact wouldn't change no matter how many times he was reincarnated. Their conversation was unexpectedly interesting, especially when everyone in the place was excited about the champagne tower and Masaki, who started to dance in the middle of the stage. Shishio and Saki. With the hazy, lazy, and sexy music, everyone was excited, but then, someone suddenly attracted their attention. "Lucy, please receive this." Shishio and Saki turned and saw a man in his 30s, bowing his head, trying to give a letter to one of the ladyboys. The two were in silence and thought they were riding on the roller coaster without a belt. They could be thrown out anytime, yet they must admit this place was quite fun. 460, dangerous roller coaster. Their emotions turned high and low instantly. It would have been alright if this happened in a different situation, but this happened when they were in this place. Saki and Shishio had mixed feelings about their hearts, but they must admit they were curious about how the drama in front of them was going to unfold. The man in the business suit seemed to be nervous as he tried to give his letter to the ladyboy. The ladyboy was muscular, especially in the chest area. Those pecs were even bigger than Saki, which made her speechless. Still, even if the man didn't say anything, Shishio and Saki could tell the content of the letter was without a doubt a love letter. The man in the business suit decided to confess his love to the ladyboy with a love letter. However, unlike what one imagined, the ladyboy seemed to be uncomfortable and seemed even disgusted. "Oh ho!" Watching the expression of the ladyboy, Shishio could tell the man in the business suit wasn't as simple as it seemed. He wouldn't be surprised if the man stalked the ladyboy for so long before he dared to confess. While he could tell what the result of the confession would be, he must admit he felt strange to see a ladyboy have such an expression. Shishio thought the ladyboy would have a hard time getting a partner, but it seemed that wasn't the case. While everyone, whether it was Masaki, customers, Saki, or the others, was curious about how this drama was going to unfold, Shishio prepared for the worst, considering one would become irrational when they were involved in love. Still, unexpectedly the ladyboy accepted the love letter after a moment of hesitation, causing the man to bloom in a smile. However, the ladyboy took out the letter and started to read it out loud. Lucy, I can't forget you in my heart. You're the flower in my heart. I can't sleep and eat because of you. You're my light. Oh, Lucy, your pecs are so beautiful. I want to rub my face and hold you every day. Shishio had a shudder when he heard the love letter, watching Lucy, the ladyboy, who kept reading the love letter. Flower? Shishio felt Lucy was a gorilla. He wasn't sure how the man could love someone like Lucy, especially when he could see how decent the man was. The man had a neat suit, a shiny head, bald, and a slightly bulging stomach. Without a doubt, he was an elite in society. However, even if one was an elite in society, it didn't mean they didn't have darkness in their hearts. Everyone was human, whether they were the president, the richest man on earth, the king, or even the elite people who could look down on the majority of people in this world. Yet, they still had negative feelings, trouble, and other things that one couldn't imagine. Maybe, Lucy was the man's solace, but the way the man courted Lucy was wrong. Or maybe Lucy had someone he loved, but it didn't really matter since Shishio could see how Lucy wanted to embarrass this man in front of everyone in this place. Or does he want him to give up by embarrassing him? Shishio wasn't sure, and he wasn't going to say who was wrong or right in this situation since he didn't know what was happening between them. Be my girlfriend, Lucy. Lucy ended the letter. Then the whole shop was filled with laughter. Everyone was laughing hard when they heard the letter read by Lucy. The truth, some of them were already laughing, but they kept holding it until the end of the letter, so when she finished reading, everyone was laughing hard. Well, part of the reason Lucy's sweet yet deep voice when she read the letter was funny, so everyone was laughing, but without a doubt, they couldn't help but laugh at the man who gave a love letter to Lucy. Nice, love letter. Can you write me too? Ha ha ha, I want to rub my face on your pecs too, Lucy. How cute. Many of them were also drunk, so their laughter became louder and louder. In this shop, everyone just wanted to relax from the stress of their work, so when something funny happened, they laughed without thinking even if the cause of that laugh wasn't something good. It might seem weird, but people feel better when they see someone worse than them. They felt their lives were good, and they could continue to work harder since they didn't want to become like those failures. The man who was being laughed at didn't say anything and just lowered his head. Oh, my god. Shishio didn't laugh and covered his face with his hands. He knew something terrible was about to happen. He might not have evidence, but his intuition told him so. After all, he had a danger intuition he received in the past, and he also knew how irrational one could be when one was affected by love. What's wrong, Shishio? Saki asked in a whisper. She didn't laugh since she didn't feel the scene in front of her was funny, but she was still affected by the herd effect. Shishio could see Saki's eyes were smiling, but she quickly recovered when she noticed his strange reaction. He had to sigh and thought the herd effect was really powerful since as long as their one decided to join the group, even if something wasn't funny or one might do something stupid, they would do the same since everyone did the same. Even though many rich people or politicians often stood in front of many people and had massive confidence, they could still be affected by a herd effect. Saki, who was just a normal high school girl, could also be affected by the herd effect. If Shishio wasn't by her side, Saki might even laugh with everyone now. Still, Shishio wondered why Lucy did this. Wasn't it better to do it alone, so the man wouldn't be agitated or angry? However, when Shishio thought about it calmly, he could see how disgusted Lucy was with this man, so the man might have done this several times, and she might have rejected her several times. Still, the man didn't give up and kept stalking and did something worse and worse, so in the end, Lucy could only do this by embarrassing him in front of everyone, so the man would give up. Shishio wasn't sure, but hopefully, nothing happened tonight. Hey Lucy, you haven't given him an answer. Give him an answer. Hearing those words, everyone laughed harder. Lucy looked at the man in front of him with a determined expression and said, Sorry, I reject your confession, and please don't bother me again. Ha ha ha. Everyone had expected this, but they couldn't help but clap their hands and laugh happily. Lucy let out a sigh inwardly since he knew he had hurt this man, but what could he do? This man was just too disgusting. Lucy was clear he was beautiful, and it was normal for him to be confessed to, but this man was too much. Not only had this man stalked him from time to time, but his panties were also even stolen by him. His house had even rummaged once, which made him scared. The man also had confessed to him several times, but Lucy rejected him many times. Frankly, he didn't think too much about his partner's appearance, and as long as his partner had a good heart, he was okay with it. However, this man was a married man. Not only did this man have a wife, but he also had children. With such a happy family, what's the point of confessing to him? Lucy couldn't destroy someone else's family with his beauty, so he rejected the man. Still, the man was too persistent to hear his confession, so in the end, this was the only thing he could do. He hoped by embarrassing him. Finally, the man would give up and stop following him before returning to his family. However, Lucy underestimated the irrationality of someone who was blinded by love. With Lucy embarrassing him in front of many people, the man had lost his face. Not only was his love rejected, but his pride was insulted. Right now, he was filled with anger by Lucy's action, and with his state of mind, he was almost crazy. Under the dim light, a gleam of a silver light suddenly appeared and was about to move toward Lucy. However, everyone was too busy laughing, and they didn't realize what was happening until suddenly a glass was thrown in the direction of the gleam of the silver light. Arg! The sound of the breaking glass and the sound of a metallic object dropping to the ground stunned everyone. They couldn't react for a while before Shishio shouted, "Stop the man! He's going to kill Lucy!" Everyone quickly reacted, especially when they saw the man was about to pick up the knife again. Even if their hearts were women, their bodies were male. They could protect themselves, especially with such a thick and meaty body. "The hell are you doing? Catch him! Bastard!" They had lost their charming voice, and their voices were like a thundering noise. Lucy quickly reacted by hugging the man from behind and doing a German suplex. The man was hit by the German suplex and moaned in pain. Lucy was an ex-pro wrestler, but he embarked on his true self. However, the skill he honed for many years hadn't been lost, and he quickly captured the man. However, this wasn't the end since everyone quickly jumped and pinned the man to the ground. The other quickly put the knife far away from the position. Everyone who was drunk also quickly sobered since they knew how serious the situation in front of them was. Saki's heart was beating fast since even if she had seen Shishio fight, it didn't mean she had seen someone killed. Her body trembled, but then she was hugged by Shishio. "Calm down. Everything is all right." Shishio hugged Saki tightly and kissed her hair gently. Saki quickly calmed down and also hugged him tighter, sniffing his scent to calm herself since what had happened before stunned her. Luckily, Shishio was there, or else. Saki rubbed her face and thought she really loved him. Shishio looked at Masaki, who also joined in apprehending the man, and sighed in relief since he was able to stop the trouble. Still, he really felt this trip was like the feeling when he rode on a roller coaster but without a safety belt. Also, Shishio definitely won't come to this place again. 461, what are they doing? Stop! Stop! Don't beat him so much. You'll kill him. Also, take off his clothes since he might have a weapon on his clothes. Shishio shouted loudly since he didn't want the people here to become a killer. In the worst case, the shop might be closed, which wasn't a good thing. Also, there was a superstition that a place where someone was killed would bring misfortune, so if they wanted to kill the man, it was better not to do it in this shop. Everyone's mind exploded and was tense since they didn't expect someone to almost kill their friend. Still, while the group of the ladyboys was furious, they also knew it was impossible to kill someone, especially when they heard Shishio's words. In the end, as Shishio had said, they just beat up and made the man naked in the shop, playing a wrestling game with him. However, Shishio didn't join and walked out of the bar quietly with Saki. He felt his eyes were burning just to stay in this place, so he wanted to go out. Still, was it his imagination, but the man seemed happy when he was beaten by many ladyboys? Shishio wasn't sure, but he wanted to go out now. Saki also didn't say anything, holding his hand tightly, afraid to be away from him. Still, Shishio didn't just escape. Instead, he walked to Masaki and patted Masaki's shoulder, then said, "Marie, we'll go back." Masaki was stunned and also quickly awoken when he heard Shishio. He didn't hesitate to nod and said, "Let me send you out." He also knew it was better for Shishio to go back since he knew the situation would be troublesome after this. There was a man who attempted to kill Lucy. If the situation wasn't troublesome, then what would it be? Luckily, Shishio's reaction was so fast, which made Masaki stunned and even more dumbfounded when Shishio could throw a glass so accurately at the hand of the man that held the knife, causing him to drop the knife and giving everyone a chance to apprehend him. Masaki knew Shishio was the MVP tonight, and if Saki wasn't there, Lucy might lose his life. The three walked out quietly since everyone was still busy teaching the man a lesson. As for whether they might call the police or not, it had nothing to do with Shishio or Saki since they just wanted to go back. Tonight's experience was so exciting that they didn't really want to go out for a week. It was better to stay together at home, snuggling and playing their wrestling game together. "Thank you for that before, Shishio-kun. If you're not there." Masaki shuddered when he thought he would lose one of his friends. "It's okay. I also don't want to see someone die in front of me." Shishio could also imagine how troublesome it was when someone was killed in the shop. While he could handle this problem, especially with his family connection, he wasn't sure how to explain it to his family. After all, he came to the gay bar, and without a doubt, he might tarnish the name of his family since his family was still a conservative family. While his deeds dating many girls might be forgiven, it would be different if his family knew he came to this kind of place. Masaki laughed, but Saki could only show a bitter smile. I'll go back first. It's quite late, and we're tired, Shishio said while holding Saki's hand. Masaki nodded and said, you don't need to worry. We can take care of the rest. He wouldn't trouble Shishio again since he knew if it wasn't because of him, Lucy might have lost his life, and the Fantasia might be closed because of the murder incident. However, when Saki and Shishio wanted to go back, a group of ladyboys walked out of the Fantasia in a hurry. Wait a moment. Hey, don't leave first. Let us give you a reward. Yet. Let me kiss you to save me. Lucy cried since he felt he had fallen in love. His pecs were moving up and down, showing years of hard work. He felt he had to reward his prince, or else he would feel uncomfortable. While it was impossible to give his heart, it was possible to go to the hotel for a night. Shishio and Saki were in silence, and they saw a group of ladyboys running in their direction. It was their first time encountering such a situation, and it was like being chased by a group of velociraptors. While there wasn't a Jurassic Park in this world, Shishio realized the feeling of crisp pat right now. He didn't hesitate to carry Saki in his arms and said, grit your teeth and hold me tight. Kaie. Saki subconsciously hugged Shishio's neck. Masaki, stop them for me. Call me, Marie. Shishio didn't care and ran as fast as he could. It. Shishio and Saki looked at each other before they laughed hard, thinking tonight was a night they would remember for the rest of their lives. After what had happened, Shishio and Saki didn't return. Instead, they stayed in his penthouse in Minato. They stayed together and had a long night together without hesitation since Saki's mind was tense. Even if the group of velociraptors had diverted her attention, it would be lying if she didn't feel scared. However, she calmed down since her entire body was tired after being eaten by Shishio. The bed was a mess, the room smelled a lewd smell, and there were many wet marks from Saki's honeypot. Saki flushed red with the mess she had caused before she looked at Shishio, who drank water before reaching his back slowly. Shishio felt his back was touched, so he turned and asked, "Are you thirsty?" Saki blushed again when she saw his face since it reminded her of how crazy she was before, but she nodded and sat gently next to him, drinking the mineral water from the same bottle Shishio had drank before. You should rest. Shishio patted her shoulder. Saki pulled the blanket and wrapped her body around it before she leaned on his shoulder, watching the scenery of Tokyo Bay through the window. Shishio, can I ask something? What's wrong? Why did that guy decide to stab Lucy even if he loved him? Saki asked. Even if she couldn't understand how two similar genders could fall in love with each other, she felt the feeling of love should be similar to each other. The man should be in love with Lucy, yet how could he try to kill Lucy? Haha. Shishio smiled as he caressed Saki's hair. It might not be love. Then. It's an obsession. While the difference is obvious, the people who feel that feeling can't differentiate it since you should also understand what kind of irrational thing love can do to someone, right? Saki agreed since she knew what kind of crazy thing love could do. It might be love, yet it might not be. Instead, it might be an obsession, but anyway, she was sure she was in love with Shishio. Also, Saki must agree that love made her become irrational. If she wasn't in love with him, it would have been impossible to let him date many girls together. Still, Shishio also knew what the man could do was also possible to be done by his girlfriends. His chances of being stabbed were high. As for whether he would be alright or not, it wasn't a problem he could answer since he had never encountered such a problem. As a precaution, he felt it was impossible to prepare since who could predict someone's heart? If one could, there might not be a conflict in this world. However, if possible, Shishio didn't want to live in such a world where everyone could see inside your heart. He could feel it would be horrible to live such a life. While he was in the middle of a thought, he heard a gentle breath from her side. He saw Saki sleeping on his shoulder, soundly, without a sign to wake up. Shishio smiled and took her to sleep together. The next day, everyone in the literature club listened to the story that was narrated by Shishio. Saki was on his side and nodded from time to time, causing her hair to braid to sway slightly. However, everyone was lost for words since they didn't expect the two would meet for such an experience last night. Fortunately, you can stop the man, or else. While they were curious, their expression also turned slightly pale when they thought about how someone was almost killed in front of them. Also, they were quite curious about the gay bar. Did you take a photo? Or do you have a plan to go there? I did take a photo, Shishio said since he had taken the photos of the Fantasia, whether it was inside or outside last night secretly, without anyone noticing. Really? Shishio didn't say much and took out his camera, so everyone could see the photos of his adventure with Saki. Everyone was curious, and they couldn't help but marvel at the scene that showed in the photos. Everyone seemed to be having fun, Miu said in surprise and could see everyone was having fun. It isn't that they have to have fun, but they have to have fun, Shishio said. Hey. Miu was confused. However, Saki answered Miu's confusion since she knew even if everyone in the shop smiled happily, it was their duty to do so. Even if they were on a bad day, crying, sad, or any other, they had to smile in front of the customers so everyone could have fun. Looking at the smiling ladyboys in the photo, somehow, they felt a strange contradiction. They were smiling and laughing, yet no one really knew what they felt inside. However, everyone agreed that they must admire the determination of the ladyboys in their works. They continued to talk before the time passed and before it was time to go home. However, Shishio didn't go back immediately since he had to go to the club. It was a Wednesday, the day he had to go to the service club. As he walked to the service club, Shishio happened to meet Hikigaya. Hikigaya-senpai. In his usual lifeless expression, Hikigaya halted his step and nodded. Yo. Shishio didn't care about Hikigaya's return and said, let's go to the club together. Hikigaya looked at Shishio for a moment and nodded. The two didn't say anything and just walked together, talking about the development of the civil servant. While the income of the civil servant might not be as much of those who were working in the companies, without a doubt, it was the most stable job that one could choose. Also, the overtime wasn't as serious as those who worked in the companies. They also started to wonder whether there was a job that didn't force them to work too long yet had an enormous income. As they talked, they saw Yui and Yuki Nashida standing in front of the club room, seemingly peeking through the gap of the door of the service club room. They looked at each other for a moment, and there was a similar question on their minds. What are they doing? 2x. 462, The Battle That Shakes the World. Shishio and Hikigaya stopped when they saw Yuki Nashida and Yui standing there, suspiciously, peeking through the gap in the club room. Senpai, what are you doing? Shishio asked. Yuki Nashida and Yui were startled, but then they sighed in relief when they saw Shishio was there. Oi! Hikigaya let out a complaint inside his heart when he noticed they seemed to ignore him, but he didn't think too much since he had gotten used to it. However, he must admit, he was quite curious about what the two girls were doing since they didn't enter the club room. Is there a ghost or something? Shishio looked at Hikigaya for a moment, but he didn't say much. He didn't look at him for a weird reason or anything. It was just because he was surprised Hikigaya could start to joke and join the conversation normally. Even if they didn't say anything, the people who saw them would think they were friends. Still, Shishio wouldn't say something like that since he must admit it was quite cringing to say they were friends now. Instead, he didn't need to say anything since he knew a friend was something like that. There was no need to say much, and you would understand each other. Still, it might be because they often talked about a job that didn't force them to work overtime yet gave them a stable amount of income. However, they knew in this country that working overtime had become part of the culture. It was impossible to escape from it. If they wanted to escape from it, the only possible way was to have a wealthy older lady support them and become a household husband. Still, the path of the household husband wasn't as easy as it seemed. It was a thorny path that was difficult to walk, especially when one was living in this patriarchal society. However, when one thought of how booming the host club in this country was, Shishio and Hikigaya knew the chance of one becoming a household husband was bigger than one could imagine. The only thing that they needed to do was to find a rich lonely woman. It might seem hard for Hikigaya. However, Shishio felt it wasn't as hard as Hikigaya thought. If Shishio gave a comparison, it was like when one wanted to buy furniture at the furniture shop. It was something normal and something right. However, what if they bought them in the restaurant? It was wrong, right? After all, the restaurant didn't sell furniture. It was the same as searching for a girl. If you wanted to get a good girl, it was impossible to get them in the nightclub. You need to go to the right market if you want to get the right girl. Their case was also similar. If they wanted to get a wealthy lady to support them, they also needed to go to the right place. Shishio then looked at Yuki Nashida and thought he had found the right market if he wanted to become a household husband. There's some suspicious guy inside, Shishio. Yui said with an uneasy expression. Shishio. 3x. Shishio, Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya looked at Yui at the same time. Ah, it's your nickname. It's cute, right? Tee. Yui knocked her head lightly while sticking out her tongue. Cough. Shishio coughed and said, well, let me check it. After last night's incident, he had become quite wary when one mentioned a suspicious guy. While he knew one shouldn't have this preconception. However, after what had happened last night, he needed time to slowly erase this preconception. Also, Shishio must admit his nickname was quite nice. Still, Shishio stood in front of the two girls and opened the door of the service club without hesitation. With the sound of the door being opened, someone was there. This person stood still in the empty classroom alone with a cool gesture, according to his imagination. While it might be a coincidence, intentionally, or might be the will of God, the wind scattered the papers as if trying to show the extraordinary of this person. In other words, who is he? Shishio suddenly held his head as he almost got into character. Chiyunabu, what a dangerous thing. He almost got scared by the hidden personality inside his mind, and he was afraid if he unsealed it, something that couldn't be imagined might appear in this world. What's wrong? Yuki Nashida asked worriedly since she saw him holding his head suddenly. It's okay. I am all right. However, the conversation between Shishio and Yuki Nashida didn't seem to be heard by the man. Instead, the man seemed to giggle as if he had found his trusted comrade that he hadn't seen for eons. To think we'd meet in a place like this. Then, crossing his arms while showing a smug expression, he shouted, I have grown tired of waiting, Hikigaya Hachiman. He raised his hands high, showing a cool gesture that didn't lose to a Kamen rider with an imaginary magic circle that appeared below him. However, Shishio, Yuki Nashida, Ui, and Hikigaya could only stand in silence and didn't say anything before subconsciously looking at Hikigaya at the same time since his name was called. Is this your friend? 3x. Hikigaya could see the expression of the three people beside him, but he wanted to tell them that it was all a misunderstanding and the man inside the room wasn't his friend. After all, he didn't have a friend. However, it was too sad to admit something like that, so he just acquiesced to their misunderstanding. Is he your friend, senpai? Shishio asked. Nope. When Hikigaya was asked, he answered without hesitation. I wouldn't know this guy even if I did. Still, in the end, his emotion beat his reasoning, and he rejected the fact he was friends with this guy. To think you'd forget the face of your partner. The man raised his imaginary katana and shouted in anger. You're despicable, Hachiman. He said partner, you know. Ui said while looking at Hikigaya. That's right, partner. You should remember it as well. That hellish time we spent as we ran together every day. The man shouted even louder. We just ended up being paired together in the gym. Hikigaya had given up. He showed his life had ended and just wanted this torture to end as soon as possible. Humph. The man showed dissatisfaction and a hint of depression. It's an evil custom, telling people to pair up with whoever they like. He laughed so hard that he almost cried before he clenched his fist. I know not when this life of mine shall end. I can't possibly feel affection for another. Everyone. Hikigaya let out a tired sigh, decided to give up, and said, What do you want, Zamokuza? So he is someone Hiki knows. Who is he? The two girls looked at Hikigaya and asked him that question together. Shishio didn't say anything, and he felt he was being provoked. This should be his identity, yet someone tried to steal it. While the previous Shishio Oga might have disappeared, his memory, soul, and everything still resided inside him. He just couldn't overlook seeing someone come up with such a setting on his turf. Still, Shishio had graduated from Chiyunibu, and he didn't have a hobby to become one, yet his body was burning and screaming. However, his willpower was quite strong, and he just stared at Zamokuza in silence. I am the sword master, Zamokuza Yoshitoru. Zamokuza resheathed his imaginary sword as he introduced himself. Everyone. Doesn't this friend of yours has some business with you? Yuki Nashida asked. He isn't my friend. Hikigaya denied it fervently. He is correct. I don't have any of these so-called friends, Zamokuza said proudly before he murmured, I am seriously alone. He cried slightly before he quickly jumped and pointed his finger at Hikigaya. Speaking of which, this is the service club, right, Hachiman? While Hikigaya was surprised, Yuki Nashida nodded and said, Yes, this is the service club. However, Zamokuza didn't say anything, staring at Yuki Nashida for a moment before he quickly turned toward Hikigaya. As I suspected. Then if the advice that Ms. Hirotsuka gave was true, Hachiman, thou hath an obligation to grant mine wish, correct? Even across the passing eons, for the relation of master to the servant to remain must be because of the great Bodhisattva Hachiman's guidance. He nodded, showing smugness and happiness on his face. The club isn't really here to grant your wish. We will only help you, Yuki Nashida corrected Zamokuza's mistake calmly. Zamokuza was silent before he looked at Hikigaya again. I see. Hachiman, lend me a hand then. He was full of sweat, showing nervousness. Now that I think about it, we share a relationship of equality. Why don't we once again grasp the world in our hands like we once did? What happened to the previous relationship between a servant and a master? Hachiman asked helplessly. Done. 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 Between you and me, something trivial like that doesn't really matter, so I'll allow it in the special case. Zamokuza couldn't continue since he was nervous about being stared at by Yuki Nashida and Ui in silence. However, a savior happened, and he patted the shoulders of Yuki Nashida and Ui. Yukino-senpai, Uegama-senpai, you shouldn't stare at him too much. He's going to get nervous, Shishio said. Why is he nervous? Yukinashita asked, feeling clueless. Well, according to my observation, he isn't used to talking to beautiful girls, Shishio said. Yukinashita and Ui stared at Shishio in silence, and there was a light blush on their faces since Shishio praised them as beautiful girls. I am not nervous. Zamokuza quickly denied Shishio's accusation fervently before he pointed his finger at Shishio, showing grief and jealousy that couldn't be hidden from his face. I know you. You're the demon who has seduced many innocent girls. Even if the world and heaven might have forgiven you, I, Zamokuza Yoshiteru, won't forgive you. Right now, there were tears in his eyes, especially when he thought about his single and lonely life. He just couldn't forgive this guy who was so popular among girls even if they knew he was a scumbag. Even if Zamokuza died, he wouldn't forgive Shishio no matter what. Shishio, Yukinashita, and Ui. However, Hikigaya was amazed, and if possible, he wanted to clap his hands to Zamokuza since Zamokuza was able to do something that one couldn't do. He also wanted to do the same, but when he thought about Shishio's fighting ability, he decided to shut his mouth. I see. Shishio looked at Zamokuza and asked, You're Zamokuza Yoshitoru, right? Do you know what it means to become my enemy? Gulp. Zamokuza only realized it, but he realized Shishio's body was taller and well-built. Zamokuza had even heard Shishio's result of his physical test was the strongest ever and even matched the top-class athlete. What should I do? Zamokuza must admit he was scared. Wait. Hikigaya was also scared, but he tried to stop Shishio. However, unexpectedly, the development had reached something that one couldn't imagine. Before we become enemies, answer my question. What? Zamokuza asked Shishio nervously. The aura around Shishio started to change. It was as if everyone had to bow down before him. It was as if he had become a king. No, it should be a lord in this country. If powerlessness is a sin, then is power justice? Is revenge a sin? Is friendship enough for justice? Shishio's black eyes gleamed for a moment while Zamokuza and Hikigaya didn't understand the reason they felt their blood was boiling. Still, Zamokuza knew this was his time to shine. Zamokuza gritted his teeth and said, There is neither sin nor justice. All that remains as bait is the truth known as death. Hikigaya clenched his fist, feeling frustrated since he couldn't join. I see. Shishio's voice was strangely calm, accepting Zamokuza's answer. Then, I shall leave you behind the truth. He made a gesture before pointing his hand like he was the lord of this world. Lelich 6 Britannia commands you. You, Zamokuza, tell me your problem. Zamokuza opened his mouth and closed his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he felt his throat choke. He was full of tears before he bowed down and put his hand on his chest, showing a night bow to Shishio. Yes, your highness. He was a lone swordsman, yet now he had a lord he could serve. How could he not shed tears in his eyes? Hikigaya was also in tears and also wanted to do the same. However, Yukinashita and Ui were silent, and there was only one question on their minds. What's happening? 2x. 463, Chiyunobu's request. The three boys were having fun with each other, but a cough sounded, and it was like cold water was poured on the top of their heads. What are you doing? Yukinashita asked calmly while staring at the two boys and one man. Hikigaya and Zamokuza instantly lowered their heads, and their faces were burning red in shame. Still, they wanted to kowtow to Shishio when they heard his voice. It's something that you, women, won't understand. Shishio shook his head while showing a lonely expression. Ui and Yukinashita weren't sure, but they wanted to beat this guy up. However, Hikigaya and Zamokuza must admit this guy was really their highness. Hey, stop hitting me. While Ui and Yukinashita seemed to hit him, it was like a light massage on Shishio's arms. Shishio even used this chance to touch their bodies slightly from time to time, without the two girls noticing. While this situation might humiliate him slightly, he decided to bear it for a moment since, in the future, they would have their karma. As for what kind of karma it was, Shishio didn't need to explain it, right? Still, watching him being surrounded by two girls, Hikigaya and Zamokuza must admit while heaven and earth could forgive Shishio, they wouldn't forgive him no matter what. This was the vow of a single guy. After the two girls were satisfied, they started to discuss Zamokuza's problem. However, before that, there was a question that Yukinashita wanted to ask, so what's that swordmaster thing? Also, what's that exaggerated act? While Zamokuza's act made her slightly strange, Shishio's act made her interested, and her body trembled since it was so real. Are you going to become a voice actor again in Misaki-senpai's anime? Hearing Yukinashita's last question, the three people quickly turned their attention towards Shishio, especially Zamokuza, since his eyes were burning with an exciting flame. Cough. Cough. Before we talk about what I am doing, let me explain Zamokuza's condition. Shishio coughed and said, while there's no formal name, I like to call this situation a Chiyunibu. Chiyunibu. 4x. The term Chiyunibu wasn't familiar to the ears of the people in 2005, so they looked at Shishio curiously. Still, while the name of the Chiyunibu sounded quite cute or even cool on the ears of people, in the end, it was just a delusional syndrome where one loved to pretend to be the character they loved. In Zamokuza's case, it was a sword master. His name happened to be similar to the 13th shogun of the Muromachi shogunate, Ashigaka Yoshitoru, so it gave him this setting. On the other hand, Hikigaya had a name similar to the god of war revered by Seiwa Genji, Hachiman Bodhisattva. As for Shishio. Cough. Cough. It was better not to discuss his dark history. That's how it is. It's not a disease or anything, Shishio said. I don't understand. Ui frowned and even felt crept out by Zamokuza's act. Looking at Ui's reaction, Shishio thought only a handsome guy could pull off the act of Chiyunibu. He nodded and thought he had learned a lot since it seemed he wasn't disgusted. Yukinashita nodded and said, in other words, they become absorbed in the setting they create for themselves as if it were a drama, right? Pretty much. Shishio nodded. Then what about your case? Yukinashita asked. Well, let's just say I want to lighten up the mood. Shishio just smiled and didn't say anything afterward. Yukinashita and Ui seemed to be quite unsatisfied, but they didn't say anything since they could see they wouldn't be able to get an answer from his mouth. Still, Yukinashita also knew it was time to handle the request of Zamokuza. Still, who is this Lelich 6 Britannia? Hikigaya asked since he must admit Shishio's setting was cool. Also, it was his first time hearing Shishio had become a voice actor. While Hikigaya was curious, he wondered whether it was alright to ask him this question. On the other hand, Zamokuza was so excited, and his body was like a barrel of a bomb, seemingly wanting to ask Shishio a lot of questions, but Shishio's Raijuyu aura made him feel intimidated. Ui and Yukinashita also looked at Shishio curiously. Let's discuss this matter aside since I am sure Zamokuza-senpai has something that he wants to ask us, right? Shishio decided to put everyone's attention on Zamokuza. Yukinashita didn't force Shishio and also looked at Zamokuza. I somewhat get it now. Your request is for us to cure your mental problems, right? Yukinon, be careful. He's dangerous. Ui tried to tell Yukinashita to be careful. However, Yukinashita didn't think Zamokuza was dangerous. Instead, she felt this guy might be as weak as a flea, especially when someone who stood right beside her could fight against someone who was as huge as a truck. Also, compared to a Chiyunibu, being with a scumbag was more dangerous, right? Still, Zamokuza felt overwhelmed by the two girls since it had been a while since he talked with an opposite gender besides his mother and the convenience store cashier. He looked around before deciding to ask Shishio for help. Your Highness, please lend this loyal follower your wisdom. Shishio had been picking up a piece of paper on the ground, looked at Zamokuza, and said, you don't need to say anything. I know what you want to ask. Oh. Your Highness. Zamokuza seemed excited when Shishio followed his setting. Are you aware of his request? Yukinashita looked at Shishio curiously. You probably want us to read your novel manuscript, right? Shishio asked. Yes. As expected, of your Highness. Zamokuza was moved to tears. The four looked at each other and wondered why it was troublesome to talk with Zamokuza. Well, how about we all sit down and talk about your request in more detail? Shishio then looked at Zamokuza and said with a smile, also, stop calling me, your Highness. It's starting to get annoying, senpai. Zamokuza was in silence for a while and meekly answered, yes. Everyone. Anyway, the five of them sat facing Zamokuza while holding the manuscript of his novel. Zamokuza seemed confident and explained his purpose in coming to their dwelling. Ignoring the dwelling part, they listened to Zamokuza's request. It's a light novel manuscript. I was thinking of submitting it for the Rookie of the Year award, but because I have no friends, I'd like to hear thine impressions, Zamokuza said. Light novel, hey. Frankly, Shishio had never thought of writing a light novel. It wasn't that he wasn't interested, but writing a light novel wouldn't bring him status, and compared to an orthodox novel, the market was smaller, so he had never thought to write them. His goal was to become a prime minister, and what kind of a prime minister who wrote a harem light novel? His image definitely would turn bad, so Shishio didn't intend to write a light novel unless he used a pseudonym to write it. Still, compared to his time in his previous life, the hype of the light novel during this time wasn't so strong. However, if I write, what kind of story should I write? Shishio thought for a moment before he threw this matter aside to listen to Zamokuza's request since he must admit it was quite sad to hear his confession. Please read it, Zamokuza said proudly. Yukinashita held her head and sighed. I feel like he just said something quite sad without any hesitation. There are sites you can submit it to for review, so why don't you try one of those? Hikigaya asked. Even if it was just 2005, the development of the internet wasn't slow, and everyone was excited to do a test and trial, even if the dot-com bubble just happened a few years ago. There were a few novel publishing websites that appeared one after another. Hikigai loved to use the internet since he could talk bad about someone without no one knowing, so he was quite knowledgeable about this matter. That won't work. Zamokusa shook his head and said, they have no mercy. I'd probably die from such harsh criticism. What a weak heart. Hikigai was speechless. However, he let out a sigh and said, but, you know? Yukinashita and Oga are even more merciless than one of those sites, you know. Haha. Zamokusa laughed and said, it's okay. It's okay. My heart isn't as weak as you imagine. Who said he would die from an anonymous comment? 4x. Anyway, they decided to take Zamokusa to review his novel. However, it would take a while for them to read, so they would tell the result the next Friday when the club would be held. Shishio didn't waste his time and took a copy of Zamokusa's manuscript and wanted to leave since he promised to spend a night in Hiratsuka's apartment, but someone called him out. Shishio. Shishio stopped and looked at Ui. What's wrong, Ui-senpai? Thank you. Ui was grateful to Shishio, especially after what had happened last time. It's okay. You don't need to worry. Also, I might be meddlesome with the problem of your friend and you, so I am sorry too, Shishio apologized. No, it's all right. If you didn't say anything that time, I might not be able to say what I have kept inside my heart. Ui said in a low voice while lowering her head. Shishio suddenly felt the atmosphere turn ambiguous. He felt regret that he didn't bring Yukinashita with him. But it's great that you can say it now. Your relationship should be closer, right? Yes. Ui nodded with a bright smile since she felt her relationship with Yumiko Miura become even closer. Then, I should go now. I have something to do after this. Shishio thought it was time for him to go back, but Ui suddenly stopped him. Wait for a moment, Shishio. Is there something wrong, Ui-senpai? Shishio halted his steps and looked at Ui. Ui blushed and was seemingly embarrassed, but then she made up her mind and said, if you don't mind, how about I treat you something? Shishio wondered why he felt he could see how this was going to end. 464, Exaggerated Expectations. While reading Zamokusa's novel, Shishio spent his night at Hiratsuka's apartment. Hiratsuka kissed his cheek, then asked, is that the manuscript of Zamokusa? You're the one who tells him to go to the service club, right? Shishio asked. Yeah. Hiratsuka nodded and asked, why don't you ask me why I didn't send him to the service club? Why? Shishio asked curiously. It's because I know he can't talk well in front of beautiful girls. Hiratsuka snorted and said, the literature club is literally your harem palace. Do you think that guy can talk well in front of many beautiful girls? Shishio didn't say much and could imagine how Zamokusa would stammer when he talked about his novel. It might also be part of Hiratsuka's concern for him since she thought he might be jealous when other guys talked with his women. Well, jealousy was part of human nature. Even for him, it was impossible to erase such a feeling. However, it depended on the situation too. Still, Shishio also didn't want his women to talk chummily with other guys, so while he didn't say anything, he was pleased with Hiratsuka's concern. Shishio knew it was unfair, especially when he had so many women around him and he could talk with other women freely. However, this was what man was. They were selfish and only wanted their woman to be for themselves. As for unfair or not, who cares about it? After loving someone itself was a selfish thing, right? The feeling of wanting the person you loved for your own from now on until death. If that isn't selfish, then what is it? However, even so, everyone still wanted to fall in love. I am going to take a bath. Are you going to join? Hiratsuka asked. That's an attractive invitation, but I am afraid if I enter with you, I believe we'll spend at least an hour there. Hiratsuka laughed and asked, isn't that fine? Come on. Shishio looked at the manuscript and Hiratsuka for a moment before he put the manuscript on the sofa and followed Hiratsuka. He must admit, he couldn't fight back against the force majeure. The charm of the mature woman was like gravity. They just pulled him closer. Anyway, with the time they spent in the bathroom, Hiratsuka was slightly tired and decided to take a rest before continuing later. On the other hand, Shishio decided to read Zamokusa's manuscript for a while since he had promised to give it a review. Still, he must admit it was hard to read, especially when there were many strange and unnecessary words that Zamokusa thought were cool to be put in the story. If Shishio had to give an example, it was like a bloody nightmare, Saturn blast, or universe explosion. While Shishio must admit, those words were really cool. However, he could see how unnecessary it was, especially at the beginning of the story. Also, unexpectedly, he must admit Zamokuza could write quite a good story. Well, it wasn't that good, but Zamokuza probably could open the path of a mainstream harem story. In 2005 the harem story wasn't that well developed. On the other hand, a tsundere heroine was the most popular now. Zamokuza's story might not be perfect, but as long as it was polished more, it should reach an okay level, especially when the genre of harem story wasn't so widespread. If possible, Shishio also thought to add an element of isekai since this genre wasn't that well developed now. Unlike the later generation, the current trend was similar to a shounen manga type of genre story with a childhood and tsundere type of heroines. It wasn't bad, and there were even some good stories that were better than his previous lives in this world. When Shishio thought about Zamokuza's story, his phone suddenly vibrated, and when he took the phone, he raised his eyebrow. He accepted the call and said with a smile, "Senpai, what's wrong? Sorry for calling you so suddenly. Are you busy now?" Yukinashita asked. "No, it's all right. Is there something, senpai?" Shishio wondered why Yukinashita suddenly called him. Did she miss him? After all, usually, they went out to have dinner together. However, this time, he decided to go back immediately, so they didn't have dinner together. "Did you read Zamokuza's manuscript?" Yukinashita asked. "I am in the middle of reading it now." "Are you reading it too, senpai?" Shishio asked. "Yes. It's a good thing that you are reading it now, so can I ask what's the meaning of Bloody Nightmare on page 17? Also, why did the girls lose their garments? What's the point of getting naked in front of the hero? Why are there many katakana words and inexplicable kanji? Calm down. Let me explain it one by one." Shishio was speechless, but he didn't feel surprised since, for Yukinashita, who either read classic or fine literature, Zamokuza's writing was inexplicable. Yukinashita didn't understand the point of fan services, also why there were many strange words to name an ultimate technique and many other things. The two talked for an hour before Yukinashita let out a tired sigh. "You know there's no need to force yourself to read. If this manuscript is sent to the publishing house, the editor will throw the manuscript after 3 pages. It might sound exaggerated, but Shishio didn't lie. He might have said Zamokuza might have potential, but right now, it was just a mess. It was crappy and hard to read. Still, everyone was like this at the beginning, and slowly they would get better. There's no point in making yourself tired," Shishio said. "No, I'll read it," Yukinashita answered firmly. However, Shishio chuckled when he heard Yukinashita's answer. He had changed his position and sat on the veranda while watching the night sky since he was afraid someone might see him staying in Hirotsuka's apartment. It was night, and many people might not be able to see his face. Many people also didn't think it was taboo for a man and a woman to stay in the same place even if they weren't married. However, Hirotsuka was a teacher, and she still had to maintain her reputation, so it was better for him to be careful. "Why are you laughing?" Yukinashita asked with doubt and slight annoyance. Still, Shishio knew he needed to answer Yukinashita's question first. "No, it's just that I like this part of you." "This part of me?" Shishio could imagine Yukinashita was blushing and embarrassed by his sudden words. But he wasn't going to stop, and he was going to tease her more. "Yes, this is part of you who cares about other people and wants to help them to get better. While your way of care is quite awkward, you still work hard to do it. It's kind of cute, though." "Shishio-kun, are you thinking of me like some kind of a pet or something?" Yukinashita was kind of happy but also felt annoyed too since she felt she was a child who couldn't do anything without someone by her side. "No, no. It's just that I am happy," Shishio said. "Happy?" Yukinashita was dumbfounded. "Yes, you start to rely on me when you have a problem. I am happy that you can depend on me." If it was in the past, Shishio couldn't imagine how Yukinashita would call him and ask him for help. Instead, he could imagine how she would stubbornly read the story several times until she understood A to Z of the story until she could give good advice to Zamokuza. This is how Yukinashita is. She is overly serious and finishes everything to the point of perfection. It was also the reason why someone had to be by her side since because of this, she might not be able to fall sick because of overwork. Yukinashita also realized the change that happened to her and how she quite depended on Shishio. While she didn't know whether it was good or not, her feelings were mixed. She was happy and also scared. She was happy whenever she talked with him, and their useless banter also gave her a smile every time. However, she was also scared. Yukinashita was scared that if she depended on him too much, she couldn't escape from him. However, one question appeared on her mind: why did she have to escape from him? More importantly, what kind of relationship do they currently have? Yukinashita knew she was a scumbag, and it was impossible for her to date him, not right now. Then, what about a different type of relationship? Yukinashita thought for a moment and felt there was one name that fitted the description of their current relationship. Friend. While neither of them said anything, they knew they had become friends. It might not be her first time having a friend, but it was her first time having it after her hellish life as an elementary school student. If I meet him at that time. Yuki Nashida could imagine if she met Shishio in her childhood time. She could imagine how she wouldn't have to meet the situation she had to meet in the past. If they met in the past, Shishio would protect her and bring her to many fun places. Well, Yuki Nashida could imagine she might be pulled around by him, but she didn't hate that feeling. This was how their relationship was. Even if their conversation might be useless and might waste her time, she felt it was fun. It was also the reason why Yuki Nashida didn't want to destroy this relationship with the selfish feeling that she was slowly born after she met him. Yuki Nashida lay on her bed while watching the window in silence. Senpai. Yuki Nashida forgot she hadn't hung up the call. Sorry, I was in the middle of a thought. It's okay. By the way, have you eaten dinner yet? We didn't go out to eat dinner like before. Do you want to eat dinner together later on Friday? Okay. Yuki Nashida smiled and said sternly, but I don't want to eat something heavy or spicy. She had enough of eating something weird with Shishio and wanted to eat something normal. Okay, leave it to me. Let's go out together on Friday. See you later, Shishio said. See you later. Good night. Hopefully, you can have a good dream tonight. You too. Don't stay up too late, Yuki Nashida said, trying to remind Shishio. I'll try. However, it was impossible since Shishio knew he would spend a long night with Hiratsuka. They hung up their call, and Yuki Nashida didn't put down her phone and put her phone, staring at the screen for a while. They were friends, so there was no need to have an expectation toward that relationship, right? Yuki Nashida shook her head, closed her eyes, and tried to sleep. However, she couldn't do it, and in the end, she took Zamokuza's manuscript again and added more detailed reviews with crueler words. Without a doubt, if Zamokuza heard Yuki Nashida's review, he would cry to death. 465, Path of Eki. The time passed, and it was time to announce the review of Zamokuza's manuscript. Zamokuza sat in front of everyone, folding his arms arrogantly, and had full confidence over his manuscript. Everyone. Still, unlike the original, they spent 2 days reading Zamokuza's manuscript, so they didn't feel sleepy and could read them thoroughly, understanding his story in detail even if it was hard to read. While Shishio, Yuki Nashida, and Hikigaya read Zamokuza's manuscript until the end, Yui didn't seem to read it to the end since every time she read it, she would get all sleepy. However, no one bothered to talk to her since they knew this girl well. Well then, I'd like to hear thine impressions now, Zamokuza said. I'm sorry. I don't understand this kind of stuff. Even if Shishio had explained to her, there were many parts of Zamokuza's story that she didn't understand. However, she knew it was normal since even Shishio was also confused in some parts of the story. It matters not. I'd like to hear the opinions of the commoners as well. Say whatever you like. However, Zamokuza suddenly realized something and asked, should I call you Your Highness too? Why do you have to call me that? Yuki Nashida stared at Zamokuza with her cold gaze. Zamokuza was nervous, but he bit the bullet and asked, You're dating Lelich, right? Yes, he started to call Shishio by Lelich since he felt it was cool. He was a master of the Land of the Sun, and Shishio was a master of the largest kingdom in history. The friendship between the two would be legendary. Zamokuza also knew his mistake of calling Yuki Nashida a commoner, especially when she was Shishio's queen. Hikigaya and Yui. No, we're not dating. Yuki Nashida embarrassedly, fixing the misunderstanding while glancing at Shishio, who chuckled with annoyance. She then, without hesitation, twisted his waist, causing him to scream in pain. Senpai, it hurts. Stop. When Yuki Nashida felt satisfied, she stopped and hummed. However, Hikigaya, Yui, and Zamokuza felt defeated somehow. Ahem, let's discuss the manuscript first. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida and said, Senpai, can you be the first one? Okay. Yuki Nashida nodded while looking at Zamokuza, who waited for her review expectantly. While waiting for the result, Zamokuza didn't expect this answer. It was boring. Zamokuza. Just reading this caused me pain. It was as unimaginably boring as one can think of. Gika. Zamokuza clenched his chest, showing a pain that one couldn't imagine. He felt his entire tremble, and he didn't expect his opponent would attack him without hesitation. However, after he wiped the imaginary blood on the corner of his mouth, he showed an agony expression and asked, just for reference, could I request that thee explain which part was boring? First, the grammar is a mess. Why do you always invert the word order? Do you know how to use particles? Were you not taught in elementary school? While Zamokuza was heard, he tried to use his reason why he did all of that. Ugh. Because rather than using a simple literary style, in order to reach the readers, aren't you supposed to be able to at least write using standard Japanese before doing that? He couldn't finish his words, and he was cut by Yuki Nashida. And about these readings, there are too many wrong ones. Yuki Nashida kept explaining every mistake that Zamokusa had made. Those words were like an arrow that pierced his entire body, turning him into a hedgehog. He trembled, and the air tried to suffocate him, but he sat there fearlessly, facing this witch. Shishio didn't say anything and just closed his eyes like Ui, who also fell asleep in the middle of Yuki Nashida's review. On the other hand, Hikigaya had a cold sweat, wondering how the heck Shishio could conquer this cruel woman. Would you please refrain from making people read an unfinished story? Gaya. Zamokusa couldn't handle it anymore, and he was on his knees, unable to get up since the damage caused by Yuki Nashida was more painful than he had thought. Don't you think it is enough? Hikigaya felt empathy towards Zamokusa. I haven't said nearly enough, but okay. Yuki Nashida stopped talking, then looked at Shishio, who was sleeping, feeling annoyed, and twisted his waist again. Ouch! Ouch! Senpai, why did you keep twisting my waist? Cough! Cough! Zamokusa had already been damaged by Yuki Nashida's words, and he didn't want to be hurt by the random flirting couple. If Shishio and Yuki Nashida flirted in front of him, he knew he couldn't handle it anymore and might cry. While he knew a man shouldn't cry so easily, there was a time he wanted to cry, especially in front of Shishio. Then, the next is Uegama, I guess. Yuki Nashida also knew this wasn't a time to punish Shishio since there was something they needed to do. When Ui was called, she was startled and quite panicked. She hesitated for a moment while looking at Zamokusa. You sure know a lot of difficult kanji. Gaya. Zamokusa felt his back being slashed with a sword. It's your turn, boys. Ui quickly said. Senpai, you should go first. Shishio kindly gave Hikigaya a chance to give his review. Hachiman. Zamokusa started at Hikigaya hopefully. He was like a thirsty man in the middle of the desert but found an oasis. He hoped Hikigaya could be his oasis. Unfortunately. So, where did you copy that? Oh. Zamokusa couldn't handle it anymore and rolled around on the ground. While Yuki Nashida stared at Zamokusa in silence since she had seen something worse, Ui quickly hid behind Yuki Nashida and Shishio, feeling afraid that Zamokusa might go berserk. Senpai, you're so cruel, Shishio said speechlessly. Hikigaya smiled awkwardly before he stood up and patted Zamokusa's shoulder. Well, you don't need to think too much. What's important about a light novel is the illustrations. Zamokusa lay on the ground weakly, and his breathing was weak. He was like a weak flicker that could die out anytime. However, he still hadn't given up and looked at Shishio expectantly. Your Highness. He hoped for Shishio to give him the last blow since it wouldn't be a disgrace if he died under his hand. Frankly, it is a nice idea to have a group with all women, and your MC is the only guy in that group. Also, your fan service is too strange. You should have an accident so it'll be more logical. The development of the Eka story started with the story of To Love Are You. It was an amazing manga that developed the direction of an Eka story. A lucky pervert suddenly jumps into the crotch of a woman, touching their breasts and many other things. While there were many mangas in this world, it was hard to say it was an Eka genre. Instead, it was another genre with an Eki element in the story. Shishio could see Zamokusa had a talent on an Eki, so it was better to develop in that area, especially when Zamokusa could also add a harem element. Still, it was necessary to have a setting, personality and many others in the story since the story would get boring if the writer didn't do so. However, the path of the Eka story was still ambiguous and unlike the later generation, where the Eka stories kept sporting one after another. In this era, even if Zamokusa wrote a decent Eka story that would make many people feel bored, the hype would be real, and many people would be excited since he would be the first person to walk into the path of Eki. Zamokusa was in a daze since he didn't expect he would get approval from Shishio. He also became excited when they talked about the Eki incident and many other exciting things. Even Hikigaya also joined their conversation, showing his deep knowledge of this matter. The three of them were like the three musketeers from Alexander Dumas. They were a group who worked together to achieve something great. However, Ui and Yuki Nashida kept squinting their eyes at them. Also, you need to read more and write more. Shishio also gave a book to guide Zamokusa on his writing. Thank you, Your Highness. Zamokusa held the book dearly, hugging it tightly like it was the most precious thing. Also, if possible, can we discuss this matter again? Let's talk if I am not busy, Shishio said. Still, even if Shishio praised him, Zamokusa must admit Shishio's critique was more painful than Yuki Nashida's. However, he knew what kind of path he should take when he wrote his story. His fingers trembled, and his body was burnt with excitement. He excused himself and dashed back to his home since he wanted to write again. Do you think he can become a successful writer? Yuki Nashida asked. Ui and Hikigaya also looked at Shishio curiously. I am not sure. Shishio shook his head and said, he might or might not be, but if he doesn't try, it'll be impossible for him to succeed. Also, he's trying to walk into a path that one has never stepped on. Hopefully, it'll be good. Hikigaya nodded with a serious expression since he knew what Zamokuza would benefit humanity. But, will that type of story be read by someone? Ui couldn't help but cast a disgust since the story they discussed was too perverted. Will. 2x. Shishio and Hikigaya said with conviction. As long as humanity won't perish, I am sure someone will read such a story, Shishio said while stroking his imaginary beard. Let's leave this matter aside. I won't join this matter again, Yuki Nashida said without hesitation since it was impossible to ask her to read an eka story. Me too. Ui also agreed. Shishio patted Hikigaya's shoulder and said, so senpai, this matter will be left to you. Hey? Why me? Hikigaya was confused. I can't take this matter all the time. However, you're different, right? You have a lot of time, Shishio said. Can you not be so blunt? Hikigaya let out a sigh, but he nodded. It can't be helped. I'll take care of that guy. It wasn't that he was curious about the eka story written by Zamokuza. Instead, as a member of the service club, he felt it was his duty to finish someone's request to the end. Yes, it's my duty. The three decided to pretend they didn't see Hikigaya's excitement. Still, before they went back, Shishio asked, by the way, are all three of you free tomorrow? What's wrong? Ui looked at Shishio curiously. Hikigaya and Yuki Nashida also looked at Shishio curiously. Do you want to go to the theme park tomorrow? Shishio asked. While Ui and Yuki Nashida were surprised and talked to him about his sudden invitation, Hikigaya realized it might be his first time being invited by someone to play together. Frankly, it didn't feel bad. However, should he go or not? 466, the number is too much, right? It was Saturday, the day to determine everything. USA, who was excited about this day, had been standing and waiting for everyone in the bus station in Shinjuku just right after the sun rose. They had made an appointment to meet each other at 7:30, a half hour before the express bus left for the theme park. However, USA couldn't control it anymore, and he was full of excitement, so right before the sun rose, he walked out of the dorm and arrived at the bus station right after the sun rose. Still, as expected, USA was the only person who had arrived. He was alone, without anyone. However, it might be good since he knew he needed to settle and calm his mind, especially when he was about to face a trial that he couldn't escape. The morning in this country was cold, and the wind was quite windy. However, it was a good thing to refresh his mind and body since right now, his body was so hot from the excitement and the nervousness. USA blew his palms, trying to warm his body up. Looking up at the sky, he was sure about his feelings, and on this trip, he had made up his mind to confess to his loved one. While USA tried to prepare his mind, Hikigaya wondered whether he should go. It might be because he didn't have much of a hobby besides reading, and it was rare for him to go out since he didn't have friends, so he had a lot of money in his pocket, so even if he went to the theme park, it was okay. It was his first time being invited, and Hikigaya would be lying if he wasn't excited, but even so, he felt hesitant, but in the end, he decided to go out since he was also quite curious about the Fuji-Q Highland. Hikigaya might have gone to the Disneyland, but he had never gone to the Fuji-Q Highland since it was far and he didn't have a friend to go with. However, it was different now since while they might not be friends, without a doubt, their relationship wasn't much different. Hikigaya walked out of his house and said, I am going out. However, his words caused the whole house to be stunned. Hey? Ani-chan, where are you going? Are you not going to stay in the house as usual? Hikigaya looked at his little sister and said, I am going to the theme park. I am being invited. Theme park. The whole house became even rowdy, causing Hikigaya to be more speechless. Do you need more money? Let me give it to you. Hikigaya's mother said and took out 10,000 yen without hesitation. It was her first time seeing her son go out with someone, so she didn't hesitate to help. Hikigaya was a good child, so he decided to accept his mother's offer gracefully. Thank you very much. I want to go too. Suddenly Hikigaya's little sister said. Hey? Don't you need to study? You'll have your entrance exam soon, Hikigaya's mother said with a frown. I have been studying all the time. I need some rest. While Hikigaya's little sister knew she needed to study, or else she might have a hard time entering high school, she wanted to rest. Ani-chan, bring me. Hikigaya's little sister begged. However, Hikigaya refused without hesitation. No, you better not go. Why? It's dangerous. This was the only reason Hikigaya could give to his little sister since he didn't want her to meet that bastard. Still, he couldn't say such a word since, without a doubt, it would make them curious, so he needed an excuse with more polite, logical, and based on the right structure of the modern Japanese language. While I want to say it is all right to bring you, I haven't said anything to the person who invites me. What if they think I am rude to bring you so suddenly? These words caused Hakigaya's little sister to shut her mouth. After all, the people in this country emphasize more on politeness and not causing trouble to others. Hakigaya's little sister knew about this, so she could only give up and say, but don't forget to bring your cute little sister souvenirs. I am waiting here at home. Yes, yes. Hikigaya left while giving a perfunctory answer. However, he didn't realize her little sister and mother looked at him with a smile, thinking he had found friends. Still, even if they had such a misunderstanding, he wouldn't bother to fix it since it was troublesome, and while he didn't have an experience having a friend, he knew this relationship wasn't much different from it. Shishio, Mai, Nana, Sheena, and Roberta stayed together in his apartment. They slept together and woke up early since they had an appointment at 8 in the morning. Still, among everyone, Shishio and Roberta woke the earliest, and they spent their time together at the gym, working out together. It was a real workout and not something you can imagine, alright? While they worked out, the girls also woke up one by one since they would be lying if they weren't excited about going to the theme park together. Strangely, among his girlfriends, Miu and Saki didn't stay together. However, it was a normal thing, considering how they had decided to take their little sisters together with them on this trip, so they decided to stay at home. Shishio and Roberta cleaned up their bodies, and when they walked out, they saw Nana and Mai preparing breakfast. Nana, Mai, thanks. Shishio hugged them from behind and kissed their neck and ear from behind, giving them a giddy feeling. Okay, don't bother us. Sit down with everyone. Mai pushed him away with a blush since she was afraid they might do it in the kitchen if this continued. Nana only laughed, but she didn't say much. Even if she wanted to do it in the kitchen, she wouldn't do it when so many people were there. Shishio didn't fight back and sat on the sofa, waiting for breakfast while reading a newspaper, wondering whether there was any unexpected news. Still, Sheena suddenly came and slept while using his lap as a pillow. He didn't say much and just patted her head gently. Come on. Let's have breakfast, Nana said, trying to remind everyone. Hearing her voice, everyone ate breakfast together while talking about their trip to the theme park, causing Sheena to blast away all of her drowsiness and full of vigor. While they ate, it was already 7 in the morning, and with their appointment time at 8 in the morning, they should be in a hurry, but they weren't, considering how close their apartment to the bus station was. By the way, are you going to let USA confess to Ritsu? Mai suddenly asked. Hearing this question, everyone also looked at Shishio. They were clear that Ritsu might have a feeling toward Shishio, and if he wanted her, he might only need a moment before he could put his fangs and claws on her body. As for the rejection, while it might be possible at first, they knew the girls wouldn't reject him twice, considering how well they knew this bastard was. Also, Shishio had never made the first move, and all the initiative was taken by the girls under his guidance. It might be manipulative, but this was how one should get their women. After all, if the man was the one who took the initiative, they might be mistaken for sexual harassment, but it was a different matter if the one who made the first move was the woman, right? While Shishio might be a scumbag, he was more gentlemanly than any good guy that one had ever seen. He treated his women greatly, without care, as if they were the most precious thing in the world, but when they entered the chamber, he would become a beast that ate them whole, causing them to be unable to escape from him and just wanted to be tied by him. Still, they knew how much they loved his women and wouldn't allow other guys to get close to them. It was also the reason why they didn't understand why Shishio let USA confess to Ritsu. First, Ritsu isn't my girlfriend, and I have you all as my girlfriends. Shishio told the truth since while Ritsu was quite cute, he had so many women around him now. While he was greedy for her body, it wasn't to the point of obsessiveness. Still, Shishio wondered if Ritsu accepted USA's confession, what would he feel? Right now, Shishio didn't feel anything, but what about the future? Shishio wasn't sure, but even if the chance of USA's confession being accepted wasn't much, he knew there was still a chance, especially if Ritsu wanted to try what it would feel like to be in the relationship. Shishio shook his head, and instead of thinking of USA, it was better to think about moving Aki from the Sunoera dorm. It's good that you can give such an answer. Mai was satisfied with Shishio's answer since, if possible, she didn't want his harem to increase. Nana and Sheena looked at Shishio for a moment and didn't say anything since they could see he didn't feel anything toward Ritsu, but they knew Ritsu's feelings toward him. However, as his girlfriends, they also hoped the number of girls around him wouldn't increase. Still, if it increased, they hoped they knew that person well since it would be horrible if he dated someone they hated, right? With that kind of thought, they finished their breakfast and prepared for their journey to the Fuji-Q theme park. It was still early, but USA and Hikigaya happened to meet each other. They only glanced at each other and felt they were quite familiar, but they didn't know each other. USA could only give the nod, causing Hikigaya to nod subconsciously. However, they didn't talk and did their own things, thinking it was a coincidence they met each other. Still, as the time slowly passed, more and more people came and saw a lot of familiar beautiful girls. Then, they saw Shishio being surrounded by many girls, and they could only stand there while thinking, this number is too much, right? USA. Hikigaya-senpai. What are you doing there? Come on. USA and Hikigaya looked at each other and realized they were in one group. 467, as expected, Shishio is a scumbag. The bus moved at 8 in the morning, and their trip would take at least 2 hours, so they bought some food and drinks at the nearby convenience store before they entered the bus together. The girls sat next to each other while talking happily to each other. Shishio decided to sit next to Mai since she might have to leave after the midterm test, considering she had to act on her new movie, so he wanted to spend more time with her. Usually, Hikigaya felt he would be out of the place, being isolated, and ignored, but this didn't seem to be the case now since not only Shishio, Yuki Nashida, and Ui, but there was also USA, and many of them greeted him. Still, he must admit Shishio's girlfriends were too much, right? It might not be his style to take the initiative, but Hikigaya couldn't help but ask, "Hey, USA, can I ask you something?" It might be because there were only 3 guys, so Hikigaya could only sit next to USA. However, he didn't really mind this arrangement since he could see how awkward it would be if he sat next to the girls. Yes? What's wrong, Hikigaya-senpai? USA asked, but his eyes kept moving in the direction of Ritsuo from time to time, showing a nervousness that couldn't be seen on his face. Ritsuo sat next to Shina, and the two were in silence before talking to each other from time to time, waiting for the bus to move. Hikigaya looked at USA and thought this kid was quite good. Naive, good guy, and many others, he didn't mind making him his friend, he thought inwardly. Are all of them his girlfriends? USA showed a helpless expression and said, I know why you ask such a question, but not all of them are his girlfriends. I see. Hikigaya still felt complex regardless since, without a doubt, Shishio's girlfriends were more than one by USA's sentence, and this fact made him feel complex. After all, many guys were still single, but here, Shishio was, having many girlfriends. If he wasn't trained by a tough mental training in his life, he knew he would curse that guy now. No, he just wanted to curse Shishio to explode now. And you keep looking at his girlfriend. Is that okay? Hikigaya asked subtly since he could see USA seemed to glance at one of Shishio's girlfriends. Ah. I am not looking at his girlfriends, senpai. I am looking at Kawaii-senpai, USA said hurriedly, but his face quickly turned red when he realized he had said the name of his crush. Oh? Kawaii-senpai. Hikigaya looked at Ritsuo thoughtfully. While he hadn't talked with girls, it didn't mean he didn't have an interest in them. He also often eavesdropped on the conversation of guys about girls, so of course, he knew about Ritsuo. While Ritsuo was cute, she was a loner. Hikigaya felt this girl should be his female version. Still, if Shishio knew what Hikigaya thought, he would snort and knock this guy's head. However, Hikigaya didn't say anything about whether USA had a crush on someone or not. It had nothing to do with him since he had known him for half an hour. Still, Hikigaya might not realize he slowly changed and started to take the initiative on his own, which was good progress since he had a hard time taking the initiative because of his experience. I thought I'd confess today. It might be because USA was nervous, and he just wanted to talk with someone, so he honestly told Hikigaya about his matter. However, Hikigaya couldn't say anything since he didn't know in and out about this matter. What did Oga say? He knew confessing to someone wasn't as simple as it seemed. Once it was a failure, it would lead to a broken relationship, and their relationship would turn awkward. Well, he set up this trip so I could confess, USA said honestly. Hikigaya must admit this guy was a good guy to the bone, but even so, he knew how troublesome this situation was, so he just patted USA's shoulder and said, just do your best. Yes. While Hikigaya and USA talked to each other, Ui and Yuki Nashida smiled and showed a satisfied expression since they saw Hikigaya talking with another guy. It was a scene they would never have expected to see previously, but it happened now. It's good that he has made friends now. It would be lying if Ui didn't feel responsible for Hikigaya, especially when she was one of the causes Hikigaya was hit by the car and couldn't go to the school for a few weeks, causing him to be unable to have friends. Yet. Yuki Nashida nodded. They knew the change in Hikigaya was because of Shishio, but when they looked at this bastard, they could only sigh since, without a doubt, he was surrounded by his women now. Shishio and Mai talked to each other, talking about many things, including about her mother. What's wrong with your mother again? Shishio asked speechlessly. Well, she asked me to work for her agency again. Mai let out a sigh. You won't, right? Of course not. Mai didn't want to work under her mother again, especially when she recalled how her mother had signed a work contract where she had to take a photo in a bikini. She was also satisfied with the current agency, so there was no need to change it, especially the one that owned the agency was her boyfriend. By the way, is it only me or those two little girls have been staring at you? Mai whispered while looking at the little sisters of Miu and Saki. Saki and Miu brought their little sisters together at the theme park, and it was also the reason why they sat together. However, their little sisters kept staring at Shishio. It's okay. Shishio knew how conflicted the feeling of the little sisters were, but he decided not to mind it since he knew as a kid they would forget everything once they had fun at the theme park. Still, Shishio knew the system wasn't prejudiced against someone as long as they were beautiful. Whether they were old, young, or even of the same gender, as long as they were beautiful enough, they could trigger the system, which made him speechless. Knitting mastery. Shishio wondered whether the system wanted him to create a doll like to deceive many little girls. If so, he could only disappoint since he wasn't a Lilicon and he was only interested in a legal girl. Hey, are you sure about this? Mai suddenly asked. What? This sudden question made Shishio turn toward Mai. While I have been praising you since you had us, should you really let USA confess on Ritsu? Mai asked while staring at Shishio to look at his expression and eyes to confirm he wouldn't lie with his answer. Shishio looked at Mai and said, it's my first time to see a girl who will recommend another girl to her boyfriend. What's that? I am just worried about you, you know. Mai said with a pout. Thanks for worrying about me, Mai. Shishio held her shoulder, moving her closer to him, caressing her shoulder a few times gently. It's okay if you understand my worry. Mai rubbed her face against his. She didn't have much sleep last night, so she decided to take a nap. Shishio didn't say anything and let her sleep since he knew he was the cause he wasn't able to sleep well last night. Ritsu. Shishio thought about Ritsu and wondered what he felt toward her. It was true he didn't have that much of an obsession with her. It was a similar feeling he had toward the other girls who he didn't date. They were close, yet they weren't lovers, but they weren't much different from it. Shishio cared about them, but he might not want to change the status quo since he felt it was enough with the current relationship. Whether it was Shina, Nana, Saki, Miu, Mai, Nanamai, Hiratsuka, Roberta, Rui, or Ayaka, all of them were his women, and he needed to take care of them more than the other girls. Shishio thought about this problem for a moment before suddenly something snapped inside his mind. Enough. Shishio suddenly realized he became a washi beta protagonist, which made him annoyed. He knew, in the beginning, he refused to become a scumbag, but now since he had decided to become one, there was no need to hesitate anymore. His feelings toward Ritsu might not be clear, but it was impossible for him to give her to the other guy. He was okay with USA confessing toward Ritsu because he knew his chance of being accepted was slim. Instead, it was close to zero. It was the reason why Shishio had never felt anything from the beginning. Also, why should he feel he shouldn't do anything to USA? Everything was fair in love and war. Even Aki, who was a middle school student, was also his victim, so what's the point of stopping now? Still, his relationship with USA was good, and he also had quickly reported to him that he liked Ritsu, so Shishio decided to give him a chance. As for how the relationship between Ritsu and USA would develop in the future, Shishio didn't know and didn't think too much since from the beginning, after his appearance in this world, everything had changed, and many protagonists had lost their heroines to him. That fact wouldn't change whether it was from now on in the future since right now, he was a scumbag. Still, it was also the reason why Shishio wondered whether he was right or not. However, Shishio knew this wasn't a matter of right or wrong. Instead, this was the choice that made him happy, and he wouldn't regret it, so he had to walk on this path without hesitation, even if he knew he would hurt some people. The trip took around 2 hours, but everyone didn't feel bored and talked excitedly until they arrived at the theme park. However, Shishio wondered why he had become a babysitter now. Ani-I-chan, let's go there. Ni-I-san, I want to try that. Shishio looked at two little Lolas, Kaika Kawasaki, Saki's little sister, and Mia Ashihara, Miu's little sister, who pulled his hands. Kaika and Mia looked at each other and nodded and thought they decided to work together this time. Anyway, leaving the matter of USA aside, Shishio looked at everyone and said, let's go. Oh. USA looked at Ritsu's back and made up his mind. However, Hikigaya wondered why the reason he came here was to console USA. Still, Hikigaya had paid the money for this theme park, so he should have fun, right? With that being said, everyone entered the theme park together, enjoying their youth. 468, something inevitable in life. While some people had come to Fuji-Q, many also came to this place for the first time. Shishio also came to this place for the first time. While he had gotten this place from the system in the past, he hadn't come to visit it. As for the previous Shishio Oga, he didn't have a hobby visiting this type of place. Instead, he loved to read books and spent most of his time indoors. Also, he was a loner. A lone wolf. It was also the reason why it was quite easy to integrate with the life of the previous Shishio Oga since his interpersonal relationship was almost zero. Anyway, it wasn't a time to talk about the previous Shishio Oga, and as they entered, they tried to decide to pay for the attraction targeted at the family. It wasn't that they were afraid of something like a haunted house or the roller coaster. However, it wouldn't hurt to warm up a bit, so they could prepare their hearts. Whether it was merry-go-round, teacups, or many others were tried by them. Sheena was full of excitement and couldn't be stopped. However, even so, her expression didn't change, and she still kept her usual day's expression, but from how giddy her body was, it could be seen how excited she was. Still, there was something that surprised Shishio. While the rest of them continued to play in the nearby attractions, eating some food in the nearby food stalls, Shishio rested with Maya on the bench. "You sure are good at taking care of children, Maya," Shishio said while looking at Maya. He saw Maya was quite careful when she took care of the little sisters of Miu and Saki, showing her an unexpected side that he had never seen. Maya Uchifuji, with her usual hairstyle that covered her right eye, looked at Shishio and said, "Well, I love children. I also have a lot of siblings, and I always take care of them." Still, she saw his expression turn strange, so she asked, "What's with that expression?" "I thought you felt lust toward them," Shishio said blankly since he knew this girl was a pervert who was attracted to a young boy. "Do you think I am a pervert?" "Yes." 3x. Unexpectedly, not only Shishio but Nana and Mako also joined and agreed that Maya was a pervert. Shishio and Nana were in silence while looking at Mako since this girl was also a pervert who was attracted to a young boy. Still, Shishio must admit his situation made him quite hard to calm down. In front of him, Maya looked at him annoyedly and leaned her body forward, causing two things to loom court from the gap in her clothes. On the other hand, Mako and Nana stood on his back while pressing their softest things on him. Shishio changed the way he sat and crossed his legs naturally. However, this action didn't escape Nana's eyes, and she just laughed and kept rubbing her things on him. Shishio realized his girlfriend was a devil. He glanced at her, wondering whether this girl wanted to be punished tonight. "Don't misunderstand. I just love children generally," Maya said with firm conviction. If it was someone else, Shishio wouldn't say much, but if it was Maya, it was a different thing. "Pervert." 2x. Mako and Nana said at the same time. Shishio looked at the two girls and thought they also didn't have a right to say something like that to Maya. However, he also didn't have a right to say something like that since he was a pervert. Maya was in silence for a moment before she stared at the surroundings. It was a weekend, so many families came out together on a trip to this theme park. While the Fuji-Q might not be as famous as the Disneyland in Tokyo, without a doubt, it is one of the most popular theme parks in this country. Maya watched a group of parents playing with their children with a happy smile and said, "You know, I have thought about doing something." "To do what?" Mako asked. "Well, Nana and Shishio probably won't have a problem joining any universities as long as they want to. On the other hand, you will also become a hairdresser, following your parents' path, right?" Maya sighed and said, "I am the only one who hasn't found anything." She would be lying if she didn't feel anything, especially when she was surrounded by many people who followed their dreams honestly and worked hard for them. She would be lying if she didn't feel inferior and also wanted to do something. Maya's parents didn't have a family business, she wasn't as smart as Nana, and she didn't have a dream like Nanamai. She didn't know what to do, but she must admit staying with Shishio and listening to his words made her realize something. It was okay if Maya didn't have anything she wanted to do. After all, she was young, and the majority of people in this life also didn't have anything they wanted to do. They only swayed along with the flow before they either worked as a normal employee or became a housewife after being match-made by their parents. However, was Maya alright with that kind of life? Maya didn't want to, and if possible, she wanted to do something she wanted to do in her life, and she wouldn't feel bored. If she became Shishio's wife, it might be good, but could she become the wife of her best friend's boyfriend? It was impossible, right? Well, it might be possible, but Maya didn't want to be left alone and also wanted to do something, so she kept thinking until she found something she wanted to do. Nana and Mako weren't sure what to say in this situation since they had never thought Maya would have this problem. After all, Maya had never said anything, but they also understood it wasn't something easy to say. Still, it was also the reason why they didn't know what kind of advice they should give to Maya. "So, have you found something that you want?" Shishio asked curiously. "Well, I found it." Maya was quite embarrassed, then asked, "You're not going to laugh?" "No." 3x. Nana, Mako, and Shishio said at the same time. "Well, I want to become a kindergarten teacher," Maya said with a blush. What's that expression? Maya was annoyed when she saw Nana, Mako, and Shishio start to back off. "Well, it's not because of lust that you choose this profession, right?" Nana asked. "Of course not." "Really? I don't believe you." Mako had seen the disguise on Maya's face and knew this girl wanted to become a kindergarten teacher because of lust. You should think twice. I don't want my friend to become a criminal. Shishio was worried. Give me a break. Maya screamed, causing Nana, Mako, and Shishio to laugh. Still, we won't laugh at you, and if you want to do it, we'll support you, Shishio said. Yes, just share cute photos of those little children when you become a kindergarten teacher, Mako said with a smile. Do you want me to lose my job? Maya's eyes twitched. More importantly, Shishio, what are you going to do? Mako suddenly asked. What do you mean? Shishio asked while looking at Mako, who leaned on his shoulder lazily. He wondered why this girl tried to act like she was his lover. He didn't really mind, though. What are you going to do with USA? Are you going to just let him go like this? Mako asked. Do you want me to help or something? Shishio asked. Not exactly, but is this okay with you to see Ritsuo-senpai being confessed to? Mako asked. You can see that USA wants to confess to Ritsuo-senpai. Shishio asked. Of course. This guy is like an open book. It's obvious. The only person who doesn't realize it is probably Ritsuo-senpai herself, Mako said with a sigh. USA was too simple, and everyone could see he had been staring at Ritsuo from time to time. They could also see the nervousness on his face that couldn't be hidden. Even if they hadn't heard anything, as a woman, they were naturally sensitive about this matter and knew USA might plan to confess to Ritsuo. Especially after they had confirmation from Shishio's mouth. Then, what's the problem? Shishio asked. Can you see it? If he confesses and he's rejected, what will happen? Mako asked. Well, that's all, right? Shishio thought Mako asked about the same problem that his girlfriends asked about, but it seemed it was a different thing. If he's rejected, then the interpersonal relationship in the literature club will be a mess. Everyone will be awkward, Mako said. Frankly, she didn't care about USA's confession or not. If he could be accepted, it would be alright, but the probability he would fail was greater. If he failed, then what would happen? Everything in the literature club would be a mess, and everyone would need to be careful to talk in front of Ritsuo and USA. Mako was comfortable with the literature club, and she didn't want this club to be destroyed because of this small matter. While Shishio looked at Mako thoughtfully since he didn't really think much about what would happen after USA was rejected, when she pointed out this problem, he knew how awkward it would be when USA was rejected. You want me to stop their confession? Shishio asked. If possible. Mako said in a low voice. It's impossible, Shishio answered without hesitation. But Mako knew this guy was smart, and he should be able to think of something to solve this matter. However, Shishio shook his head and said, if our relationship is broken just because of this matter, then that's it. Our relationship isn't something as strong as you imagine, and it isn't worth keeping it. You're so cold. Mako was annoyed. I'm not cold, but I believe they'll be alright, so let's just believe them, Shishio said. Mako looked at Shishio for a moment before she let out a sigh. Well, I'll believe you now. Are you sure? Nana asked in a whisper. Shishio glanced at Nana and knew what she was worried about. They didn't feel worried about USA since USA wasn't a loner or something. Even if he lost his place in the literature club or was rejected by Ritsuo, they didn't care much since they knew this guy would be alright. However, Ritsuo was different. She was a loner, and while she might reject many people, they were all strangers she didn't know. However, USA was different since he was someone she knew. Without a doubt, after Ritsuo rejected him, there would be awkwardness, and she would feel uncomfortable. It's all right. Shishio patted Nana's hand gently, telling her it would be all right. However, Shishio felt a different thing. He felt what might happen today was a part of life. It was something inevitable, and even if USA didn't confess now, he might confess in the future. He wasn't sure how the relationship between Ritsuo and USA would become in the future. Still, the wheel of fate had already begun. It was impossible to stop the feeling in USA's heart. Shishio looked at the sky and looked in the direction of Hikigaya was together with USA, thinking he was glad to bring him since this way, he didn't need to take care of the aftermath. 469, unexpectedly, Hikigaya is a quiet narcissist. The wheel of fate between Ritsuo and USA had started to move. However, it didn't mean everyone was going to watch them every second. Instead, they used their time to have fun without hesitation. Mashiro! Mashiro! Ritsuo screamed loudly when Shina pulled her to Fuji Q's most vicious roller coaster. Ritsuo! Shina looked at Ritsuo with a begging expression. Ritsuo could only sigh and give up. She looked at the tallest, longest, and strange-shaped roller coaster in front of her before she looked at the people around her. She knew she wouldn't be alone, and she would be all right. Right? It's time to decide who is strongest among us, Nana said. You're going to cry this time, Mako said while looking at Nana and Maya. Aren't you putting on bravery? Maya asked with a snort. Shishio and Mai could only roll their eyes, but they didn't say much. Instead, they turned and looked at Yuki Nashida, Yui, Rui, Momo, and Roberta, who talked together. Still, Roberta didn't join their conversation and just stood there in silence. As for Hina, even though she had said she wanted to join, in the end, she couldn't since she had something to do. As for what kind of thing she had to do, no one was sure since they didn't ask. However, Shishio felt he could see how Hina felt awkward, considering this woman tried to join him every time there was a chance. It might be wrong to think something like this, and it felt like she was desperate. He also thought Hina might have realized it and decided not to join. Also, her emotions were still jumbled together, especially when they did it together at that time. While Shishio believed in his charm, he wasn't overconfident about it. He believed many people could resist his charm because they loved their partner well. However, even if he couldn't seduce those people, he believed he could become their good friend. The distance between a good friend and a lover was just a wall of paper. As long as Shishio thrust this wall of paper, the relationship between the two would change. Still, anyway, it was better for Hina to calm herself. Instead of joining their group, considering he might not have time to take care of them with so many people around him. As for Saki and Miu, the two haven't joined the roller coaster since they were with their little sisters and waited below. On the other hand, Hikigaya and USA had been together, and if someone saw them, they would think they were friends. Hikigaya had a feeling what kind of story would begin, and he wondered whether the reason why he was invited was to take care of the aftermath of USA's fiasco. He wasn't sure, but he felt so helpless. Still, compared to Shishio, he felt USA was cuter. Not only was USA full of smiles and obedience. He also didn't mock him. He felt USA was the best junior he had ever had. Still, even if Hikigaya was a loner, he also had fallen in love in the past, and he also knew how it felt to fall in love with someone. It was hard to control himself, and it felt like something had controlled his body, so it was impossible to stop USA. Hikigaya looked at Shishio and knew this bastard must know the result of the confession, so was it alright to just leave it alone? Hikigaya wanted to talk about it, but it was hard to talk when many people were around him. Still, the time didn't wait for everyone, and it was their time to ride on the roller coaster. Everyone moved uniformly and entered this roller coaster. While Shishio had entered many emotional roller coasters, it was his first time entering one. He meant the real one in the literal meaning, not in the metaphoric meaning. He sat next to Mai and watched everyone seem quite nervous since the roller coaster slowly rose to its peak. Slowly, yet surely, it was as if they were being teased. Some of them wanted to escape, but they knew they couldn't. Shishio felt his palm was grabbed by Mai, and he could feel her nails dug into his palm, which made him speechless. Luckily, while it was hurt, it wasn't too unbearable, and he also had gotten used to Mai, who often used her nails or teeth to bite or scratch him, so he decided to endure it. Then, when the roller coaster reached its peak, it stopped. It was halted, and it was devoid of movement. It might be because this theme park was located near Mount Fuji, so the air was quite cool. They could also see the scenery of the tallest mountain from their spot, but sudden acceleration caused them to lose all of their voices before they screamed loudly, unable to endure the tension they felt. While Mai was screaming, Shishio was calm, observing his surroundings. He could see Shina, who was in the front seat, as calm as a Buddha statue. She was calm and just smirked, which made him scared. On the other hand, Ritsu screamed while hugging Shina's arm tightly. Still, what was amazing was Nana since her huge boobs undulated not only vertically but also horizontally. It was a beautiful scenery that even Mount Fuji couldn't compare. Shishio once again had to sigh, thinking how great his girlfriend was. Still, the most serious one was probably Hikigaya and USA since the two were hugging each other while screaming. "Let go of me!" 2x. With that scream, the roller coaster stopped, yet no one had recovered, and they were in a daze, watching the sky. Yuki Nashida just wasn't sure what to say at that moment. While she had agreed to join the play in the theme park, in the beginning, it was fun, but she wondered why she had to pay for this type of torture. If possible, Yuki Nashida wanted to invite Shishio to play at the cat cafe to tend to the trauma in her heart. "Yukinon, are you alright?" Yui asked worriedly. I am okay." Yuki Nashida shook her head and slowly got up. Not only Yuki Nashida but the rest of the girls, USA and Hikigaya, also felt the same since they couldn't handle the extreme roller coaster. "Let's do it again." However, this voice suddenly stopped everyone's movement, and they looked at Shina in a daze. Shina held Ritsu's hand, causing Ritsu's face to be pale. "Mashiro, let me go with you," Shishio said. "Okay." Shina nodded without hesitation. Nana suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "Let's do it. I won't lose." Maya and Mako were dumbfounded, but they looked at each other and nodded. "Count me in. I won't back down from this challenge." Rui and Momo were speechless and smiled bitterly. "Let's get someone, or the numbers won't even," Shishio said. Then, let's get Miu-senpai, Nana said. The expression of Mako and Maya seemed excited, and they nodded without hesitation. That's a great idea. Let's get Miu-senpai. Everyone. In the end, Shishio, Shina, Nana, Maya, Mako, Saki, Miu, and Roberta entered the roller coaster again. Wait. Wait. I don't want to enter. Miu screamed helplessly. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it might be scary at first, but it'll be nice after that. Shishio was in silence, looking at the girls who talked subtly in a quiet lewd manner. Shishio, let's go, Shina said and brought him to the front area of the roller coaster. Shishio. Saki and Miu, who were dragged into this, could only look bitterly at each other and showed helpless expressions. Still, the most nervous ones were Nana, Maya, and Mako, who showed fake bravery. Are you all right? Roberta asked. Oh, of course. I can ride this roller coaster forever. Nana said with empty bravery. Maya and Mako were lost for words, but they also didn't want to lose. In the end, they entered the roller coaster again, and their screams reverberated throughout the theme park. Mai, Rui, and Yukin Shida, who watched this scene, were quite speechless. I wonder whether they're all right. Yui said worriedly. It should be all right, right? Shishio is there after all, Momo said unsurely. Well, that's true. Shishio is there, so they should be okay. Yui nodded with her baseless confidence. Here's the water, Ritsu. You should drink some, Mai said. While she was shaken, she was an actress, so her nerve was better than most people. Shishio was also beside her before, so she was all right. Thanks, Mai. Ritsu accepted the water with thanks before she said, who would expect Shina to be such an adrenaline seeker. Now you mention that. Mai also agreed with Ritsu's remark. The two looked at each other and could only laugh bitterly. On the other hand, Hikigaya and USA didn't have the energy to talk and sat on the bench exhaustedly. Hikigaya was tired since he was hugged by USA, but without a doubt, he was scared during the roller coaster before. He then looked at USA, who was dying on his side, and couldn't help but ask, "You're all right, USA?" "Yeah, I am okay, senpai." USA let out a long sigh since he didn't expect the roller coaster would be so scary. However, when he put his attention on Ritsu again, his spirit recovered slightly, and he took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. However, the more he tried to calm himself, the more he felt nervous. Hikigaya looked at USA and felt this boy was really like an open book. He couldn't say anything since this boy had made up his mind. However, why did he feel everything would turn into a fiasco? Anyway, it had nothing to do with him, and Hikigaya should just ignore it, yet why couldn't he just pretend he didn't see anything and just didn't do anything? Hikigaya let out a long sigh and thought he was really kind-hearted and a gentle boy. Still, if Shishio knew what this guy was thinking, he must admit this guy was quite narcissistic, right? 470, Suspension Bridge Effect. Nana, Mako, and Maya sat on the bench together, next to each other, turned ashen as if they had burnt out. Still, their expression was serene, and they welcomed their defeat since it was already impossible for them to continue. Can you not do something stupid? Mai said speechlessly, looking at the three girls worriedly. Here's the water. Drink some, Shishio said. Feed me. Nana said while looking at Shishio beggingly. Her head was dizzy, and she felt she could throw out any time. Shishio opened the bottle and fed Nana slowly with the water. As if someone had walked under the desert for many hours without water, Nana sipped the water slowly before she started to gulp them. Watching her drinking the water, Shishio suddenly reminded of something, but this something shouldn't be said in this situation. Mai and Ritsu also helped Maya and Mako, who were too exhausted to move, drinking some water to recover. On the other hand, Shina and Miu unexpectedly wanted to play the roller coaster again. It's more fun than I thought, Miu said with a gentle smile. Saki, who was dead with just one ride, looked at Miu speechlessly. Everyone was lost when they saw Shina and Miu wanted to ride on the roller coaster again. However, Shishio quickly stopped them and said, "Wait. Wait. Why don't we try something else?" "Oh." Shina looked at Shishio curiously. "How about we enter the haunted house? I have heard this place is famous for having the scariest haunted house in the country," Shishio said while glancing at USA. USA quickly noticed Shishio's eyes, and his eyes shone brightly before he nodded. "Yeah, let's enter the haunted house." Shishio could only slap his forehead when he heard USA's words since this guy was obvious, right? As expected, when they heard USA's words, they became hesitant. "It's scary, right? I don't really want to enter one," Rui said without hesitation. She didn't really like to see something scary, and it was better not to join. On the other hand, Saki quickly hid behind Shishio, silently, without saying anything, as if trying to erase her presence. However, a group of brave heroes suddenly stood up from their stupor. He, this is a good chance for us to determine who is the winner among us, Nana said while standing up slowly. That's what I want to hear. I won't go home until we determine the winner among us, Mako said. This time, I'll show you that I am the winner. Maya also said. However, the legs of the three heroes seemed quite weak and shaking crazily. Still, the three looked at Shishio at the same time, which made him sigh, wondering what was wrong with those three girls. So, who is going to join? Shishio asked while looking at everyone. They hesitated, after all, that the horror of the scariest haunted house wasn't something to be scoffed off, and they would be lying if they didn't feel scared. Even if they dared to enter, it might be because of their self-esteem and fake bravery. Hikigaya didn't plan to enter the haunted house. Instead, he just wanted to play safely in this place. But who would expect his hand to be lifted by USA? We're going to. USA said without hesitation while lifting Hikigaya's hand. Hikigaya. Senpai, please. USA looked at Hikigaya with a begging expression. Hikigaya could only let out a long sigh. On the other hand, Yuki Nashida and Ui wondered how the relationship between USA and Hikigaya could be so close. Do they have that kind of relationship? They weren't sure, but one thing was sure, they had to watch over them. With that said, only a few people decided to enter the haunted house. Shina, Shishio, Nana, Maya, Mako, Hikigaya, USA, and Ritsu. Only 8 people decided to enter, and the rest decided to wait outside. Still, as the scariest and the longest haunted house in the country, it would take a while for them to go out, so the rest who didn't enter decided to wait in the food court area since they were quite hungry. The 8 people, on the other hand, stood in front of the haunted house. They watched the large abandoned hospital in front of them and knew instantly that the theme of the haunted house was probably a hospital. Somehow even if they hadn't entered, they could tell how scary it was, and it made their hearts thump. They knew a ghost shouldn't exist, but the element of surprise and how gloomy the location caused their tension to be high. Are you ready? Nana asked her best friends nervously. Oh. I am ready. Mako nodded nervously. Maya hesitated for a moment before she said, I am scared. Sorry. Nana and Mako. I won't enter, May said with a cry. Then, me too. I am scared too. Mako said without hesitation since Maya dared to admit she was scared. Nana hesitated, but when she saw 2 girls who honestly admitted they were scared, she made up her mind and said, I am sorry. I am scared too. If the haunted house was just 10 minutes or something, they wouldn't be scared, but they had heard they had to enter the haunted house for more than half an hour or more. This fact wasn't a joke. Ritsu also wanted to join Nana and the rest, but who would expect Shina would hold her tightly? Mashiro. Ritsu wanted to cry. Ritsu, accompany me, Shina said while staring at Ritsu. Ritsu looked at Shina for a while and wondered whether all this girl did was all deliberately. However, she just couldn't fight against Shina's cuteness. Oh okay. Shina nodded while showing a bright smile. 8 brave people turned into 5 people. Shishio looked at the 5 and asked, so you're all ready, right? Shina, Ritsu, and USA nodded. However, Hikigaya could only nod reluctantly. He didn't really want to enter, but who would expect USA would hold his hand so tightly? Can you not hold my hand so tightly? Hikigaya felt weird, especially when USA's hand was warm and slightly wet. He felt it was wrong, yet he couldn't say anything, which made him helpless. The 5 made up their minds and entered the haunted house together. As for the rest, they watched the 5 enter the haunted house with a sigh, thinking they were fearless. Well, should we wait for him in the nearby food court? Mai said. They agreed and walked to the nearby food court since it was quite hot, considering it was almost summer and the sun was quite intense. Also, while they were scared, they would be lying if they didn't feel curious about the haunted house, so if possible, they wanted to hear their story as soon as possible. Still, as for the 5 heroes who dared to challenge the trial, they entered the haunted house. They were in their own position. Hikigaya was on edge, with USA on his side. Ritsu was in the middle, between Shishio and USA. On the other hand, Shina was on Shishio's side, right on edge. But unlike the rest, her eyes gleamed in excitement, ready to enter anytime. Shishio. Shishio nodded and looked at everyone. Ready. USA, Hikigaya, and Ritsu reluctantly nodded. The large door was opened, and a large hall welcomed them. Still, they didn't feel scared until the door was closed automatically, and everything turned silent. Shishio must admit this haunted house was really well made. Not only was it really like an abandoned hospital, but there was this disinfectant smell remaining in the hospital. Oh. Suddenly a strange moan sounded, causing the scenery around them to become even eerie. While Shina was curious, Ritsu held Shishio's arm tightly and closed her eyes. On the other hand, Hikigaya and USA were frightened by this haunted house. Let's go. With how big this haunted house was, it would take a while to walk around, so it was better to walk instead of wasting their time standing in a place. While Hikigaya and USA were scared, they nodded since they didn't want to appear cowardly. Still, his plan was to create a chance for USA and Ritsuo to become close through the suspension bridge effect. When their fear was at the limit, they would start to have feelings for each other. But who would expect USA would get scared too? His plan was perfect, but USA's condition messed up everyone. Or had he expected this? Probably. However, Shishio also gave a chance to USA since he had thought of him as his competitor. He knew that USA had a lot of disadvantages compared to him since USA's time to meet Ritsuo was short, and they could only meet each other in the club room. On the other hand, Shishio could meet Ritsuo almost every day on the Sakurasu. He was kind enough to give a chance for USA, but who would expect this boy would bomb his chance? Then suddenly, a patient rose from the stretcher, screaming, giving the five of them a scare. USA ran away without hesitation. Wait, USA. Hikigaya was dumbfounded, but his legs trembled, and he couldn't move. Ugh. Ritsuo was on the verge of crying and hugged Shishio tightly since she was so scared, especially when she heard the scream of the ghost. Still, suddenly she felt her head being patted, and hearing this voice, she felt slightly better. Calm down, senpai. I am here. I won't run away, so let's finish this haunted house calmly. Yo, you won't run away, right? Ritsuo said with tears in her eyes. I won't. Just hold my hand, and if you are scared, you can close your eyes. Shishio must admit when Ritsuo was scared and in tears, she was so cute that he wanted to tease her more. On the other hand, Shina didn't seem afraid and even touched the ghost, who suddenly rose from its slumber curiously. Mashiro. Shina nodded while holding Shishio's hand, wondering whether there was something more interesting. Shishio was lost for words before he looked at Hikigaya, who used all of his strength to stand up. Hikigaya-senpai, are you alright? I am alright. Hikigaya tried to appear strong when he was asked by Shishio. So, is it alright if I leave you alone? No. Don't do that. Hikigaya thought Shishio was a devil. Well, it's impossible for you to hold my hands, but you can hold the hem of my t-shirt if you want, Shishio said. Hikigaya was dumbfounded, and a blush appeared on his face. Come on, senpai. I am going to leave you, Shishio said. Wait. Hikigaya quickly followed the three from behind before he gently grabbed the hem of his t-shirt. He wasn't sure why he felt this feeling, but one thing was for sure, he must admit this guy was so handsome. As for USA, he screamed, showing a scared expression. If Shina saw his face at this moment, without a doubt, she would say she had seen the scream from Edward. 471, Fiasco. While USA slumped on the bench in a daze, unable to get up, feeling exhausted by the trial he had encountered, Shishio and Shina were all right, and they didn't seem to be affected by the haunted house. On the other hand, the reaction of Ritsuo and Hikigaya was slightly strange. They were tired and didn't want to move, but many of them could see some blushes on their faces. While they didn't seem surprised by Ritsuo's blush, they felt strange by Hikigaya's blush, and they must admit it was quite disgusting. Oi! Hikigaya wasn't sure, but he felt someone was thinking something rude about him. Still, since he had walked out of the haunted house, he needed to calm his pounding heart. He knew the reason why his heart pounded because of the haunted house, and it definitely had nothing to do with a different reason. Definitely. Still, Shishio didn't know why, but he decided to put some distance with Hikigaya and talked with Yukinashida, Rui, and Momo, wondering whether there was something they wanted to play. Shina was obedient since she played on a roller coaster and haunted house, listening to the story of the theme park around the country with stars in her eyes. While they talked to each other, they decided to try another attraction. Ritsuo-senpai, do you want to come with us? Shishio asked. Ritsuo looked at Shishio for a moment before she looked at the girls around him before she said, it's alright, I need to take a rest for a while. She took out her book and opened the page where she had bookmarked before continuing to read it. However, she looked up and asked, where are you going to play? Mirror House, Shina said. Ritsuo hesitated for a moment before she closed her books. Okay, let's play. Anyway, she could read her book later, and it was a rare time for her to play with everyone in the theme park. It might be her first time doing this since she usually puts her book as the first priority, yet this time, she didn't. Still, she didn't regret it and followed them. USA and Hikigaya were the same, and they also joined them since they might not come here shortly. The price of coming here also wasn't low either, so they didn't want to waste their money and continued to play around until they were dead tired. Still, USA was looking for a chance to confess, and hopefully, that chance would come before they went home. He looked at Shishio's back and gave him a signal. While Shishio was speechless, he only nodded helplessly, making USA feel happy. Frankly, He hated this type of person who said they loved someone to their acquaintances, so their acquaintances wouldn't make a move on their crush. USA was like that, and it started to annoy him. Still, Shishio had promised to help USA, and this was the last time, whatever the result be. However, Hikigaya frowned, but he didn't say anything since this wasn't his problem. Since they had played all the attractions that gave them adrenaline, they played various others attractions with a happy smile. Still, Ritsuo kept staring at Shishio from time to time, feeling helpless and complex. She had always thought of Shishio as her friend, and he had always thought of her as his friend. There was nothing more, and there was nothing less. However, sometimes, she felt it might be wonderful when she thought of having a relationship with more than just a friend. Still, Ritsuo didn't know how Shishio felt about her. They might be friends, but she must admit she was troublesome and she was awkward. When she thought from the first time they met until now, she felt had always caused him trouble one after another. She also kept receiving help from him and wondered whether there was something she could do. However, Ritsuo knew she didn't think she could help him unless she could give him her. Ritsuo was in silence and lowered her head since she felt embarrassed. "What's wrong, senpai?" Nanami asked, feeling weird by Ritsuo's action. It's okay. I am a little tired," Ritsuo quickly said. "Ah, do you need to rest, senpai? Do you need a drink?" USA, who heard Ritsuo's words, quickly said while looking around worriedly. "It's okay." Ritsuo wasn't sure why USA suddenly said all of that, but this was the only thing she could say. She looked at Nanami and said, "Nanami, can you accompany me to rest?" Nanami was surprised, but she nodded. "Okay." The two walked on the bench and sat together, resting while talking to each other. USA looked at Ritsuo for a while before he let out a long sigh, wondering whether there was a chance for them to be alone, but then he felt someone touch his shoulder. He turned and saw it was Hikigaya. "Senpai. Let's play for a while," Hikigaya said, knowing it was out of his character, but he felt it was necessary to do so since he could see how desperate he was. Furthermore, he had this type of experience in the past, so if possible, he wanted to calm USA down. However, was it possible? USA looked at Ritsuo for a while before he reluctantly nodded. He could see Nanami would be there for a while, and it might take a while for them to talk, so it was better to spend his time playing since he also wanted to play for a bit. Still, on this condition, USA felt it was quite hard to play, and he just wanted to utter his real feeling to Ritsuo. When USA and Hikigaya left, Nanami looked at USA's back before she shook her head. She then looked at Ritsuo and asked, "What's wrong, senpai?" "No, I am just tired, but I don't want to be alone," Ritsuo said frankly, but she wasn't sure why she said this. Still, she was dumbfounded when Nanami chuckled. "Why did you laugh?" She pouted and felt slightly annoyed. "I just didn't expect you to say this. After all, if it was before, would you say you didn't want to stay alone?" Nanami said that she remembered how Ritsuo would stay alone while reading books all the time, ignoring her surroundings. Ritsuo was silent since she knew Nanami was right. However, after she had stayed with Nanami and China for a long time, she knew their relationship had become closer, and they became friends with each other. Nanami didn't say anything and just sipped her cola. She didn't need to do hard work again, skip meals, or do anything to save her money since she was being taken care of by Shishio. If there was something hard, it was quite hard to take care of his sexual urge, and she only succumbed to him every time. However, she would be lying if she didn't like it. Still, Nanami was somehow in a daze when she thought about their last play. She acted like a housemaid who was being forced by her master. While the play might be weird, she was so excited and cried even harder. Her nectar also kept dripping at that time, which made her want him to bullet her more. However, Nanami knew this shouldn't be said to anyone, and it was better to keep this matter a secret. The only thing that Nanami was worried about was whether it was okay for her to get excited about this matter. Nanami didn't know, but as long as Shishio loved it, she would try it too. "Nanami, what's your relationship with Shishio?" Ritsuo suddenly asked, causing Nanami to choke. Cough. Cough. The cola almost entered her nose, but she held it, and she was glad she didn't have to show an embarrassing scene. Still, she kept coughing hard since the cola entered her throat the wrong way. "Are you all right, Nanami?" Ritsuo panicked while patting Nanami's back from time to time. Nanami had tears in her eyes, but she quickly got better before she sipped the cola again gently. She then let out a long sigh and said, "I am okay, senpai." She then looked at Ritsuo and asked, "But then, why did you suddenly ask that?" "Well, I was just curious why you often stayed in his room for a few hours." Ritsuo murmured. Nanami was in silence, and if Ritsuo realized what she was doing, then shouldn't the others too? Nanami thought for a moment and looked at Ritsuo for a while. "Don't tell anyone, but we're in that kind of relationship." Ritsuo blinked her eyes and asked, "That kind?" "We had sex," Nanami said with a blush. Ritsuo opened her eyes wide, but she didn't scream or anything and only asked, you aren't dating, right? If it was another, she didn't overthink, but Nanami was different since she had never heard Nanami was dating Shishio. She only heard Nanami was working as his maid. No. Was it all right? Nanami asked. Ritsu nodded since this was the question she wanted to ask. I say it depends on who that person is, whether it is all right or not, but right now, I just want to be with him even if I can't become his lover, Nanami said firmly. Be with him. Ritsu murmured. Well, you shouldn't put me as an example, senpai. Nanami also knew her relationship with Shishio wasn't something one could be proud of, especially when they weren't even lovers. Still, she was okay with it and satisfied with it. However, she would be lying if she didn't want their relationship to be even closer. Ritsu nodded and didn't ask about Nanami's relationship again, and they talked about many things, but it was mostly about Shishio. The time felt as if it moved so fast with a happy time. Before long, it was already evening, and they thought about going back. Still, before they returned, they wanted to ride on the Ferris wheel and take a picture together. However, it might be deliberate or a coincidence when Ritsu was waiting for everyone while reading a book, USA sat near her and suddenly asked, Senpai, do you have fun? Ritsu looked up and saw it was USA. Frankly, they weren't particularly close, and they didn't really talk to each other besides greeting. Still being asked, she nodded since she had fun. That's great. USA let out a sigh of relief. Ritsu lowered her head again and continued to read her book, but USA didn't let her. Senpai. USA took a deep breath and asked, can I ask something? Ritsu wondered what USA wanted to say and looked at him quietly. Do you want to say something? USA nodded and said, Senpai, I like you. Be my girlfriend. Ritsu was in a daze, and she didn't expect she was being confessed out of the blue. If it was someone else, she would reject it without hesitation. Still, she had already had an answer on her mind, but she wondered whether it was okay to say this. Senpai. USA was so nervous that he felt his heart could jump out anytime. Still, he thought he would be accepted since he recalled how Ritsu would reject anyone without hesitation. However. Sorry. Ritsu apologized, and right now, she felt everything was so awkward, but she knew she couldn't be so rude, especially when USA was Shishio's friend. I can't accept your confession since I don't feel that way toward you. I am sorry. She then left after a moment of hesitation since she just didn't know what to say or react to at this moment. On the other hand, USA only sat there, turning white pale before disappearing into the dust. 472, it's bitter and sweet. Everyone's mood should be good when they go home, but who would expect everything to turn awkward? Everyone could see how USA was in a daze and didn't seem to wake up, like a lifeless doll who had lost its string. Still, they could also see how strange Ritsu was, especially when she sat on the back seat of the bus, trying to distance herself from someone. Ritsu held her book as usual, but she was in a daze while she glanced out from time to time. Hikigai looked at USA, who sat next to him and could only sigh helplessly. USA was on the verge of crying, but he held it and tried to be strong. However, the damage caused by the rejection was harder than he had thought. If possible, he wanted to ask why Ritsu had rejected him and whether there was a way to make her accept him since he was really in love with her. However, when he thought about how she told him she didn't love him and he was rejected by her clearly, he knew everything had ended. His first love had ended. Ugh. USA wanted to cry again, but he was too embarrassed to be seen, so he could only hold it. Hikigai was also helpless since he didn't expect USA to confess so suddenly without any precautions, even if he tried to stop USA. Still, even if he said he tried to stop USA, all he was doing was something subtly by staying on USA's side as long as he could. However, who would have thought that when he went to the toilet, USA would suddenly confess, and everything would end when he arrived. No one expected USA would confess so suddenly when he was given a chance. They thought he would hesitate, but it seemed that wasn't the case since he was ready and confessed to Ritsu without hesitation. However, the result was. As he had promised, Shishio set up a chance for USA to confess when they were almost going home. Then, with his skill, it wasn't hard for him to gather the people around him to give USA and Ritsu a chance to be together. Frankly, when USA confessed, everyone happened to see it, and they just could feel helpless when they saw USA's confession. It wasn't because it was cringe or something. Instead, it was normal. However, it might be because they knew the mood wasn't right and knew the result of the confession, so they felt it was painful to watch the confession. However, everyone also knew it was impossible to stop USA from confessing unless Shishio confessed to Ritsu. Still, they knew Shishio didn't have any intention of confessing to Ritsu, so it was impossible to stop USA. Hey, are you not going to do anything? Nana whispered. What do you want me to do? Shishio was helpless. You were the one who set this up, right? Shouldn't you also think about how to erase this awkward atmosphere? Mai asked. What can I do? Shishio had done what USA asked, and USA was able to confess, so that's all? Shishio knew USA had already known this consequence, or USA might have known, yet a love blinded him of this fact. The feeling of love was complicated. It made someone become one wasn't be, and most of the time, it would cloud their judgment. It was some kind of sickness, yet many people still wanted to have it. Let time heal him, Shishio said, since there was no other way to solve this problem besides time or find another person they loved. They looked at Shishio and knew this was the only way. Still, I don't really care about USA, but what about Ritsu? She's acting strange, you know. Mai said with a worried expression. Shishio glanced at Ritsu for a moment and said, let's leave it to Mashiro and Nanamai. I'm sure she can handle this. Also, it is quite wrong for me to talk with her after she has just rejected someone, especially. He glanced at USA before he shut his mouth. While his morals were doubtable, Shishio wasn't cruel enough to attack Ritsu when USA was right in front of him. It might be different when they parted, and he could talk with Ritsu since he must admit he regretted the fact he let USA confess to Ritsu. It wasn't that Shishio felt jealous or anything, but he could see how distressed Ritsu was after she rejected USA. If the person she rejected was just a stranger and didn't have a relationship with everyone, Ritsu might not think too much and could just continue to read her book as usual. However, USA was different since he was Shishio's friend, and she was afraid she might cause awkwardness for everyone. Still, everything had happened, and there was no medicine for regret. What Shishio could do was take care of the aftermath after they went home. Ritsu, are you okay? Sheena asked. I am okay. Ritsu looked at Sheena and said, it's all right. You don't need to worry about me. But I am worried about Ritsu, Sheena said while looking straight into Ritsu's eyes. Ritsu was silent, and her mouth opened and closed before she smiled helplessly. I don't know what to do. She just didn't expect she was being confessed so suddenly, and it made her feel awkward. Not only did she feel awkward, but she was also scared when she thought she had made everyone become awkward because of this matter. Still, could someone blame USA? Or should they blame her for rejecting USA? No one could be blamed for this matter, and there was also no point in searching for who was at fault. The most important thing was to solve this matter as soon as possible. Still, Ritsu and USA didn't know since their heads were clouded with various emotions, and they were teenagers, so it was normal for them to make a mistake. After all, even an adult could make a mistake, and as long as they were human, they could make a mistake. However, if there was one that made someone different, it was whether one wanted to fix that mistake or just let it away like this, forget everything before they drifted apart. Talk with Shishio, Sheena suddenly said. Hey. Ritsu was dumbfounded. He has promised to bring you to Jimboko, right? So just ask him to bring you there, Sheena said while holding Ritsu's hands. After all, Ritsu was her first friend in this country, and Ritsu had taken care of her many times, so this time, she was going to help her. But Ritsu hesitated since she wasn't even Shishio's girlfriend, he also had a boyfriend, and she had just rejected his friend's confession. Could she brazenly ask Shishio to go out to the Jimboko just like this? I'll talk to him. Sheena didn't care much about USA since she only cared about Ritsu, so she just stood up and was about to walk toward Shishio, but she was stopped and held by Nanamai and Ritsu. Stop. 2x. Ritsu and Nanamai looked at each other and let out a sigh in relief since they were glad someone had common sense around them. Mashiro, I'll help Ritsu later. You should rest, alright? I'm sure you're tired, Nanamai said. Yes, I'll ask Nanamai for help later, Ritsu said. Sheena looked at the two before she nodded and sat on the chair before she slept directly since she would be lying if she wasn't tired. Looking at Sheena, who was sleeping, Ritsu wondered whether it was morally okay to ask Shishio to go out after she was confessed by his friend. However, she also wanted to know what he thought when he knew she was being confessed. What would his reaction be? Would he feel uncomfortable? Also, why did she feel this way? Ritsu had read various romance novels after she met him, and even now, she might have realized what kind of feeling she had, but she knew this feeling shouldn't be born, especially for someone like him. Ritsu looked in USA's direction and saw him depressed. She would be lying if she didn't feel guilty, but she just didn't feel that way toward USA, and she just didn't think there was a possibility for them to be together, at least for now. On the other hand, USA was just in a mess, and he wondered whether there was something he could do to fix this situation. He had forgotten all of the words that Shishio had told him, and he just didn't want his relationship with Ritsu to end. However, he just didn't know how to face her, and he just felt helpless after being rejected. Being rejected was, of course, not something fun. It was painful, and it made one a mess. USA was in a daze even until they arrived at the bus station. It wasn't until his shoulder was patted that he had woken up. He looked up and saw Shishio was there. Come on. Come with me. Hikigaya-senpai, follow us too. Hikigaya was speechless, but he nodded and decided to follow Shishio. USA felt hesitant, but being half forced by Shishio, he could only nod and follow him. With 3 left, the girls also left too since it was quite late, and they thought of going home, but they kept watching USA, Hikigaya and Shishio, who slowly left at night. Shishio didn't need to worry about the girls since Roberto would take care of the rest, and right now, he was going to handle his promise with USA. Where are we going, Shishio? I want to go back. USA's mood wasn't good since he was rejected, and he was thinking about whether there was a way to mend his relationship with Ritsu. Just follow me, Shishio said simply before he ignored USA again. We're going to arrive soon. USA and Hikigaya were confused, but then they saw a simple ramen shop in front of them. Why ramen? They were confused. Shishio entered the shop without hesitation while looking at USA and Hikigaya, who were looking at him in a daze. Come in. I am going to treat you. Hikigaya didn't hesitate, but USA hesitated for a moment before he entered. Boss, 3 ramens, gyoza, and fried rice. Also, give us a beer. Shishio said without hesitation in one go. Hey? We're in high school. Do you think it is all right? Hikigaya asked in a whisper. Also, he wanted to say they ordered too much. It's okay. It's okay. If you don't drink, I'll drink them. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and USA and said, just order what you want. Let's eat. USA sat in the middle between Shishio and Hikigaya. The boss ramen looked at the 3 and didn't question them. Neither talked, and they just waited quietly for their order to come. Before long, they heard the voice of the boss, and their order was given. Here's your order. The boss didn't give the alcohol and gave the ramen to the 3 of them. Also, instead of alcohol, he gave them cola, but Shishio didn't say anything and looked at the hard-boiled and solemn expression of the boss, wondering whether the boss was a part-time assassin. Shishio and Hikigaya took the chopsticks without hesitation, but USA hesitated before he also ate ramen. Shishio and Hikigaya must admit the taste of the ramen wasn't bad, but USA felt it was too salty. It's salty. USA ate his ramen with tears and snot on his face. It's salty, ugh. Finally, his tears couldn't be contained anymore, and he bawled. Shishio and Hikigaya didn't say anything and just patted USA's back. While the boss quietly gave them the gyoza as a bonus to USA and lowered the volume of the television. The 3 were in silence while listening to USA's sobbing that echoed through the store. Bittersweet youth. 473, Tsukiko, I have to talk with him. After crying out loud, Shishio didn't accompany USA, and he returned to Hirotsuka's house. As he had said before, he had promised USA he would treat him to ramen when USA was rejected. He also said it was his last time to help USA. After all, Shishio must admit, it was quite troublesome to take care of USA. He was glad Hikigaya was there, and the 3 simply had fun at the ramen store with the hard-boiled boss by singing an enka song. While they didn't know why they sang an enka song, they didn't care much and just had fun before they returned home. As for whether USA's broken heart was healed or not, it was another matter. However, without a doubt, USA felt better than before. As for whether USA could get Ritsuo and their relationship would develop, it had nothing to do with Shishio now. Still, right now, Shishio needed to take care of Hirotsuka since she was annoyed that she couldn't go with him to the theme park. Fortunately, while she couldn't ride the merry-go-round, she could still ride on him, and frankly, it was more enjoyable. On the other hand, Hikigaya was being complained about by his little sister. Ani-chan, why were you so late? Hikigaya looked at his little sister for a moment and said, Youth. Hikigaya's little sister. Hikigaya didn't explain what was the meaning behind his word since, as a man, he had to keep everything he saw to his grave. Watching Hikigaya, who acted like he was the coolest guy on earth, Hikigaya's little sister had only one word for him. Gross. Hikigaya almost staggered, but he only snorted since a woman wouldn't understand what a man felt. Still, he was a big brother, so he needed to show his might. So you don't want your souvenir? Ah, Ani-chan, you're so handsome today. Komaki really loves you. Looking at his little sister, who acted so rudely and had acted so cutely now, Hikigaya let out a sigh, wondering why a little sister was such a creature. However, when Hikigaya realized how cute his little sister was, he felt he must protect her from the claw of that scumbag. After all, Hikigaya didn't want to be called a brother-in-law by him. Definitely. Hikigaya's little sister only tilted her head and showed confusion. Hikigaya didn't say anything and just patted her head. I'll take a bath first. What about dinner? I have eaten. Looking at the back of his big brother, Hikigaya's little sister smiled and thought Hikigaya really enjoyed his youth now. Still, Hikigaya's little sister became curious about her brother's friend. Who is he? While she had asked him before, he seemed too reluctant to explain, as if there was something hidden. She was like a curious cat, and somehow, she wanted to see her brother's friend. The seed had been planted, and it was only a time before it would sprout. However, Hikigaya didn't know that, and when it happened, he could only bitterly cry and hope for the best. Probably. Anyway, it had nothing to do with our protagonist. After he had woken up, Shishio prepared breakfast for him and Hiratsuka. On the other hand, Hiratsuka lay on the sofa lazily, closing her eyes while letting the television turn on. While she didn't see or listen to the news, Shishio, who was cooking in the kitchen, and listening to the morning news, wondered whether there was any interesting news. While cooking breakfast, Shishio wondered whether someday, he would be stunned by the news about a prehistoric human who was found under the iceberg and came alive after the ice had melted. Or the various prisons on Earth were being broken, and many dangerous prisoners escaped, coming to Tokyo. Or a samurai was found in the middle of the city. Or a man destroyed the whole United States Army. Shishio wasn't sure, but even if those things he mentioned above didn't happen, he was okay with it since a peaceful world was the best. Shizuka, do you have a plan today? Shishio asked, wondering whether Hiratsuka had a plan. While Hiratsuka was tired after riding Shishio's merry-go-round, she could still listen to his voice and answered absent-mindedly, I am going out with Tachibana Satomi and Aina Rumiko later. Shishio thought about the friends of Chihiro and Hiratsuka, who he met on a small street stall in the past. He knew they were teachers, and they were also single. However, Hiratsuka wasn't single anymore, and he wondered whether she was going to announce their relationship to the two of them. Is Chihiro-ne going to follow? No, she isn't going to come, Hiratsuka said while yawning and rubbing her face on the pillow. Still, her nose moved slightly, and she slowly stood up, creeping toward Shishio silently before she hugged him from behind. I caught you. Shishio. Hiratsuka rubbed her face against his neck, then asked, what are you cooking? Wonton soup, is that okay? Oh. It's Chinese food. Hiratsuka seemed excited. When will it be ready? She couldn't wait and wanted to eat as soon as possible. It's going to be ready soon. Shishio turned his body, facing Hiratsuka. Hiratsuka was stunned before she was suddenly pushed to the table. She was dumbfounded since her panties were taken down. If you want it, just tell me. Don't tempt me like this, Shishio said and could feel Hiratsuka was ready. Hiratsuka was lost for words, but she didn't fight back since this was what she wanted. In the morning, the two had a morning exercise, and their exercise was so heavy that their breaths became heavier and heavier. In other words, it was a challenging exercise. While Shishio and Hiratsuka did their morning workout, Rui also prepared breakfast for her family. However, she kept looking at the clock from time to time, wondering why the time couldn't move faster. It was a Sunday, so Hina didn't have to work, and she lay on the table lazily, seemingly sleeping, but it was hard to see since her face was covered by her long hair. Akihito Fujii and Tsukiko Tachibana were also at home since they didn't have to go to work on Sunday. They talked happily with each other while sipping coffee prepared by Rui. Hina and Rui smiled when they saw how happy their mother was. After all, they still remembered how distressed and sad their mother asked for a divorce from their father. Still, everything was because of their father, who cheated on their mother, and it was also the reason why they followed their mother. Hina was in silence since suddenly she remembered her father. She knew she shouldn't communicate with Shishio again, especially after their trip to Kamakura. However, she just couldn't help it and wanted to speak with him again, especially when she thought about the night she spent with him. It was something unforgettable and something that she had never ever felt before. Her body became wet when she thought about that night. Whether it was a bed, chair, bathtub, table, or every corner of the hotel room, they had marked them. If it was before, Hina would be just a naive woman who didn't understand anything, but under his care, she became an animal in the heat, which made her want to beat him up somehow. Still. Hina turned her head slightly and looked at Rui, who hummed happily. She knew Rui had gone to the theme park yesterday, and even though she had said she was going to follow them. In the end, she didn't follow them since she felt it was quite too much to follow them, especially when she knew how all of his friends would go out with them. Hina was a teacher, and she knew how awkward it was for a student to play around under the supervision of the teacher, so she didn't follow them and stayed in the house, watching a comedy show on the television. Luckily, the comedy was funny. If not, Hina would stay at home bored. After Hina broke up with her previous boyfriend, she didn't have anything to do on the weekend. But, if possible, she wanted to go out with him today. However, Rui, you seem to be in a good mood. What's wrong? Tsukiko asked her daughter curiously. Her question caused Akihito and Hina to look at Rui at the same time. Am I in a good mood? Rui was speechless since she didn't realize it. Yeah, you have been humming something before. What song is that? Tsukiko asked. Well, it is Shishio's song. When they spent time in his apartment, Shishio often sang a random song, and Rui just happened to remember it. Oh. Tsukiko was surprised and asked, could he sing a song? She thought about her son-in-law, and her expression turned stiff, especially when she thought about how Shishio and Rui might have done it at this house. When Tsukiko took care of Rui when Rui was sick before, even if the smell of her room wasn't funny and her clothes were quite neat, she happened to see a few rubbers on her daughter's trash. While she was glad they used rubber, she felt vexed when she thought of how her daughter had become a woman. The time moves so fast. Tsukiko sighed inwardly and also clenched her fists when she thought about Shishio. She needed to remind him, or else she was afraid her daughter might get pregnant during high school. Yes, she could sing a song, Hina said. Have you heard of it, Hina? Tsukiko looked at Hina curiously. They talked about Shishio's song for a while before Tsukiko remembered to ask Rui why her daughter's mood was so good. I am going on a date with Shishio. Is that okay? Rui asked her mother. A date, eh? Tsukiko looked at her daughter thoughtfully. Rui wasn't sure why, but when her mother stared at her, she felt embarrassed and could only look away. Tsukiko stared at Rui for a while, which made Rui feel embarrassed. Still, Akihito laughed since he felt Rui's reaction was cute. On the other hand, Hina felt depressed since she could imagine how her little sister was being messed up by that bastard. What should I do? Hina was afraid Rui might become bad, and she wondered whether she should protect Rui by giving herself to Shishio. However, Hina must admit she felt jealous of Rui, and it was because of this feeling, that she felt she was such an ugly woman who could sleep with the boyfriend of her little sister. She let out a long sigh and wondered what she should do. Tsukiko didn't see Hina's strange expression, but she said, you can go on a date. Really? Rui was happy. But bring him here so I can talk with him first, Tsukiko said sternly. Rui. Still, Natsuo, who was right outside the living room, wondered when he could enter. 474, Shishio, just what do you want to do, auntie? Natsuo felt slightly awkward, but he entered the living room. Oh, Natsuo, have you woken up? Akihito greeted his son with a smile. Yeah. Natsuo nodded and wasn't sure what to say since Hina was sleeping on the table. As for Tsukiko, even if she had become his stepmother, she wasn't his real mother. Even if they had talked to each other normally, there was a time he felt awkward. As for Rui, there was no need to say anything, right? In the end, they were just step-siblings. Natsuo didn't have any expectations toward Rui again, especially since their relationship wasn't good and she had always given him a bad look. While he was helpless, he also felt annoyed since why should he be treated like this? It was also the reason why Natsuo didn't take the initiative to say anything to Rui. Breakfast is almost ready. You should wait for a bit, Natsuo-kun, Tsukiko said with a smile. Ah, yes. Natsuo nodded and sat on his seat naturally. Still, he must admit even if his relationship with Rui was bad, she prepared everyone food, and even if their relationship was bad, they still showed that their relationship was good in front of their parents. However, they underestimated their parents much since they could see how awkward Natsuo was with Rui. Still, they felt it was normal after all, they were just strangers, and suddenly they were told they had become siblings. It was obvious they would feel uncomfortable, and they thought it was better to leave everything to the two of them. It might sound irresponsible, but even parents also weren't sure what they should do. After all, they didn't want to be seen as annoying and thought a time might solve everything. Natsuo and Rui might not be close now, but what about the future? Hopefully, they can become good friends. As for siblings, it was quite hard. The term sibling was quite strange after all. Siblings were the closest strangers that were bonded by blood. However, they weren't bound by blood, and they were just strangers if their parents didn't marry each other. It was hard for them to get closer, especially when Rui didn't have a good impression of Natsuo. Natsuo also didn't have any expectations again toward Rui since it was good as long as he could become closer to Hina. By the way, when he's going to arrive? Tsukiko suddenly asked. Probably around 10? He'll text me when he has arrived, Rui said and put all the food on the table before she glared at Hina. Hina-ne, help me. Hina lifted her body slowly before she helped her little sister to set up the table. Natsuo didn't say anything and just watched Hina and Rui place the breakfast on the table. While their relationship wasn't good, he must admit the food was good. Still, his mood wasn't good, especially when he heard the conversation between Rui and Tsukiko. Tell him to come here first. I have something to talk about with him, Tsukiko said sternly. But... Rui hesitated for a moment before she said, we promised to meet at the station. It'll take a long walk for him to arrive here. He won't ride a motorcycle. Tsukiko asked with doubt. Well... Don't lie to me. Just tell him to come, so I can talk with him, Tsukiko said. Rui let out a long sigh, but she knew she couldn't fight against her mother, so she could only reluctantly agree and told Shishio what was happening. She wondered what her mother wanted to say, but one thing was for sure, she knew it wasn't something fun. Rui then called Shishio and told him what was happening. Okay, I'll go there. Then, I'll wait for you. Rui was full of smiles when she talked with him. Hina glanced from the side and could see how Rui blushed from time to time. Somehow, she could imagine how Shishio would do it when they went out on a date later. Hina was silent and didn't know why, but she felt quite uncomfortable. However, she could only let out a sigh since she knew she didn't have a right to say anything in this matter. Also, Hina's face flushed somehow when she thought Rui might be messed up by Shishio later. Luckily, Hina was in the kitchen, facing backward, so no one could see her expression. She squeezed her legs together and let out a long sigh, wondering how to calm the fire on her body. But Hina looked at Rui and knew it was impossible now. It's been a week, hey. Hina thought it had been a week since her trip with Shishio before. Hina was in the middle of thinking for a moment before she felt it might be good to discuss this with Shishio later. Natsuo also felt uncomfortable since he wasn't sure why, but he felt something had been lost from him. It might seem strange. After all, his relationship with Rui was practically stranger before, and while they might have accepted the fact they had become step-siblings after they visited his blood mother's graveyard. However, everything became bad when Natsuo mentioned Rui's relationship with Shishio. He felt Shishio was dangerous and a bastard, and she shouldn't date him. Hearing Natsuo's words, Rui fought back and told him everything was her responsibility, and she knew the best for her, not him. This answer annoyed Natsuo, and he wanted to say something, but Rui just ignored him. Then, they reached today, and they were at the Cold War. If it wasn't necessary, neither of them would talk. However, to begin with, neither of them talked much, especially when Rui wasn't much of a talker either, so no one really noticed how massive the conflict between the two was. After eating, Natsuo wanted to return to his room and thought about writing something since he had always wanted to become a writer. However, he was stopped by his father. Natsuo, don't forget to wash your dishes. Natsuo stopped and let out a long sigh. He knew Shishio would come today, but frankly, he didn't really want to meet him. Shishio parked his motorcycle while looking at the house in front of him. He wasn't sure why, but he felt slightly nervous. However, he just shook his head before he rang the bell. Yes, wait for a moment. Who is it? The door of the house was opened, and a beautiful mature woman greeted him. Shishio was familiar with this mature woman, and he knew she was the mother of Rui and Hina. It might be his imagination, but she might look at him with a strange gaze. However, he thought it might be just his imagination, and he gave a polite bow. Hello, Auntie. Is Rui there? You want to bring her on a date, right? Tsukiko asked. Yes, is that okay? Sure, but come in first. She's still getting ready, and there's something that I want to talk about with you about, Tsukiko said. Shishio. Sitting in the living room, Shishio just had a hard time calming down, and he just wasn't sure what Tsukiko wanted to do. What do you want to drink, Shishio-kun? Is there juice? There's. Wait a moment. Tsukiko opened the fridge and leaned her body forward to check where the juice was. Still, her position caused her white and slender neck to be shown. In addition, the silhouette of her butts was shown through the fit-fitting skirt. However, Shishio just looked away since while he had often said he might have an interest in housewives or anything, he didn't really plan to do anything to them. He just appreciated them, but for the next action, he wouldn't do it since he knew what kind of deviant thing he was doing if he really did a housewife. Also, Tsukiko had just married, so her love for her new husband was strong. There shouldn't be a place for him to interrupt, right? Right? Shishio interrupted Tsukiko's humming and asked, Auntie, where's uncle? My husband has some matters at his work suddenly. He should go back in the afternoon, Tsukiko said while bringing the cup of juice before serving it to Shishio. Here you go. Thank you. Shishio accepted the juice and sipped it slowly, trying to calm his mind since he just felt weird by this sudden development. He also heard something outrageous too, wondering why her husband wasn't here right after he came. Rui, come here. Shishio wasn't sure whether Rui would hear his prayer, but he hoped she would appear soon since he felt weird just staying alone with her mother. While watching him from the side, Tsukiko also sat on the sofa right on the side where Shishio sat. She observed him quietly, and she must admit he was handsome. She could understand why her daughter was crazy for him, but this wasn't the reason why they should do it in this house. Still, Tsukiko also felt it was quite hard to mention this problem to Shishio, so after she sat, she didn't say anything, feeling confused about how to talk. Auntie, are you not working? Shishio asked. No, it's Sunday, so I don't need to go to work. Tsukiko looked at Shishio with a smile and asked, What? Are you disappointed? Of course not. Shishio shook his head and said, I am happy that I can meet you. He just subconsciously said this, but when he realized what had happened, he wasn't sure whether these words should be said to Rui's mother or not. Phew phew phew, you're happy to see a middle-aged woman like me? Tsukiko asked with a chuckle. Middle-aged woman? Of course not. You're still young, auntie, Shishio quickly said. He felt his heart skip a beat when he said this since he felt everything was just wrong. He wasn't sure what this woman wanted to do, but he hoped for Rui to come since he was afraid to make a mistake that he shouldn't make. However, Shishio quickly calmed himself since he knew everything happened because of his dirty mind, and as long as he cleared his mind, everything would be alright, so he did that and calmly looked at Tsukiko. Still, the next words came from Tsukiko, making it impossible for him to calm down. Even if you are trying to be polite, I am happy to hear it. Tsukiko smiled happily before she said, but even so, can I ask you something? Yes. Have you done it with my daughter? Tsukiko asked calmly. Shishio. 475, it's just awkward. Her voice was soft and unhurried, yet it carried the charm of an adult woman. It was something that didn't exist in the girl around his age. Somehow, it just gave him a shudder. Not only the voice but also the question that came out of her mouth gave him a shudder. Still, Shishio had a hard time answering this question since he wasn't sure how to answer it. Which daughter? Shishio had, after all, slept with her 2 daughters, and frankly, his heart almost jumped out when Tsukiko asked him this question. Still, Tsukiko also realized how rude her question was, and she knew how awkward it was for him to answer this question. She also started to feel embarrassed, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. They were in silence for a moment before Tsukiko said, I am sorry. No, it's all right. I understand as a parent you worry about your daughter, Shishio said. Tsukiko looked at Shishio and said, you're so mature for someone around your age, Shishio-kun. That's part of the reason why your daughter fell for me, auntie, Shishio said cheekily. Tsukiko could only laugh, but then she asked, so you have slept with Rui, right? Yes. Shishio could only lower his head, and he wasn't sure what to say for a while. After all, it was his first time to be asked such a question by the mother of his girlfriend. Even Nana's mother had never asked him this question. After all, Nana's mother used her body instead of words, and frankly, Rui's mother was just too hard to resist. Why? Why was an older woman so attractive? Shishio could only bury this question inside his mind and hoped Rui would come out so he wouldn't cause a mistake. Still, hearing his answer, Tsukiko didn't get angry and said, I won't get angry at you since it is a natural process when you fall in love with someone, but you need to be careful since I don't want her to get pregnant when she is still in the school. You don't need to worry. We have always used protection. Shishio lied without blinking his eyes since he also often did it raw, but this wasn't something he should say to Tsukiko. While I am the one who asks that question, I am not sure how to respond to this, Tsukiko said with a long sigh with a cute blush on her face. I couldn't be blamed alone, right? Shishio also let out a long sigh, wondering what he was talking about with Rui's mother. The two became awkward toward each other, and they didn't know what to say for a while. Still, Tsukiko didn't seem ready to let him go and asked, I just want to ask you something. Yes. You won't hurt her, right? Tsukiko asked while looking straight at Shishio. While we might have a conflict, hurting her is the last thing I will do, Shishio said. That's good. It's better than an empty promise, Tsukiko said with a smile, then glanced at the door. Rui, you can come in. Shishio. Rui smiled and sat next to Shishio naturally before she looked at her mother and asked, Mom, what kind of question did you ask him? Tsukiko and Shishio. Cough. Cough. 2x. I just hope he treats you better, Tsukiko said with a blush. That's right. Shishio nodded. After all, there was no way for them to tell Rui about their conversation before. Rui nodded and didn't think too much. So we can go out now. Sure. Tsukiko nodded, but then she recalled something. Now, wait a moment. Let me get something for you. By the way, Shishio-kun, can you wait outside for a while? Well, why not? Shishio didn't know what Tsukiko wanted to give Rui, but he just nodded and walked out of the house. Still, Rui was curious and waited at the entrance of the house. Before long, Tsukiko returned and pulled her daughter's hand before giving her something. Here, use this. You might not know, but I was pregnant when I was a student, so you had to be careful. Rui's expression was so expressive when she heard the fact her mother was pregnant with Hina when she was a student. Rui didn't want to know this. Rui wanted to cry at this moment bitterly, but she knew it was too late, and she knew everything. It was just she wasn't sure how Hina would react when she knew the fact that Tsukiko got pregnant when she was a student. Rui just didn't know what to say before she looked at the thing in her hand. She was familiar with this thing, and without a doubt, it was a condom. What's wrong? You have used it before, right? Tsukiko asked in doubt, wondering whether Shishio was lying about the fact they had been using a condom. Rui was quite awkward in explaining this situation, but she could only bite the bullet and said after a moment of hesitation, his thing is quite huge, so this condom won't fit him. Tsukiko was silent, and she just didn't know what to say at that moment. However, Tsukiko must admit her daughter was blessed. Shishio was waiting outside, but then he noticed someone staring at him. He looked up and saw the curtain on the room was quickly closed. It was only a small movement, but he didn't miss it. He remembered it should be Hina's room, so he took his phone and texted her. Shishio, why are you hiding? Hina, who grumbled inside her room, texted him back, you're going on a date with Rui. Shishio, isn't it obvious? Hina looked at his heartless answer and quickly texted him back with an annoyed expression. Hina, how cold? Shishio was helpless and asked, have you told Rui? Hina. Still, when Shishio thought about it clearly, he wouldn't think it would be weird if he was stabbed by Rui if she knew the fact he had slept with Hina. Shishio, for now, why don't you sort out your emotions first? You might think of me because we have slept together. While I want you, I am a scumbag. I can't be yours alone. You may regret it once we change our relationship. Reading his text, Hina was silent since she knew what kind of mess her relationship with Shishio was. Inside her room, she let out a long sigh before she put her phone to the side. Sorting my emotion. Hina knew this was necessary. While Hina knew her emotion was clear and she knew what she wanted, she also knew how horrible it was for Rui. Should I give up? Hina closed her eyes while letting out a long sigh, causing her breasts to undulate, and she just didn't know what to do for a while. Shishio looked at his little Shishio and knew it was impossible to control it. He let out a long sigh before putting his phone inside his pocket again. Sorry to make you wait. Shishio looked at Rui before he gave her a helmet. It's all right. Are you ready? Rui nodded and put on the helmet without hesitation before she sat on his back. What are we going to do today? Let's head to the hotel, Shishio said without hesitation. Rui was lost for words, but after a moment, she nodded. Okay. She also missed him, so she didn't hesitate and went with him to the hotel. Unfortunately, when they left, they didn't see Tsukiko's expression, which was quite complex. Tsukiko looked at the piece of condom in her hand. She only gave one piece to Rui since she thought it was enough, but who would have thought this thing wouldn't fit and just one wasn't enough. Tsukiko let out a long sigh before she thought about her new husband. She thought for a moment before she made up her mind to call him since if her daughter could go on a date, shouldn't she also be able to go on a date too? Tsukiko quickly took her phone and called her husband. Hello, Akihito-san, can we? When Tsukiko made her appointment for a date, a few hours had passed for Shishio and Rui. Rui let out a long comfortable sigh, trying to take a breath with her arm covering her eyes. Her bare body was shown, and she didn't even try to hide it since the one inside this room was only Shishio. It might have been her second time coming to the Love Hotel, but she must admit, it was quite nice, especially when the room was quite unique, giving them a new experience. Her cheeks were rosy, and at the same time, she was too lazy to move since she was too exhausted. Still, she was fully irrigated by Shishio, and she felt whether it was her body or soul, everything was satisfied. Rui, do you want to drink? Rui looked at Shishio, who was also naked and couldn't help but lick her lips. Still, she was trying to regain her stamina, so she honestly let him feed him with the mineral water. She let out a satisfied sigh again while touching her stomach. Shishio was lost for words and said, I wore a condom, you know. I know. I didn't mean that when I touched my stomach. Rui blushed and lightly hit his arm before opening her arms. Shishio let out a helpless sigh and also lay right next to her. Rui smiled and hugged him happily while using his arm as a pillow. Shishio didn't say much since he felt comfortable being hugged by Rui since her body was well developed. The two sisters had their own charm. If Hina's body was soft and her boobs were huge. Rui was well fitted and quite flexible, so she was okay with doing it in many different positions. It's almost the time we're going to check out. Let's clean up and have lunch. I am hungry, Shishio said. Well, yeah, I am hungry too. Rui agreed. The Love Hotel usually has two options, rest and stay. If one had to choose a stay, they could stay for an entire day. On the other hand, if one chose rest, they could only stay for 1 to 3 hours. It was almost 3 hours they stayed at the hotel, and while they wanted to continue, they decided to continue their date since it was their first date after all. However, before that, they decided to wash up, considering how sticky their bodies were. What do you want to eat? Shishio asked on the jacuzzi. How about Italian cuisine? Rui asked. I am okay with it. Then, let's go there after this. Shishio hugged Rui's waist and whispered, how about the last one? Rui wondered what kind of a bottomless beast her boyfriend was, but she nodded and agreed. Anyway, Rui must admit their date was the best. 476, Shishio, what a tough date. After the two walked out of the hotel, they went to the nearby Italian restaurant. Tempo felice. Rui murmured. What's wrong? Shishio asked since he could see Rui's expression was quite weird when she saw this restaurant. While he must admit that the design and exterior of the restaurant were quite tasteful, it wasn't impressive enough to make him stunned. However, he must admit it was well done. The design didn't make people feel scared to enter because they thought this restaurant would be expensive. Instead, it made people feel curious and want to enter. However, it didn't give a cheap feeling and made it a perfect place to eat on a date. Nothing. Rui shook her head and said, let's enter. Okay. Shishio helped Rui to walk. Rui glanced at Shishio and smiled, but then sighed since this guy was the one who made her hard to walk, so it should be normal for him to take care of her, right? When they entered, the sound of chimes welcomed them, and the staff quickly approached them with an amiable smile. Welcome. Is it a table for two? Yes. Shishio looked at the interior of the restaurant, which was mostly made from wood, then said, can we have a table near the window? Yes. The waiter nodded with a smile, then led them to their table. Please follow me. He felt weird when Rui needed the help of Shishio to walk, but he thought she might have sprained her legs, so she needed her boyfriend to walk. Yes, the waiter didn't doubt their relationship and knew instantly they were lovers. However, he didn't have much of a change of expression since watching a couple in this restaurant was an everyday thing. Shishio and Rui sat in their seats, but Rui hissed lightly since her place was still sensitive since he had been quite violent before. While it was amazing, she must admit the aftermath was quite hard. You all right? Shishio asked with a smirk. Rui blushed and lightly kicked his shin. It was all your fault. Okay, let's talk about this later since it won't be good if the waiter listens to our conversation, Shishio said. Rui nodded and shut her mouth, looking at the menu provided by the waiter. If you're ready with your order, please call me. The waiter bowed his head and left since he must admit, even if he had gotten used to seeing a couple one after another, it was hard to see them without cursing them since he must admit, he was jelly. Rui didn't even look up and asked, what do you want to order, Shishio? Well, I thought I'd get a lasagna. Also, do you want to get a pizza? Shishio asked. Isn't it a bit too much? While Rui wanted to get a pizza, she felt it was quite too much. She was a girl, and of course, she was afraid to get fat. It's all right, isn't it? You have used a lot of your calories after all. Rui pouted before she kicked Shishio's shin again, which caused him to laugh. However, she agreed and let him order the margarita while also ordering spaghetti alla pescatori. Shishio thought to get wine, but Rui quickly reminded him he was driving, so they decided to order an iced coffee. When they finished their order, Shishio couldn't help but ask, are you interested in Italian cuisine? Why do you say that? Rui asked in surprise. You have been observing everything since we arrived in this restaurant, after all. Shishio felt Rui's interest in this restaurant was different from normal appreciation. Rui was quite embarrassed, then said, well, I am quite embarrassed, but I want to become a chef. She closed her eyes, and she was afraid Shishio was going to laugh at her, but unexpectedly. That's a great dream. You should chase after it, Shishio said without hesitation. Rui was surprised. What? Do you think I will laugh at you or something? We have shared a bed together, yet you think of me as such a cruel man. You're a cruel man. If you're not, you won't date me with other girls, Rui said with a smile. Shishio. When Shishio was speechless, Rui laughed happily and wanted to kiss him again since she knew she was really in love with him. However, since they were in public, she didn't do so and asked, by the way, I have asked Nana before. Nana? Shishio raised his eyebrow and asked, what did you ask? I have heard you date Nana and her older sister. Rui lowered her voice and asked, is that true? Shishio was in silence and wondered why Rui suddenly asked this question. While the fact that he dated Nana and Ayaka together was true, he wasn't sure how this question could come out of Rui's mouth. Was Rui planning to let him date Hina too? If so, then what's the point of getting all the dramatic all before? If so, Shishio wouldn't hesitate and would just bring the two sisters together. As for the mother, Shishio wasn't the kind of lowlife that would take down someone's wife. He only aimed for someone who was single. Really? Shishio didn't lie since he only did it with Hina when she became single. Still, it would be different if he was seduced. Anyway, this wasn't the problem now since Shishio needed to gain more information about why Rui suddenly asked him this question. What's wrong? No, I just happened to talk with Nana at the theme park before, and she asked me whether your relationship with Hina nay. I told her your relationship with her was okay, and when I asked why she asked me this question, she told me that you also dated her big sister, so she thought you also dated my big sister, Rui said calmly. Watching Rui, who said all of that in one go calmly, Shishio was speechless and asked, it felt weird when you could say all of that to me so calmly. He looked at Rui curiously and asked, for example, if I date your sister too, what do you think? Rui thought for a moment and said, I am not really sure, but frankly, I want to beat you up. Shishio nodded and said, yes, you should beat me up. Still, frankly, I don't think too much since I know you well, and you should be able to take care of Hinane well. Rui knew Shishio was a scumbag, and when she heard how he had dated Ayaka and Nana together, two sisters at the same time, while she was surprised, she unexpectedly felt she could accept it. Anyway, Rui was okay with his relationship with other girls, so she didn't mind having him date her sister too. After all, if she worked with her sister, she might be able to monopolize him. Also, she must admit, he was so fierce in bed, and she might need someone's help to take care of him. Shishio just didn't know what to say. He wondered whether his girlfriends had already given up fixing him up, so they just let him do whatever he wanted, or they just wanted to trap him to see how his reaction when she agreed to let him date her big sister. Shishio's mind was almost overloaded. Fortunately, the waiter appeared and served the 2 iced coffees they ordered. The cold and the bitter taste of the iced coffee woke him up. Still, Shishio suddenly wanted to drink lemon tea somehow. Rui also drank the iced coffee through the straw gently yet surely, and when she let it go, some liquid sprouted in every direction, wetting her pink and luscious lips. She let out a comfortable sigh and said, it tastes nice. Shishio. Still, I am glad Hinane seems happy now, Rui said with a smile. Oh. Before, she was quite depressed about her relationship, but now she seems happy every time I see her, Rui said. Shishio wasn't sure what to say and said, well, she might be laughing all the time watching her favorite comedian. Haha. Rui laughed and said, that's true. By the way, if you decide to become a chef, why don't you join the cooking club? I have heard that the club is quite good. One of the girls in the cooking club had confessed to him that Shishio received some cookies from them, and he must admit the taste was quite good. He also knew all the members of the cooking club were female, so Rui could make more friends too. I might visit it later with Momo. Rui thought for a moment and felt Shishio's idea wasn't bad. Still, if possible, she also wanted to join the literature club since it seemed quite fun. They talked about many things about the theme park, Hina who seemed to be close with someone, and caused Shishio to be silent for a moment since the person Hina was close with was Shishio. Still, Shishio had a feeling Rui might feel the change of Hina was because of him, but it was because of Rui, and neither decided to continue their relationship. Shishio was also alright with it since he didn't want his relationship with Hina to happen too fast. They might have shared a bed together, but for the further relationship, Shishio felt it might be too fast since he wanted her to be truthful toward Rui. Still, Shishio must admit he missed Hina's body for a week after they had done it. While they talked, suddenly someone called Rui. Hey? Rui. This voice attracted Shishio and Rui, causing them to turn their heads. Shishio looked at the middle-aged man with stubble and long curly hair. While his appearance was quite unkempt, he could see this old man was clean. However, when he wondered who this person was, Rui answered his question, Dad. Dad. Shishio was dumbfounded. Ahaha, hello, I am Rui's father, the old man greeted Shishio with a smile. Not only the mother, Shishio wondered whether he was going to be tortured by her father too. Oh god. Shishio wondered what he did today, so he had to encounter 2 big problems in just a single day. 477, Father. Uncle, please sit down. Anyway, the middle-aged man was Rui's father, so Shishio quickly let him sit down next to him. Rui didn't stand up. Instead, she just sat down. It didn't seem she was surprised to see her father. Instead, she might have expected this. Also, her body was still tingling from the previous exercise, so she wanted to calm her body for a moment. Thanks. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile while sitting next to Rui, so he could see her boyfriend better. Rui, you have good luck finding such a handsome boyfriend. Still, he must admit his daughter's boyfriend was so handsome, and he could imagine how handsome or beautiful his grandchildren would be in the future. Shishio. Shut up. Rui was embarrassed and looked away. Still, she hoped for her father to move away since she was afraid her dirty deeds with Shishio were known. You don't need to get all embarrassed, right? He sighed, then looked at the two for a while and asked, you just had sex before, right? Shishio didn't say anything and looked away since Rui beat her father hard. Sorry, by the way, I have never heard your name before. Then, with his beaten face, he asked Shishio's name. My name is Shishio Oga, uncle, Shishio said speechlessly. Oh. My name is Ju Mikimoto. Nice to meet you, Shishio-kun. Ju smiled frivolously. Shishio was lost in words since the image of Ju and Akihito were so much different. If Akihito was a prim image of a good husband and wife, Ju was like a playboy even if he was already middle-aged. Still, be careful, don't get her pregnant, alright? Ju said while patting Shishio's shoulder. Shishio. Do you want to die? Rui grabbed Ju's collar and raised her fist. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am sorry. Ju could only cry in front of his daughter before he let out a sigh of relief. Shishio sipped his coffee and didn't expect to see this side of Rui. Frankly, it was quite refreshing, especially when she had always been submissive to him in bed. But really, how did you two get here? Ju asked. We're on a date, uncle. We're hungry, so we happen to be here, but I never expected it to be your restaurant, Shishio said. Still, it was quite unexpected to see Rui's actual father in this place. Ju was different from Akihito. While Akihito was also Rui's father, he was a stepfather. On the other hand, Ju was Rui's real father. Date, et. While Ju had expected this, he was still in shock when he found out his little girl had gotten a boyfriend. He then raised his hand and called the waiter. Hey, bring me wine. The best one. Boss. What are you saying in the middle of the day? Just bring it to me. Ju didn't take the no answer and just wanted to drink right away. The waiter could only sigh and give up, but from his action, it could be seen it wasn't Ju's first time doing this. This is really your restaurant? Rui had a complicated expression. She knew her father had a restaurant. However, his previous restaurant was under bankruptcy. Now, after a few years, he has a new restaurant. She didn't know anything and only knew now. After all, she hadn't heard anything from her father and just happened to meet him in this place. Still, while Rui didn't know anything about this restaurant, she had this feeling she couldn't shake away, and she was right since she met her father here. Yes. Ju gave a light smile while taking the wine from the waiter and pouring it into the glass. Is this restaurant doing well? Rui asked hesitantly. Yeah, I might plan to open a second one next year, Ju said with a laugh. Rui looked at her father speechlessly, thinking she was stupid for worrying about him, but she must admit, she was glad to know his restaurant was doing well. Hey, Shishio-kun, drink with me. Ju pushed the glass of wine to Shishio. Sorry, uncle, I can't drink. Why? You dare to reject a drink from your father-in-law? Ju squinted his eyes. Dad. You're troubling him. What? Even my daughter has turned against me now. Ju looked so shocked and sad. Sorry, but I am driving, Shishio said helplessly and suddenly understood who Hina took after. Driving. Ju squinted his eyes and asked, are you a college student? No, he's a freshman in high school, Rui answered. But you're not 16 yet, right? Can you get a driving license? Ju asked. Shishio only laughed and didn't say much. Still, Ju also laughed and patted Shishio's shoulders again. Haha, I like you. This should be how man be. Still, he looked at Shishio again and asked, by the way, your grade should be the worst at school, right? Unfortunately, he has the best grade for the entire year, Rui said proudly. What? Is that even fair? He's handsome and smart. How can my daughter get him? Do you want to die? Shishio could only laugh at the interaction between daughter and father, but soon, they became quiet since the food was prepared. Come and eat. Let me listen to your thoughts about the dishes. Rui and Shishio didn't say much and also started to eat. While they were curious about the foods made by Joe's restaurant, they were also pretty famished, considering what they were doing previously. Delicious. The flavor from the shellfish is so strong. Right. The umami from the asari clams and mussels and just the right amount of saltiness from the tomato sauce make for an exquisite combination. Right. It's different from the ones you had when you were a kid, right? It's incomparable. Rui nodded, but then she said, but it's still pale compared to Shishio's food. Oh ho. Ju squinted his eyes while looking at Shishio. You think this kid is a better chef than me? Yes. Rui nodded without hesitation. Shishio was lost for words and wondered why the daughter and father had to pull him into their fight. Then, Shishio-kun, can you tell me your opinion about your dish? Ju asked with a smile, wondering what Shishio was going to say. Still, hearing Rui's praise for Shishio, he knew Shishio might have knowledge over a dish. By the way, where did you come from? Shishio wanted to answer but stopped when he heard Ju's other question. Me? I am from Kyoto. Kyoto. Ju was surprised and asked, is your home a restaurant or something? No, my father is a banker, Shishio said. But I did learn or two about cooking from someone in Kyoto. While I don't dare to say I am knowledgeable about Italian cuisine, I just know some, and I am not sure I am better than you. Is that so? Then can you tell me what you think about the food in front of you? Ju asked curiously. Shishio looked at Ju for a moment, sighed inwardly, and could only tell the truth. Still, he must admit that Ju's food was good since it prioritized the enjoyment of his guests instead of the authenticity of the dish. While the authenticity of the dish was a good point of the restaurant, what's the point of it didn't suit the plate of the people in this country. After all, the people who bought the food were mostly Japanese, not Italian. Also, the most important point of a restaurant was the taste of the food. As long as it tasted good, it was all good. Ju was dumbfounded by Shishio's words, and their conversation quickly turned serious. On the other hand, Rui listened quietly while making a note from time to time since she knew Shishio was good, but she didn't expect he would be this good, right? Still, somehow Rui didn't feel that much of a surprise since his skill on the bed was even better. Ju let out a long sigh and felt his hands were itchy. He wanted to test the change that Shishio brought to his dish. While it might not seem like much, they had talked to each other for over an hour, which was quite surprising. Rui, I approve of your marriage. Ju said without hesitation. Shishio and Rui. Ju looked at Shishio and asked, Shishio-kun, what do you plan for the future? Is it a chef? You have learned so much knowledge over it after all. He felt it was impossible for one to research a dish in a detailed manner like Shishio unless he planned to become a chef. No, I plan to become Prime Minister, Shishio said with a smile. Ju and Rui. Then, Ju could only laugh, and Rui let out a helpless sigh. It might be their imagination, but they felt this guy could really become a Prime Minister. Still, they continued their conversation with a light topic before Ju asked, How is your mother? His voice was quiet and calm, unlike his previous rowdy and frivolous. Mom. Rui looked at Ju and said, She has remarried. Ju was stunned for a moment before he showed a gentle smile and sigh of relief. Is that so? That's great. Shishio only sipped his iced coffee silently and didn't say much about this since those who would feel happy to hear their partner remarried. Even if they hated each other, they would think of them. After all, there was no clean-cut relationship. It would be great if we could determine those relationships with like or hate, but a relationship wasn't so simple, and it had always been ambiguous. The memories we spent with others were real and weren't so easy to erase. How are you with your new wife? Rui asked. Yup, she's accepting of my philanthropist, that's why. Ju gave a thumb up. It means she has given up, right? While Rui said this, she also looked in Shishio's direction. Shishio could only look away with embarrassment at this moment. Rui let out a sigh and didn't say much. Now that I have heard, Shishio-kun wants to become a prime minister. Have you decided on your career path, Rui? Ju knew Rui was in her second year of high school, so it wasn't too late to think about her career. Shishio. Rui thought for a moment and said, I am thinking about a chef. Really? Ju was dumbfounded before he showed a happy smile. Shishio looked at Ju's smile and thought this must be the smile of those fathers, watching their children grow up. He wasn't a father yet. Even in his previous life, he wasn't a father, but he could tell how a father felt happy toward their children. Shishio somehow felt his bitter iced coffee taste slightly sweet, and it wasn't bad. 478, Heavy Objects. The three talked for a while before Ju stood up and said, I won't bother your date anymore. You should continue to have fun. He knew he was interrupting their date, so he was going to leave them. Also, hearing the fact his ex-wife had remarried slightly shocked him, so he wanted to return home to recover. Okay, bye, Dad. Rui didn't stop Ju since she also wanted to continue her date with Shishio. Bye, Uncle. Shishio also didn't think too much, but suddenly Ju wrapped his shoulder. While he could dodge, he didn't do anything and wondered what Ju wanted to say. Boy, I hope you can make Rui happy. Ju looked at Shishio and said, Don't hurt her. I won't do such a thing, Shishio said firmly. That's good. Ju smiled and left with a happy smile. Shishio looked at Ju's back and shook his head, wondering why such a man would divorce a wonderful wife like Tsukiko. However, he also knew life was unexpected, and no one knew what would happen in the future. What did he say? Rui asked since Ju asked Shishio in a whisper. He asked me to take better care of you, Shishio said with a gentle smile. Well, that's true. Rui nodded and said, You have always taken care of me roughly, after all. You should be gentle sometimes. Shishio just didn't know what to say. After they ate, they continued their date. It was a rare time for them to be able to spend their time walking together and doing various things together. After all, usually, they only had sex whenever they were together, especially when their relationship was just a sex friend in the past. Now, they had become lovers, so they did what the lovers usually do on a date together. At the end of the day, the two returned when the sky had turned dark, but right before dinner. While it was possible to go back at 9 or even 10, Shishio was afraid they might be scolded by Rui's mother. After all, they were just high school students, and Rui was different from Hina. Hina was an adult, so she was quite free with what she was doing, and her parents didn't really ask what she was doing since everything was her responsibility. She also had her own income and didn't let her parents support her. While Hina might still be living with her parents, it was normal since the cost of resting wasn't cheap. She could save money if she lived together with her parents, which was a great thing. Still, along the way to Rui's house, Shishio was thinking about what he wanted to do with Hina. Frankly, even if Rui might have said something outrageous and mentioned how he had dated Ayaka and Nana at the same time, he wasn't stupid enough to just nod and tell her he had done it with his big sister. Frankly, if Shishio wanted to date Hina and Rui together, it was quite simple, but at the same time, it was also quite complex. What was necessary was how to give Rui a hint from time to time, slowly, making her accept his relationship with Hina. As for having sex with Hina, Shishio decided to put this matter aside since while he was lustful, he wasn't stupid. Frankly, Shishio must admit his relationship with Hina was good. After all, she was one of the few women he met early when he arrived in Tokyo. They might not talk much, but they also often talked to each other. However, an emotion, especially love, was working strangely. As long as you start to think about that person, whether it is short or long, there is a chance for one to fall in love. Still, Shishio wanted to refrain from creating more relationships for this time since he felt he had seduced too many women. He thought it might be better to do it a few months later. However, an emotion was something impulsive. It wasn't something that could be done by practicing in front of the mirror, doing it thousands of times. If Hina attacked him aggressively, Shishio couldn't do anything and could only open his hands wide to receive her. Anyway, what Shishio needed to think about was how Rui was going to receive this. Rui had accepted the fact that Shishio dated Nana and Ayaka together, telling her it wasn't impossible for him to date two sisters together. However, this wasn't enough since Shishio knew he had made Hina's feelings become complicated. If Shishio just kissed her and hugged her, telling her that he was his, everything would be finished. However, Shishio made it complicated by telling her to tell Rui about what they were doing. Still, no matter how smart he was, he just couldn't think of how to handle this situation. After all, each case was different and different problems needed a different solution. The Sunoera sisters were different from the Tachibana sisters, and all he could do was solve this problem on the spot spontaneously, steadily, and carefully. As for the rest, whether it was the family of Hina or Rui, Shishio didn't think too much since as long as the two of them were alright, the rest would be smooth. Before long, they arrived right in front of Rui's house. Rui stepped down and let him help her to take off her helmet. By the way, Rui. I haven't asked you before, but is the relationship between your mother and your dad, bad? While Shishio knew Rui's father and mother divorced because her father was cheating on her mother from Hina, he didn't hear anything from Rui, so he pretended he didn't know anything. Yes. Rui generously nodded and said, they were divorced because he was cheating, so their relationship is pretty bad. Shishio opened his mouth, then closed his mouth again. He wanted to tell Rui that it was better to hold about her aspiration to become a chef from her mother for a while since he knew they would have a huge fight if Rui told her mother she wanted to become a chef because of Ju, Rui's father. Still, if Rui didn't say anything, the matter wouldn't have been solved. Rui couldn't tell how she wanted to become a chef, and whether it was Tsukiko or Ju, neither of them could move on. In the end, Shishio decided to shut his mouth and let everything follow the flow. After all, even if there was a problem, he would help her. I should go back now. He didn't mention his concern and just told her he was going home. Kiss me first, Rui said with a pout. Shishio looked at Rui and realized this girl's personality was quite different when she fell in love, but he must admit she became cuter. They kissed each other's lips, but the door was opened, and they heard Rui's name being called. Rui, Shishio, you have Rui, who hugged Shishio's neck tightly, quickly let go of her hands when she saw her mother and Hina. Her face turned crimson red, and no words came out of her mouth. Hello, Hina-ne, auntie, thank you for letting me walk with Rui. Shishio coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness and thanked them politely. Yes, thank you for bringing her back. Tsukiko somehow couldn't see Shishio in the same light again, especially after she knew what he had been doing with her daughter. It's already late. Do you want to stay for dinner? No, it's all right. I'll go home now, Shishio said. Is that so? Then, I won't force you. Even if Tsukiko knew what kind of evil thing Shishio had done to her daughter, she still talked normally with him. Then, Rui, let's go back. Okay. Rui also didn't fight back since she was quite sleepy. She kissed Shishio's cheek before she walked home. However, when she walked, her legs were quite weak and quite wobbly. It was quite alright when she rode on a motorcycle since she could relax, but it was a different matter if she walked. Tsukiko and Hina noticed this, and they could only stare at this scene in silence. Rui blushed and glared at Shishio. Shishio. Shishio let out a sigh and felt the gaze from those women starting to hurt him. He decided to return since he knew many things he hadn't solved. The first problem was about Ritsuo and USA since he knew USA's confession had failed, and he needed to take care of the aftermath. While USA was easy to solve, Ritsuo was quite troublesome. Then, there was also Hina's matter. His novel and Chihiro's matter. As for the painting contest that Chihiro had mentioned in the past, Shishio probably wouldn't join since it was troublesome and he had many things to do. He didn't have enough time to focus on painting contents. Still, when Shishio was about to leave, Hina suddenly stopped him. "What's wrong, Hina-ne?" Shishio asked. "Hina-ne?" Hina pouted. "Hina-chan." Hina nodded in a satisfied manner, but Shishio let out a long sigh. Still, suddenly the two fell into a strange silence, and no one said anything. It felt strange somehow when the two had something to say before suddenly they couldn't say anything. It was as if magic was cast on them, and they just couldn't look away from each other. "Do you want to talk?" Shishio asked. Hina opened her mouth and then closed them again before she nodded without hesitation. "Let me wait for you at the convenience store nearby. It's not good to talk here after all," Shishio said. "Okay." Hina nodded without hesitation. Still, Shishio looked at Hina, who wore a skimpy tank top, causing her two heavy objects to loom out. "By the way, try to wear a jacket or something. I'll wait outside for you, so we can go there together." Hina stared at Shishio for a moment and smiled. "Okay, okay. Wait a moment. Don't leave me. I won't. Just hurry up." Shishio looked at Hina, who dashed to her home before looking at the sky, thinking he was really a scumbag. 479, rar. When Hina walked out of her room, she had worn a cardigan and wore long pants. She also wore a baseball cap that she had kept in the past. She might be a woman, but she often acted like a guy, laughing without care, and drank until she got drunk. Even so, without a doubt, Hina was a charming woman that caused many guys to become crazy toward her, unable to sleep, thinking of her every night. When Hina walked out, Natsuo also happened to walk out of his room since he wanted to eat. He had been writing for the past few hours, and he was so hungry he could feel his stomach and back touching each other. "Hey? Hina-ne, are you going out?" Natsu was surprised. Yes." Hina panicked slightly, but she said, "I am going to the convenience store." Then can I go with you?" Natsuo asked hopefully, wondering whether he could go with Hina. Hina was stunned for a moment, but she quickly said, "You should eat dinner first. Mom has prepared dinner. It won't be good if it gets cold." Is that so?" Natsuo thought for a moment and nodded. "By the way, do you want me to buy you something?" Hina asked since she felt guilty for deceiving her step-brother. Natsuo wasn't sure what to say. "If you don't know, I'll buy you something sweet. I have heard it is good to make your brain move faster." Is that so? It's my first time hearing a sweet has such an effect." Natsuo was genuinely surprised. Hina only laughed and didn't say much. After she excused herself to go to the convenience store, she walked out of her house, but she didn't see his figure. She quickly walked out and looked around before she sighed in relief when she saw him, sitting on his motorcycle lazily on the side of the street. Shishio didn't move too far away, but it was in the distance that the people from the Tachibana household wouldn't hear the sound of his motorcycle. "Let's go." Hina nodded and just sat on the back of the motorcycle. Shishio was lost for words and said, "I'd thought to push the motorcycle, though." No, I haven't ridden a motorcycle for a while. I want to ride it." Hina made a bold action by hugging him with her arms and legs. Shishio felt he was being trapped by a spider. Still, he didn't feel scared or disgusted since it felt nice. Her two heavy objects pressed against his body, and her plump thigh rested on his thigh. He let out a long sigh, thinking this woman was really unbearable. Okay, don't hug me so tightly. Wear the helmet first. Then, we can go. By the way, can I be the one who rides it?" Hina wanted to try Shishio's motorcycle after all. Shishio looked at Hina for a moment and nodded. "Why not?" They changed their position, and Hina was the one who rode the motorcycle with Shishio sitting on her back. "Hug my waist. It'll be dangerous if you fall," Hina said. As a good citizen of this country, Shishio followed the rules and intimately hugged Hina's soft waist. Still, her nice smell invaded his nasal cavity, and somehow it reminded him of the day they spent in Kamakura. A week might have passed from that day, but their memories were still vivid about it. It was a wonderful memory, but also a strange one, considering how their relationship would turn into today just from a single night. Still, Hina took a deep breath and felt slightly nervous since it had been a while since she had ridden a motorcycle. "Can you really ride it?" Yeah, you don't need to worry. Leave everything to this Oni-chan." Shishio somehow felt worried. Wait. Don't be too fast. There's a wall in front. Hey, do you want to commit double suicide with me? Hearing Shishio's scared voice, Hina only laughed harder. Fortunately, the two arrived at the convenience store safely. They stepped down from the motorcycle, and Shishio fixed the shape of his pants. Hina, on the other hand, blushed and slapped his hand. What are you doing? Sorry, it's just a natural reaction, Shishio said helplessly since he had been so close with Hina before, so his little Shishio naturally reacted. Still, Hina must admit, it was as big as ever. She murmured slightly with a blush on her hand while using a mathematic formula she learned recently, wondering whether she had enough time to go to the hotel. However, Hina knew there wasn't enough time, which made her sigh. Come on. Let's get something before we talk in the park. Park? The one near your neighborhood. Yeah, can you? Well, why not? Anyway, the park was a good place to talk, especially at night since no one would come. However, Shishio wasn't sure whether it was right or not to talk in that place, considering how he used that place with Rui to talk in the past. Now, he used that place to talk with Hina, the older sister, and the theme of their conversation was quite similar. Shishio wondered whether Hina did this deliberately or just as a coincidence, but he threw this matter aside since he felt he was taking care of a huge child, especially when she walked around the convenience store without care. She picked a cup of noodles, cola, and many others from the shopping basket, whatever she was interested in. Shishio wanted to tell Hina to be careful, or else she might get fat, but he smartly shut his mouth since this wasn't a time to say something like that. The two then walked out of the convenience store, but in the end, they didn't go to the park. Instead, they sat next to each other in the parking park while waiting for their cup ramen to be ready. They sat next to each other on the seat of the motorcycle with cup ramen in their hands to warm their bodies up. By the way, I met your father before, Shishio said. Hey? Father? Hina was dumbfounded. It's Uncle Ju. Your real father, Shishio said. Hina became even dumbfounded and asked, how did you meet him? It might be because the convenience store was empty, and there weren't any people besides the two of them that they could talk to each other while slurping the cup of ramen in their hands. 3 minutes of time had passed, and their ramen was ready. They didn't hesitate to eat since they didn't want their ramen to get soggy. Still, Hina was dumbfounded since Rui and Shishio met her father. The father had cheated and destroyed their family. Hearing his story, she lowered her head slightly, wondering whether it was really alright to make a relationship with him. While it was true, Hina felt happy and wanted to stay with him, but if the price of that happiness was the happiness of her family and little sister, could she do it? Could she throw everything for love? Or would it be possible to keep everything? Hina wanted to be with him, and she wanted to keep the happiness of her little sister and family. However, was it possible? Hina didn't know, and this was the reason why she shut her mouth, unable to say anything. So should I give up? Hina felt the taste of the cup of ramen on her hand become saltier. It's salty. Really? Hina looked up and asked, do you want to taste it? The two stared at each other and just naturally kissed each other's lips. It has a taste of curry, Shishio said while licking his lips. What is this? What tastes like this? Hina felt weird because of the taste in Shishio's mouth. While it wasn't bad, it wasn't the taste she was familiar with. She lifted the cup of ramen in Shishio's hand, and she was dumbfounded. Tom yum. It's a Thai dish. Shishio looked at Hina and asked, you sure? Hina also looked at Shishio and nodded. I am sure. I like you, and I want to stay with you. Then stay with me. I'll take care of the rest, Shishio said and hugged her waist. Hina smiled and snuggled his chest with tears in her eyes. I love you. She shouted while crying out loud since she knew what kind of selfish choice she had made, but she just couldn't control her feelings. I know. I know. But don't put your snot on my shirt. It is disgusting. How dare you call a beautiful woman like me disgusting? The two started to bicker with each other again and started to laugh. However, Shishio knew what kind of headache problem he had to solve. Still, this was part of going down the path of the scumbag, and he had to do it. Should we go back? No, I want to stay like this for a while. Hina hugged him tightly, rubbing her face against him. She wondered how many times she had always wanted to do this and even dreamed of him in her sleep, but now, it was real, and they were together. While Hina wasn't sure whether this was right or not, she was happy with it. As for the problem they might encounter in the future, Hina decided to think about this matter later and just felt happy to be with him. They spent a little longer together before Shishio sent her back. He didn't send her right in front of her house but from a few houses away from her house, walking her back before he returned to Sakurasu. Shishio hadn't been in Sakurasu for a while, and he must admit, he had become a rascal. I am back, Shishio said, but then he saw Ritsu was there. They were stunned since they didn't expect to meet each other so suddenly. Ritsu wanted to say something since she wanted to ask him something, but no words came out of her mouth. Shishio calmed himself, then asked, Ritsu-senpai, do you want to go to the Jimboko with me? Ritsu looked at Shishio in surprise before she nodded without hesitation. Yes. Then, let's set up a date too. Before Shishio finished his words, Sheena jumped into him. Ugh. Sheena's head hit his solar plexus, and he could only bitterly cry in silence. Welcome back, Sheena said with a bright smile. I am back. Shishio must admit he really loved this girl. When the two were together, Ritsu looked at this scene with a complicated expression while wondering how nice it would be if she was in Sheena's position. However, she quickly realized what she thought before she shook her head furiously. What are you thinking? Ritsu took a deep breath and quickened her steps to go back. While hugging Sheena, Shishio looked at Ritsu's back and wondered what he should do with this girl. Shishio. Let's sleep together. Shishio looked at Sheena and thought it was better to put all the matter aside and focus on this girl now. 480. The secret of getting a girlfriend. With the matter of Jimboko settled, the next day, they went to school as usual. Shishio and Ritsu made up their minds to visit the Jimboko on the weekend when they were on holiday. Still, Shishio wondered how he was going to set his time since he had a lot of girlfriends now. While he was in the middle of thinking, suddenly, his face was slapped by something. While it wasn't that painful, it smelled nice. He then caught Nana's twin tails that he often grabbed on certain occasions. Nana, what's wrong? Shishio was lost for words. You didn't pay attention to what I said. Nana pouted cutely. After all, who liked it when they were being ignored? She also felt unhappy when Shishio ignored her. Shishio only patted her head and said, I heard you. You wanted to ask about the midterm exam, right? You want to have a contest again. That's right. Nana nodded and said, if I win, you have to grant one of my wishes. If I win, you'll also grant one of my wishes. Shishio asked with a gentle smile. Nana nervously nodded with a blush on her face. Nanamai, Mako, and Maya felt the result was already as clear as day. Nana, why don't you give up? Mako asked. After all, she knew how impossible it was to take away the throne of the ranking one in the entire grade from the Shishio. Also, Futaba isn't going to let you take away the second rank easily, Maya said. Futaba Rio. They were all familiar with this girl since Shishio often talked with her from time to time at school. Even if their relationship wasn't that close, they could tell how the girl might have developed a feeling toward the boy. However, he might pretend he didn't notice anything since the number of women around him was too much. Still, what they wanted to say to this girl's mind was sharp and didn't lose to Nana, especially when her setting was better than Nana's. Futaba Rio always wore a laboratory coat and glasses. On the other hand, Nana was a guru. In terms of setting, Nana had already been defeated by Futaba. What kind of reason is that? Nana was mad at her friends. After all, there was no way she could lose against someone because of such a thing. If so, as long as Mako, Nanamai, or even Maya wore glasses in a laboratory coat, shouldn't they be able to win against her? Still, Nana must admit Futaba was a formidable opponent, especially when Futaba was also in the scientist club, studying to become a researcher. But this time, I won't lose. Nana's eyes were burning. Under this tremendous pressure, Nana believed she would become even stronger. As she clenched her fist, she vowed to beat her opponent and take the throne of the smartest in the entire grade. Nana vowed on her huge boobs. Still, even if Nana couldn't become the smartest student, it was also enjoyable she could conquer the smartest student in this school with her body. She then glanced at Shishio shyly. Shishio. While Nana was bullied on the bed, Shishio often let her have the upper hand, giving her a satisfying feeling to defeat him, but then she was defeated by him again, which made her helpless. Still, she suddenly wondered how it would be if she worked together with her big sister to defeat him. Nana felt it would be interesting to do that, especially when they did the act on the Sunoera dorm, giving her a chill and sense of immorality that she couldn't imagine. Shishio looked at Nana, who was suddenly in heat and caressing her thighs secretly, then whispered, "Do you want to try it at the school?" "Hey!" Nana was dumbfounded with a red face. "Hey, what are you talking about?" Somehow, Mako, Maya, and Nanamai realized the situation between Shishio and Nana was quite wrong, so they quickly interrupted them. Luckily, the others couldn't see what they were doing since Shishio and Nana were in the blind spot. Still, someone suddenly interrupted them. "Shishio, can you listen to me?" Everyone turned their attention toward the source of this voice. USA was there. However, unlike his usual healthy complexion, USA was as pale as a zombie. Still, no one said anything this time since everyone knew about USA's fiasco a few days ago. USA's confession ended in failure. However, it was something inevitable, and no one could say anything since they knew how reckless his venture was. Shishio, personally, knew that confessing to a girl sounded romantic, and many people were eager to do it, so they could get that girl for themselves. However, let me tell you a secret. Confessions aren't romantic, and the majority of confessions are going to end in a fiasco. It might seem weird, but this was the fact. A confession would make the girls feel the guys were needy and unmanly. They were insecure with their relationship and wanted the relationship to be even closer, doing something icky and other things. However, even if they didn't go out with each other and just befriended each other, it was possible to do all of those eka things. The confession was only romantic when a man asked someone to be their wife. As for a boyfriend or a girlfriend, it was a childish relationship that made a woman feel the man was troublesome. It might seem weird, but the girls became mature earlier than guys, so it was normal for the majority of guys to lose in the game of relationship. Only a few chosen people could become a playboy, fucking many girls as much as they wanted to. Then, the question was, how to make someone become a girlfriend and boyfriend. The answer was simple, it was to make the girls make the first move. The guys shouldn't have made the first move. Instead, they should make girls make the first move. If you could get the girls to make the first move, making them attracted to you, you could get the girls. The guys should become current, leading the girls subtly, so the girls would fall deeper, unable to escape from the guys. By then, the girls would fall in love with you. Even if they made a move, it was better to kiss them because of impulse instead of confessing to them. Also, everything should be done with an impulse instead of being practiced in front of mirror hundreds of thousands of times. Of course, there were many exceptions, who could successfully confess to a girl, and the number wasn't small. However, the sure point, the 100% way to get a girl was to make a girl take the first move and to know what she felt about you. Some people might doubt his words, but he had many examples. Even Shishio also had never made the first move. It was the girls who made the first move, and he just led them to move toward him. Still, it didn't mean you shouldn't have to confess. It was okay to confess, but you should be more clear-headed, thinking about this woman and the relationship between you seriously, since a confession was only one chance in life. Once it failed, the relationship between you and the woman you had would turn so awkward that you had to drift apart from the one you loved. Also, instead of thinking about getting her into yours, it was better to think about what kind of individual she was and how the relationship made between you would result in a happy relationship. After all, many people only fell for someone because of their outward appearance instead of their inner personality. When you went out with someone for so long, you would only realize what kind of person you have dated, and once you realized what kind shitty personality your partner had, you might waste many years because your mind was clouded with something you thought of as love. Nothing came good in a hurry, and everything should be done calmly, and boldly. Of course, the method above only worked for a long-term relationship. If you wanted to have a quick fuck, then the method would be different. However, Shishio wouldn't mention that example now or explain his knowledge of the relationship. Instead, he only said, "You want to talk to USA?" USA nodded helplessly. "Okay, let's go." Shishio patted Nana's thigh, so she could move away from him. Nana let out a sigh and said, "USA, you should give up." Ugh. USA felt an invisible arrow pierce his chest. Okay, don't hurt him more than this. Let me talk with him for a while." Shishio knew Nana was unhappy since USA interrupted them. He might have decided to stop supporting USA, but he didn't mind taking care of the aftermath. Nana let out a sigh since she wanted to talk about doing it at the school. Shishio didn't know what Nana was thinking and left with USA to the nearby vending machine. He got barley tea and gave one to USA. "For you." "Tha thanks." USA was quite uncomfortable with Shishio's kindness. After all, he knew what kind of sadist Shishio was. "You don't want me to treat you. It's all right. You have just been rejected after all," Shishio said and sat next to USA. Ugh. USA let out a long sigh and asked, "Oga-kun, what do you think I should do?" "Nothing," Shishio said. "No, nothing." USA was dumbfounded. "Don't tell me you want to fix your relationship with Ritsuo-senpai now?" Shishio asked, causing USA to feel surprised since this was what USA wanted to do after USA had spent a few days thinking about it. After all, USA didn't want his relationship with Ritsuo to end just like this. When USA thought everything had ended because of his confession, he felt he shouldn't confess at all. "You start to regret it now?" Shishio asked. USA couldn't say anything since Shishio had stopped him many times, but he didn't even listen to him at all, thinking everything would be all right. However, everything disappeared, and he regretted his decision. What should I do? As I said before, you should do nothing. You're not calm now. The damage from your rejection is bigger than you think. If you talk with Ritsuo-senpai now, you'll mess up a lot of things. You won't even be able to talk with her." Shishio patted USA's shoulder and said, "My advice is to talk with other girls." "Talk with other girls?" USA was dumbfounded. While I want to say, you should search for other girls since you waste your life. I know that love doesn't work that way. It might not be easy for you to erase the love you have for that girl, but it is also unhealthy if you keep thinking of her since your love might distort and turn into an obsession. If you do that, I am afraid you'll enter a jail. USA. So ask Tegami to bring you on a group date, talking with other girls since your dream in high school is to have a girlfriend, right? However, this girlfriend doesn't have to be Ritsuo-senpai, right? USA was in silence since he thought about his dream before he graduated from middle school. His middle school was quite hell since he was known as a weirdo master. He didn't have a girlfriend because of that, and it was also the reason why he wanted a girlfriend when he became a high school student. Still, USA wanted Ritsuo to become his girlfriend now, but he knew it was impossible now, especially after he was rejected. Let's go. The class is going to start, Shishio said while patting USA's shoulder. The best way for someone to overcome the rejection of a confession was to fall for another girl. USA might be able to go for round 2. However, one should learn from their mistake and understand why one has failed. However, Shishio could see that USA didn't understand why Ritsuo had rejected him, and he didn't say anything about it. Instead, he looked at the morning sky and saw it was clear, thinking a relationship was really complicated. So was this the end of USA's love life? Shishio didn't really care since he thought about his plan to do it at school since it seemed quite interesting. Still, Shishio must admit helping someone in love was really taxing, and he would never do it again in the future. 481, Masterpiece. Right after school ended, Shishio and Sheena walked out together to the Vagnaria. Frankly, it had been a while since they were in Vagnaria since they mostly ate at the house. Still, they also missed the taste of the parfait in this family restaurant since they often ordered it whenever they came. Welcome. Yacho Todoroki welcomed them. Still, while Yacho's smile was perfect and her attitude toward the guests followed the standard operational procedure, the katana on her side could only make Shishio and Sheena stand in silence. Ah, it's you. It's been a while. Yacho knew Shishio, and she was surprised to see him. After all, it had been a while since he came to the Vagnaria. Do you have a table for 3? Shishio asked. Yes. Yacho nodded. Please follow me. She guided them to the empty table, but secretly she observed the two, wondering how Shishio had always come with different girls. She was confused and felt quite curious, especially when they seemed to be intimate. However, she knew her place as a waitress, so she didn't say anything, guided them and asked what they wanted to order. As expected, Shishio and Sheena ordered a parfait. While Shishio chose a mango parfait, Shiina ordered a chocolate parfait. Still, just ordering sweets was quite lonely, so he also ordered French fries for a salty taste. Please wait for a moment. Yacho bowed her head and left. Shishio and Sheena then continued to talk to each other while waiting for someone. It wasn't until their parfait came that the person they had been waiting for arrived. Sorry, Sheena-sensei, Oga-sensei, the road is so busy today. Ayano Ida came hurriedly before sitting on the opposite side of Sheena and Shishio naturally. She looked at the parfait in front of them and then also ordered the same while also picking up the French fries. However, Shishio stopped her hand and said, just say what you want first. While he didn't mind having a long talk, he didn't want to waste his time on Ayano Ida. His time was precious, and it was better to spend his time with his girls. Ayano pouted, making Shishio wonder how this 35-year-old woman could show such a gesture in front of him. He wondered what her husband would think when he knew what Ayano did to him now. Did you think something rude about me? Ayano asked with a frown. No, Shishio said plainly. The two stared at each other for a moment before Sheena said, Shishio, can I try your mango parfait? Shishio and Ayano. Shishio took a tissue and wiped the ice cream on the corner of her mouth. Sure. Sheena nodded with a smile. Ayano sighed and said, by the way, congratulations for getting the first position continuously. In the weekly manga magazine, there were 18 to 20 manga updates every week. Once they are published, the customers would give their vote for their favorite manga. The manga with the most votes would become the ranking one, and the manga with the least vote would have a danger of being cancelled. The 5 cm per second created by Shishio and Sheena had been updated over the past few weeks. It had always maintained the first rank among the weekly manga magazines. It was happy news, and Shishio and Sheena should be crying happily in 9 clouds. However, Shishio and Sheena didn't say much and talked about the taste of the parfait, which was good. Ayano could only watch the scene in silence, and her lips twitched. Then, she took the French fries and dipped them in ketchup before eating them with force as if they were her nemesis. Can you show me some of your reactions? Can you show me if you're happy? Ayano couldn't handle it anymore and complained. Shishio looked at Ayano and said plainly, yay. Sheena looked at Shishio for a moment and also mimicked him. Yay. Their voices were plain and lacked emotion. Ayano. Ayano let out a long sigh and understood why they were called geniuses. In their minds, this manga was probably just something they did in their free time. It was something they did during their youth, not their dreams or even the means of their income. However, it was also this reason Ayano needed to keep them well, since she knew as long as they were bored, they would stop drawing manga, and her career would be in peril. Shina was one thing since she was known as the angel of the art world. On the other hand, Ayano could also see that Shishio came from a rich family. If they didn't do a manga, Ayano could see the two could be successful in different types of careers. Ayano let out a long sigh, thinking this was a genius. However, she couldn't let them end their career as mangaka since her career was at stake. Still, before that, Ayano wanted to ask the two of them something. I just want to ask you if you really have to end this manga with just 2 volumes of a book. She had seen the ending of the 5 centimeters per second since Shishio had made the novel version. When the manga ended, without a doubt, the novel version would be published, giving Shishio, Shina, and the publishing house a win-win situation. Once the popularity reached a high, it wouldn't be impossible to create a movie or anime, making it into a profitable franchise. Still, when something was profitable, it was impossible to end something, and the businessman would keep that profitable thing until they couldn't get anything from it. If Shishio had to give an example, it was like Detective Conan. How long has Conan been a child? More than 20 years. However, there was no sign Conan would become an adult soon, or the manga would end soon. Conan would stay as a first grader in elementary school as long as it was profitable. Even the mangaka also didn't say anything about it since he got the money. Ayano also thought the same and wondered whether Shishio and Shina could make their manga a little longer. After all, the longer it was, the more profitable it was. However, the answer of Shishio and Shina was obvious. No. They wanted to make a masterpiece, not a money cow. Masterpiece. Ayano murmured while smiling bitterly. She realized how dirty she had become, especially when she was on the 9 clouds for the past few weeks. She might have gotten ahead of herself and thought she had to calm down. Instead, she realized what Shishio and Shina wanted to do, and when she thought about it, she would also feel happy when she thought she would be part of this masterpiece. Okay, I'll help you. Ayano let out a long sigh and asked, what are you doing after that? Will you make a new story? Shishio and Shina looked at each other for a moment before he asked, do you want to draw a manga again, Mashiro? Shina nodded and said, I want to draw a manga again. She clutched Shishio's sleeve and asked, will you write a story for me, Shishio? Shishio smiled and nodded. Why not? Ooh. Ayano was excited when she heard their answer. However, her voice caused everyone to look in their direction. While Shishio was speechless, Ayano quickly apologized, then quickly looked at Shishio and asked, what kind of story will you write after the 5 centimeters per second? After all, the story of the 5 centimeters per second had finished, and Ayano thought it would be nice if Shishio could think of a story before the end of the 5 centimeters per second. Shishio thought for a moment and said, you know, I have been writing a romance story, so I want to try other genres. Other genres? 2x. Shina and Ayano were attracted, especially Shina, since she knew Shishio had always been writing a romance story, but this time, he was going to challenge a different genre which made her anticipate. What kind? Ayano asked curiously. I have thought of 3 stories, and each of them is different, Shishio said. Shishio, tell me, Shina asked in excitement. The 3 are horror, a career, and mystery. Horror, a career, a mystery. Ayano was dumbfounded, but then she asked, leave aside the horror and mystery. What kind of story can you write with a career? I thought about writing a story about either a banker or a lawyer, Shishio said. A banker? A lawyer? Ayano's lips twitched, and she asked, can you make an interesting story from those careers? She didn't say much about horror or even mystery, but she didn't understand how Shishio would think about making an exciting story about a banker or a lawyer. She didn't have an idea, but she would be lying if she wasn't curious. Well, I haven't written them, so let's wait until the manga of the 5 centimeters per second is about to end, Shishio said. While Ayano and Shina were quite unsatisfied since they wanted to ask what kind of story Shishio would write, his following words attracted their attention quickly. I thought to create a song for the 5 centimeters per second. Song. 2x. Shishio nodded and said, after all, if there's a movie in the future, it also needs the soundtrack song, right? Also, with the popularity of 5 centimeters per second, as long as the song is good enough, it can be sold quite well. I heard your publishing house also has a subsidiary music publishing company, right? Well, that's true, but why so suddenly? Also, can you make a good song? Ayano asked speechlessly. However, when she looked at Shishio's profile, Ayano felt this guy could become a popular singer instantly. After all, his face was so nice. Even if she had a husband, sometimes, she was quite tempted by Shishio. However, she had her husband, so she would refuse Shishio without hesitation. Still, if her company had a good song, and Shishio could sing it, then without a doubt, the popularity of the 5 centimeters per second it would make this work even more popular. Manga, novels, songs, movies, and many other things. Shishio, Sheena, and the publishing house would be loaded with money. Everyone was happy, and it was a win-win situation. Ayano fell silent until Sheena said, Shishio can make a song. She looked at Sheena and knew while this girl lacked common sense, her artistry taste was real. She then looked at Shishio and said, then, I'll wait for you to make a song for it. Also, I'll talk with the chief editor about it to prepare everything, so can you tell me when the song is ready? Shishio thought for a moment and said, after the midterm exam. Ayano slapped her forehead and said, I almost forgot you two are high school students. Okay, do your best in your study too, and I'll prepare everything to support you. The three continued to discuss each other and soared to make this manga a masterpiece. 482, Weird Mood. The next day, when the literature club started, Reiji Kiria realized something wasn't right and asked, where is USA? Everyone was in silence for a moment before their eyes subconsciously looked at Ritsu. On the other hand, Ritsu didn't say anything and just read her book, but even if she didn't say anything, she could feel the stares of the majority of the people inside the club was on her. She frowned slightly and wondered what she should say in this situation. However. Yes, Sunoera-kun. Kiria looked at Nana, who raised her hand. USA was rejected by Ritsu before, Nana said frankly. Everyone. Even Shishio's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything since it wasn't taboo to talk about this matter. Also, instead of letting a strange awkwardness permeate this club, it was better to be frank and tell what really happened. Still, Shishio looked in Ritsu's direction, wondering how this girl was going to handle this situation. I see. Unexpectedly, Kiria only nodded and said, well, it can't be helped. Let's just wait for him to recover. Can he recover, sensei? Meiko asked curiously. Probably yes, probably not. Kiria didn't give a straight answer since everyone had their own way of recuperating from the rejection. Still, the worst-case scenario was that USA would quit the literature club. However, even Kiria and Shishio didn't really want USA to quit since they knew USA could become free labor for them. The majority of members of this club were female, so it was impossible to expect them to lift many heavy things. However, USA was a male, so it was a different matter. Still, if USA knew his existence in the literature club was for free labor, he might cry. Everyone already knew why USA didn't come, but they expected Kiria to continue to talk about it. However, Kiria didn't mention USA again. Instead, he asked, so, is there something you want to do today? Frankly, the literature club wasn't that busy. Instead, it was quite free, especially when everyone was only tasked to create a story for the journal they would sell at the cultural festival. If there was something to be added, it was the fact that Kiria had given a chance for everyone to become a writer, and if they wanted to enter a writing competition at the publishing house where Kiria published his book. Lastly, while the midterm exam might take a while to be held, it was better to prepare since this school was quite strict with the grade. Still, after they talked for a while, their conversation started to move in a different direction. Shishio looked at Mai and asked, Mai, you're going to work on the adaptation of Kiria-sensei's novel midterm exam? Yes. Mai nodded, then thought for a moment and said, how about you all visit me later? They were surprised, but they quickly nodded. Okay, let's visit the place where Mai is going to shoot her movie. It's going to be interesting. I am all fired up. However, Miu quickly stopped them and said, everyone. Please don't trouble Mai. Also, is it alright for us to interrupt such an important activity? While she wanted to go since she was curious, she was afraid they might trouble Mai. It's okay. Mai nodded and said, after all, the writer of the novel is here. She looked at Kiria since as long as he nodded, everything would be okay. Sure, why not? Kiria nodded without hesitation and said, it's almost summer after all, and the shooting is going to be held in Izu. It might be great to spend a camp there. Izu. They started to imagine their trip to Izu, and somehow they became even more excited. Sheena pulled Saki's sleeve and asked, what's so special about Izu? I don't know. Saki had never visited Izu after all, so she didn't know anything and looked at Shishio. Well, what's so special about Izu? It should be beach, onsen, zoo, wasabi, and capybara hot spring, Shishio said. Leaving the others aside, they were dumbfounded when they heard about the capybara hot spring. Capybara hot spring. Shishio told them about the zoo on the Izu, and after hearing it, they became excited. However, Mai's expression became sullen since she was in the Izu because of working. It was impossible for her to play. Mai somehow felt jealous when she thought about how everyone would play around with the Aizu while she had to work. Still, her hand was held by Shishio, and he said, "Let's have a secret trip with the two of us." Mai looked at Shishio and thought her mood had recovered now. Still, Shishio must admit, all the trips he had gone, they were all on the side of the beach, near the sea. He had never gone to the mountains or the center part of this country. After all, this country was famous for a lot of mountains, so it would be a shame if he didn't go there, right? However, his thought was interrupted when Maya asked, "But where are we going to stay?" It was obvious that it wouldn't be cheap to stay on the Aizu. Her family was a normal family and had a lot of siblings, so she had to work part-time, depending on the situation. Also, she wasn't Shishio's girlfriend, and even if she was his girlfriend, she felt it was too shameful if she expected him to treat her. Stay, hey. Kiria thought for a moment and wondered whether it would be okay for them to stay at the camp. However, considering how the situation was, it might be dangerous to stay at this time, considering it was hot and a storm might happen. It would be nice if they could stay in the hotel, but he knew it would take a lot of money. He thought for a while until he heard Shishio's words. "I have a villa in the Aizu. If you want, do you want to stay there?" Shishio offered since he had a villa in the Aizu, so it was obviously better for him to stay there. "Okay, let's stay there." Everyone agreed without hesitation, but they must admit this guy was too rich, right? Nana, Mako, and Maya somehow were curious about the villa and wondered what kind of villa it was. Shishio just answered perfunctorily since it wouldn't be exciting if he told them. Kiria, on the other hand, decided to return to the teacher's class since he didn't see anything interesting, so he decided to leave since he had a lot of things to do. "Now that you mention it, what have you been doing?" "You have been playing with your guitar and writing something for a while," Nanamai asked curiously while leaning forward, looking at the paper in front of Shishio. As she leaned in, her breasts pressed against the table, causing them to loom out. Shishio glanced at them and thought it was great that Kiria and USA weren't in the classroom. Still, he might have touched that D cup many times, but they were great no matter what. "I am thinking of making a song," Shishio said. "Song? What for?" Miu asked curiously. "For my manga with Mashiro." Shishio scratched a pencil on his temple. "Is it ready?" Mai was also quite curious since she knew this guy was a good singer. "Not yet." "When will it be ready?" Nana asked. Shishio was lost for words, especially when he saw their eager expression. He let out a sigh and said, "Next week. It should be ready by next week." Hearing those words, everyone beamed into a smile and continued with their other conversation. Frankly, Shishio could make the song right now and right away since there was only one suitable song for his manga and China. However, it would be weird if he did so, and frankly, he was too lazy to sing now. He just wanted to enjoy this quiet time, and also, his mood turned weird when he thought about this song. He was afraid to cry when he sang this song, considering how this song might break the dam he had created over his stay in this world. Looking at the smiling face of his girlfriend, Shishio thought it was better to stop thinking and just enjoy his time with them. On the next day, it was the day of the service club. Shishio came to the clubroom and suddenly saw Yuki Nashida sleeping on her seat like a cat. While he was surprised, he quietly closed the door and draped his blazer on her shoulder, so she wouldn't get cold. The summer might be close, but it was quite windy. Shishio was afraid this girl would get careless and get sick. HNMM. Yuki Nashida purred lightly and somehow clutched his blazer tightly while continuing to sleep. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida for a moment and must admit this girl was cute. However, he didn't plan to tease her and just dragged his chair quietly near the window to see the people from above. Somehow, he was in a weird mood, but his little Shishio was still as healthy as ever. Yuki Nashida didn't know why. Her sleep became more comfortable, and she also smelled a warm smell which made her smile. However, she then woke up and realized she had slept. She blinked her eyes for a moment and saw a familiar blazer. She abruptly lifted her body, then saw the figure she often saw in her dream, sitting lazily on the chair while eating ice cream. Yuki Nashida pouted and asked, "When did you arrive? Have you woken up?" Shishio turned and said, "It should have been 20 minutes ago. I walked out to buy an ice cream before coming back." He must admit, even if the mint chocolate ice cream tasted quite weird, it hooked him. Yuki Nashida somehow felt embarrassed when she thought about how her sleeping face was seen by Shishio. "Do you want ice cream?" Shishio thought her expression turned weird because she wanted ice cream too. "Next time, wake me up," Yuki Nashida said with a pout. Yes, Shishio said with a smile. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio with a helpless sigh and wanted to scold him somehow. However, the door was opened, and Hikigaya arrived. "Did I come at the wrong time?" Hikigaya asked. 483, It's been a while, system. While Yuki Nashida felt awkward since it felt as if she was caught doing something wrong. Shishio was calm and said, It's okay, senpai. You should sit down first. I can see you seem to have something to talk about. Are you an esper? Hikigaya was lost for words since he really had something to talk about. He looked at Yuki Nashida, who wore Shishio's blazer, but he didn't say anything since he was afraid he might touch a landmine. Yuki Nashida didn't do anything and just calmly sat there before she returned his blazer after she tidied it up. When Shishio got his blazer back, she looked at Hikigaya and asked, "What do you want to talk about? By the way, how is USA?" While Hikigaya had something to talk to, he was quite curious about USA's state. Yuki Nashida was quite curious about USA, too, since she knew about the rejection that happened at the theme park last time. As long as they had gone to the theme park before, they knew how USA was being rejected. Still, if USA knew his deeds were known by everyone, he could only cry even harder. He's recuperating, Shishio said. Oh. 2x. Strangely, Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya didn't ask any more since they knew well what the meaning of recuperating was. Giving them space was the only thing they could do since they knew rejection was quite an uncomfortable thing. Still, Yuki Nashida asked, after this, what will happen to them? What will happen to USA and Ritsuo-senpai? Shishio asked. Yes. Yuki Nashida nodded and asked, what will happen to the two of them? Hikigaya was silent and didn't say anything since he was also quite curious. Still, in his case, when he confessed to the girl in his middle school, everything ended in a fiasco, he became even lonelier, and he didn't contact that girl anymore. However, the cases of Hikigaya and USA were different. After all, USA's confession wasn't being made fun of, and the rejection was fairly normal and peaceful. However, on the inside, USA definitely wouldn't be calm since most of them knew how much obsession this guy had with Ritsu. It might seem weird to call it an obsession, but this should be what USA felt. After all, USA had never talked much with Ritsu, and while Ritsu was cute and beautiful, she wasn't the most beautiful one. He just happened to catch a glimpse of her and fell in love at first sight. When that happened, he started to romanticize her and kept thinking about their future. How wonderful it would be if they could be together and even imagine they married, had children, and a lot of things. It might seem too much, but it was a normal thing. After all, most people also had done a similar thing. It was also the reason why USA became in a hurry and wanted to make Ritsuo become his as soon as possible, especially when Shishio was there. If one just wanted something casual, it might be better to be in a hurry. However, if one wanted a relationship that long would last until death if possible, they had to learn everything about that person since they would be together, so they had to understand each other. A relationship couldn't be forced after all. Unless one had a cheat like a beautiful or a handsome face, rich, and other things, they had to be patient to get the result. In the end, love wasn't much different from a business. If one didn't want their business to go bankrupt, they had to take care of it carefully, boldly, and steadily. Shishio would be lying if he didn't feel sorry about USA, and he could also remind him. However, it was impossible to tell someone when they were in love. Their judgment was clouded, and they felt everything was full of happiness. They were full of optimism even if they weren't, so the rejection was like cold water waking them up from the dream. USA had woken up from his dream, and now, he has started to learn to stand up once again. As for whether USA could be with Ritsuo or would be with the other girls, everything depended on him. Anyway, this thing was complicated, and it was just impossible to explain everything. Sometimes, his view about love and its work might be different from the rest. It would also be okay if USA wanted to retry his chances. Still, Shishio wouldn't help him this time since they were competitors now. As for whether it was right or not, there was no right or wrong about love as long as you didn't trouble your crush. What'll happen? Nothing is happening, Shishio said. She has rejected him, and he's being rejected. Nothing is happening. I mean, what will happen to their relationship? Yuki Nashida asked. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida for a moment and said, unlike us, they're not friends, to begin with, so even if she is rejected, nothing is happening. His words were right since nothing was happening between the two. He was sure Ritsuo had never thought too much about what had happened to USA. It might be true that Ritsuo would be conscious of USA since he had confessed. As for whether this change was good or not, it depended on what USA was going to do in the future. The most common development was that they would slowly drift apart, forgetting each other. The minority wouldn't give up and kept trying. However, depending on the person they fell with, they might be burnt out, so in that time, instead of trying to magnify the crush, it was better to learn the crush better, so they would learn the crush wasn't as perfect as one imagined. Still, as someone that triggered the system, Ritsuo was without a doubt a good girl. Somehow hearing his explanation, Yuki Nashida and Hikigaya nodded and thought everything had to depend on USA. However, they must admit it was quite complex and troublesome. If, in the future, they had a case asking them to help with a confession, they thought it was better to reject it. After all, it was so troublesome. So what do you want to tell us, senpai? Shishio looked at Hikigaya, wondering what he wanted to say. Well. Hikigaya thought for a moment and started what he wanted to say. In simple terms, he was invited by someone to join the tennis club. The one who invited him was cute, even if this person was a guy. However, this wasn't the reason why Hikigaya wanted to join the tennis club. The reason why he wanted to join was that he wanted to help this cute guy who invited him, especially after he heard how horrible the situation of the tennis club in this school was. While Shishio didn't say anything, unexpectedly, Yuki Nashida diminished Hikigaya without hesitation. Impossible. Hey, hold on, impossible. Hikigaya was dumbfounded and couldn't believe what he had heard. Look. He wanted to say something, but Yuki Nashida cut him simply. You heard me. It's impossible. No, I mean, they want me to relight the fire in the hearts of the tennis club, Hikigaya said, which caused Shishio to laugh. Shishio's laugh made Hikigaya unhappy. Why are you laughing? Frankly, while the people in this club were annoying, he didn't plan to quit the service club and did 2 clubs at the same time. However, this time, he felt Shishio was too much. Hikigaya was full of confidence, thinking he could change the tennis club, but this bastard laughed at him, which made him speechless. However, he was a pacifist, and he didn't think he could win Shishio in a fight, so he could only look at him unhappily. Sorry. Shishio only smiled and said, Yukino-senpai, why don't you explain to Hikigaya-senpai? Yuki Nashida nodded, then looked at Hikigaya and asked, do you think you can do anything on a team? Hikigaya. They would never accept a creature such as yourself, Yuki Nashida said flatly. Ugh. Hikigaya felt an invisible arrow pierce his chest. Though it is possible that the club could come together as a team, finding a new, mutual enemy in you, Yuki Nashida said. But they would only put in enough effort to eliminate you. They wouldn't continue to improve themselves. And so, it would not be a solution. I am the source of that. Shishio and Hikigaya. They must admit Yuki Nashida's words were right, but they were dumbfounded when they heard the source. Source. I studied aboard once. Yuki Nashida said, when I transferred back to Japan in middle school, all the girls in the school grew desperate to eliminate me. But none of them tried to improve themselves to surpass me. Her expression grew scary, and she said coldly, those fools. Still, suddenly she felt dumbfounded, and her head felt comfortable. She turned and saw Shishio gently caressing her head. You have worked hard, senpai. Shishio must admit that it would be great if he met Yuki Nashida earlier. You sure do something rude by touching your senior's head. When Yuki Nashida said those words, she looked away from Shishio since she was afraid for him to see her blushing face. However, she realized Hikigaya was looking at her, so she glared at him. Hikigaya quickly looked away and felt scared. However, he wondered how long he was going to be abused. Still, Shishio didn't caress Yuki Nashida's head for a long time and asked Hikigaya, senpai, why do you want to help the tennis club so much? Well, it was for Tatsuka's sake, Hikigaya said embarrassingly. Your boyfriend? It's just my classmate. Hikigaya let out a long sigh and said, I mean, it's the first time anyone's asked me for help, so I kind of want to do it. Always listening to others and then assisting them isn't necessarily a good thing, Yuki Nashida said frankly. Then, what would you do? Hikigaya asked. Well, let's see. Yuki Nashida thought for a moment and said, first, laps around the track until they die, then practice swing until they die, finishing off with practice matches until they die, maybe. Hikigaya was lost for words, then looked at Shishio and asked, Oga, what about you? Me? Shishio could see Hikigaya and Yuki Nashida looked at him curiously, so he answered, just tell them being good at tennis in the university will make you popular with women. Hikigaya felt a revelation that he didn't know. On the other hand, Yuki Nashida was speechless. When they wanted to question Shishio again, the door was opened, and a familiar voice sounded. Yeah, hello. The three turned and looked at Ui while wondering what this girl was doing here. However, Ui ignored their reaction and said, we have a visit today. Then, from behind Ui, a cute girl. No, it should be a cute guy with a sports jersey that appeared. Ah, Hikigaya-kun. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and moved away slightly. Still. Shishio. 484, Tennis 1. Even if no one introduced him, Shishio could tell this cute boy was Tatsuka, the boy mentioned by Hikigaya. Still, he must admit this boy didn't even lose to Ryu Unosuke. However, unlike Ryu Unosuke, who often showed an unfriendly expression, Tatsuka, this boy showed a cute expression as if he wasn't a boy at all, especially adding his feminine, soft appearance with his glittering blue eyes, light skin tone, and short silver hair. If his family name was Kashigano, Shishio would think this boy had a cute twin sister. Unfortunately, Kashigano was handsome and not cute, so Shishio knew this person didn't come from the work he imagined. Shishio somehow wouldn't be surprised if Hikigaya suddenly told him he was in love with this boy. Still, he would support Hikigaya no matter what. Hikigaya twitched his lips when Shishio patted his shoulder and gave him thumbs up. He didn't know what this junior thought, but one thing was for sure, he knew this bastard thought something rude of him. Still, Shishio didn't know what Totsuka wanted to request, but since this guy had given him a reward, he would try to help him. However, Hikigaya was surprised to see Totsuka. Totsuka? Who? Shishio asked. Totsuka Saika. He's a classmate of Hikigaya-kun and Uegama-san, Yukinashita explained to Shishio quietly. Oh. Still, Totsuka was surprised to see Shishio since, without a doubt, this guy was a celebrity at this school. However, he was more into Hikigaya, and Shishio didn't mind that. Hey? Why are you here? Well, I'm kind of in this club, Hikigaya said nervously. Why are you here? He was quite curious why Totsuka came to this club room. Well, you know, I'm part of the service club too, right? I thought I'd do something for the club. And Sai-chan looked like he needed help, so I brought him here. Yui excitedly said to all of them with a beaming smile as if she were waiting for praise. Shishio somehow could see an imaginary tail behind Yui's butts, showing how excited she was. He felt this girl was like a cute puppy, and somehow he wanted to pet her. Still, someone suddenly poured cold water on Yui. Uegahama-san. Yukinon, no need to thank me or anything. Yui said with a smile. I just did something natural for a member of the club. Uegahama-san, you aren't a member of the club, Yukinashita said. I am not. Yui was in shock, and her eyes were in tears. She isn't. 2x. Shishio and Hikigaya thought Yui would naturally become a member of this club, considering how often she came to the club. However, Yukinashita said otherwise. Correct. I never received a letter of intent to join or moderator approval. So you're not a member. I'll write a letter of intent right now. I'll write as many as you want. Hearing Yukinashita's words, Yui became desperate and cried. Yukinashita ignored Yui and looked at Totsuka. So you're Totsuka Saika-kun, right? Totsuka was quite nervous, but he nodded and came, telling the service club what he wanted to ask. Unlike Hikigaya, Yukinashita agreed to Totsuka's request without hesitation. Very good. We have accepted your request. We just need to assist you in improving your technique, correct? Yes. Totsuka nodded softly. Shishio looked away since he felt weird, considering how Totsuka grew a strange flower-like aura around him, making him cuter. If I get better, everyone else will work harder, Totsuka explained, why he wanted everyone to train him. I think. Leaving aside how Totsuka asked a group of amateurs to train him, Hikigaya looked at Yukinashita and asked, so? What are we going to do? Did you forget already? Yukinashita smiled as if she had found a toy. I just told you. Hey, you can't be serious. Hikigaya had a cold sweat. While Yui and Totsuka seemed nervous, Shishio just ignored this before his collar was grabbed by Yukinashita. You're going to come with us too, Yukinashita said. Shishio. On the tennis court, Shishio didn't do anything and sat on the bench, watching Yukinashita, who trained Totsuka along with the others. He might have tennis mastery, but he felt it troublesome to show it, considering Totsuka might approach him and invite him to the tennis club. Moreover, he was afraid Hikigaya would get jealous of him, and he didn't have a hobby of stealing lovers from his friend. Really? Still, it would be different if the girls moved in his direction. As for Totsuka, even if this guy was cute, his gender was male, so Shishio didn't have much interest in him. If he had, then Ryu Unosuke's fate was already sealed by him. Shishio looked at Yukinashita, who held her book while telling Totsuka how to train. It might seem weird why she was the one who trained her, but she came from a wealthy family, and of course, she had received tennis training from a professional in the past. While Yukinashita pointed at how Totsuka should train, Hikigaya suddenly approached him slowly in a suspicious manner. Oga, is what you said true? Hikigaya asked while looking around as if afraid he was being heard. What? Shishio was confused. It's about how you'll become popular in the university if you're good at tennis, Hikigaya said. Shishio. No. Unexpectedly, Yukinashita heard their conversation and answered Hikigaya's question curtly. Why are you here? Also, I am asking Oga, not you. Hikigaya somehow couldn't accept Yukinashita's answer. If someone told him being popular with tennis was someone else, he wouldn't believe it, but the one who told it was Shishio, so he somehow believed it. Yukinashita only sighed and said, Shishio-kun, why don't you explain to this stupid guy? Shishio and Hikigaya. It's true that I don't think being popular has something to do with tennis or not, but if you are good at tennis, you might be able to teach women tennis, and it can become part of your charming point, especially when you're trying to get close to a woman. While tennis had nothing to do with whether one was popular or not, having a skill that was better than others was a good thing, and it could become part of the charm of someone. Still, Yukino-senpai, you can see how simple a guy is, especially when Hikigaya-senpai asked me whether he could become popular with tennis, so shouldn't it also apply to other guys? If they're told they can become popular with tennis, I am sure those guys in the tennis club will have a better motivation. After all, the reason why Totsuka wanted them to train him was so he could become strong and he could motivate the other members. In other words, Totsuka only wanted to motivate the members of the tennis club. As for the method, no one cared much about it. Also, it is Totsuka-senpai who is going to tell those things. You can imagine how those guys will believe in him, like how Hikigaya-senpai is smitten by Totsuka-senpai, Shishio said with a fact. Yukinashita nodded in deep thought. Hikigaya somehow wanted to beat Shishio up now. Totsuka happened to hear their conversation, and somehow he was in deep thought. Still, it is just advice, and Totsuka-senpai's request is just to train him, so let's focus on this matter, Shishio said. That's true. Yukinashita nodded, then looked at Totsuka. How long are you going to rest? Yes. Totsuka was speechless, but he quickly stood up and continued with his training. Yukinashita looked at Totsuka for a moment before she looked at Shishio. Are you not going to help? I'm not that good at tennis. Shishio lied as easy as breathing. If it's a martial art, I believe I can make Totsuka-senpai beat a heavyweight martial artist. Hikigaya. Well, that's true. Yukinashita nodded since she knew how strong Shishio was. Hikigaya looked at the two, wondering whether they were joking or not. However, he decided not to say anything and thought his decision not to pick a fight against Shishio was right. While they trained, Shishio was in the middle of thinking about many things on his mind. It wasn't until later that Totsuka fell to the ground with his knee scratched that he looked up. Ah, Sai-chan, are you alright? Yui quickly came to Totsuka worriedly. I'm fine. Let's keep going. With his trembling feet, Totsuka tried to stand up. Do you still want to continue? Yukinashita asked. Yes. Totsuka nodded and said, you're all here for me. I want to do as much as I can. I see. Then, Uegahama-san, I'll leave the rest to you. Yukinashita nodded, then left the tennis court. While Yui was surprised, she nodded. When Yukinashita left, somehow Totsuka came down and wondered whether he had done something wrong. Is she tired of me because I can't get better no matter how many times I train? I don't think so. After all, Yukinon would never abandon someone who depends on her. That's true. Even your cooking isn't enough to push her away, Shishio said. What do you do with that? I got better at cooking. Yui complained. Anyway, you don't need to worry. Shishio looked at Totsuka and said, she's kind of awkward, and many people often misunderstand her. As for why she is walking out, it's because she's going to get a first aid box since your legs are full of scratches now, so it isn't because she hates you. That's right. That's right. Yui nodded in agreement. Yukinon is a kind girl. Totsuka looked at Shishio, and somehow he understood why this guy could have many girls around him. Hikigaya and Zamokusa wondered whether this guy was the ultimate weapon to seduce a woman. So, do you want to continue to train, Totsuka-senpai? Shishio asked. Yes. Let's continue. Totsuka nodded without hesitation. Then, I'll help you. Come on, Sai-chan. Yui said excitedly. While they were enjoying their youth, suddenly, someone interrupted them. Hey, you're playing tennis. Mind if we play here too? Shishio looked at the group of people, and his eyes were quickly attracted to them since some of them were cute. 485, Tennis 2. When they heard this voice, they knew someone was interrupting their training. Still, Miura Yumiko was stunned when she saw Shishio was there. She felt her heart beating so fast, and it made her slightly panicked, especially when she was standing right next to her crush. She was like a poor lamb who met a bad wolf. She blushed and lowered her head, wondering why she felt like this. You can't Yumiko. He's a scumbag. However, the leader of this group didn't seem to notice Yumiko's reaction. Hayama Hayato. If Shishio was the most popular guy in the first grade, if not in the entire school, then, Hayama Hayato was the most popular guy in the second grade. However, his position was shaken by Shishio, though he probably didn't really care since he was in love with someone else, and as long as that person didn't fall for someone, he wouldn't care much even if Yumiko or Hina Ebina fell for someone else. Still, Totsuka was quite nervous, but even so, he said, Miura-san, we're not playing. Hey? What? I couldn't hear you, Yumiko subconsciously said haughtily, but then she realized her mistake. Still, Yui and Totsuka were intimidated by Yumiko, and they could only lower their heads. Hikigaya frowned and thought of doing something, but he knew if he moved forward, he would be just beaten up like nothing. Also, there was a Raijuyu, who mingled with them, so he decided to leave this matter to him since he knew this guy was better than him in this situation. Miura-senpai, we're sorry, but the tennis club is using this tennis court for training today. However, you don't need to worry since you can use the tennis court tomorrow if you want to play. Even if Shishio, Hikigaya and Ui weren't members of the tennis club, Totsuka was the member and the leader of the tennis club. Even if the students could use the court, they knew they wouldn't fight to use the court with the official club. After all, this was how common sense works. As for the fact that this wasn't part of the official training of the tennis club, who cares about it? After all, Yumiko and her group wouldn't be free enough to investigate whether what Shishio was saying was true or not, considering how polite and respectful he was toward them. Well, it can't be helped. Yumiko knew she couldn't be unreasonable, especially when Shishio had told them this court was used by the tennis club. Let's go back. If she had thought carefully, she would know today wasn't the day the tennis club did their activity, but Shishio's appearance made her lose her calm, and she just wanted to go back since she was afraid to do something stupid in front of him, especially when she thought how he had seen how she had berated Ui last time. Unlike the rest, Shishio dared to say something to her, which made her feel slightly annoyed and couldn't forget about him. It made her think a lot about him, which made her wonder whether she was an easy girl who fell for a bastard. Ebina and the guys group didn't think too much since they came here to follow Yumiko. Still, Ebina felt happy when she saw Shishio being surrounded by two guys, so she gave him a thumbs up secretly. Shishio. Totsuka, Ui and Hikigaya sighed in relief since this matter ended without trouble. Even if they knew Shishio was lying, they didn't bother to fix his lie since it was working in their favor. Still, Shishio thanked Yumiko. Thank you, Miura-senpai. If you don't mind, how about I treat you next time? No, it's all right. Yumiko felt her face was hot, and she just wanted to move away from him since she was afraid she would be swayed by him. Everyone. Ui, Hikigaya and Ebina stared at Shishio speechlessly, thinking this guy was a bastard without a doubt. However, someone just couldn't read the mood. Oga-kun, right? I have heard about you before from my friends and also Tegami. However, today isn't the day the tennis club does their activity, right? Hayama suddenly asked. Everyone. Hayama wasn't sure why he said this, but it might be partly because of a useless youth pride. Also, it made him strange when he saw Yumiko was so obedient in front of Shishio. Shishio only looked at Hayama and asked, Senpai, who are you? Everyone. Hikigaya wanted to laugh somehow since he knew Hayama was dumbfounded, considering how Shishio didn't know about him at all. However, Shishio didn't know Hayama at all since he really didn't have an interest in guys and only remembered the name of a cute girl. Hayama showed an awkward expression and said, I am Hayama Hayato. I am from the upper class and the captain of the soccer club. Was the part of the captain of the soccer club necessary? 2x. Shishio and Hikigaya thought at the same time. They didn't care about Hayama's identity as a captain of the soccer club, and it was useless in front of them. Senpai, you're not part of the tennis club, right? So how do you know today isn't the day of the training of the tennis club? Shishio asked. Well, I have a friend who is also a part of the tennis club, Hayama said with a smile. Well, Totsuka-senpai, here is the captain of the tennis club. Shishio held Totsuka's shoulders and put him in front, so everyone could see. Hayama knew he had lost, so he awkwardly apologized and said, I am sorry, Totsuka-san. We don't know if you are in the middle of the club activity. It's okay. Totsuka was startled when he was pulled by Shishio, but he also sighed in relief since this matter had ended. However, could it end so easily? But why didn't I see the other members? Hayama asked. Shishio frowned and wondered what this guy wanted to do. Still, he made a note of this guy since if this guy troubled him in the future, he would seduce his mother and lover in the future. Totsuka was troubled by this situation, but Shishio whispered, just tell him the truth. He looked at Shishio and nodded. The truth is I am the only one who is training. Oh? Alone? Why? Hayama asked again. Totsuka wanted to answer, but he was stopped by Shishio. Hayama-senpai, right? I know that my remark is quite rude, but can you not trouble our training now? Our time is limited, so if you keep asking us questions, you'll trouble us from training, Shishio said straight, politely, and told Hayama and his group to walk out since they were in trouble. Hey, Hayato, let's go back, Yumiko said since she didn't understand why Hayato kept standing there, trying to ask such an unnecessary question. Even if she wanted to play, she wouldn't force herself to play by bothering other people, especially when this was an official activity of the tennis club. Also, while Yumiko tried to move away from Shishio, she didn't want him to get a bad impression of her. It was part of the advantage of having a handsome face, and it was part of his privilege. Many might be jealous, but similar to a beautiful girl. A handsome guy also had such a familiar privilege. Ebina and the other guys who followed Hayama were also confused, wondering why Hayama seemed to be persistent, considering this wasn't how he used to be. After all, in everyone's mind, Hayama had always been a good boy who smiled and was kind to everyone. He had always treated everyone the same, without discriminating against them. Yui and Totsuka also realized there was something wrong with Hayama too. As for Hikigaya, he had realized it a long time ago. However, he was more cornered by how close Shishio and Totsuka were. He felt slightly jealous, but he knew this wasn't the time to think about this matter, considering he felt a conflict might happen between Shishio and Hayama. However, being questioned by Shishio, Hayama didn't fluster, showing the calm of the popular guy and the natural leader of the herd. I am sorry if my questions bother you from the training, but if you are going to train, why don't you let us join? Join? You? Shishio asked. Yes. Hayama nodded and said, I have trained under a professional tennis player in the past, so I am quite knowledgeable about it. Everyone. Shishio sighed and started to feel annoyed by Hayama. He didn't really like a Sunio type guy. Some people might be confused about who Sunio was, but Sunio was the wealthy friend of Nobita in the story of Doraemon. Sunio came from a wealthy family, and without a doubt, Hayama should be coming from a well-off family too. These types of people love to flaunt their skills, goods, or something in everyday things, causing people to feel awe of them. As expected, when Hayama told them he had trained under the professional tennis player, everyone started to be in awe. However, Shishio and Hikigaya weren't affected by it. Still, if Hikigaya frowned, thinking Hayama was flaunting, Shishio only smiled and exaggerated said, Wow, so amazing. Have you trained under a professional tennis player? Well, yet. Hayama was quite embarrassed when Shishio praised him so loudly, making him feel like he was flaunting. That's amazing. Even many members of our school's tennis club haven't received training from professionals, but you have been trained by the professional tennis player. Shishio showed an amazing expression, then asked, So senpai, after being trained by the professional tennis player, have you won a tournament or something? No, Hayama said quietly. Ah, you haven't. Shishio was surprised and asked, Then, what about the professional tennis player who has trained you? Has he won a tournament? No. Hayama said. Everyone. Hikigaya tried to hold his laugh somehow. Then, senpai, when is the last time you have trained with tennis? Shishio asked. It should have been 3 years ago. Hayama said after a moment of thought. Oh. So you haven't trained for a while? And because you train under a professional tennis player, do you feel better than the leader of the tennis club? Shishio asked innocently while showing Totsuka to everyone as if he was afraid all of them didn't see him. Totsuka. No, of course not, Hayama quickly said since he knew if he agreed, his reputation would be known as arrogant. Still, he was slightly annoyed, so he just bit the bullet and said, However, I feel I am better than you, and training with someone stronger is better, right, Totsuka-san? Totsuka frowned since he didn't think so. However, Shishio looked at Hayama blankly and thought this spoiled boy needed some beating. 486, Tennis 3. Everyone had realized how troublesome this situation had become. Even Yumiko, Ebina, and the rest of the extras also felt weird by Hayama's persistence. However, he was the leader of their group, so they couldn't say anything and just stood there in silence. Totsuka, who was soft-spoken and easily pressured, didn't know what to say in this situation, but he felt a reliable hand on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw Shishio was there, standing on his side. He somehow felt relief and thought he could say anything, so he looked at Hayama and said, I am sorry, Hayato-kun. I am happy with your offer, but I am comfortable with them. His voice might be soft, but it was clear and heard by everyone. Still, not only did Hayama feel uncomfortable, but Hikigaya also felt uncomfortable since he felt something was stolen from him. Ah, is that so? Hayama felt quite awkward since he didn't expect Totsuka to reject him. However, this was a normal thing since most of the people who talked with him would accept and would try to accommodate him. He had even gotten used to such a thing from his childhood time. Usually, Hayama would back down since he knew how to read the mood. It was like how many girls bullied Yuki Nashida in the past, and he kept silent about it even though the two of them knew each other. Hayama read the mood, so he didn't do anything and just pretended he didn't see anything. Still, it only worked for the girls. As for the guys, Hayama felt competitive and didn't want to lose. But Oga-kun, how about we have a match here? Everyone. What the hell does this guy want to do? If I win, let us use this tennis court, but in exchange, we'll also train Totsuka-kun since isn't it better to train with someone stronger? Hayama asked with a gentle smile. However, whether it was Yui, Hikigaya, or Totsuka frowned since they didn't have merit in accepting this match. Also, why does it seem Hayama did a favor for them? By his words, Hayama did this to help Totsuka instead of showing his selfish desire to beat Shishio. Shishiron. Yui looked at Shishio worriedly. You don't need to accept this unreasonable match, Hikigaya said. While he might hate Shishio since he was jealous, it didn't mean he wouldn't help him if Shishio was troubled, especially when he saw how Hayama wanted to trouble Shishio. Totsuka felt uncomfortable, but he didn't know what to say since he didn't feel he could win against Hayama. Hayama was, without a doubt, the most popular guy in the second grade, and all the students in this school knew about him. It was also this reason why whether it was Totsuka, Yui, or Hikigaya felt they were weaker and lower than Hayama. While they wanted to help Shishio, they didn't know what to say, and somehow they felt the crowd would gang them up. Also, it might be because Hayama and Shishio were there, many people started to gather around the tennis court while talking to each other, waiting for the match between the two to start. Hayama had started the fire, and he only needed to wait for the fire to spread. The crowd was his friends, and it made it impossible for Shishio to reject his match invitation, considering how the crowd would jeer Shishio up if Shishio refused. With the competitive spirit of the young people and the hatred of being looked down on, it was impossible for Shishio to turn down the request. Even Zamokusa felt his heart pounding since he was about to see the fight between two Raijuas for the first time. He was so excited and wondering who was going to win this match. Everyone was also the same, but whether it was Yui, Hikigaya, or Totsuka, they realized the situation couldn't be stopped anymore. They cast a worried expression at Shishio since they knew he had to accept Hayama's match. That should be the case, but... Sorry, I will reject this match, Shishio said politely. What's wrong? Are you scared? Hayama didn't give up and provoked Shishio. However. Yes, I am scared, senpai. After all, I am just an amateur, and you have been trained by a professional tennis player. So it's clear who will win between us, right? Shishio made his voice louder, making sure everyone could hear him. Or are you here to bully me, senpai? The crowd, who heard Shishio's voice, started to murmur and talk to each other, wondering whether Hayama planned to bully Shishio. Hearing the murmur, Hayama frowned, and he realized the crowd had never been his friends to begin with. Instead, it was a double-edged sword that was about to stab him to death. Whether it was Zamokusa or Hikigaya, they felt their hearts pounding at this moment and realized how Shishio, making the crowd, became his ally. Even Yumiko, Ebina, and the extras between them started to waver, considering how the crowd started to lean towards Shishio. Is Hayama-kun jealous of Oga-kun? Bullying? Isn't this bad? Should we call the teacher? Being the most popular guy might make him all arrogant. It was impossible to make everyone like you. Even if it was Hayama, it was impossible to make everyone like him. Because of his popularity, many people were also jealous of him. It might be unreasonable, but that's how it was. The crowd knew they couldn't compare to either Shishio or Hayama, so they acted as background characters how they should be. However, when Shishio and Hayama were in an argument, without a doubt, they would start to talk to each other, talking bad about the loser of their fight since it felt good to mock someone. It was also the reason why people loved to talk about celebrity gossip. Hayama knew this situation was dangerous, so he quickly apologized. I am sorry if I have trouble you, but I am not here to bully you. I'm really sorry. We'll go back now. He decided to leave since he knew if he continued to stay here, his reputation would be destroyed. In return, Shishio showed a gentle smile that smitten all the girls around and said, It's okay, senpai. I know that you are not thinking anything like that, and you just want to help us. After all, you're the good guy Hayama-senpai. Q. The girls, who happened to watch on the side, felt an arrow pierce their hearts, and they knew they had fallen for him. Still, whether it was Hikigaya or Zamokusa felt Shishio was a demon. The two swore at this moment that they shouldn't make this guy an enemy. Hayama could only show a bitter smile since he knew he had lost. However, how could Shishio let Hayama leave just like this? Totsuka-senpai, I am going to be selfish now. Can you forgive me? Shishio whispered to Totsuka. Totsuka was startled, but he nodded subconsciously since Shishio had helped him a lot. By the way, senpai, I changed my mind, Shishio said. Hey. Not only Hayama but the rest also felt confused by Shishio's sudden words. I accept you play a match in tennis, Shishio said. Hayama frowned and asked, Are you sure? He didn't know what Shishio was planning, but somehow he felt wary. Yes. Shishio nodded and said, After all, I am not someone who is going to back down against a challenge. I know that my skills might not be much, but I won't back down from a challenge. Is that so? Then, let's play a match. Hayama was eager to do it since this way, as long as he won, he could regain the face he had lost after losing to Shishio. However. But isn't it unfair that we won't receive anything if we win? After all, if we lose, you can borrow this tennis court, Shishio said with a sigh. You're right. Hayama was fair, and he was a good guy, so he nodded at Shishio's words. If you win, as long as it is within my power, I'll do my best to satisfy your request. That's what I want to hear, Shishio said with a smile. However, whether it was Hikigaya or Zamokusa, they knew Hayama was going to suffer, especially when they saw Shishio's smile. As expected, Shishio pointed his finger at Yumiko and said, then, if I win, can I bring Yumiko-senpai on a date? The whole space was devoid of noise. No one could say anything, and they were too stunned to say anything. Even Hayama, Hikigaya, and many people in this place were just too dumbfounded. Eee! Then it wasn't until the girls squealed that everyone started to awaken since they didn't expect Shishio was going to ask Yumiko on a date. Their faces were red, and they somehow felt jealous of Yumiko. After all, even if Shishio was a scumbag, his popularity didn't even decrease. Instead, many girls were curious about him since he could keep his girlfriends even if he was known as a scumbag. Still, Yumiko was dumbfounded before a blush covered her face. What? However, Hayama was depressed, and somehow he felt regret for provoking Shishio at that moment. Even if Yumiko wasn't his girlfriend, many people knew she had a crush on him, and it was also because of Yumiko that no one would come to confess to him. In other words, Hayama used Yumiko as his protection, so no girls would bother him. As for his feeling toward Yumiko, Hayama didn't feel anything at all, and he just felt Yumiko was convenient to be on his side. Even if Yumiko had a boyfriend, Hayama didn't feel anything. However, it would be a different matter if it was done in public like this since he would lose face. However, Hayama had a way to solve this problem. Still, Shishio beat Hayama first by apologizing. I am sorry, Yumiko-senpai. It's quite abrupt and quite rude of me to ask you as part of the bet since you're not a thing and you're a special individual. Let me apologize. No, it's okay, Yumiko subconsciously said with a blush. But... Shishio was quite embarrassed, showing a slight awkwardness and nervously while saying, but it'll be great if you can agree to go out with me during the weekend if I win this match since I want to know you better. I'll think about it. While Yumiko said those words, she felt her heart was about to jump out, and she was so nervous. However, inwardly, she felt so happy. That's great. Shishio smiled happily, then looked at Hayama and said, then, senpai, how about we start our match? Hayama. Ui. Ebina. Still, watching the confrontation between Shishio and Hayama, Hikigaya and Zamokusa had to admit Shishio was a devil with a pure black soul. However, they must admit that they felt scared, and they supported each other by hugging each other. Humans are scary. 2x. They thought at that moment. 487, 10 is 4. Shishio looked at Hayama and took a deep breath to calm himself. What had happened in the previous chapter when he asked Yumiko for a date only happened in his imagination. It wasn't real, and he only thought about it in his mind. While it would feel comfortable to do such a thing, it was impossible to do it, considering he had girlfriends, and for him to ask another girl for a date right in public was like a slap on their faces. He also didn't want to make the relationship between Yumiko and her friends awkward. Also, if Shishio wanted to ruin Hayama, he could do it anytime, especially when he had controlled the form in this school. In other words, if Shishio wanted to, he could kill Hayama socially no matter what time it was. As for Yumiko, Shishio admits that she was his type and she was quite cute. He didn't mind going on a date or even dating her, but if the price was all of his girlfriends, it was impossible. It was like saying that it was impossible to give up a forest for a single tree. Also, Shishio felt it was better to invite Yumiko for a date in a low-key manner when there were only two of them. After all, it would make Yumiko feel comfortable, especially when she didn't have to draw a line with Hayama. If Yumiko agreed to Shishio's date invitation in public, without a doubt, her relationship with Hayama would be closed, and they might become enemies. However, when Shishio thought about Hayama's good guy personality, he didn't feel that was possible. He felt Hayama would still smile even if he knew Yumiko accepted his date invitation in public since that was how Hayama was. A good guy without any bounds. However, this was where Hayama lacked since a good guy wasn't enough. A man needed determination and also a strong will which was enough to protect the people they cared about. Somehow Shishio wouldn't be surprised if Hayama would sacrifice his wife, letting her sleep with someone as long as he could save his company or something. Well, that person who slept with Hayama's wife was probably him. However, Shishio didn't like to do things in a loud manner. Instead, he was quite low-key, so he said, then, how about you treat all of us to juice on that vending machine? Hayama was surprised and asked, is that enough? After all, he didn't expect Shishio to only ask for juice for the people here. Well, that's enough, but you also shouldn't interrupt our training again after the match finishes. Shishio smiled and put his revenge plan aside. Are you okay with that? Okay. Hayama somehow sighed in relief, and he didn't know why he felt he had escaped danger. He thought for a moment and asked, then, how about we do a double? Still, he felt uncomfortable when he heard how Shishio said he was interrupting the training. Double. Shishio looked at Hayama with a strange expression. Yes, we'll be 2 against 2. After all, you have said, you're not familiar with tennis, right? If it's a double, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Hayama said with a gentle smile. Shishio wondered whether this guy was a good guy to the limit that it was enough to cause him to be stupid. So, who is your partner? Well, I'll be with Yumiko. Hayama looked at Yumiko and asked, what do you think, Yumiko? Hey. Yumiko was stunned, and she showed an uncomfortable expression as if she didn't want to mix in this situation. If it was against Hikigaya or others, she didn't care much. After all, they weren't her opponent at all. However, it was different if it was Shishio since she didn't really want him to have a bad impression of her. Also, frankly, Yumiko was already uncomfortable with the situation and just wanted to stay out of this. Of course, this was seen by Hayama, and his expression also showed an awkwardness since he didn't expect Yumiko would show such a reaction when he had invited her. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, he said, it's alright if you don't want to. Yumiko was tangled and subconsciously looked in Shishio's direction. Shishio only gave her a nod, which gave her relief for some reason. No, it's alright, Yumiko said after a moment of hesitation. Hayama sighed in relief when Yumiko accepted since it would be uncomfortable if he was rejected. Well, then who should I make a partner with now? Shishio looked at Totsuka, Hikigaya, Zamokuza, and Ui. He ignored Zamokuza since, with his tubby stomach, it was impossible to help him. It's not like I need help, to begin with. What's happening here? Suddenly a familiar voice sounded, and everyone was attracted by this voice. Yukinon. Ui was the happiest when she saw Yuki Nashida, and she quickly told what had happened from A to Z. Hearing Ui's words, Yuki Nashida frowned and looked at Hayama with a cold gaze. Hayama could only lower his head when Yuki Nashida stared at him. Yuki Nashida then looked at Shishio and said, Shishio-kun, this match is a double, right? Yes. Have you decided on your partner? Yuki Nashida asked. Not yet. Shishio wanted to make Yuki Nashida his partner, but when he thought about her condition, he decided not to do it since he knew her condition wasn't good. It was also the reason why she had been sitting on the side and only gave instructions without joining the training. I'll be your partner, Yuki Nashida said. Are you sure? Yes. Yuki Nashida nodded and said, I have been trained with a professional tennis player after all. She made her voice louder when she mentioned the professional tennis player. Her words were like sarcasm in Hayama's ears, but what could he do? But you're right at that, right? Shishio whispered since he knew Yuki Nashida had menstruation. Yuki Nashida blushed and lightly hit his arm. Shut your mouth. Yes, yes. But don't force yourself, all right? Shishio said worriedly. I know. Yuki Nashida hummed while nodding. Yumiko didn't know, but she felt so uncomfortable at that moment. With everything having been decided, whether it was Shishio or Hayama, they only took the racket. However, Yumiko and Yuki Nashida were different since they changed into tennis uniforms first. It suits you well. Shishio nodded and thought he might ask his girlfriend to cosplay as a tennis player. I don't wear this so I can receive your praise. Yuki Nashida sighed, but she blushed. Also, Uegama-san has forced me to wear this. But it's cute, Yukinon. Ui said with a smile while glancing at Shishio several times since she had a feeling he was about to say something outrageous before. While Shishio's group was amiable and they were friendly to each other, Hayama's group was quite awkward, especially when Yumiko had been silent for a while, clearly showing her disinterest in this game. That should have been the case before. However, when Yumiko saw Yuki Nashida, somehow, her competitive spirit was burning, and she had decided to beat them up. Hayama was grateful for this situation, and he thought they would be able to win. After all, he still wanted to regain the face he had lost before. On the other hand, Totsuka looked at Hikigaya and Zamokuza, who seemed calm in this match, so he couldn't help but ask, Hikigaya-kun, Zamokuza-kun, you two are so calm? Are you not worried? No. 2x. Hikigaya and Zamokuza felt it was just a stupid thing to worry about Shishio. Still, even if they wanted to see Shishio beaten, they also didn't like to see Hayama win. After all, not only was Hayama coming to trouble them, but this guy was also a Raijuyu. Massacre him, Shishio. 2x. Hikigaya and Zamokuza thought inwardly. They, without a doubt, were going to support Shishio, but they were too shy to do so, so they only stood on the side, watching the match with solemn expressions. The match between the four quickly started, and Totsuka became the referee. Shishio and Yuki Nashida would be against Hayama and Yumiko. Totsuka sat on the referee seat and said, and begin. Yumiko started first and used all of her power to hit the ball at Yukinohista. However, what Yukinashita said was true since she had trained under a professional tennis player in the past, and she could return Yumiko's serve easily. Hayama returned the ball to Shishio with all of his might. The ball moved fast, but Shishio returned it with ease and added some tricks to it. Under his control, the ball hit on the strange spot where it was the perfect place for either Yumiko or Hayama to hit. On the double, each had duty on the place where they should hit the ball. Still, each partner had their own style, and they had an experience. However, Yumiko and Hayama didn't have that. They only put either right or front as their duty, so when this ball hit the ground, they started to move before they crashed into each other. What? Yumiko was almost thrown if it wasn't because Hayama's reflex was good, and he quickly stopped. Are you alright, Yumiko? Hayama quickly asked since he didn't expect to hit Yumiko so suddenly. I am okay. If it wasn't because Yumiko had feelings for Hayama, she might have to scold Hayama without hesitation. I am sorry. Hayama apologized and talked about how they should set up their strategy again. On the other hand, Yukinashita looked at Shishio silently, thinking this guy might do this deliberately. While Shishio's way of hitting the ball was quite amateurish, and his ball had the element of coincidence, she felt this bastard did it deliberately. However, instead of hating it, she only smiled. Hayama and Yumiko also started over, and they still started to hit the ball first, considering how the game worked. However, this time, it was Hayama who hit the ball, and he hit the ball right in Shishio's direction with all of his might. The ball was moving so fast, and some people couldn't follow the ball. However, deliberately like a coincidence, Shishio hit the ball back, and it hit Hayama's crotch. Ouch! All the men in this area covered their crotch since they felt like they could feel Hayama's pain. However, some people wanted to laugh, especially Hikigaya and Zamokusa wanted to laugh so hard. I'm sorry, are you okay? I didn't do that deliberately, Shishio apologized and said worriedly. Yukinashita only stared at Shishio in silence. I am alright. Hayama said those words with some struggle, but even so, he still maintained his smile, even if it was quite forced. Yumiko was also quite troubled since she felt quite strange asking whether Hayama was alright. Can you continue, Hayama-kun? Totsuka asked worriedly. Hayama struggled for a moment before he took a deep breath and said, let's continue. Everyone was in awe. However, lost. Hayama and Yumiko lost through without being able to score a single point to the pair of Yukinashita and Shishio. Yukinashita looked at Shishio and said, you're so bad. However, if someone looked closely, they would see a smile on her beautiful face. Shishio only smiled and didn't say much, but he felt so comfortable now. 488, it's just so natural. Hayama had lost, and he also upheld his promise to buy everyone a juice on the vending machine on the side before he left without hesitation. Then, I'll leave. He really didn't want to stay any longer since it was just so damn hard to maintain his smile in this place. Yumiko stared at Shishio for a moment and saw him smile at her gently, causing her to blush and look away before she followed everyone to leave. Ebona looked at Shishio thoughtfully, but she didn't say anything and just smiled and left with everyone. The extras that followed Hayama also followed back since, without Hayama, it was impossible for them to stay, and they didn't really want to stay. Still, Shishio must admit Yumiko was quite cute. However, he turned his gaze at Yukinashita and asked, what's wrong senpai? He felt his skin hurt when this girl kept staring at him all the time. Nothing. Yukinashita showed off her rare smile. Shishio somehow felt creepy by Yukinashita's smile and asked, did you have a bad impression of that girl? He wondered whether Yukinashita had a bad impression of Yumiko. He thought for a while and wondered whether it might have something to do with the past when Ui and Yumiko had an argument with each other. No, it's just she is quite similar to the girl who is trying to bully me in middle school, Yukinashita said while trying to open the cap of her barley tea. Shishio looked at Yukinashita in silence and said, let me help you open that bottle. Thanks. Yukinashita gave bottles to Shishio naturally. Shishio honestly helped Yukinashita and even took care of her gently, especially when he heard those words from her. Ha ha ha. Zamokusa laughed arrogantly while chugging a cola he had gotten from Hayama. This is the taste of the victory. They were all speechless by Zamokusa's words, but they must admit the drink they won from Hayama tasted better than the one they bought themselves. Even though it was cheap and it was something they could buy every day, it tasted so much different when they got it from their blood, sweat and tears. It tasted so damn good. Still, Ui was worried and asked, hey, Shish Iron, do you think it is alright? What do you mean? Shishio asked. I mean, for us to enjoy this drink, is this really alright? Ui was quite worried. After all, Hayama was the leader of her clique, and he was also Yumiko's crush. However, Shishio embarrassed Hayama without hesitation, cruelly without any mercy. While Ui felt comfortable, she was worried something might happen to her clique. Oh, you don't need to worry, Ui-senpai. Hayama-senpai is a nice guy who treats us with juice when we're doing our best in training. He's a kind-hearted man who won't do a shameful thing. I believe in Hayama-senpai, Shishio said righteously as if everything had nothing to do with him before he drank the barley tea he got from Hayama. Ui. That's true. Yukinashita nodded with a gentle expression and said, he's a nice guy. Ui. Hikigaya also nodded and said, he's a nice guy. Ui. Zamokusa laughed heartily as he looked at the chest. Hayama or something is the nicest guy I know in this school. Ui. Totsuka could only laugh bitterly, but he must admit it tasted nice to do something like this. Alright, how long are you going to rest? Then, hurry up and continue the training. Yukinashita reminded everyone. Totsuka, Ui, Hikigaya, and Zamokusa. Shishio didn't join and sat on the side. However, Yukinashita didn't say anything and just let him rest. They trained for a while before they decided to return. Under Yukinashita's instruction, Totsuka's request was finished, and everyone could go back peacefully. Still, when they went back, Shishio said, Senpai, let me send you home. Yukinashita stared at Shishio and asked, where's your girlfriend? They should be trying a new ice cream cafe nearby. The reason why his girlfriends weren't around him was that they went to try the new gelato cafe nearby. More importantly, are you alright? He was worried about this girl since she often forced herself to work even if she was weak. Yukinashita's skin was as pale as snow, and it was beautiful. However, Shishio could see her skin was quite sickly now. I am alright. You don't need to worry, Yukinashita said in her usual confident tone. Shishio looked at Yukinashita and said, well, do you want to eat something when we go back? I'll cook you something. Yukinashita stared at Shishio and asked, you're going to stay at my apartment? Is that not okay? I am afraid it'll be dangerous for me to stay with a scumbag like you, Yukinashita said flatly. Shishio was lost for words, then said, then, let's just go back together. I am on my way to stay in my apartment. Yukinashita stared at Shishio for a moment and said, just do whatever you want. Then, I'll do that. Shishio smiled. Yukinashita let out a sigh and said, wait for me to change my clothes first. Then, she hurriedly left since she was afraid for him to see her expression at this moment, and she might not realize a smile was formed on her beautiful lips. Okay. Shishio nodded and waited for Yukinashita to change her clothes. However, frankly, he still wanted to see her in her tennis uniform since it was cute. Shishiron. Shishio, who read his book, turned and saw Ui was there. What's wrong, Ui-senpai? He wondered why this girl suddenly came to him. After all, he thought this girl had left already. Did you forget about our conversation before? Ui asked with a pout. You were going to thank me, right? Shishio smiled and asked, how are you going to thank me? What do you want me to do? Ui asked excitedly. Anything but a food that you make by yourself, Shishio said without hesitation since Ui's food wasn't much different from a biohazard weapon. How cruel! Ui cried and complained. Even my cooking skill has become better, you know. She pouted, feeling annoyed since Shishio didn't believe in her cooking skill. Shishio looked at Ui and asked, really? Ui hesitated. Shishio let out a sigh and said, you know, you don't need to thank me. I am just doing something that anyone will do. It isn't that anyone will, do you know? Ui smiled and said, not everyone can do something that you do casually. It might not mean a lot to you, but everything you have done to me means a lot. It might mean something casual for him, and he might not think too much about whatever he did when he helped her. However, for her, she felt it pushed her to become a better person, and she wanted to do something to help him. Still, she knew even if she gave him food or something, she didn't think she could repay him. However, she just felt uncomfortable if she didn't do anything. Shishio looked at Ui and asked, but, won't you feel afraid? Afraid? Ui was confused. Doing something like this, staying with me and talking with me alone. If someone sees you, won't you be afraid they might misunderstand our relationship? Shishio asked curiously. Ui blushed and said stutteringly, it's okay. I am not afraid. Shishio looked at Ui and thought this girl was cute. He somehow wanted to see her mother. It wasn't that he was interested in her mother or something, but he was curious about what kind of parent had educated her until now. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact he was interested in an older woman or anything. Believe him. Ui took a deep breath and said, then, why don't you visit my house in the future? I'll prepare the best dinner for you. Shishio. Okay. Ui looked at Shishio worriedly, feeling afraid of being rejected. Shishio looked at Ui for a moment and nodded. Okay. Then, it's a promise. Ui beamed with a smile and raised her pinky. It's a promise. Shishio hooked his pinky against hers. Let me know when you're ready. I am waiting. Yui then left with a smile. Shishio looked at Yui for a while and just didn't know what to say. What's wrong? You show such an idiotic expression. Shishio was familiar with this voice. He just shook his head. Nothing. Let's go back. Shall we? Okay. Yukinashita nodded. The two walked back like usual. It was something natural for them, and they had done it several times. Still, if there was something unusual, it would be their relationship since they weren't even in a relationship, and Shishio just went to his girlfriend's while being accompanied by another girl. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be weird if this guy was dumped and even slapped. Fortunately, with his hard work and persistence, his feelings were conveyed, and he was able to do this shameless thing without a worry. Say. Did something happen? Shishio looked at Yukinashita and could see the worry in her eyes. He looked at her for a moment and let out a sigh inwardly. It was part of his bad side that he had always overthinking about many things. It not only made her worried, but he was sure his girlfriends also noticed it. Shishio knew he had moved on, so there was no need to think too much about his past. Instead, he had to focus on the present. Well, yeah, I am worried if the girls in the school are in love with me after that tennis match. He let out a frustrated sigh as if being handsome really troubled him. Yukinashita let out a long sigh and left Shishio behind. Senpai, don't leave me behind. I don't know you. Please leave me alone. As usual, they started their usual bickering, but as expected, being with each other was so cozy, and they just wanted to stay like this forever. However, Yukinashita knew this relationship couldn't stay forever, especially when she didn't know how to handle the feeling that started to bloom in her heart. What do I do? Yukinashita didn't know, but for now, she was going to keep everything inside without anyone knowing it until she could forget about this feeling. 489, Next Trial. The time passed quickly, and before long, it was a Friday. Hina looked at the apartment building in front of her while on her phone. I am in front of the building. Wait a moment. I'll be there shortly. Okay. Hina thought Shishio would stay in Sakurasu, but she didn't expect him to stay in an apartment. She knew he came from a wealthy family, so she didn't feel that surprised when she saw his apartment building, especially when the location of the apartment was in Ebisu, Shibuya. However, somehow, she felt it would be great if she could live in this place too, especially when this place was far from her home, and close to the place where she worked, which was a great thing. It might seem strange, but Hina just wanted to get closer to him after all. Also, while she might not have said anything, she felt uncomfortable with the thought of staying with her family, especially when she could see Rui every day. They shared the same boyfriend, after all. However, Hina knew she was doing this behind Rui's back, and even if Shishio had agreed to their relationship, Rui didn't know about their relationship at all. While Hina had confidence in Shishio and knew he would do something about it, she could see Rui's contempt for her if their relationship was revealed. It was also because of this that she lowered her head depressedly until she heard his voice. What are you doing? Come in. Hina looked up and saw Shishio was there. Shishio looked casual in a loose crew neck, track pants, and black sandals. Hina was in a daze and thought this guy was really handsome. Frankly, she wanted to jump into him at that moment, but when she thought about their status as a teacher, she knew she couldn't show such an embarrassing state. The two stared at each other for a moment and walked side by side without hesitation before they hugged each other's arms after they entered the lift. They were silent, and neither said anything, and it wasn't until Shishio closed the door of his apartment that the two couldn't hold back anymore and just wanted to become even closer. They let go of their break and just followed their instinct before falling into immoral pleasure. Growl. I am hungry. Me too. Hina touched her stomach and realized she hadn't put anything there besides his white thing. She let out a satisfied sigh, then asked, Shishio-kun, what time is it? While she was too lazy to move, considering how tired she was, she still asked. However, her body was overturned by Shishio, and she hugged his arms, making her blush. It's 8 at night. Shishio looked at Hina, who was in his arms, and asked, You're going to stay, right? Hearing his casual invitation, Hina could only nod shyly. Then, do you want to eat out? Or I'll make you something, Shishio said. Anyway, on the outside of his apartment, there were many restaurants, and they could eat out anytime, especially when he also parked his car in the parking park below. Hey? Can you make something? Hina asked while looking at Shishio eagerly. She had tasted his food before, and it was so delicious she couldn't forget about it. I do. Shishio nodded. I bought something before, but I can only make nabe, hot pot. Is that okay? Okay. Hina nodded without hesitation, then asked, by the way, is there a beer? Shishio smiled and caressed her head a little forcefully. There's a lot of it. Let's have a party tonight. Hina fixed her hair with a pout before beaming with a smile, then nodded. She just felt happy whenever she was with him. Shishio then prepared to get up, picked up his t-shirt from the ground, and walked out. However, Hina couldn't do that since she only brought her clothes from her work before. Those clothes were tainted by Shishio since he was so excited when he thought he was doing it with a teacher. Shishio, can you lend me your clothes? Just get it in the wardrobe. Hina didn't hesitate and opened his wardrobe and picked up his white shirt. She wore her undergarments first before wearing his white shirt. When she was done, she walked out of the room barefoot, then asked, Shishio, is there something that I can help with? Can you even stand? Shishio stopped his mouth since he must admit at this moment, Hina was so charming. The see-through white shirt showed her violet-colored undergarments, and her white thighs were exposed. This scene was just breathtaking, and he just wanted to push her again. Hey, aren't you tired? Hina blushed while asked since his little Shishio had woken up again. Then, she walked up to him and caressed his big bulge through his boxer. Be a good child, all right? I'll take care of you later. Shishio. By the way, what kind of hot pot are you going to make? Shishio planned to stay with her until tomorrow, so he could take care of her later. It's an awful hot pot, really? Hina was excited. Yeah. Shishio looked at Hina and said, it's a hot pot, so it should be easy for you to help me, right? After all, what they needed to do was just to boil the food until it was ready. It was an easy to make dish, and it was full of nutrition. Leave it to me. Hina gave a salute. Shishio looked at Hina, and somehow he was kind of worried. However, he was right behind her, so it should be all right, right? Right. Shishio was tired when he sat down on the low table in the living room. Hina chugged the cold beer with a comfortable sigh while leaning on his shoulder, waiting to be ready. We're going to stay together tonight, right? Yeah. Shishio looked at Hina and asked, have you told the people at your home? Not yet. Hina took her phone and searched for the contact number of her home. I'll call home now. Shishio lowered the volume of the television since he was afraid something unexpected was happening. Last time, it might have been Natsuo, who answered the call, but now, it might be either Rui or Tsukiko. Shishio didn't know, but it wouldn't be bad to prepare since he couldn't predict who someone would answer the call. It was only a moment, and the phone was connected. Hello. Hina and Shishio somehow sighed in relief when they heard this voice. Ah, Natsuo-kun. Ah, Hina-ne? What's wrong? Sorry, but can you tell everyone that I won't go home? Hina said cutely. Shishio looked at Hina and didn't say anything. He just drank mineral water silently, thinking whether it was a war or a love was cruel. Still, it might be because he saw her smiling at this moment, which made him think a woman was really a natural actor. She might be able to beat Mai's acting, right? After all, even Mai might not be able to match Hina's act in this situation. However, Shishio knew Hina didn't act, and it was all natural. The reason why Hina could smile was that she was glad she didn't need to talk to either Rui or her mother. She was glad to talk with Natsuo, and it also showed she only saw him as a family, not something else. Hey! Natsuo seemed surprised and asked, what are you doing, Hina-ne? I went to stay with my friend since it has been a while since we met. Hina didn't lie since it had been a while since they had been together. I see. Natsuo seemed to be quite disappointed, but he didn't stop her and said to be careful. Hina nodded and felt happy she had such a thoughtful step-brother. However, Natsuo could only smile bitterly when he heard how Hina viewed their relationship. Still, it wasn't wrong, and it was also this reason he felt quite bitter about it. Suddenly, when they talked, a thought crossed his mind. Should I confess to her? Natsuo thought it would be great if he could confess to Hina. Still, she could hear the sound of someone chugging water and boiling food, which made him wonder who Hina's friend was. It was also the reason why he was quite worried since he didn't know the gender of her friend, and it was quite awkward for him to ask. Was this friend the one she went with on Kamakura before? Natsuo thought, and somehow he became nervous. Natsuo-kun? Hina asked in confusion since Natsuo suddenly fell silent. Ah, yes. I'll hang up the phone then. See you tomorrow. Hina didn't know what Natsuo was thinking. After all, she was in a good mood since she could be with Shishio. See you. Natsuo said, and the phone closed. He looked at the telephone for a while and let out a long sigh, thinking about what he should do. Shishio looked at Hina and asked, done. Hina nodded and let out a long sigh. She caressed her chest, trying to calm her nervousness, but then she felt her head caressed gently. It's all right. His voice was full of reassurance, and this gentleness mellowed her. However, Hina knew what kind of beast this guy was, and it was also the reason why she just couldn't get away from him. I love you. Shishio was dumbfounded for a moment before he kissed her lips gently. This was a chaste kiss without afterthought, sensualness, or anything. It just showed how much they loved each other. Me too. Shishio pressed his forehead against her for a moment before he kissed her forehead. Hina snuggled on his chest and hugged him with a smile. It wasn't until their stomachs rumbled that they looked at each other and laughed before they started to eat. They ate till they filled their bellies before they lay next to each other and continued with their immoral relationship. On the next day, after Shishio had sent Hina back, he returned to Sakurasu, and he knew there was another girl he needed to take care of. Frankly, the matter of heart was tough, but he must admit, it was fulfilling. However, when Shishio returned to Sakurazu and saw Ritsu. "They're coming too," Ritsu said. Shina, Roberta, and Nanami were there, and they showed their various types of emotions. Shishio took a deep breath and prepared for the next trial he was going to face. 490, Jimboko in Love 1. The people outside Tokyo might be unfamiliar with this place, but Jimboko was a rather famous district in Tokyo. What made this district famous was the fact it was the center of used bookstores and publishing houses in a popular antique and curio shopping area. In other words, this district might be heaven in Ritsu's eyes. "Did you bring enough money?" Shishio asked. "You don't need to worry." Ritsu was brimming with excitement and said, "I have prepared for this day. If someone doesn't forget about his promise, I might come early." Sorry. What could he say? After all, Shishio had promised to bring Ritsu in the past. He made his promise right before Golden Week, but he was only able to bring her here now. Still, the two weren't alone since Roberta, Shina, and Nanami also joined in. While it was hard to see whether Roberta was excited or not, considering how she had always had a blank expression on her face. Shina and Nanami were, without a doubt, excited about this trip. Still, even if Roberta was blank, Shishio could see she was happy since they could go out together as usual. However, Shishio knew the reason for this trip wasn't only because they wanted to buy used books or any other things in Jimboko. Instead, it was something else. If possible, he didn't really want to talk about romance or anything. It wasn't like he didn't think Ritsu was unattractive or not. However, many of his problems hadn't been solved yet. The first thing was about Momo. Even if he had said they were going to talk to know each other first, her attack power was strong, and she kept attacking him. Even if he tried to act disinterested, as if he was someone who believed intercourse could only be done when one married each other, his little Shishio said otherwise since his self-control was horrible. Momo was also eager to do it with Shishio, and she knew she could do it soon, which made her excited. The second thing was Rui. His relationship with Hina happened so suddenly. It was unexpected and an accident he would never have thought of. He just didn't know how Rui would react when he heard what he had done with Hina. Would she hate him? Would she get angry? Or would she be similar to Nana, who let him date her big sister? While being optimistic was good, Shishio thought it was better to be pragmatic and prepared for the worst. Still, the good thing was the relationship between Rui and Momo was good, and it might be possible to do a threesome when they are together in the future. However, this wasn't the time to mention Rui or Momo. Instead, he had to focus on Ritsu. Frankly, among all the girls, Ritsu could be said to be someone who was with him the longest, except for Chihiro, Kamiagasa Misaki, Mayumi Nishikino, and Sayaka Watanabe. Still, unlike his aunt, or two other loose women, Ritsu could be said to be a good girl out through. However, the two didn't have an interest in each other at first, but slowly, they got to know each other, and their relationship became closer and closer. Still, they weren't lovers or anything. They were just friends. Of course, it was according to his idea, and if he wanted to, he could change their relationship to a more intimate one. It might be less than a lover, but more than a friend, so it should be a friend with benefit? Probably. However, Shishio didn't really need this type of relationship, considering he had too many girlfriends around him. As for Misaki, frankly, after the dubbing, Misaki had always been focused on her anime, and she used the majority of her time creating it as if she was being possessed by something. It might be because she wanted to say goodbye, or she might want to tell Mitaka-jin about her feelings again. After all, even if Mitaka and Misaki had parted, the bond in their childhood couldn't be erased easily. Misaki might have an obsession with Mitaka, and while that might change because of Shishio, the fact she had a feeling toward Mitaka didn't change. As for him, Shishio just didn't think too much after all. Even if his relationship with Misaki was close, he didn't expect anything from their relationship. However, if they were together, it would be okay too. After all, Shishio must admit he was quite greedy for her body and also her talent. But of course, Shishio also respected Misaki as an individual since only a few people could understand what she thought. Even the one she loved in the past, Mitaka, couldn't understand her. Still, nothing could come out good if he was in a hurry. Everything had to be done with patience, so it could give birth to fruit. Before long, they arrived in Jimboko and parked their car. Unfortunately, it was still early, so the majority of the shop hadn't opened yet. "Should we get a coffee or something?" Shishio asked. They agreed and went to a nearby cafe where they could sip coffee and read a book. While Shishio, Roberta, and Ritsu drank their coffee quietly while reading a book and listening to classic jazz music, Nanami and Shina walked around, checking the various books in the cafe. Mashiro, what do you think? Nanami suddenly asked when she was together with Shina. She had been worried about Ritsu's situation, especially after what had happened last week. It was also the reason why she felt it was better for Ritsu to go with Shishio alone when they visited Jimboko. However, unexpectedly, Ritsu would bring all of them with her too. Nanami would be lying if she didn't feel happy since she also loved to go out with everyone. Still, she wondered whether it was alright since she couldn't see how Ritsu's trouble would be solved in this situation, especially when the chance of Shishio and Ritsu being together was quite small with the three of them around. It's okay. Even if Nanami was worried, Shina was calm as ever. She looked at the book of art and photography intently since they were interesting. Nanami looked at Shina for a while before she let out a sigh. She knew she shouldn't feel worried, especially when she knew Shishio well. Well, everything should be okay, right? She glanced in Shishio's direction and decided to believe him. However, the two forgot that what they had to watch for was not Shishio. Instead, it was Ritsu. Shishio never expected the relationship with Ritsu right away. After all, it was just a week since she had rejected USA. While this fact didn't have a relation to their relationship, it was just strange if they forged a relationship right away. Also, it felt like it was forced. It also wasn't suitable for Ritsu's personality. Ritsu had never taken the initiative from the beginning to the end. She had always stayed in her own world, ignoring her surroundings, and felt satisfied with it. Even if she was together with everyone and might seem to change, Shishio knew deep inside she still hadn't changed. She was still that girl who was trapped in her own world, and she was satisfied with it. It was also the reason why Shishio felt challenged, and he wanted to be the one who changed her. He wanted her to take the initiative to express her feelings to him instead of taking the initiative. As of now, they decided to just enjoy their time together in the Jimboko together. While they sipped the coffee and read the book, they talked about the place they wanted to visit. However, they were dumbfounded by Shishio's words. Paper. Paper. Shishio nodded and said, I want to see a paper store. Paper was the most important part, so a book could be created, and without it, there wouldn't be a book. Why are you interested in it? Nanami was curious. Are you not curious? Shishio asked. Well. It was also her first time seeing a paper store. Nanami would be lying if she wasn't curious. When they had decided their destination, they went to the paper store without hesitation. However, when they entered, they were in awe since they didn't expect there to be so many types of paper. More importantly, all the paper was beautifully arranged in colors and types. Also, they had never expected that there would be around 7,000 types of paper in this place. How could there be so many? Even Ritsu was dumbfounded since she didn't expect the book she read every day would use a different type of paper. It's different, so it can help the readers so they can read easily. Read easily. For example, a dictionary or a thick book. Suppose the paper used in those types of books is thin and smooth. If it's too thin, it'll be hard to read since it'll be hard to read, considering how you'll see through the page behind. If it's too thick, it'll be costly, and it is also heavy. If it's too smooth, it'll be hard to turn the page. Shishio took the paper and rubbed his fingers on it, feeling a comfortable feeling from it. I think this company might not be different from you, Mashiro. From me. Shina titled her head. You come to Tokyo, Japan, so you can get better with your painting. This paper company is the same. They also keep researching the best paper, so it can give the best experience for the reader or the people and company who need the paper. Maybe you should try a different type of paper too to see whether it'll give a different experience to your painting, Shishio said to Shina. Shina was in a daze, but she nodded with a serious expression since it was her first time seeing from this angle. She felt as long as she forged her skill, she could become better with her painting. However, even a swordsman also needed the best sword to show the best of their skill. The painter was the same. They needed the best medium to show their skill. Whether it was a canvas, a brush, paint, or many other things. A canvas was made from paper, then what kind of painting could she create from the best paper? Shina was curious and tried to look around curiously. She was even dumbfounded when she heard she could request her own paper, and it made her excited. On the other hand, Nanami and Roberta talked about the paper with different types of patterns and thought they were so beautiful. As for Ritsu, she just stared at Shishio in a daze after she heard what he had said, and somehow she understood why many girls loved him. Shishio not only saw his girlfriends from their exterior, their beautiful appearance, but he also saw them inside, thoroughly understanding them from how they could become the way they were, whether it was good or bad, before he loved them thoroughly. Shishio couldn't say he loved someone so easily since the word love wasn't something that could be said casually, and it meant a lot to him. It was also because of this reason that Ritsu knew she couldn't lie, and she was in love with this part of him. Ritsu-senpai, what's wrong? Shishio asked. Nothing. Ritsu showed a rare smile on her face and said, I just want to buy some papers. Shishio looked at Ritsu and thought she would be okay. Okay, I want to buy it too. He thought for a moment and felt it might be good to write his feelings to his girlfriends through words. With that said, they had a blast in Jimboko. 491, Jimboko in love too. After they bought a few papers, they went to visit various places such as a bookstore that sold cat-themed books, a small gallery for photography, a vintage book district, and many others since they knew it would take a while for them to come to this place again, so they went to various places they could visit. Truthfully, Shishio wanted to tell Roberta to change her clothes since her maid uniform might seem quite hot, considering the summer was just right in front of their eyes. As for her maid uniform itself, while it was uncommon to wear a maid uniform, the people in Tokyo were quite indifferent, so they only looked for a moment before they looked away. After all, this country was the land of cosplay, and there were many other more individual and unique cosplay. Just a maid uniform was nothing. After they walked around, they got hungry, and they went to eat specialty curry at the nearby restaurant on the second floor of its building. When they sat down, the three let Ritsu sit next to Shishio. On the other hand, Shishio took a seat near the window where he could see the pedestrian from the place he sat. While Ritsu was quite shy, she sat next to Shishio honestly. When they had all sat down, Shina, Nanami, and Roberta took out a unique book that was bought by Shishio. They were looking at the maid costume book collection intently since they didn't expect there to be so many types of maid uniforms. Shishio. On the other hand, Ritsu was reading her book quietly, but she peeked at Shishio from time to time. Everyone had let her sit next to Shishio, and even though she had said she loved that part of him, she didn't know what to say, and she felt her heart could jump out any time since she sat next to him. It was just sitting, then what if they moved even closer? Ritsu felt she might die. Ritsu knew she might have acknowledged her feelings, but she wondered what she really wanted to do. Did she want to date him like the other girls? Or did she just want to maintain the status quo? Frankly, it was a stupid question, similar to the guy who wanted to touch, kiss, and have sex with their woman. The women also felt similar since they had that sexual urge. Still, the question was what to do? While Ritsu had read many romance novels, her situation was different from the situation of the heroine in the story. Should she confess? What if she was rejected? Ritsu had seen the example of what would happen if the confession failed. Even if she hadn't confessed to someone, she had seen how it felt to be rejected since she also had rejected many people. It was also because of this reason she realized how painful it was to be rejected, and frankly, she was scared. Love is a source of madness. Somehow Ritsu had to agree with that quote that she happened to remember from one of the books she had read. After all, it made her become someone she had never thought of. It had made her become someone else. Ritsu realized she had changed. However, should she feel happy about this change? Of course, Ritsu felt happy since she knew the day Shishio came into her life, everything changed. It was like spring after winter. Everything was born, and Shishio brought color to her life. Her monochrome day became colorful with many colors. Sometimes it might not be a good color, and it might be sad, but many times it was fun, and Ritsu didn't regret meeting him. The only thing that made her annoyed was probably the fact he was a scumbag. Even though I have reminded myself not to fall for him. Ritsu let out a long sigh, thinking life was really unpredictable, and she just didn't expect she would fall for someone she didn't want to fall for. Ritsu knew Shishio was a scumbag, and as long as there was a woman who made him interested, he didn't hesitate to lay his hands on that woman. But what about her? It had been a while since they met each other, yet Shishio didn't do anything to her. Their relationship was a friend. Well, they might be closer, but they definitely didn't have an intimate relationship like how a lover was. Ritsu let out a long sigh and didn't know what to do at that moment. Still, even if her mind was full of complexity and she thought of a lot of things in her head, her face was as blank as ever while holding a book near her face, so they couldn't see her expression. Then, a waitress came and gave them a menu book, asking them what they wanted to order. Without hesitation, they ordered beef curry with a cheese topping. Still, Shishio felt speechless when he saw there was a steamed potato on the menu. Does this restaurant want us to eat a lot of carbs so much? Shishio, I want panna cotta, a baked apple, and pudding too, Sheena said of all the desserts in the restaurant. Okay, just order it. If we can't finish it, we can just take it home, Shishio said. After all, there were only 3 desserts in this restaurant, and it made him curious too. They agreed and ordered the food they wanted to eat. After they ordered their food, they talked to each other as usual. Still, Shishio was looking at the people below from his position on the second floor. Ritsu, who had been watching Shishio for a while, noticed Shishio's strange action and asked, "What are you looking at, Shishio?" "I am looking at the people," Shishio said. "Why?" Nanami felt strange and asked, Do you feel happy to look down on someone from a high position like they're trash? Shishio looked at Nanami speechlessly. It might seem strange, but many Japanese people were in love with a tall place. It wasn't that they loved a tall place, but it was part of their culture, considering how the people who could live in the tall place in the past were only daimyo. Those daimyo lived in the tall place, in the castle, so they could overlook their people in their lands. So when the Tokugawa shogunate ended, the people in the Meiji Restoration could live freely, and living in the tall place was akin to a new feeling to them. Well, what Nanami said also wasn't wrong, since some people also loved to live in a tall place and overlooked everyone like they were trash. No. However, Shishio wasn't such a person. Can you see it? He pointed at the window, telling them to see. They subconsciously looked out the window and could see many people walking on the street. After all, it was a weekend, so many people came out to Jimbacho. However, they couldn't see anything special from it. What's wrong with those people? Nanami was confused. Shina, Ritsu, and Roberta also looked at Shishio curiously. You can see that all of those people are walking, right? Shishio didn't look at their reaction and just explained why he had been looking at those people. Some of them are walking straight. Some of them are stopping, watching the stores, and looking around. Some people walk fast, and some walk slow. Well, you might feel confused about why I am doing this, but I just found out a fun fact. Fun fact? Yes. Shishio nodded and looked at them. Well, it's like life. You know, those people might walk in the same direction, but the time, the speed, and the people they are with are different. Some of them walk slowly, some of them need a long time to arrive at their destination, and some of them are alone. However, without a doubt, they want to come to the same destination. It's like life. Everyone has their own goal, dream, or purpose, but some of them are alone, slow, and alone. However, without a doubt, as long as they keep walking, they will reach their destination. On the other hand, those people that walk fast, walk with other people might change their destination and don't even reach it. Everyone. But of course, some people are reaching that place fast without much of a struggle. However, even if there's such a person, don't think too much and walk at your own pace. It's okay to be slow as long as you can reach your destination. Shishio stopped talking and saw them looking at him in a daze. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Shina, Roberta, and Nanami didn't say much and just moved closer to him. If it was with someone else, Nanami might hesitate, but she had told the truth about her relationship with Shishio to Ritsu, so everything was all right. Hey, we're in public. Wait till we get back, all right? Shishio said while patting their heads helplessly. Ritsu, who was on the side, didn't join them, but while she felt jealous, she didn't do anything and thought about the words Shishio had said. She was different from the rest, and she couldn't utter what she wanted to say truthfully like Shina. She couldn't be proactive like Roberta. Nor could she persist like Nanami. However, Ritsu knew as long as she had the will and didn't give up trying, she knew her feelings would reach him. Ritsu took a deep breath and made up her mind at that moment. When their order was sent to their table, they started to eat and enjoyed their time together. Also, they must admit, even if they didn't plan to do anything special and just a normal thing like walking out with everyone, they felt today was a special thing, and they might not forget this day. Shishio glanced at Ritsu, who enjoyed the food with everyone and even bickered with Shina, who stole everyone's dessert with a gentle smile, and he knew this girl was all right. Still, even if this girl was all right, there was someone who had to be sacrificed. However, this sacrifice wasn't a bad thing since it was part of the growth. Shishio looked at the four of them and thought it wouldn't be a dream to see the scene of a fivesome. He took his fork and took a bite of the steamed potato on his plate, thinking he was really a scumbag. 492, Sakurasu was peaceful. The striking sun, the windy wind, and a nice shade. While it was a perfect time to take a nap, Nanami hummed a song she remembered from Shishio while doing laundry. It was just something normal and mundane, but she was happy with it, especially when she did his laundry, giving her a special feeling it was something that could only be done by her. However, it was a normal thing since Ritsu wasn't his girlfriend. As for Shina and Roberta, it was better not to mention those two. Still, Nanami felt it was a perfect time to do laundry since it had been a while since the sun shined this strongly. Hey, is it all right? Mayumi, who was doing laundry on the side, asked Nanami. What's wrong, Mayumi-san? Nanami was confused. Look at that guy. Mayumi pointed at Shishio. Shishio lay on the edge of the corridor, sleeping contentedly like a cat. Nanami chuckled and said, isn't it all right? It's cute, right? Mayumi couldn't say anything since she knew this girl had already fallen for him too deeply. It was just yesterday that they went to visit Jimboko, and now it was a Sunday, so they still had another holiday. If it was his usual, Shishio would go on a date or go out with his girlfriends somewhere. It might have been a while for him to stay lazy on Sakuraso like this. It might also be partly because of this reason Nanami was happy, since when she finished the laundry, she could make an excuse to visit his room by saying to take care of the laundry. Nanami realized she might have gone craftier, but she was happy about it, and she continued with her happy hum. Still, Mayumi, who was on her side, was slightly envious of Nanami's young aura. After all, she was almost in her 30s, and yet she spent her time here, on the Sakurasu, even though most people would usually go out with their boyfriends or something. Unfortunately, Mayumi didn't have a boyfriend, and this fact made her depressed. "Are you alright, Mayumi-san?" Nanami asked worriedly, since Mayumi suddenly dropped to the ground, seemingly depressed. Mayumi looked up at Nanami and asked, "Nanami, do you think I'll ever marry in this life?" Nanami was stunned, then said, "Of course. You'll be able to marry in this life, Mayumi-san. I am sure anyone who marries you will be happy in their lives." Really? Mayumi regained her spirit. Even if Nanami was lying, it didn't really matter, since she just wanted to hear a consolation from someone. Of course. Nanami nodded without hesitation, since what she said was the truth. She knew Mayumi was beautiful, and she felt it wouldn't be a problem for her to marry someone, right? On the other hand, Nanami shook her head, since she felt everything would be alright as long as she was with him. She didn't have much of a wish anyway, since she was happy to stay by his side. "Roberta-san, can you help me pick up that basket?" "Yes." Roberta didn't say much and picked up the basket filled with wet clothes. She just picked it up and didn't do anything afterward, since she was afraid if she squeezed the wet clothes, she might tear them apart. When everyone was doing laundry, it was at this moment that Sheena, who was all messy, trotted to Shishio. She squatted and pulled his arm before she used it as her pillow. Her movement was so natural that it made the people around them feel speechless. However, somehow, they didn't say anything, since they knew how tired Sheena usually was, especially when she had to draw 22 pages of manga every week. If Shishio didn't help her and Sheena wasn't a genius, the school activity would already overwhelm her. Still, they must admit, they were so jelly of Sheena. Whether it was Sheena or Shishio, the two were sleeping like a cat on the wooden floor of the corridor lazily, without thinking of anything. "I want to join too." It was at this moment Misaki suddenly appeared and pulled his other arm before using it as a pillow. "That girl." Mayumi's lips twitched, and she looked at Nanami. "Nanami, are you also doing it with that girl?" "Haha." Nanami could only laugh awkwardly and looked away. Mayumi was in silence before she looked at Roberta. It was hard to see Roberta's expression, since Roberta was mostly blank, and she couldn't imagine Roberta's face when Roberta moaned and let out a sexy cry. Still, Mayumi must admit Roberta's body was good. Unlike her soft and slightly tubby body, Roberta's body was well built and full of muscles. When Shishio was at school, she would usually go to his apartment or his shooting range to train, sharpening her mind and body so she was ready to protect him when the situation called for it. On the other hand, Mayumi was too lazy to work out, and she spent her time watching a drama on the television while eating a sweet, causing her weight to increase. She also wasn't young anymore, making her metabolism work slower than when she was young. However, it was impossible to admit such a thing, and her pride wouldn't allow it. Mayumi looked at her body before she looked at Shishio's body. Shishio was sleeping, and his t-shirt was slightly flipped, causing the muscles on the middle part of his body to appear. Mayumi gulped and stared at him for a while until Nanami and Roberta coughed. She noticed the two of them were staring at her, so she could only laugh awkwardly and put her sexy lingerie on the laundry one by one, trying to awaken the predator instinct on Shishio. However, Shishio didn't care and just frowned since he felt it started to get hot. The two girls on his side didn't make his situation more comfortable. Instead, it made it harder for him to sleep. Still, when he slept, he felt his stomach was touched by something. He was familiar with the shape of this thing and caught it subconsciously. However, his actions caused Misaki's head to fall on the wooden floor. Ouch! It hurts. This shape, this size. Shishio ignored Misaki since he knew he faced a more important matter. He knew this was Chihiro's foot. He opened his eyes and looked at Chihiro, who was looking down on him. "Wake up," Chihiro said lightly. Shishio asked, "What are you doing?" "Help, Nanami. Even if she's your maid, help her," Chihiro said while making a gesture for Shishio to get up with her chin. Shishio looked at Chihiro for a moment and nodded. Then, he gently moved Sheena away from him and let her sleep on the pillow he had picked before. Sheena still slept soundly like Snow White in the story. However, unlike in the story, she didn't need a kiss to wake up. If her prince did something lewd to her, she could also wake up. Shishio stood up and walked to Nanami after he put on his sandals. "Nanami, let me help you." Thank you, Shishio." Nanami nodded with a bright smile. The two stood next to each other, but Mayumi gritted her teeth and said, "Hey, Shishio." "Don't you have something to say to me?" Mayumi asked, causing confusion for him. "What do you mean?" Shishio was confused. Look. Mayumi pointed at her sexy lingerie and asked, don't you feel anything from seeing them? Shishio. Chihiro gritted her teeth and said, Mayumi, do you want me to kick you out? No. Shishio shook his head and ignored Mayumi, thinking this woman really had a problem with her head. She felt anyone who married her would be in trouble. Still, he knew someone who dared to marry her. He turned and looked at Shiro-san, who walked toward them with just a towel around his chest and lower body. Everyone. Ah, you don't need to worry. I wear a boxer here, Shiro-san said and opened the towel on his lower body, but Shishio threw his sandal right into Shiro-san while protecting the eyes of Chihiro, Roberta, and Nanami. Thank you very much. Shiro-san said and fell to the ground. Everyone. Shiro-san was about to stand up, but he saw Shishio looking at him with a cold smile. Shiro-san, don't show your ugly thing to everyone, all right? Shishio asked with a smile. Yes. Master. Shiro-san said with a blush on his face. Shishio let out a long sigh and felt Shiro-san wasn't bad, but it was too much if this guy walked around with such a get-up. After all, most of his women were in this place. How could he accept this guy trying to show such an ugly thing to them? Luckily, Sheena was sleeping, so she didn't realize anything. Why didn't you wear your clothes? It's all rainy all the time. My clothes are all wet. I just have time to do laundry now, Shiro-san reported. Shishio didn't say much and took off his t-shirt, giving it to Shiro-san. Wear it. Shiro-san looked at Shishio's body for a moment and nodded. He didn't see a chance to win, and while he enjoyed being bullied, he didn't enjoy the feeling of being beaten. Still, he wore his t-shirt without hesitation and sniffed it. It smells like you, Shishio-kun. His face was feverish and slightly excited. Shishio. Similar to Shiro-san, the women who saw his body gulped, and their faces were feverish. While Mayumi felt her body was hot, Chihiro looked at Shishio with a complicated gaze since she knew the nephew she was close with, the one who told her he was going to marry her in the future, had already moved so far away from her. However, Chihiro shook her head since she knew from the beginning there was only an abyss in their future. They were an aunt and a nephew. They weren't cousins, and their relationship might be frowned upon. If I have a courage. If Chihiro was like Hiratsuka, who dared to move forward, she might dare to move. However, Chihiro decided to maintain the status quo since she just didn't know how to explain to her older sister if something really happened between her and him. Wow! Misaki felt her mouth dry, and she touched Shishio's body without hesitation. Shishio caught Misaki's hands while looking at Misaki. What are you doing? Your body is nice. I want to touch them, Misaki said naturally. Shishio was speechless, then asked, It's okay, but I'll touch your boobs. Is that okay? Misaki. Then, it was at this moment that Ritsu came with her basket of laundry, watching the mess in the yard of the Sakurasu. Ritsu. What's happening? Anyway, Sakurasu was peaceful today. 493, no drama. Life wasn't just upside down. It wasn't full of drama. Instead, most of them were rather flat. However, even if it was flat, his nightlife was full of excitement. Shishio stayed in his apartment with Nana, Mai, Saki, Miu, and Sheena. The five of them were the original members of his harem. Roberta was also there, but their relationship was different from a normal couple since while she was his woman, she was also his maid. Shishio was sitting on the sofa while playing his guitar absent-mindedly, watching the rain drizzle, hitting the window. The sound of his guitar mixed with the sound of the rain. Instead of a strange noise, strangely, it gave a harmony, a gentle tone that made everyone want to lazy around. While Sheena was drawing her manga, Nana and Saki were playing games together. On the other hand, Roberta, Mai, and Miu were reading a book, sipping the jasmine tea Shishio brewed. It was relaxing and comfortable. However, they knew when the night was about to come, and they had to fight a monster that terrorized the girls in Tokyo. Still, they didn't fear this monster. Instead, they were excited to defeat him since no matter how many times they challenged him, they were defeated thoroughly by him. If it was someone else, they might have already submitted themselves to him, but they didn't give up and kept challenging him as long as they still breathed. In other words, they would be together until they died. A problem might appear, and they might get angry with each other, but one thing was for sure, they would be together. Still, when Saki ended the game, she gathered Miu and Mai to talk about something. Sheena also happened to walk out from the working room and sat on Shishio's lap naturally while nibbling a Baumkuchen naturally. Shishio was speechless, but somehow Sheena's appearance was like a cute hamster, and like a hamster, their desire to mate was good. When they talked, the rest also became curious. What are you talking about? Nana asked curiously. We're talking about the workplace tour survey, Miu said. Workplace tour study. 2x. Shishio and Nana knew the high school had already paid attention to where they wanted to work in their second year. Of course, it wasn't all high school, but their school was exceptional and one of the best, so they wanted the students who graduated from this high school to be better than the other high schools. Shishio, of course, knew about the workplace tour study. It was an event where the student was told to visit the place where they showed an interest in working in the future. Where do you want to visit? Whether it was Mai, Saki, or Miu, they had a different class, so each of them had a different destination on the workplace tour study. I thought about visiting Toho, Mai said naturally. While she was an actress, the reason why she decided to visit the biggest movie company in this country wasn't because of her job. Well, partly it was also because of her job and also an interest, but more importantly, it was easy to make an appointment. She was on contract for a new movie that was about to be made soon, so she thought it was better to visit this company for her workplace tour study. They weren't surprised by Mai's decision, and somehow they weren't surprised by Miu's decision. I am going to visit Kodansha with Ritsu, Miu said since she was interested in the publishing industry. Whether it was Miu or Ritsu, they were interested in a book, so it was something natural for them to visit the publishing house. However, Saki's choice was quite unexpected since she said, I am going to visit QP. QP. Nana was dumbfounded and asked, is that mayonnaise company? Well, yeah. Saki nodded and looked at Shishio. Is that okay? Of course. Shishio nodded and said, I have never forbidden you to do what you want. If you like something, you should chase after it. Thanks. Saki hugged Shishio happily. Shishio patted Saki's back while wondering whether it was his fault for feeding her with his white liquid. He rubbed his face slightly and felt a guilty conscience in his heart, but he didn't say much since it was his fault, so it was his responsibility to take care of it. Luckily, these companies they mentioned were all his companies, so it was easy to manage them. Still, even if he didn't do anything, he knew it was quite easy to get permission to visit those companies since those companies were welcome to let the students visit their headquarters. By the way, Shishio, do we have that workplace tour study? Nana asked. Sheena also looked at Shishio curiously. No, we don't have it. We're still in our freshman year, after all. Shishio shook his head. If you're told to visit a company, which company do you want to visit? Mai asked curiously. Bank? Finance? Or life insurance? Saki asked. After all, his dream was to become a tycoon, and they knew his parents were working in the financial industry, so they thought he was going to visit those finance-related industries. Frankly, those industries are boring. If you visit them, you might only see their employees staring at the monitor screen. Shishio didn't lie since that was what the employees' financial companies usually did. Staring at the monitor, working on their projects until late at night. Frankly, Shishio didn't want to see such a gruesome scene, and since it was a rare event, he should have seen something more interesting. I might as well visit an interesting industry, Shishio said. Interesting? What kind? Saki asked curiously. Well. Shishio thought for a moment and said, probably something like DMM or Akamoto. The lips of Nana, Saki, and Mai twitched, but Sheena and Miu asked innocently, what kind of companies are those? Mashiro, Miu, did you forget the brand of the condom that we usually use? Nana asked speechlessly. Miu and Sheena. They were all speechless since they didn't expect Shishio to visit a condom company. However, frankly, they were also curious when Shishio mentioned a condom company since they had never paid attention to how a condom was made. It was quite interesting somehow. Leaving Akamoto aside, what is DMM? Mai asked since they were unfamiliar with DMM. It's the biggest porn company in the country, Shishio said naturally. Everyone. I know that you feel weird about my decision, but you should know how booming the porn industry in our country is. The market for the porn industry in this country was enormous. Unfortunately, Shishio wouldn't touch it no matter what since no matter how huge it was, it would be meaningless if it would make his image terrible. An image was essential in society, especially in the high-class one. Shishio was just interested, and he had never thought to enter one. Hearing his reasoning, they also felt relief since they knew Shishio didn't have an interest in joining this industry. However, they knew with his well-endowed thing and he was simply built for this type of industry. Well, frankly, they also had made their videos, but it was well kept by Shishio, so they were quite nervous when he mentioned this industry. Shishio might have made a video about them, but he definitely wouldn't share it with everyone and only kept it for himself. After all, who would be stupid enough to share it with a lot of people unless that person had such a fetish, right? Shishio knew it might be part of his bad hobby, but he just wanted to see the eyes of the people who worked in this type of industry since he knew most of the people who worked were either forced, or something was born within them. The financial industry in this country was creative. As long as they could get money from their debtors, they would do anything. Frankly, instead of entering such a movie, it was better to go to the sea to pick up crabs in Russia or Hokkaido. After all, even if such work was hard, the money was clean, and they would be isolated from society for a while during that time, they could think about many things so when they returned to society, they could become better. It was also, for this reason, that somehow, Shishio felt to sing a song for his and Shina's manga. They felt dumbfounded by his sudden action. What are you doing? Miu asked. I got the inspiration for my song. I'll sing it now, Shishio said. This got them interested, and they looked at him expectantly, wondering what kind of song he would sing. Is this the song for the manga? Shina asked expectantly. Yes. Shishio nodded with a gentle smile and said, listen to it carefully, all right. The soft melody gave them a nostalgic feeling. It was so gentle that it made them close their eyes subconsciously, so they could enjoy this song fully. How much more do I have to lose before my heart is forgiven? How many more pains do I have to suffer to meet you once again? One more time, oh seasons, fade not. One more time, when we were messing around. His deep voice gave them a chill, but more importantly, the feeling he told them from this song made their eyes wet. They could feel his regret, hope, and many other feelings he had for this someone. This someone might be them, but it might be someone else. Or it might be the character in the story of his manga. Hopefully, it was the latter since that way, they would feel better and thought this song was made based on his amazing creativity and talent. Fortunately, their guess was correct. Shishio didn't sing this song for his old flame. He had already moved on from his past. Instead of brooding over it, he focused on the present, where he was accompanied by his women in this world. Instead, Shishio thought about the feeling of those people who had already fallen so deep, and they wanted to have a chance to change their lives. While the feeling was quite different from how it was originally, it was quite similar since this song told about a deep regret of someone that wanted another chance to fix it. Shishio somehow could imagine USA would cry when USA heard him sing this song. When this song ended, Shishio sighed in relief, but suddenly he was hugged by all of them, including Roberta. He looked at their gazes which were full of maternal and empathic, wanting to pamper him. Shishio felt lucky to sing this song tonight since he knew he was going to have a blast in his nightlife tonight. 494, the peaceful day can't stay any longer. The day passed peacefully. USA hadn't entered the literature club, but it was a normal thing since he still needed time to recover. Shishio thought it should be 2 weeks before USA recovered. In the class, they still talked to each other. Well, they mostly talked with Tegami. While Tegami might not be the most popular guy, he had many relationships with many people. Therefore, it was possible for him to set up a group date and help USA. However, it was hard to create a group date with USA alone. The girls from the other school needed bait, so they would join the group date. Similar to a fish, it was impossible to fish without bait. Unless one uses electricity, blasts, or trawling when fishing. If possible, Tegami and USA wanted to use Shishio as bait, so they could invite many cute girls from the other school for a date. However, it was impossible since Nana and the other girls stared at the two guys like hawks. It was impossible to invite him unless they took him somewhere without any of his girls around. Still, it was impossible to take him so easily since Nana wouldn't let him go to the group date. Shishio wasn't surprised since even he, himself, wouldn't allow his girlfriends to go on the group date. It might seem strange to other countries, but this country had a culture known as a group date, where a group of strangers of the opposite gender met each other with an intention to get to know each other. Shishio's popularity was extremely high. The students of the Swime were sought after since they were all beautiful and handsome, but they were also smart. Of course, many of them were exceptions, but this wasn't the time to talk about this matter. Among them, Shishio was the most popular since many students from different schools came to look at him. Tegami knew using Shishio as bait, many beautiful girls from the other school would come to the group date without hesitation. However, he didn't know Shishio was a double-edged sword. Shishio might be a sword that could slay many women, but at the same time, he could also wound his allies by stealing all the attention of girls on him. However, similar to USA, who didn't listen to him and just confessed right away. People wouldn't learn until they hit the failure. Well, even if they had failed, people were forgetful creatures, so after they were fine after a while, they would make their mistakes again. Shishio must admit a human was amusing. Shishio was on his way to the service club, and the path he walked was deserted as usual. He didn't immediately go to the club room. Instead, he went to the ice cream vending machine and got his favorite mint chocolate flavored ice cream. Shishio was quite late since he had talked with Ayaka Sunoera, telling her his plan to skip school, so they could stay together. While Ayaka felt conflicted by this fact, she agreed since the thought of monopolizing him and staying with him alone in her dorm was kind of immorally exciting. Shishio was full of excitement when he thought about it. His body was quite giddy, but he knew this wasn't a time to get excited, so he calmed it down by eating his ice cream. The mix of the sweetness of the chocolate and the tingling feeling from the mint hit his taste buds at the same time, but then, someone called him. Hey? Oga. Shishio turned and saw Hikigaya. Senpai. He nodded and asked, how about ice cream? Hikigaya looked at Shishio for a moment and asked, where did you get the ice cream? Shishio only pointed his finger at the vending machine, which was located at the blind spot of the school. He wasn't sure why the school staff put the vending machine here, but he wondered whether the school made it into some kind of a treasure hunt. It was Hikigaya's first time knowing about this vending machine. Hikigaya's lips twitched, wondering what he was doing in the past year. He put his money in and chose the chocolate flavor without hesitation. He looked at Shishio and asked, what taste did you choose? Mint chocolate. Hikigaya must admit this guy was really individual. Still, Shishio must admit many things could be learned from the small things he saw in his everyday life. Even when Hikigaya decided to buy the chocolate flavor, he could learn something worth learning. By the way, why are you here? Hikigaya asked after he tasted the chocolate flavor. It's quite rare for you to be late. He knew, usually, this guy would spend his time with Yuki Nashida, flirting around. I was talking with my girlfriends before. Shishio looked at Hikigaya curiously and asked, what about you? Being called by a teacher again. Hikigaya's lips twitched, and he asked, how did you know? Shishio gestured Hikigaya to walk with him with his chin and said, was it workplace tour? Hikigaya walked next to Shishio and became even dumbfounded, wondering whether this guy could read his mind. I can't read your mind. Hikigaya. It's just my girlfriend talking about this matter a few days ago. They discuss where they want to visit. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and said, so did you get permission to do a workplace at your home? He knew Hikigaya's dream was to become a household husband, so his workplace had always been his home. He wondered whether Hikigaya could get permission to do a workplace at his home. Why do you think I chose my home as my workplace? Hikigaya's lips twitched, and he sighed. Well, you weren't wrong, but I didn't get permission. Isn't that the matter, of course? Shishio rolled his eyes and said, still, the real problem is the fact it has to be in a group of 3. You're a loner. It's quite hard to get into a group. Hikigaya was at a loss for words before he got angry. Shut up. Shishio shrugged his shoulders and said, but you won't be alone, right? After all, you can also invite Totsuka. Totsuka. Hikigaya halted his step and suddenly imagined his time with Totsuka in the workplace together. If it's Totsuka, I don't mind bringing him to my home. After all, his choice of work was at his home, so it wouldn't be bad to bring Totsuka to his home. Instead, he was excited to do so. Don't bring him to your home. Can you not really read my mind? Hikigaya was at a loss. Still, why not go to the ward office? Shishio looked at Hikigaya and asked, isn't your dream to let the taxpayer support you? Hikigaya thought for a moment and felt it wasn't a bad idea. After all, if he couldn't become a household husband, becoming a public servant. Still, the image of the public servant wasn't good in this country. Japan was a country that was heavily influenced by the Chinese. Therefore, many people in this country learned from Confucius, and it was also the reason many smart people would work as scholars or workers under the daimyo instead of creating a business or developing something, and because of this country stagnated. It wasn't until later that America came with a black ship, destroying the harbor and a lot of things, forcing this country to submit. This accident was named the Black Ship. It was also because of this that the people in this country knew the reason why the people in this country lost to America was that their country stagnated, and all the smart people would curry the favor of the daimyo or other high-position people. The people in this country changed, and slowly it became a country of capitalism. It was also because of this that many people in this country despised the public servants. Part of it was that they didn't like the fact that public servants could live with taxes, and others were jealous. It was also because of this reason many people said the job of the public servant was being scolded. Still, in the job, it was impossible for one not to be scolded. However, Shishio could imagine how Hikigaya would be scolded by the people who came to the office, which made him grin. Still, when he thought about Hikigaya's willpower and inner strength, he felt Hikigaya would feel nothing even if Hikigaya was scolded by the people. Hikigaya didn't know why, but he felt this guy was thinking something rude. The two walked together, and before long, they arrived at the club room. Yuki Nashida was there, sitting in her position as usual while reading a book. You two are late. Where have you been? Buying ice cream. 2x. The two answered naturally and sat in their usual spots. Still, didn't you meet her? Yuki Nashida asked while looking at Shishio's ice cream. Her. Shishio was confused. However, before Yuki Nashida answered, the door of the room was opened. Hey, where have you been? I have been calling you, you know? Why did you ignore me? I said while looking at Shishio and Hikigaya. You two took too long, so Uegama went out to bring you two, Yuki Nashida said naturally. Ah, how unfair. You two even bought ice cream here. Yui stared at Shishio and Hikigaya in disbelief since the two were late and bought ice cream, but more importantly, they didn't share anything with her. However, Shishio and Hikigaya only shrugged their shoulders and didn't say much. They shared each other's phone numbers, but it might be because they were preoccupied with having a conversation before they ignored Yui's call. After complaining for a while, Yui forgot all of her matters before her phone trembled. She took her phone and couldn't help but frown. She let out a long sigh, showing an uncomfortable expression. What's wrong? Yukinashita asked. Nothing, but... Yui hesitated, but then she said, it's just I got this weird text, so I was like whoa. Yukinashita lowered her head and said, Hikigaya, unless you'd like to end up in court, you should stop sending those vulgar texts right now. Shishio took his phone and called someone. Hello, is this a police officer? Oi. Stop this blatant accusation. Also, stop calling the police, bastard. Hikigaya quickly stopped Shishio and felt tired somehow. Yui-senpai, can I see the text? Shishio asked after he stopped joking around. Sure. Yui nodded and showed her phone to Shishio. Shishio looked at the screen phone, and it might be because the phone was small, so Yui moved closer to him. Their distance was so close, and a sweet aroma from her body invaded his nose. Shishio looked at Yui, who seemed to be preoccupied with the text and didn't seem to notice their distance. Hikigaya and Yukioshita. Still, Shishio looked at the text, but he didn't realize Yui was blushing at this moment. Oh, it's not Hikigaya-senpai, Shishio said. Hikigaya looked at them with a snort, but Yukinashita asked, why can you be so sure? It's because the text is about the class. Hikigaya isn't included in Yui-senpai's class, right? Shishio said. That's true. Yukinashita nodded. Hikigaya let out a long sigh and wanted to say he was part of Yui's class, but he gave up since he just wanted to finish his ice cream. Luckily, this ice cream tasted nice, and it made his heart feel comfortable. If not, he might unseal the dark power inside his body, letting rampage on this school, destroying everything. Hikigaya took a deep breath and let out a sigh of relief since he had almost reawakened his past. I have graduated, so let's forget about it. Hikigaya shook his head, but then, his mood became better, especially when he saw the person who entered this club room. The sound of knocking on the door was heard, and a figure appeared in front of them. I have a request. Shishio looked up and wondered whether this person was a masochist. 495, Detective Shishio 1. If it was before, Hikigaya would lower his head while showing a humble reaction. However, after he saw what had happened a week ago, he just didn't care about this guy anymore and just acted like how he usually was. Still, Hikigaya wondered whether this guy was a masochist. Hayato Hayama. Everyone in the club room was familiar with this person since he was the most famous figure in the second grade. What had happened in the tennis club was still fresh to everyone, and it was also because of this reason that they felt strange and frowned when Hayato Hayama came into their club room. Yui might be a good girl, but she was also part of Yumiko's clique. Yumiko was in love with Hayato, so she also often talked and joined Hayama's clique. While it was quite hard to say since Hayama was the leader of her class, Yui didn't feel comfortable talking with him, especially after Hayama provoked Shishio at that time. Luckily, after that tennis fight, the relationship between Yumiko and Hayama turned quite stiff, so they rarely talked to each other. However, it didn't really matter since even if neither of them talked to each other, they were still the most popular clique in the class. Still, without a doubt, the members of the service club didn't have a good impression of this person. However, even if they didn't have a good impression of him, it didn't mean they were going to reject him since they weren't that petty type of someone. While Hayama was stunned when he saw Shishio, he quickly showed his usual warm smile. I have got a request. This is a service club, right? However, if someone looked at him carefully, they could see how rigid his smile was. Yes. On the other hand, Hikigaya was surprised that he could handle this Raijuyu easily. He glanced at Shishio, who read a book as usual in a calm posture and couldn't help but sigh. While this junior of his wasn't cute and often talked bad about him, he must admit, being by his side made him able to learn many things. He even got immunity for the Raijuyu. However, Hikigaya felt it was a normal thing since he knew compared to Shishio, Hayama or something was nothing. Still, as Hayama received his answer, he started to talk about his purpose even if one of the four people in this place didn't seem to look at him. Hiratsuka-sensei said I should come here if I want to talk to anyone about my problems, so here I am. But I had a hard time getting my club to let me go. Shishio looked up and thought Hayama really didn't change. He could tell Hayama wasn't that confident. Instead, he tried to cover his lack of confidence by saying how important he was by showing how important and how busy he was. Usually, the people who heard it would nod and show an understanding toward Hayama and even treat him in a better way since Hayama's words told them how busy and important he was, yet he still came here. Hayama wanted them to treat him better. However, it only worked for the majority of people, but it definitely didn't work for Yuki Nashida. I don't care. Yuki Nashida looked cold as usual and said, you came here with a reason, right, Hayama Hayato? While Hayama was overwhelmed that he was almost perplexed, he was a good guy by nature, so after a dumbfounded moment, he didn't seem angry and quickly told his need. Well, about that. He quickly took out his phone and showed them what he wanted to discuss with them. Oh, those weird texts. Yui also showed an uncomfortable expression. Shishio, Yuki Nashida, and Hikigai looked at each other and knew the situation was more serious than they had thought. If it was only Hayama, they might not care much, but it was a different matter if Yui was related to this problem. While they wanted to resolve this matter, they needed to know the ins and outs of what had happened, so all of them read all those weird texts sent to Hayama and Yui. Still, Shishio must admit that Hayama was really a good guy since even after what had happened between the two, Hayama still dared to ask for his help to solve his problem. However, Shishio could also think that Hayama was already out of ideas about what to do about this problem, so in the end, even if their relationship might not be close, Hayama still dared to ask him since Hayama thought he was someone who might have an idea to solve this complicated situation. Shishio had read the texts before, so he understood the content. While his reaction might not have been much before, he must admit that he really hated the type of someone who sent this type of text. Still, Shishio thought he might think too much since he could see Hayama trying to ignore him, the same as how he ignored Hayama. Now that you mention it. Shishio realized that even if Hayama's clique was destroyed because of this rumor, Yumiko's clique would be alright. After all, the clique of boys and girls had always been different in the class. Some of them might join together, but in essence, it was hard for a boy and a girl to be together since there were many types of conversations that were quite hard to talk in front of different genders. Shishio thought for a moment and decided to ignore this matter before calmly reading his book again. Tij's delinquent. He took out people from West High at an arcade. Yamato is 3-timing. He's the biggest douchebag ever. While Tij's news was one thing, they doubted Yamato's news since the biggest douchebag ever was right beside them. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Shishio felt he was being insulted. Nothing. 3x. Whether it was Yuki Nashida, Yui, or Hikigaya, all of them said in sync. Only Hayato laughed awkwardly and also felt a bit jealous since he could see how close they were. Yuka deliberately injured the opponent's star player. Yuki Nashida read all of the texts one by one and came to a conclusion. So they're chain text. Hayama sighed and said, since they started circulating, the mood in the class has become worse and worse. It wasn't your class, but only your clique. Shishio thought, but he didn't say much since he could see that even with the chain texts circulated in the class Hikigaya was alright. Hikigaya wasn't sure, but he could tell Shishio was thinking something rude about him. And, well, I'm pissed they're talking bad about my friends. Hayama let out a sigh before he quickly said, oh, but I don't want you to search for the culprit. I just want to find a way to sort it out. Could you all help me out? He smiled and showed his good-natured expression, making it hard for people not to be affected by his smile. If it was before, they might have been affected, but with Shishio around them, they didn't feel anything when they saw this smile. After all, if they compared his smile with Shishio, it was like an explosion from a small cracker and a nuclear bomb. Could the small cracker match the ultimate destruction of the nuclear bomb? Nay. However, neither of them mentioned this matter since they were more cornered about the chain text. So basically, you want us to set the record straight? Yuki Nashida asked. Yeah, pretty much. Hayama nodded while showing a gesture with his body language. Yuki Nashida stood up and tidied up her skirt. Then we have no choice but to look for the culprit. Okay, I'll leave too. Hayama was stunned. Wait. He looked at Yuki Nashida in disbelief and asked, why? Frankly, he really felt uncomfortable staying in this place, but it couldn't be helped since his wit was at the end to solve this matter. Sending out chain texts is a despicable act that tramples over another person's dignity. Extreme slander is meant to hurt others, while the sender gets to hide in the shadow of anonymity. The only effective way to stop this is to eradicate the cause, Yuki Nashida said calmly while looking out the window as if she was reminiscent of something. Shishio looked at Yuki Nashida and wasn't surprised by her answer. After all, she might have been a victim of chain text in the past, so her answer to solve this problem was to eradicate the source. Source? Me. Yuki Nashida looked at everyone. Speaking of an experience, hey. Hikigaya murmured with a scare. You eradicated them. I was lost for words. Anyway, someone like that deserves to be destroyed. This is how I do things. Yuki Nashida looked at Shishio for a moment before she said, I'll look for the culprit. They'll stop once I have had a word with them. I'll leave everything that follows at your discretion. Is that okay? Hayama hesitated for a while before he looked at Shishio. Oga-kun, if it's you, what'll you do? He didn't know why he asked this question to Shishio, but he just had a feeling Shishio could solve this problem discreetly without interrupting the harmony in his clique. Whether it was Yukinashita, Ui, or Hikigaya, they subconsciously looked at Shishio. Shishio didn't close his book and looked at Yukinashita. Yukinashita nodded without hesitation. Shishio closed his book calmly and calmly looked at Hayama. He crossed his legs with his hands on the top of the book, which he placed on his lap. His posture was elegant and full of class as if an intellectual scholar, yet they didn't know why it felt like they were looking at the hidden boss behind a huge criminal organization. Take a chair first. You should sit down since it might take a while for me to solve this case, Shishio said. Hayama was stunned and asked, Are you going to help me? You don't want to? Shishio asked. No, please help me. Hayama took the free chair and sat in front of Shishio, but he forgot it was Hikigaya's chair. Hikigaya. 496, Detective Shishio 2. When did this chain text begin to circulate? Shishio asked since he needed to know where this chain text started before he determined everything. Last weekend, right? Hayama looked at Ui, asking for confirmation. Yup. Ui nodded. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and wanted to ask him too, but he decided to give up since he knew this guy didn't know anything. Oi! Hikigaya scolded inwardly, but he didn't say anything since even if Shishio didn't say anything, he could tell what this guy thought. He knew this junior of his was rude, but he couldn't blame him since no one in his class knew his contact info, so no one would send him the chain text. Did something happen in class? Shishio asked. Hayama thought for a while and shook his head. Nothing comes to mind. Ui also nodded. Yeah, things were the same as usual. Shishio looked at Hikigaya and asked, Senpai, I might as well ask you. What do you mean by might as well? Hikigaya complained, but he thought for a moment, trying to remember what had happened last week. Last weekend, hey? That's not too long ago. He scratched his temple and suddenly remembered something. Oh, the workplace tour study. That's it. Ui quickly recalled what had happened. So this is because of the group formations. Mind giving us an explanation? Yukinashita was confused. Forming groups for these kinds of events has an effect on the relationship afterward. Some people are really sensitive about that stuff. While Ui didn't have the brightest head, she was particularly good at reading the atmosphere and the knowledge regarding the relationship among the group. We're supposed to be a group of 3, so one person from a group of 4 friends is gonna get excluded. Hikigaya added and said, I can see them shit-talking to each other to make sure they're not the one who is left out. Which means one of the 3 is the culprit here, Yukinashita said confidently. However, Hayama was overwhelmed and couldn't accept this fact. Hold on. I don't want to think that the culprit is among them. These texts say bad things about all 3 of them. Surely it can't be them. While he lacked confidence, he tried to defend his friends since he didn't want to believe such a fact. Shishio looked at Hayama, wondering whether this guy was gullible or disillusioned or might be part of his personality. Shishio wasn't sure, nor did he care, but Hikigaya interrupted Hayama's la la land. Are you retarded? Hikigaya snorted and said, they clearly did that so nobody would suspect them. If it were me, I would have avoided slandering someone on purpose in order to make the scapegoat. Everyone. Hiki, you're horrible. Ui moved back slightly. However, Hikigaya crossed his arms proudly and said, call me a white-collar criminal. While Shishio said he was the one who said he would solve this problem, everyone started to ask Hayama curiously about his 3 friends since, without a doubt, the criminal was among them. Anyway, could you tell us about those 3? Yukinashita asked. Hayama hesitated for a moment before he explained with a forced smile. Tobe's got a bad look at him, but in truth, he's the best at managing the mood. He's also proactive during events. A nice guy. Yukinashita took her note and wrote. A frivolous idiot who can only be noisy, right? Yukinohita stopped writing, then looked up and asked, what's wrong? Continue. While Hayama was speechless, he still tried to maintain his smile as usual and continued to explain to the rest of his friends. Yamato's calm and a good listener. He's a chill guy who makes everyone around him relax, I guess? He's a nice guy. So he's slow and indecisive, hey? Hayama was slightly overwhelmed, but he didn't give up and tried to express the good point about his last friend. Doka is friendly and considerate. He's always helping people out. He's however, Yukinashita didn't want to hear any more and cut him straight. An opportunist who's always worrying about what others think, then. While Yukinashita was one thing, Shishio must admit Hayama probably didn't see his friends that much, and he could also tell they weren't particularly close either. Yukinashita mulled over slightly and said, it wouldn't be much of a stretch to imagine any one of them as the culprit. Listening to Hayama-kun isn't really helping us. She looked at Ui and Hikigaya. What about you guys? What do you think of the 3 of them? Hey. Ui was startled, but she answered, there's not much I can say. While they often hang out with each other, the relationship between Hayama's clique and Yumiko Miura's clique wasn't that particularly close. On the other hand, Hakigaya's answer was obvious. I don't know them too well. Yukinashita sighed, then looked at Shishio. What do you think, Shishio-kun? Do we need to search for the culprit? Shishio asked. They were dumbfounded when they heard his answer. Can you explain what you mean by that? Yukinashita was intrigued and looked at him curiously. The two were sitting next to each other, and their distance was close. For the three of them, the two were like dating each other, which made their lips twitch. In the end, the cause of this incident is without a doubt Hayama-senpai, Shishio said. Me? Hayama was dumbfounded and asked, what do you mean? How can I become the cause of this incident? However, Hikigaya quickly understood. I see. What do you mean? Whether it was Yukinashita or Ui, they were confused. However, it was a normal thing since Hikigaya spent most of his time observing people, so he understood many things, especially after he heard Shishio's explanation. The reason for this is because three of your friends don't want to be left behind in this workplace tour event, especially when you can only make a group of the three. Then one person will be left behind, and they don't want that, so they made this chain text, so you'll choose them, Shishio explained calmly. When everyone heard the explanation, they understood everything. A normal person wouldn't choose someone with a bad personality or someone with a bad rumor about them. Instead, they would naturally choose someone safe. However, Hayama was different after all, and he was a nice guy to the core, so when this chain text happened, he knew it was all a misunderstanding, so he would choose the people who were being talked bad about the chain text for his team on the workplace tour event. We don't need to search for the culprit since, without a doubt, the culprit is the three of them. They talk badly about themselves, so they won't be left behind by Hayama-senpai in this workplace tour event, Shishio said. Shishio realized how amazing the EQ of the people in this country was. They realized the importance of communication, and no one wanted to be left behind. After all, not everyone could become like a Hikigaya. While Yukinashita, Ui, and Hikigaya nodded, Hayama could only show a bitter smile since he didn't expect he was the cause of everything. How did you solve this? Yukinashita asked. Yes. How do I end this chain text? Hayama quickly asked. Well, you just don't need to make a group with them, Shishio said naturally. They were dumbfounded. That's all? Hayama asked strangely. That's it. Shishio nodded and said, if the group is made of 4, it'll be all right. Unfortunately, it is a group of 3, so you can only leave behind one person, and without a doubt, when the workplace tour event ends, the relationship between the one that you leave behind will be awkward. They don't want that, so they can only do this. Shishio took the cup of tea made by Yukinashita, drenched his parched throat, then said, so you can only leave them. Let them make their own group. Also, this isn't bad. This isn't bad, what do you mean? Hayama understood, but then he became confused again. Well, you might think your friendship with the three is all right. However, what if you're not there? Shishio asked. Their relationship might be a friend of a friend. They gather there because of you, but when you're not there, they're not even a friend. Ui understood and showed an uncomfortable expression. If you let them make a group of 3, they might become good friends with each other instead of gathering together because of you. Shishio looked at Hayama and asked, so can you do that? Becoming a loner for the 3 of them. Still, Hayama's answer was something Shishio had expected. I can do it. Hayama nodded with a gentle smile and said, if they can become friends with each other from now on, I am happy to do this. Shishio and Hikigaya thought this guy was a good guy so thoroughly. Well, you become a loner now, senpai. Have you thought about which group you are going to join? Shishio asked. While Hayama's lips twitched, Hikigaya laughed hard. Shishio, Ui, and Yukinashita looked at Hikigaya in silence. Hikigaya stopped laughing since he knew he couldn't laugh at Hayama. After all, he was also a loner. Well, I don't know. With his popularity, it was easy for Hayama to join a group. However, he knew once he entered, one person would be left behind, and that person would be secluded. He didn't want to do that, but if he didn't do that, it would be hard for him to get into a group, which put him in a dilemma. Is that so? Why don't I recommend someone? Shishio suddenly said. Oh? Who? Hayama asked curiously. Hikigaya-senpai, Shishio said. What? Hikigaya was dumbfounded. Well, Hikigaya-senpai is a loner, so even if you invite him, you don't need to worry about those complex relationships, Shishio said. Oi. That's true. Hayama nodded in agreement. Oi. You too. Hikigaya was so mad, but he stopped when he saw Hayama smiling at him. How about it, Hikigaya-kun? Do you want to team up with me? Hayama asked with a smile. Hikigaya looked at Hayama for a while and hesitated for a while before he let out a sigh and grabbed Hayama's hand. Oh okay. Damn, why do I reply to him in English? Hikigaya felt rage. You really threw him off. You don't need to thank me, senpai, Shishio said with a smile. Who wants to thank you? Hikigaya must admit he wanted to throw a table at Shishio at this moment. With this one case closed, Detective Shishio solved the case, and everyone was able to attend the workplace tour event peacefully. Then, what about Shishio? Shishio looked at the familiar house in front of him and thought he was going to release his inner beast today. 497, just like every day. It was like any other day. It was a peaceful day where people went either to school, work, or take care of their house if they were a housewife. For everyone, this day was no different from any others. Still, it might be quite special for the students of the second Grand of Swime since they went on the workplace tour event, visiting various companies or places they were interested in working in the future. However, it had nothing to do with Shishio. One thing, Shishio was only a freshman, so he couldn't join this event, and the other was because he was skipping school and visiting a place he shouldn't visit. Welcome, Shishio-kun, Ayaka Sunoera greeted Shishio with a happy smile. Shishio didn't immediately enter. Instead, he appreciated this woman, thinking how lucky he was. Ayaka didn't tie her hair in her usual ponytail. Instead, she tied her hair in a braid which she draped lazily over her shoulder, making her even more charming. After a moment of appreciation, Shishio entered the Sunoerasu naturally. Thanks for having me, Ayaka. Come in. Everyone has gone to school, so there's only the two of us now, Ayaka said with her usual tone and hugged his arm naturally while she whispered those sweet words right into Shishio's ear, so he would understand they were free to do whatever they wanted right now. Shishio also didn't want to waste his time and hugged this woman directly. Kaie. Ayaka let out a coquettish scream and hugged him subconsciously. Wait. Wait. While she didn't fight back, she quickly asked him to stop when he was about to bring her to her room. What's wrong? Shishio stopped and asked since he almost couldn't hold on anymore. Ayaka might not be different from usual. She was still wearing her usual caretaker clothes that gave people a homey and cozy feeling like any housewife in the area, yet somehow it was also different. It might be because she was the one who wore those clothes. She looked so seductive. More importantly, the apron she wore added more charm and made people could only look at her in a daze. Also, while it was faint, Shishio could see Ayaka put on her makeup carefully. He was raring to go, and it was already impossible to stop him. Let's talk later after this. Ayaka naturally couldn't fight him, and she just let her body succumb under him, writhe, and cry in the immoral ecstasy. After a few hours, Ayaka was released by Shishio. She lay on the bed, exhausted. She opened her mouth, showing her pink, small tongue, panting, yet a satisfying expression couldn't be hidden on her face. However, Ayaka hid her face on his chest since she realized what kind of naughty woman she had become. The two had been doing this immoral act many times, especially when he stayed on the Sunoerasu. However, it was the first time she was able to scream heartily without caring about anything. After all, whenever they did it, Ayaka had to kill her voice, so no one would hear what they were doing. She knew it was an impossible feat, especially since his skill in that area was so good. While it was embarrassing, Ayaka must admit that she loved to do this with him, and she wanted to do this with him forever. Let's have him stay. Ayaka made up her mind. Her mind was struggling when she heard him going to skip school, so he could stay with her. However, after he messed her up, that struggle disappeared, and she just wanted him to stay with her as long as possible. As for her tenants that would come back later, anyway, it wasn't her first time to stay, so everything would be okay. Do you want to do it again? Shishio whispered. Ayaka's face flushed red, but she quickly pushed him away since she was afraid to succumb to him again. Wait a moment. Let's have lunch first. Well. Shishio touched his stomach and nodded. Let's have lunch. Ayaka smiled, then said, by the way, there's something that I'd like you to do. Oh? Do you want me to help you with something? Shishio asked. Yes. Ayaka nodded and thought it was great to have a man around. Shina Aki. Am I not a man? Unfortunately, Shina Aki couldn't complain to Ayaka since he was at school. On the other hand, Aki listened to his teacher about the mathematic formula and questions that would appear on the midterm exam. He was, after all, a good boy, and of course, he wanted to have a good score on his exam. Still, Aki didn't know what had happened on the Sunoerasu, nor did he realize what had happened. However, Aki must admit that the knowledge of mathematics of a middle school student was tough, and he felt he needed to study harder. It'll be great if Caretaker-san can teach me. Aki imagined how Ayaka would teach him in the teacher uniform happily before he focused on his teacher again since he was afraid of getting reprimanded. While Aki was studying, Ayaka hummed a nostalgic song happily. Her soft bottom swayed right and left, cutting the vegetables such as onion, carrot, and cabbage rhythmically. Ayaka, I have changed the lamp. Do you need me to do anything else? When Ayaka heard this voice, her body shuddered slightly since when her name was called by someone younger than her, without any honorific, it made her body tremble. She wondered whether she was a masochist, especially when she thought about how she had always wanted him to be rough on her. She thought she might be one. Shishio was behind Ayaka, holding a large ladder and a lamp in his other hand. He looked at Ayaka's back and sucked his breath since watching Ayaka from behind was just breathtaking. Thank you, Shishio-kun. Ayaka washed her hands and dried them on her apron. She then approached him and said, the lamp has been dead for a while, but no one can help me. I am glad you're here. She was glad that someone was there to help her since if no one helped her, she could only ask someone to help, and it wouldn't be cheap since this type of work would cost money. The income of the dorm, while it was good, it wasn't much either. Ayaka relied on renting and cooking expenses, so her money wasn't that much. It would be okay if she could take care of the problems in the dorm by herself, but if she couldn't, she could only rely on someone, and it needed money. However, the reason why Ayaka felt grateful toward Shishio wasn't because of the money. Instead, she felt happy he was by her side, and she could rely on and depend on him. It's okay. I am happy that I can help you. Shishio rubbed his face against her soft palm, which she placed on his cheek. Let me help you maintain the other things since I am here. Okay. Ayaka nodded, then kissed his cheek happily. By the way, are you alright with yakisoba? Don't you want something else? While the yakisoba tasted good, she felt it was too simple. Well, how about you add a soup? Okay, wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. Ayaka kissed his cheek again and walked to the kitchen again. However, her waist was pulled by Shishio, which caused her to be startled. How about we do it in the kitchen? Shishio whispered. Ayaka knew she should resist, yet she must admit, she was intrigued by his idea and wondered how it felt to do it in the place where everyone was eating. No, not here. Ayaka still had her last struggle, especially when she thought all four of her tenants usually stayed in this place to eat. Are you sure? However, Shishio wouldn't let go of her easily. It was a rare chance for them to be together, and frankly, he just wanted to spend all of his days doing naughty things. He placed the ladders down and the dead lamp to the side and pulled her into the kitchen. Ayaka could only sigh and say, geez, only this time, alright. Okay. Shishio was glad he skipped school today. It was time for the middle school students to go home. While usually Yuzuo Yukimoto, Sumire Yamanashi and Yuri Kazumi stayed at the school to work on their duty as members of the student council, they decided to return to their dorm quickly. Aki, who also happened to go home, was surprised to see the three girls since they usually returned at a different time. Hey? Kaiku? Yamanashi-senpai? Kazumi-senpai? What's wrong? What's wrong? What do you mean? Yuzuo asked aggressively. While Aki was slightly overwhelmed, he asked, why did you come back so early? Do you have student council duty? What? Do you want us to come back late? Or do you not want us to go back? Yuzuo asked suspiciously. Of course not. Aki shook his head furiously since it was impossible for him to admit he wasn't good with Yuzuo and her group. He let out a sigh, wondering why the girls he met couldn't be as gentle as Ayaka. The four of them didn't talk much and walked back to Sunoarasu as usual. However, Yuri glanced to the side and smiled before she hurriedly entered the Sunoarasu. Ayaka-san. Shishio nii. I am back. Shishio nii. 3x. Whether it was Yuzuo, Sumire, or Aki were surprised, while Yuzuo and Sumire were surprised for the same reason, Aki was surprised for a different reason. Still, even if Yuri didn't receive her answer, she quickly dashed in the direction of the kitchen. On the other hand, Yuru, Sumire, and Aki also hurriedly came after her. When the four of them came to the living room, they saw Shishio was there, sitting on the sofa. He greeted them naturally. Yo! When did you come, Shishio nii? Yuri asked excitedly and sat next to Shishio. Still, she glanced at the glass door connected to the yard, wondering why Ayaka had opened the glass door. However, she didn't think too much and talked with Shishio. Geez, Yuri-chan, you should wash your hands first, Ayaka said helplessly in the kitchen. She just entered the living room and seemingly just came out of the bathroom. The three of you are also the same. You should wash your hands and change your uniform first. You can talk with him later. Yes. 3x. The three of them didn't fight back and returned to their room since they knew they had to change their uniform. On the other hand, Aki sighed in relief since he didn't see anything unusual. He also wanted to change his uniform too. The four of them felt there was a strange smell in the living room, but it was faint, almost unnoticeable, so they didn't think too much. Everyone was about to return to their room, but Sumire stopped and looked at Ayaka, squinting her eyes as if she had noticed something. What's wrong, Sumire-chan? Ayaka asked calmly. There's a hair on the corner of your mouth, Ayaka-san, Sumire whispered and asked, is that your nose hair? After all, the hair on her mouth was a different color from Ayaka's hair, so she thought it was Ayaka's nose hair. Ayaka quickly wiped her mouth and said, thank you, Sumire-chan. I hope you don't tell anyone since it is pretty embarrassing. Her face flushed red, showing how embarrassed she was. Sumire nodded with a smile, thinking Ayaka was cute. Okay, you don't need to worry. I won't tell anyone. Thank you. Ayaka nodded with a gentle smile before she looked at Shishio helplessly. Shishio only shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much. It was like any other day. The Sunoerasa was so peaceful today. 498, Hero vs Demon Queen. While Shishio was a bastard, he still had a bottom line, so when the four of the middle school students returned, he taught them so they could do well on their midterm exams. Whether it was Yuzu, Sumire, Yuri, or Aki, they were all happy to receive his teaching since it was easy to understand, and they felt they could see their progress, which made them even harder to study. On the other hand, Ayaka was happy when everyone relied on her man, which made her proud. When she saw how hard everyone was studying, she thought to make a dinner that would give a lot of stamina. She made the stamina meal because she was cornered about the health of everyone, and it had nothing to do with a different reason. Ayaka's humming sounded, and the cozy living room became even more comfortable. Still, Shishio looked at Ayaka and must admit that this woman was really a natural succubus. Even after what they had done half an hour ago, she could act nonchalantly in front of everyone as if nothing had happened. Even if Shishio was an actor, he must admit a woman was a natural actor. He looked at Aki, Yuri, Yuzu, and Sumire, who listened to his explanation and teaching carefully, without realizing what had happened a few moments ago. Shishio wasn't sure how to describe this feeling, but he had felt this feeling in the past when Sorita was still in Sakuraso or when he did it in Rui's home. However, Shishio must admit he felt this place was like a home, even if he had many houses and apartments in this world. It might be because of Ayaka, but he knew it wouldn't be fair for him to say this, especially when many of his other girlfriends weren't lost to Ayaka. However, he must admit Ayaka had this charm that made him feel this place was his home and this was the place he should return to. Shishio let out a sigh inwardly, thinking this woman was really amazing. Well, her personality and charm were one thing, but her body was even more amazing. Shishio and are you going to stay? Yuri suddenly asked. When this question fell, whether it was Yuzu, Sumire, or Aki, also looked up, waiting for his answer. Aki wasn't sure whether he was a small-minded person for thinking this, but he must admit, he didn't like to see Shishio stay. Am I really that small-minded? For some reason, he felt guilty and didn't dare to look at Shishio again. Shishio didn't know what Aki was thinking and thought about Yuri's question. Should he stay? Shishio didn't say anything for a while and looked in Ayaka's direction since he knew she had heard Yuri's question. Even if he wanted to stay, he wondered what kind of reason he should stay. After all, if he didn't have a good reason, it would be weird for him to stay. There was a school tomorrow, and he didn't really want to skip again. It wasn't because he couldn't do it, but he knew his aunt would trouble him if he really skipped school again. In the worst case, Chihiro would report this matter to his parents. Shishio didn't really want to trouble his parents. While he could accept the existence of his parents, he still wanted to hide many things from them since he knew if they knew what he did in Tokyo. After all, it would be surprising if they didn't disown him after knowing what he did in Tokyo. Well, they might only scold me. After all, he was the only son, and even if he was a Chiyunibu, he was well loved by his parents. Also, when he thought about it clearly, everything that he did would make his parents proud instead of unhappy. While it wasn't impossible for him to skip school again to visit Ayaka when all of the middle school students went to the school, it didn't mean he could go to visit Ayaka every day. If possible, it should be once or twice a week. He thought. It's already dark. You should stay, Shishio-kun. It's dangerous to go out at night after all, Ayaka said naturally. Is it dangerous? If it was told to Aki or the other things, they would nod. However, when they looked at Shishio's body, they felt the one who would be in danger would be the one who would assault Shishio. After all, his well-built body was obvious to all, and with his towering height, most people would try to avoid him. In the fight, even if martial art was useful, it was only useful for a master. As for normal people, a huge and taller body was obviously more advantageous since it could intimidate the opponent. Shishio was tall, and he had an absolute advantage in fighting, so walking out at night wouldn't bring him a danger. However, all the girls agreed to let him stay. After all, danger came in many different forms, whether it was an accident or other things, so it was better for him to stay until tomorrow, and he could go back early. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact they wanted him to stay. Really? Especially Aki, since he couldn't say anything and could only let Shishio stay helplessly. Still, suddenly he felt something strange, but he didn't know what kind of feeling it was. However, everything had been decided, and Shishio decided to stay. Strangely, there was even his uniform in Ayaka's room, so he could go to school peacefully. While many of them felt weird, they didn't question this matter and thought it might be because he had left his uniform in the Sunoarasu before, so Ayaka took care of it. As for his books, he left everything on his school desk, so it was alright even if he didn't bring anything. Still, they didn't know Ayaka had prepared everything, so she could have him stay with her all the time. However, Ayaka wouldn't tell this and kept this a secret from everyone since, right now, she still wanted to maintain the image of a good, gentle, and virtuous caretaker in front of everyone. As for in front of Shishio, Ayaka decided to let go of everything and became a woman who had been conquered by him. Alright, let's eat, Ayaka said with a gentle smile. Yay! Hearing Ayaka's words, everyone also stopped studying and went to have dinner. The dinner was extremely sumptuous, with the tonkatsu as the main meal. Their mouths were watery, and they wanted to eat directly. After all, who didn't like a hot, oily, and fatty meal? Ayaka also loved it, but she knew she was sensitive to her weight. However, with Shishio around her, she didn't need to worry about it anymore since she could ask him for an exercise. On the other hand, Shishio looked at the sumptuous meal before he looked at Ayaka, who smiled at him sweetly. Shishio took his chopsticks and started to eat heartily while thinking he was glad to have a system, or else he might have trouble fighting this succubus tonight. Tonight, he wasn't a beast. Instead, he was a hero who fought bravely against the demon queen. Still, when Shishio ate, Sumire suddenly whispered, "Shishio nii, can you come to my room later?" Shishio looked at this middle school student and just stared at her in silence. Sunoarasu was separated by 2 floors. The first floor was for everyone, and it was a place like a kitchen, living room, and a bathroom located. The rooms of Ayaka and Aki were also on this floor. On the other hand, the second floor was used for the girls' rooms. Whether it was Yuri, Yuzu, or Sumire, they were living on the second floor. It was also because of this reason that Aki had never entered the second floor and just stayed on the first floor. It was quite similar to Sakurasu, which was separated by a female and a male area. After all, even if Aki was a kid, he was still a boy. Ayaka, as a caretaker, knew even if nothing happened, she still needed to think about the feeling of Yuzu, Yuri, and Sumire, whether they were comfortable with Aki or not. It was also because of this reason that Aki had always been on the first floor and had never entered the second floor. However, the matter would be different if someone was invited. Shishio felt weird at why Sumire suddenly invited him to her room. After all, Sumire was different from Yuzu or Yuri. Among all the 3 girls, Yuzu and Yuri were the closest to him. As for Sumire, he thought his relationship was just so-so. However, Shishio thought Sumire might think otherwise. Naturally, even if Sumire whispered those words to Shishio, everyone had heard what this girl was saying. However, Sumire didn't let everyone ask, and she returned to her room hurriedly. "Shishio nii, why did Sumire ask you to come to her room?" Yuzu asked with a frown. Her cute nose wrinkled, showing suspicion, wondering whether Shishio and Sumire had a secret tryst. After all, even if Sumire was a middle school student, her body was like an adult. Or rather, Sumire was an adult. Of course, this was on Yuzu's mind. However, Yuzu knew how Sumire had always been obsessed with her, and she just didn't know why Sumire suddenly invited Shishio to her room. While she felt strange, she felt she was being left out. "Shishio nii, did you seduce Sumire-chan secretly?" Yuri whispered while blowing hot air on his ear, poking his cheek several times, and asking him this question. "How do I know?" Shishio was speechless. He then looked at Ayaka, who was just smiling. My, Shishio-kun is sure so popular," Ayaka said with a laugh. Shishio rolled his eyes, then said, "Then, do you think I should visit her room?" He looked in Ayaka's direction, waiting for her answer. "Why not?" Ayaka said naturally. "I'll visit her room now," Shishio said and left them without waiting for their response. Yuzu, Ayaka, and Yuri were stunned, but they let out a sigh and knew what type of guy he was, but it was also because of this that they were kind of worried about letting Sumire stay with him. As for Aki, no one asked his opinion. Shishio was right in front of Sumire's room, and he knocked on her room. "Sumire." The door was opened, and a hand pulled him inside. He didn't even fight back and saw Sumire was there, closed the door of her room naturally. Shishio had many things that he wanted to say, but he just kept quiet, waiting for Sumire to say something. "Shishio nii." Sumire took a deep breath and looked at his face for a moment before she said, I like you, Shishio nii. Shishio was in a daze since he had never expected he would be confessed. 499, Sumire's secret. Shishio was in a daze. After all, who would expect he would receive such a sudden confession? Here, Shishio came to the Suno Arasu to fight against the Demon Queen, but the middle boss wouldn't let him and attacked him with a sneak attack, causing him a loss. He also somewhat realized how Ritsuo felt at that moment. Being confessed so suddenly, out of the guard, wouldn't make one happy. Instead, it made one confused. The atmosphere was extremely important. However, after a momentary loss, Shishio quickly woke up and realized what had happened. Sumire had confessed to him. If Sumire was just nobody, Shishio would just reject her without hesitation, but he knew Sumire, and he must admit this girl was beautiful. However, more importantly, he felt her identity was the most troublesome. This identity could cause him several problems. After all, Sumire was a middle school student. She might not be young, but she also wasn't an adult either. She was in the middle between those two lines, which was dangerous, depending on what he was doing. If possible, Shishio just wanted to reject her, but he was afraid he might cause her emotional trauma. It was okay if Sumire was a high school student, but she was a middle school student after all. This had nothing to do with the system or not. After all, there were many women and even men who triggered his system, yet he didn't do anything. Shishio nii. Sumire was so nervous, waiting for her answer, but since Shishio didn't say anything, she got nervous and called out his name. Sorry, I was just surprised. Shishio knew he had to smile at this moment and said, by the way, can I sit down on your bed? We can talk there. Okay. Sumire nodded since she also knew her confession was so abrupt, and it was also her first experience doing this. It was also because of this reason she was nervous and scared since she didn't want to be rejected. If possible, Sumire wanted to be accepted. However, Sumire just didn't know what Shishio was thinking, and somehow she felt regret about what she was doing. If possible, she wanted to enter the time machine, so she could go back to the past where she didn't need to do this again. Thank you. However, his answer cleared up her cloudy heart. I am happy to hear your confession, Shishio said frankly since he would be lying if he didn't feel happy to receive a confession from a cute girl such as Sumire. Still, it wasn't his first time to be confessed by a beautiful girl, and he had gotten a lot of them. However, the time he spent with Sumire was different from those who were confessing to him recklessly. Sumire's confession was more special. Then, Sumire looked at Shishio happily. I am Nana's boyfriend, you know. Shishio said, thinking Sumire would give up. However. But you also date Ayaka-san, right? Sumire said. How did you know? Shishio asked dumbfoundedly. Sumire pouted and said, I think it is obvious. Ayaka-san doesn't exactly hide it, and. I happened to hear her. Sumire blushed and said, Mon. When? Shishio became even dumbfounded. After you stayed on Suno Arasu, we returned from the flower park, Sumire said frankly, without hiding anything. Shishio was in silence and thought for a moment. He knew he usually wouldn't let his guard down, but when it happened on his lower body, he often lowered his guard, and he just lacked his defense at that time. Shishio didn't even care about Aki at that time. How could he care about Sumire? Sumire was about to go to the toilet, but she heard a strange noise from Ayaka's room. While she was embarrassed, she tried to listen before her face turned red instantly. However, she didn't say anything and just kept silent, listening to what they were doing from the stairs. Back then, her heart almost jumped out when Aki walked out of his room. Fortunately, it was Aki. If it was him. Sumire thought before. However, it was only for a moment before she listened to what they were doing. She kept listening and felt speechless since it was too long, right? In the end, Sumire didn't fall asleep and kept listening until dawn. However, Sumire couldn't sleep and just rolled around her bed, thinking about what had happened. Still, when they met in the morning, it might be because Shishio's mind had been preoccupied with his trip with Hina, so he didn't notice the strangeness on Sumire. More importantly, when Sumire saw Shishio was on Suno Arasu when everyone went to the school, she knew Shishio and Ayaka were doing it together. You know all of that, yet you still confess to me. This was something Shishio didn't understand. Sumire knew what kind of bastard he was, yet she still confessed to him? Shishio wondered what was on the mind of this girl. I know it might be weird, but at that time. Sumire looked at Shishio and said, when you told me your favorite flower is violet, violet is called Sumire in Japanese, I fell for you. Shishio was in silence and caressed Sumire's head gently. Thank you. No problem. Sumire leaned forward and hugged him subconsciously. So even if I have other girls, you're alright with it? Shishio asked. Yes. Sumire nodded shyly. But, sorry, I refuse, Shishio said. Sumire was in a daze when she heard his answer. They were right on the right track, and she thought they would become a couple now, but who would expect him to reject them? Why? Sumire asked. Shishio wiped the tears from her eyes and said, You're too young, Sumire. Sumire puffed her cheeks and said, I am already an adult. Shishio couldn't say anything since Sumire wasn't wrong since, with her body, it wouldn't be weird to be mistaken as an adult. However, even if her body was an adult, he knew she was a middle school student. Also, our age difference isn't that much different, Sumire said, sounding like a complaint. Shishio only realized their age difference was only 2 years. He was a freshman in high school, and Sumire was in her second year of middle school. Their age wasn't that much different, so it shouldn't be a problem, right? Even the people in the medieval era and in the past had married their women when they were 14 years old. In other words, Sumire was already an adult. However, Shishio looked at Sumire and said, let's wait until you enter high school. If your feeling doesn't change, then let me hear it again. Sumire wanted to complain, but she knew she couldn't, and in the end, she gave up and decided to say her feelings when she entered a high school. However, she wouldn't let him come back. Are you going to sleep in Ayaka-san's room? Well, yet. Shishio nodded since there was nothing to hide anymore from Sumire. Sumire looked at Shishio for a moment and asked, Can we sleep together? Shishio. Sorry, but no. Shishio rubbed Sumire's head gently and said, Calm down, all right? Why are you in a hurry? Sumire lowered her head and felt disappointed. Sumire, you should remember in Suno Arasu, I am Ayaka's boyfriend, so I can't make you the priority. Shishio stood up and said, Then, I'll go back. He patted her head again, but his wrist was grabbed. What's wrong? If I do well on the exam, can you give me a reward? Sumire suddenly asked. What kind of reward do you want? Shishio asked speechlessly, but he didn't refuse. Sumire thought for a moment and said, Let me keep it for later. I haven't thought about it. Okay. Shishio nodded, then said, Then, good night. Have a good dream. Wait, Shishio nii. What is it again? Do you want a good night kiss or something? Shishio joked, but... Sumire blushed and nodded. Shishio. Sumire usually had this sleepy and calm expression on her face, but right now, her face flushed red, and her breathing was a little hard. Shishio just put Sumire on the bed naturally and covered her in a blanket. His movement was so natural that Sumire could only let her body be manipulated by him. She lay on her bed comfortably before her forehead was kissed. Good night, Sumire. Sumire. Shishio then walked out of Sumire's room, but suddenly few people fell in. Wah! Don't drop on the top of me, Yuri. Ayaka-san, Yuri too heavy. How cruel. Shishio and Yuri. However, Shishio naturally closed the door after he turned off the light, leaving Sumire alone in the room. Sumire touched her forehead and could still feel the warmth of his lips. She smiled happily and felt she could have a nice dream tonight. On the other hand, Shishio looked at Yuzu, Yuri and Ayaka, who were in front of him. What are you doing? Hehehe. 3x. The three could only laugh. Shishio glanced down and saw Aki didn't follow, but Aki was still concerned, showing a hesitation about whether he should climb up or not. Shishio could only shake his head and said, You should sleep early. You have school tomorrow, right? Shishio nii, what were you talking about with Sumire-chan? Yuri asked, and this caused Ayaka and Yuzu to look at Shishio at the same time. Sorry. Shishio shook his head and said, I can't tell you since it is her secret, but if she tells you, then I won't say anything, so if you want to know, just ask her. They tried to ask, but they knew it was futile since Shishio's mouth was as tight as the vault of IRS. They could only give up and decided to return to their room while thinking of asking Sumire when they were at school. On the other hand, Shishio and Ayaka walked down together, but Shishio could feel Ayaka stare at him. He let out a sigh and whispered, I'll tell you later. Ayaka nodded with a smile. When the two walked down, they suddenly saw a bolt of small thing that moved in the direction of Aki's room. They didn't doubt that it should be Aki, who ran back to his room. They didn't really know why Aki suddenly ran, but they felt he should be embarrassed or something to be seen trying to peek at what happened on the second floor. While Ayaka looked at Aki in doubt, she felt a hand on her waist. She let out a coquettish squeal and looked at Shishio and read. What if we're seen? Don't worry. It's safe. Shishio carried Ayaka in his arms and said, Let's go to your room. Ayaka must admit she just couldn't fight back against Shishio. In the end, they did it again, and they must admit, they wouldn't get tired no matter how long they did this. 500, there's a saying. I see. Ayaka understood everything, but she didn't expect Sumire would be so abrupt. She was also so shy when Sumire understood everything, but at the same time, she wondered whether there was a need to hide her relationship with Shishio anymore. After all, Ayaka felt she was being liberated when she did it with Shishio. It felt so great that Ayaka wanted to do it again. Anyway, the two did it again until late at night. In the morning, Shishio had prepared to go back to Sakurasu. Ayaka stood at the entrance with a pale-colored cardigan covering her body. While the cardigan couldn't protect her from the cold that much, it was still better than nothing. She was still sleepy, but she forced herself to wake up to see him off. "Are you sure you're not going to join the breakfast? It's all right. I have bothered you too long anyway." "You're not a bother," Ayaka complained and said, "You know, I don't mind even if you live here." Shishio only smiled and kissed her lips. "If I live here, then you know what kind of thing we'll do every day." Ayaka was in silence and knew if they were living together, without a doubt, they would do it every day. Even if, as a woman, she could come unlimitedly, it was impossible to fight the brave hero in front of her. The hero in front of her had unlimited stamina and a powerful holy sword that was capable of shooting a white beam many times without being exhausted. Along with his experience and rigorous training, Ayaka, who had just been born into a demon queen, was under her mercy. Excalibur. If Shishio didn't shut her mouth with his mouth, Ayaka knew her voice would echo through Sunoarasu. She blushed and hit the chest of her man lightly, feeling embarrassed by his frank words. Shishio only smiled and gently rubbed her head. Ayaka loved his head pat, and the thought she got it from someone younger than her made it more exciting. She leaned on his chest, then asked, "So what are you going to do with Sumire?" Shishio looked at Ayaka weirdly and asked, "You want me to do something to her? She is a middle school student." He just didn't know whether a middle school student was okay or not. After all, the current internet law was quite strict. He was afraid if he had done something to a middle school student, he might have been troubled by something. Middle school was, after all, on the border of safety and risk. Some people might give an okay, but a lot of people also gave a big no. In other words, it was dangerous. Shishio felt it was better to do something safely and steadily instead of doing something dangerous. If Sumire was a high school student, he wouldn't have hesitated, but she was, after all, a middle school student. A kiss might be alright, but more than that? Still, anyway, Shishio was a high school student, their age difference was only 2 years, and Sumire's growth was faster than her peers, so it should be okay, right? She isn't a kid. Ayaka reprimanded Shishio and said, "She can get pregnant, you know." Shishio didn't know what to say and just shut his mouth. "Anyway, at least, I want her to wait until she graduates from her middle school. She's still young now, and a feeling can't change anytime, right?" Sumire was still young now, but in the future, she would grow up and meet many people in her life. By then, who could tell her feelings might not change? "Shishio-kun, you're underestimating yourself." Ayaka shook her head and asked, "Shishio-kun, have you heard a saying?" "What?" "It takes a minute to have a crush on someone, an hour to like someone, and a day to love someone, but it takes a lifetime to forget someone." Ayaka looked at Shishio as she caressed her cheeks, then said, "Don't underestimate a girl in love, alright? And even if you can't answer her, you should give her a straight answer instead of saying something like that. If you say that, you still have to hope her feelings won't change, right?" Shishio looked at Ayaka and could only smile wryly since he knew Ayaka was right. If he didn't like Sumire, he wouldn't say something like that. It was because he liked Sumire, so he wanted her to grow up before they could become together. After all, Shishio was still afraid, considering how young Sumire was. Still, fortunately, Sumire was a middle school student and not an elementary school student. If she was an elementary school student, without a doubt, she would be out, and Shishio could only enter the jail. Fortunately. Fortunately. Shishio then looked at Ayaka and said, "You really know me, Ayaka. Even if our time together isn't that long, I know a lot about, even where your moles are," Ayaka said with a smile. Shishio was speechless, but he also whispered, "You know, I also know the location of moles on your body." Ayaka laughed and rubbed her face against him. The two just embraced each other in silence and felt the natural silence between them was so comfortable. Neither of them needed to say anything, and being together made them happy. It was what they felt at this moment, and they hoped for the time to stop, so this could remain forever. However, they knew it was impossible, and they had to part. Still, there was something Shishio had to ask, "So you're okay with it?" Ayaka pouted and flicked Shishio's forehead. "You can even date us two sisters together. What's wrong with you dating my tenants too?" Shishio just didn't have anything to say at this moment. "By the way, Shishio. Do you want to go on a trip again?" Ayaka asked. Shishio looked at Ayaka and nodded. "Why not?" Just with the two of us? Ayaka thought for a moment and said, I have heard you have women around my age, right? Why don't you bring them on this trip too? Shishio opened his eyes and mouth wide since he didn't expect to hear such a wonderful proposal from Ayaka. A trip with many older women. Shishio had never thought such an exciting thing existed. Still, even if Shishio was eager to do so, he still showed concern about this trip. But is it alright with you? Why not? It's hard to communicate with someone around your age since they can't drink alcohol, but it is different if it's someone around my age. Ayaka didn't really want to talk with his girlfriends who were around his age. Instead, she wanted to talk to his girlfriends who were around her age. As for a reason, partly Ayaka was curious, but there should be a deeper reason for it, but she wasn't going to say it. But can you take a trip? You're a caretaker, after all, so you'll have to stay every day unless your tenants go home. Unlike Hirotsuka or Hina, who were a teacher, and could get a holiday during a weekend. Ayaka's work might not be much since she only needed to take care of her tenants in her dorm. However, it was also because of this that she couldn't leave her dorm, especially when her tenants were all middle school students. They weren't a high school that she could leave anytime. If she left her, what would they do for food? The trip might only be for a few days, but what should those tenants do when Ayaka leaves? However, Ayaka's answer was surprisingly easy. I don't mean it now. After all, they'll go home during their break, so let's go on a trip during that time. By the way, what's the profession of your woman? A teacher. Ayaka looked at Shishio thoughtfully and nodded. A teacher, eh? Should I dress like a teacher scolding you since you did something bad today? Shishio felt his throat was dry, so he just kissed Ayaka's lips to moisten them. Their lips were deep before they parted when Ayaka lost her breath. I'll be the teacher. I'll come to visit you again. Bye, Ayaka. Shishio left decisively since he was afraid he might become a hero again. Bye. Ayaka waved her hand gently, feeling reluctant to part, but she knew she couldn't handle being tossed by him again. She covered her mouth to cover her yawn and kept standing, watching his figure disappear along with the sound of his motorcycle. While she had prepared, she let out a sigh since she had missed him already. Ayaka then stretched her hands and said, let's work hard. She thought instead of sleeping, she went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, and when everyone went to school, she went to sleep for a while before finishing the rest of her work. However, when Ayaka was about to close the door, she was startled when she saw someone was there. Akun, why are you here? Aki was at a loss, but he was also startled when Ayaka noticed her. I went to the toilet before. He had an excuse hurriedly, and because of it, his voice sounded quite nervous. I see. Ayaka sighed in relief, but she wondered whether Aki had noticed what she was doing with Shishio. However, she decided not to mention anything and just changed the subject. By the way, I'll cook breakfast soon. You should prepare to go to school. She might notice or might not notice how nervous Aki was, but she was also nervous, so she didn't intend to clear up anything. Ayaka-san. When Aki saw Ayaka was about to leave, he felt he needed to say something. Yes. Ayaka halted her steps and looked at Aki. Watching her gentle expression, Aki felt his throat dry, and he knew he needed to say something, but no words came out of his mouth since he just didn't know what to say at this moment. Do you need to go to the toilet? Ayaka asked with a smile. Is it the big one? No. Aki denied it fervently and felt slightly annoyed since he was treated as a child. Ayaka smiled and laughed. Hurry up and be prepared, alright? It might still be early, but you often hear a saying about an early bird that will get the worm, right? So change to your uniform and wait for the breakfast to be ready, alright? Yes. Aki nodded and could only watch Ayaka, who walked to the kitchen while humming happily. He let out a long sigh depressedly and knew he was the late bird who didn't get the worm.